Chapter 227. A mere half-immortal's soul dares to utter such arrogance here? Wuling Xingdi, your collective strength is indeed commendable. If you could honestly surrender the Emperor's soul and pledge your allegiance to Wuling Xingdi, I would certainly spare your lives and perhaps even provide you with opportunities for fortune in the future. What I can offer you is not something this realm can bestow, and I could even assist you in breaking through the limits of the Emperor realm, entering a new echelon of existence. The Xianxia gazed at the generals present, including Lu Bu, with an expression that reflected a certain appreciation for talent. In the course of fighting several generals, he had already discerned their extraordinary potential through his half-immortal techniques. If such potential could be turned to his service, it would significantly enhance the security of the entire Wuling Xingdi. Moreover, nurturing these individuals could yield powerful allies for the realm where his true form resides. Ha! Zhang Fei scoffed, turning to the direction of the Xianxia with a loud voice. What are you to command our loyalty? In a moment, my spear, the Zhangba Shamao, will pierce through your pathetic remnants. The other generals' expressions were equally stern. Though the Xianxia's power was formidable, expecting them to submit was utterly impossible. You overestimate your worth. The Xianxia's expression grew colder as he declared, I have made my name the Southern Domain and the other 3 great domains long before your Xia ancestors were born. How dare you brats make such noise before me? Since you refuse to heed my warning, I shall first crush you, then employ special means to refine your emperor's souls, ensuring you can never reincarnate, eternally guarding Wuling Xingdi. The might of a half-immortal is terrifying. Even a fragment of its divine soul cannot be contended with by those of the Daxia's emperor realm. Suppress. The Xianxia's soul shadow stirred, emanating a terrifying aura like a tidal wave directed at Lu Bu and the other generals. Within that surging pressure lurked a corrosive force. Everyone be cautious. Lu Bu and the others felt an immense weight upon them. The Emperor realm signifies the Emperor's soul, while the half-immortal realm represents the immortal soul level. Although they belonged to the Emperor realm, they were vastly inferior to a half-immortal. Even a mere trace of the Xianxia's immortal soul could not be countered by anyone from the Emperor realm unless they too were of the half-immortal level. You are all on a path to death today. Cease your futile struggles. How dare mere ants challenge an immortal? The Xianxia found the actions of Lu Bu and the others laughable. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Following this, a powerful aura surged forth, instantly dispelling the Xianxia's so-called strength. Lu Bu, Guan Yu, and the other generals broke free from their restraints and regained their ability to move. Challenge an immortal? Ew, a mere half-immortal soul, dare to speak such words? From the void's fissure came a voice laced with cold derision. Then, several figures stepped forth. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lu Bu and the other Daxia generals rejoiced. This subordinate greets his majesty. No need for formalities. Xiao Ling regarded Lu Bu and the others. Although their strength was commendable, they were still significantly outmatched by a half-immortal entity. Moreover, the half-immortal shadow was not an ordinary one. It had existed in this realm for many years with profound depth. Your Majesty? The Xianxia turned his gaze towards Xiao Ling, surprised by the sudden appearance of the group. You are the ruler of Daxia, Xiao Ling? The Xianxia discerned Xiao Ling's identity from the general's words. Indeed, Xiao Ling met the Xianxia's gaze. He initially thought the annihilation of Wuling Xingdi would be effortless, but was surprised to find that the opposing holy-level power possessed greater depth than the Yan Lin Xingqiao, even having half-immortal presences. At this moment, the Xianxia's shadow gazed with interest at Xiao Ling. From the earlier words of Sita Yuan, he had learned about Daxia's development, particularly the ruler Xiao Ling, who had elevated Daxia from a dynasty to a holy power in a short span of time, piquing his curiosity. A 7th-tier emperor at such a young age. To a half-immortal like him, a 7th-tier emperor was hardly noteworthy. However, sensing that Xiao Ling was under 100 years old, yet had broken through to this level was unexpected. Even he had spent nearly 500 years achieving the Emperor realm despite his exceptional talent. This alone marked him as a rare prodigy, illustrating the extraordinary nature of a 7th-tier emperor with a mere century of life experience. This youth must possess some extraordinary fortunes. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the Xianxia's eyes. Such strength, even among the long-established powerful races in the Xuan Tianzhongyu, was difficult to find. More importantly, emerging from the southern domain, he could only believe that such a prodigy must have encountered tremendous fortune. Should he succeed in obliterating Daxia, especially in capturing Xiao Ling, he might obtain remarkable rewards. The Tianyo, Xianxia murmured. It seems my decision to leave a fragment of my immortal soul here was indeed wise. Xiao Ling observed everything, understanding the Tianyo, Xianxia's thoughts with remarkable clarity. For such a meager immortal soul, you certainly have grand ambitions, Xiao Ling scoffed, turning to Li Tsunxiao beside him and instructing, do not kill him outright. I want him alive. As you command. Li Tsunxiao immediately charged toward the Tianyo Xianxia. The Tianyo Xianxia coldly laughed, watching Li Tsunxiao approach. Another fool who overestimates himself. Although I have merely left behind a trace of my celestial soul, in this realm where the mightiest exists only at the level of the emperor, I am an undeniably invincible presence. Seal. On that day, the Yo Xingzhu resorted to familiar tactics, summoning countless black chains from the heavens above, all converging towards Li Tsunxiao. However, in the following moments, Li Tsunxiao observed the chains approaching him without the slightest concern. Break! A surge of power far surpassing that of the emperor erupted from within him, and the encroaching black chains shattered into pieces. Chapter 228. Capturing the Celestial Soul of the Heavenly Ghost Lord. You are half immortal. The ethereal visage of the Heavenly Ghost Lord paled upon, sensing Li Tsunxiao's formidable power. Within the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, there existed a being of half-immortal status, far exceeding his expectations. Li Tsunxiao paid him no mind. He shattered the dark chains that bound the Heavenly Ghost Lord and swiftly approached the spectral figure with remarkable speed. Sans signe imminent danger. The Heavenly Ghost Lord hesitated not a moment and deftly attempted to retreat. Being merely a wisp of a celestial soul, engaging in combat with a half-immortal would certainly spell disaster for him. However, Li Tsunxiao pierced through the void and swiftly sealed the surrounding space. With a decisive grasp, he effortlessly captured the essence of the Heavenly Ghost Lord. Curse it! The celestial soul of the Heavenly Ghost Lord sought to escape, but his efforts proved futile. Once Li Tsunxiao exerted control over him, he returned to Xiao Ling's side, enveloped by an impressive half-immortal force that rendered him utterly powerless. Your Majesty, Li Tsunxiao presented the celestial essence of the Heavenly Ghost Lord to Xiao Ling. Release me at once. Otherwise, when my physical form descends, you shall all face dire consequences. Despite being imprisoned, the celestial soul of the Heavenly Ghost Lord continued to struggle and threaten. Xiao Ling merely cast a cursory glance at him, offering no further thought, and directly pulled him into the system space. Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the celestial soul of a half-immortal. Reward acquired. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Technique, Celestial Grade. With the imprisonment of the Heavenly Ghost Lord's celestial soul, the reward was promptly received. The 9 Suns Burning Heaven Technique, a method of celestial caliber, undoubtedly bore immense power. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Wuling Holy Land was one of profound desolation. The once mighty Heavenly Ghost ancestor had been subdued and imprisoned by a formidable power from the Great Xia. Lord, what shall we do? The warriors of the Wuling Holy Land were at a loss. Even the remaining few Emperor-level beings were equally perplexed. Who could have anticipated that the rampaging Heavenly Ghost ancestor would be vanquished and captured in such a brief encounter? If even the half-immortal ancestor was no match, how could the rest of them contend with the might of the Great Xia? Xiao Ling surveyed the Wuling Holy Land warriors, calmly stating, slay them. Disregarding the affairs of the Heavenly Ghost Lord for the moment, he resolved to annihilate the Wuling Holy Land first. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's command, generals such as Lu Bu prepared to act once more. Emperor of Xia, do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? The Wuling Holy Land possesses a half-immortal ancestor. Should he descend into this realm, the Great Xia shall surely face grave peril. At this critical juncture, the Holy Lord Situ Yuan continued to issue his threats. The adversary sought to leverage the esteemed foundation of the semi-divine realm ancestor to coerce Xiao Ling. However, Xiao Ling remained utterly indifferent to their threats. The semi-divine realm ancestor? Should they dare approach, he would not hesitate to eradicate them entirely. The Great Xia harbors formidable beings of similar caliber. Lu Bu, wielding his Fong Tianhua halberd, unleashed a devastating strike. Under such terrifying prowess, even the Emperor-level beings from the Black Spirit's sacred land swiftly engaged. Their arrogance was misplaced. In the mere span of a fleeting moment, Lu Bu's halberd had obliterated an Emperor-level figure of the Black Spirit sacred land. Whether it was Lu Bu, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, or the others, each was nearly invincible within their realm. In a matter of moments, the 3 Emperor-level beings from the Black Spirit sacred land were vanquished. If such was the fate of the Emperor level, were the others. In scarcely 20 breaths, the once mighty black spirit sacred land crumbled. The vast majority of its disciples, witnessing their inevitable defeat, surrendered en masse. Given the current strength of the Great Xia, annihilating a sacred land took less than half an hour. Upon surveying the grand gates of the Black Spirit's sacred land, all treasures and resources were thoroughly plundered. As for the surrendered disciples of the sacred land, Xiao Ling had them apprehended and bound, sending them back to the Great Xia for further disposition. Once the Black Spirit sacred land was dealt with, Xiao Ling and his company departed. After their exit, numerous figures emerged around the ruins of the Black Spirit's sacred land. Remarkably, the Great Xia had indeed taken action against the Black Spirit sacred land. In less than half an hour, the Great Xia had obliterated a sacred land, showcasing a terrifying display of power. Previously, when vanquishing the Yanlin's sacred dynasty, the Great Xia had invested considerable effort. Yet now, having ascended to the sacred dynasty level, the eradication of a sacred land was accomplished with remarkable ease, signifying an extraordinary enhancement in strength. These factions were relieved they had not opposed the Great Xia. Otherwise, the fate of the Black Spirit's sacred land could very well have been theirs. At the Great Xia sacred palace, what was once a plan for leisurely exploration was now rendered unnecessary by the current circumstances. Seated upon the dragon throne, Xiao Ling summoned the celestial soul of the Tianyu sacred master, previously imprisoned in the spatial realm. Boom! The moment the celestial soul burst forth from the spatial confines, it swiftly attacked, aiming to subdue Xiao Ling, capture the leader before the followers. Having witnessed the power of the Great Xia's semi-divine being, the Tianyu sacred master realized that to escape unscathed, controlling Xiao Ling was imperative. As Xiao Ling sat regally upon his throne, observing the assault from the Tianyu sacred master's celestial soul, he thought, how audacious to act so recklessly upon my domain. With a mere cold glance, he regarded the celestial soul of the Tianyu sacred master. Within the sacred palace, an inexplicable and overwhelming aura suddenly converged. It was through this very essence that the celestial soul of the heavenly ghost sovereign sensed itself ensnared by an unseen force, accompanied by an acute sense of impending danger. Boom! At that moment, the ethereal projection of the heavenly ghost sovereign, formed from his celestial soul, was unceremoniously brought to its knees. A being of such esteemed lineage, a formidable existence on the threshold of semi-immortality, was now subjected to the oppression of a newly ascendant sovereign. The heavenly ghost sovereign felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as his ethereal projection struggled desperately to rise. Alas, despite his relentless efforts, he found himself utterly powerless, with the oppressive force only intensifying. His celestial soul bore the sensation of being on the verge of annihilation. I grant you a sliver of mercy, otherwise, your celestial soul would have perished long ago within the abyssal spirit sanctuary, remarked Xiao Ling, observing the struggling essence of the heavenly ghost sovereign with an air of indifference. Within his sacred palace, under the profound auspices of the holy dynasty, not even a mere fragment of the opponent's celestial power, nor the true form of the sovereign himself, could stir any chaos. Chapter 229, Testing the Celestial Soul. Wait for me. When I personally arrive in the Eastern Domain, you and your Great Xia holy dynasty shall pay a grievous price. Though the heavenly ghost sovereign was merely a fragment of a celestial soul, the venom in his words was far from trivial. Do as you wish. I shall await your arrival in the Eastern Domain. But I fear you may lack the courage to come, Xiao Ling retorted coldly. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, the heavenly ghost sovereign, aside from his frosty demeanor, chose not to utter another word. At that moment, a formidable aura began to emanate from his fragment of a celestial soul. Subsequently, the ethereal projection, comprised of his celestial essence, became adorned with pale white markings, as if a tumultuous force was poised to erupt, attempting to self-destruct the celestial soul. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Ling instantly grasped the intent. However, having entered the sacred palace of the Great Xia holy dynasty, departing was far from simple. The aura of the Great Xia's fortune suddenly sealed the surrounding space, intermingling with a force that rivaled that of the heavenly ghost sovereign's celestial soul, which swiftly descended to suppress it. The once dispersing pale markings on the celestial projection were now firmly restrained by this overwhelming force of fortune. How could this be? The ethereal projection of the heavenly ghost sovereign displayed a look of astonishment. He had never anticipated that his imminent self-destruction would be thwarted by such a brazen suppression, restoring his essence and mending the fissures of his celestial soul. In my presence, do you truly believe you can depart at will? Xiao Ling sat majestically upon the dragon throne, his expression clear and discerning, as if he could see through all of his opponent's intentions. That day, the celestial soul of the heavenly Yo-Sovereign turned its gaze toward Xiao Ling, and he unmistakably sensed an unparalleled pressure emanating from him. Despite being merely a seventh-rank emperor, the aura radiating from Xiao Ling felt as though it transcended the emperor realm, reaching a level akin to that of a true semi-immortal. Do not presume that by employing some trivial techniques, you have genuinely triumphed. Even at this moment, the celestial soul of the heavenly Yo-Sovereign remained unwilling to concede. Upon discovering the events of the Great Xia, he sensed that Xiao Ling surely possessed certain fortuitous secrets. Perhaps he wielded methods akin to the confinement of celestial souls. However, following a series of attempts, he found them utterly ineffective. Under Xiao Ling's suppressive force, his celestial essence was rendered powerless. Observing the struggles of the heavenly Yo-Sovereign's celestial soul, Xiao Ling regarded it with amusement. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved not to prolong the farce any further. It was high time to shatter any lingering illusions. Under Xiao Ling's command, the auspices of the Great Xia surged violently, sealing the space completely. The celestial soul of the heavenly Yo-Sovereign suddenly froze, feeling as if it had been isolated by an inexplicable force. What is this predicament? He, in his celestial essence, had severed all ties with his corporeal form, akin to a remnant abandoned and cut off from existence. Suppress. Xiao Ling invoked the power of fate to ruthlessly subdue the celestial soul of the heavenly Yo-Sovereign. Though it could not perish, the soul was acutely aware of a cruel and unbearable pain. The celestial soul of the heavenly Yo-Sovereign trembled incessantly, clearly undergoing an indescribable agony. Xiao Ling observed this spectacle with calm detachment. With an imposing hand, he reached towards the essence of the heavenly Yo-Sovereign's soul, effortlessly grasping it. Subsequently, through the soul-searching technique, he seized every impression and knowledge contained within the celestial soul in a mere moment. A short while later, in the central region, at the Heavenly Wind Sword Sect, Xiao Ling murmured to himself. He felt no surprise at the presence of the heavenly Yo-Sovereign in the central region. After all, during the acceptance of his system task, he had already been informed of the sovereign's current location. The Heavenly Wind Sword Sect. This sect was extraordinary, a force mightier than the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, a veritable divine power. Above the Holy Dynasty existed an even more formidable divine court, and the Heavenly Wind Sword Sect stood as a pinnacle entity on par with the divine court. In the present day, the Great Xia has ascended to the level of a sacred dynasty, leading to a clearer understanding of certain aspects within the Xiantian realm. Among the four major domains of the Xiantian world, East, West, South, and North, there currently exists no divine-level power. When it comes to divine-level forces, only the more enigmatic and formidable central domain possesses such might. Xiao Ling, once my true form descends, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Just as Xiao Ling contemplated this, a chilling voice abruptly snapped him back to reality. Having gleaned considerable information through soul-searching, he had also inflicted immense pain upon the celestial soul of the heavenly specter lord, sending it into a frenzy of howls. Observing all this, Xiao Ling remained remarkably composed. Having yet to unleash a single spell, today shall serve as a practice for this celestial soul. With a thought, Xiao Ling commanded the system. Practice the 9 suns burning heaven technique. Congratulations, host, practice successful. Instantly, all knowledge pertaining to the 9 suns burning heaven technique converged within Xiao Ling's mind, granting him a swift and profound mastery, from initiation to proficiency, from advanced stages to completion. He raised his right hand, and a delicate purple-blue flame began to flicker and dance into existence. Though it appeared merely as a small flame, it harbored a fierce power capable of incinerating an entire domain. With a swift motion, the purple-blue flame surged toward the imprisoned celestial soul of the heavenly specter lord, incinerating it completely. Enveloped by the purple-blue flame, the celestial soul made no attempt to struggle and was utterly obliterated. However, a wisp of the purple-blue flame mysteriously vanished into the void. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, amidst a mountain forest rich in spiritual energy, far denser than that of the eastern domain, lay a vast and imposing sect. Here, An overwhelming presence permeated the surroundings. In the four major domains, top-tier figures such as emperors and heavenly sovereigns occasionally appeared. Within a grand hall, perched upon a lofty peak, a seemingly youthful man suddenly opened his eyes. He expelled a mouthful of blood, his aura momentarily weakened and subdued. Damn it, who is this person? How can such a being exist in that realm? This individual was none other than the true form of the heavenly Spectre Lord. Having broken through to the semi-mortal realm a millennium ago, he had resolutely stepped out from the southern domain in search of greater power within the central domain. A fierce determination filled the eyes of the heavenly Spectre Lord as he felt a surging, searing sensation within him, a power that was consuming him from within. What extraordinary fireworks are these, capable of igniting with but a trace of the celestial soul lingering in the southern domain, even reaching to harm the essence of its own being? The heavenly ghost sovereign was filled with profound dread. How could such a perilous existence emerge from among the four great domains? Without a hint of negligence, he swiftly activated his semi-mortal powers to eradicate and dissipate this force. Xiao Ling of the Great Xia. The four domains are ultimately too small. You will inevitably arrive in the central domain. Should that day come, I shall ensure you face retribution. In the Great Xia Sacred Palace, after incinerating the trace of the heavenly ghost sovereign's celestial soul, Xiao Ling's mind began to wander into other contemplations. The central domain, a realm exponentially more formidable than the southeast, southwest, and northeast. Presently, the most potent beings in the four domains are merely at the emperor level. And it stands to reason that the ancient sacred powers residing there must encompass far more than just the emperor tier. Within the relatively impoverished resources of the four domains, those apex existences will undoubtedly choose to venture into the central domain, where the environment for cultivation is superior. With the Great Xia ascending to a sacred dynasty, after a period of stabilization, it will undoubtedly emerge as one of the most elite forces within that dynasty. Furthermore, records from the four domains of the Xianxia world indicate that the most formidable powers are merely at the sacred level, with no mention of the even mightier divine level forces. Only the central domain holds information regarding such entities. In his view, the power contained within the four domains of the Xianxia world likely only supports the existence of sacred level forces, though the specifics remain unclear. If the Great Xia wishes to advance further, it cannot linger in the eastern domain. It must step into the more potent central domain. As for those sacred level forces within the four domains, many may resemble the Wuling sacred land, which once had powerful beings venture into the central domain. After all, throughout the vast expanse of time in the Xianxia world, while the four domains are not as extensive and bountiful as the central domain, the semi-immortal tier is certainly not in short supply. The obliteration of the Wuling sacred land and the Yanlin sacred dynasty was a consequence of those two forces seeking trouble. He is not one to revel in bloodshed. Other forces in the Xianxia world oppose no threat to the Great Xia. Thus there is no necessity for the Great Xia to act against them. To act indiscriminately would undoubtedly erect enemies around the Great Xia, especially those powerful sacred level forces that have already entered the central domain. Random mission released. Proceed to the central domain and extend the influence of the Great Xia into that realm. Reward: Historical Political Power Package 1 at this moment. The system notification chimed. It appears that he is indeed bound for the central domain. He is filled with curiosity about this realm within the Xianxia world. Indeed, it is a realm that far surpasses the four cardinal domains, a convergence of the most formidable beings in the entire Xianxia world. Although fraught with greater peril, it equally offers abundant opportunities. It is improbable for him and the Great Xia to remain eternally within the eastern domain. Ultimately, they must venture into broader expanses for development. The historical regime package presented by the system was distinctly different from previous rewards. Previously, summoning was accomplished through cards representing characters or armies. But this time it manifested as a historical regime package. Could it be a collection of random figures from the annals of Chinese history? Xiao Ling was filled with curiosity. Yet he was unable to discern the contents of the historical regime package until the rewards were received. Consequently, Xiao Ling refrained from further contemplation. Even if he intended to proceed to the central domain, he needed to prepare adequately beforehand. To briefly establish a courtly power within the central domain, he must lead a formidable army of strong individuals. Simultaneously, a portion of his forces must remain stationed in the eastern domain. The Great Xia has already garnered considerable attention from numerous holy-level powers across the 4 cardinal domains. Thus, if he were to withdraw a substantial number of strong individuals, it would inevitably lead to troubles. He certainly did not wish for conflict in the front while his home was compromised in the rear. In a mere span of 5 years, such a brief period is inconsequential, even for holy-level powers, let alone imperial powers. However, the Great Xia Holy Dynasty has undergone immense transformations during this time. Periodically, waves of overwhelming energy emanate from the Great Xia Holy Dynasty. Surrounding the Holy Dynasty, countless powerful beings from various holy dynasties are ever watchful, covertly observing. The terrifying aura that occasionally escapes the Great Xia Holy Dynasty sends tremors through the nerves of these holy-level powers. Yet, when contemplating the formidable strength of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, they dare not make any rash movements. After all, the examples of the Wu Ling Holy Land and the Yanlin Holy Dynasty serve as a cautionary tale. As long as they do not provoke the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, the latter has shown no inclination to act aggressively. Within the Great Xia Sacred Palace, a magnificent edifice stands in the depths of the palace, surrounded by numerous vigilant guardians of the Great Xia. A tremendous force suddenly surged forth. Immediately, a golden radiance manifested within the palace, gradually revealing a majestic humanoid silhouette. Accompanying the emergence of this figure was an imperial aura that surveyed the realm with disdain, overwhelming the guardians stationed nearby. At that moment, all beings of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, no matter how distant, turned their gaze towards the direction of the Great Xia Sacred Palace. The resplendent golden apparition, suspended in the firmament, dazzled with an ethereal brilliance. With a creak, the heavy, closed doors of the palace gradually swung open. From within emerged a figure clad in a dragon robe, exuding an overwhelming aura of imperial authority. "Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty!" The assembled dignitaries bowed deeply, kneeling before him. "Rise," commanded Xiao Ling, gazing upon the eminent figures of the Great Xia. After a period of seclusion, he had successfully ascended to the realm of the semi-immortal, a significant enhancement of his prowess that would provide greater assurance in the fiercely competitive central region. He cast his gaze toward the distant horizon of the Xianxia world. The time was ripe. It was time to embark on his journey. Chapter 231. Have I become a father? All esteemed civil and military officials of the Great Xia hastened to the Holy Palace. With this decree from Xiao Ling, the officials of the Great Xia swiftly mobilized. In a short while, the vast assembly hall was filled with civil and military officers, all lined up in an orderly fashion. Under the prudent governance of the cabinet, the Great Xia could function normally even in the absence of its sovereign. Xiao Ling sat upon the high dragon throne, surveying the officials below. Over the past 5 years, the strength of the Great Xia had seen remarkable growth. Notably, the number of those at the emperor level had surpassed 20, while the count of those beyond the saint level was incalculable. Although the Great Xia had not expanded its territory in recent years, its steady development had significantly elevated its auspicious fortune. Empowered by the immense fortune of the Great Xia, even those civil officials like Zhang Juzheng, who were not adept in martial arts, had ascended to the saint level. "Your humble servant and the general pay their respects to your majesty." The officials bowed deeply in unison. "Rise," Xiao Ling gestured. "In just a few short years, the strength of our Great Xia has increased so significantly, and I am deeply gratified with the current might of the Great Xia. Even if he were to take half of the strong to the central region, the Holy Dynasty would remain a formidable presence among the 4 great domains, unmatched by any holy-level power, unless, of course, a formidable entity from the central region were to descend upon them. The current strength of the Great Xia was formidable, positioning it as a leading power among holy-level forces. Given such strength, it seemed prudent to Xiao Ling not to confine their ambitions solely to the eastern region. It was time to venture into broader territories. Listening to their sovereign's words, the civil and military officials below seemed to grasp the implications. His Majesty was preparing for something significant. The likes of Zhuge Liang and other officials turned their gazes toward Xiao Ling. While the emperor had not explicitly stated it, it was clear that the Great Xia had ascended to the status of a holy dynasty, capable of uncovering more profound truths. Beyond the 4 cardinal domains lies a realm that is both formidable and enigmatic, the central domain. The central domain, Xiao Ling spoke softly, is not merely an extension of the eastern domain or the other 3 realms. It is in fact a limitation for the current Great Xia sacred dynasty. Only by venturing beyond this familiar terrain and into the more powerful central domain can we truly advance further. With this determination, I shall judiciously allocate a series of military and political affairs of the sacred dynasty in the coming days, and when the time is ripe, I will lead a contingent of our people to the central domain. The ministers present expressed no dissent to Xiao Ling's words. However, the esteemed generals of the Great Xia, such as Lu Bu and Li Xiao, exhibited palpable excitement. The allure of the central domain was undeniable. It promised a realm rich with dazzling martial prowess, far more enticing than remaining in the eastern domain. Your Majesty, Zhang Jujing stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I have a matter of joy to announce on your behalf. Oh, what joyous news do you bring? Xiao Ling inquired, curiosity piqued. After 5 years of seclusion, what could have transpired in the sacred dynasty that would evoke such enthusiasm from Zhang Jujing? 2 years ago, the Empress Lin gave birth to a son. The Empress Lin? A son? Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback. Apart from Lin Ruer, who else could it be? The revelation struck him as strange. After all, he had been in seclusion for nearly 5 years. However, sensing a familiar youthful aura from the harem through his semi-divine consciousness, he realized that indeed, there was a presence closely connected to him. If he was not mistaken, this must be the offspring that Lin Ruer had borne him, in a realm of martial arts. Unlike the mundane world, the stronger the lineage, the slower the birth of its progeny. Legendary tales recount how Lady Ying carried Neza for 3 years and 6 months before his arrival. I am a father now. Excellent. Xiao Ling was overwhelmed with joy. Let this court session conclude. We shall adjourn. Amidst this unexpected delight, Xiao Ling was thoroughly exhilarated, promptly commanding the court to disperse. Long live your Majesty. The ministers bowed in reverence. Upon leaving the grand hall, Xiao Ling swiftly traversed the void to the harem. Following the trace of the aura, he found himself in a royal garden within the harem. Indeed, at not yet 2 years old, he is already agile and swift. This child surpasses his father by far. As Xiao Ling entered the garden, he was greeted by a familiar voice. Ahead, several figures gathered, with a small silhouette standing prominently among them, radiating warmth and joy. Xiao Ling stepped inside, and the surrounding guards and attendants, upon witnessing his arrival, instinctively dropped to their knees. However, they were promptly halted by Xiao Ling's voice. He continued to stride forward, soon arriving at the gathering of several figures. There stood the Supreme Emperor Xiao Tianwang, the Empress Murong Yin, and the imperial concubine Lin Ruer. As Xiao Ling drew near, Lin Ruer seemed to sense his presence and turned to meet his gaze. Your Majesty, I pay my respects, she began to bow. But Xiao Ling swiftly raised his hand to stop her. No need for formalities. This commotion also caught the attention of the Emperor and Empress. At last, you have chosen to grace us with your presence, remarked Xiao Tianhuang, casting a glance at Xiao Ling. The disturbances from within the palace had certainly alerted them, confirming that Xiao Ling had emerged from his seclusion. Father, mother, Xiao Ling addressed the esteemed couple, showing no signs of neglect despite his elevated status as the ruler of the sacred dynasty. The Empress Murong Yin smiled and nodded at Xiao Ling while glancing down at the small child she was holding. In that moment, countless eyes were drawn to the little one. Xiao Ling's perception confirmed a profound blood connection with this tiny figure, a feeling unmistakable. After 5 years of seclusion, he emerged to find such a delightful surprise. In his previous life, he had walked alone, never having experienced fatherhood. Yet in this life, he was blessed with such an opportunity. Xiao Ling took a few small steps forward, crouching down before the child. Initially, the little one appeared slightly frightened, retreating a step or two, but then unexpectedly approached Xiao Ling, seemingly unafraid. Chapter 232. Our Great Xia is now like an arrow on a string. It must be released. Although the child was small and tender, traces of resemblance to Xiao Ling were evident in the child's features. The little one took a few steps closer and exclaimed, Daddy. Hearing that soft, innocent voice filled Xiao Ling with immense joy. Why are you still standing there? Did you not hear the child calling for you? Xiao Tianwang could not help but interject. Despite Xiao Ling's position as the sovereign, he remained his father. Why are you scolding him? The Empress Murong Yin said softly. This is Xiao Ling's first time as a father. It is only natural for him to feel unaccustomed. When Yuan was born, you were not any different. At her words, Xiao Ling finally began to comprehend the situation. In a flurry, he reached out to grasp the little one before him and cradled the child in his arms. With a smile, he remarked, The utterance of Daddy truly softened Xiao Ling's heart. In that moment, he would willingly pluck the stars from the sky for this child. Bound by blood, Xiao Ling could feel the warm and affectionate connection emanating from the little one. Giggling, the child nestled against Xiao Ling, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. And his tiny mouth could not contain its joy. "Your Majesty, the child is yet to be named. I humbly request that you bestow a name upon him," spoke the imperial concubine Lin Rower, who stood nearby. "Bestow a name?" Xiao Ling was taken aback. It had been quite some time, yet the child had not been given a name. Hearing the child referred to as an clearly indicated it was a form of a nickname. As the firstborn of our Great Xia Dynasty, it was only fitting that the father, as the emperor, would name him. Xiao Tianwang interjected. Since the child's birth, Xiao Ling had been in seclusion, unwilling to be disturbed during such a critical time. Thus the matter of naming had been set aside. Having never had offspring before, the arrival of a royal heir in the vast Xia dynasty could not be taken lightly. Observing the scene, Xiao Ling pondered for a moment, calculating something in his mind. After a brief pause, he spoke. The little one was born during the Qin hour. Since his nickname is an In, let us name him Chun and Xiao Chunin. Upon hearing this name, those present nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing a name." Lin Rower smiled and bowed respectfully. Chunin. The name was indeed agreeable, and both Xiao Tianwang and his wife murmured it without any dissent. As he held Xiao, Chun, and in his arms, Xiao Ling appeared contemplative. As if lost in thought, after a few moments, he declared, "Let be known. I hereby issue a decree to the Sacred Palace Council. The Crown Prince Xiao Chun and is henceforth to be titled the Crown Prince of the Xia Dynasty. Furthermore, I elevate imperial concubine Lin Rower to the status of empress." The announcement of the Crown Prince stunned many. It seemed extraordinarily swift. Within such a short span, the emperor had already conferred the title of Crown Prince. This title signified the future successor of the Xia Dynasty, making the emperor's decision exceedingly clear. With the issuance of this imperial decree, the Xia Council quickly sprang into action. The position of Crown Prince was not simply a matter of words. It required numerous rituals and formalities to be addressed. "Your Majesty, this..." Imperial concubine Lin Rower was equally astonished. "Not merely has Xiao Cheng'an been conferred the title of Crown Prince, but I have also elevated myself to the status of Empress. I had previously intended to grant you this recognition, yet at that time, you vehemently opposed it. Now, with Rower bestowing upon me the Crown Prince, her merit is undeniably significant, pertaining to the very foundation of our Great Xia Holy Dynasty. Thus, the elevation to Empress is a natural progression. Could it be that my beloved consort wishes to refuse? As the sovereign of Great Xia, once my decree is uttered, it cannot be retracted, lest I face the persistent counsel of the court officials." Upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, Lin Rower knelt upon the ground, respectfully expressing, "This humble servant thanks Your Majesty for your profound grace." Lin Rower was acutely aware of Xiao Ling's intentions. Now that Xiao Cheng'an has been officially declared Crown Prince, it would be rather inappropriate for her to continue as the imperial noble consort, leaving the position of Empress vacant. The title of Empress signifies the mother of the nation. Even if for no other reason than her own, she must consider Xiao Cheng'an's future. As for all of this, the couple, Xiao Tianhuang and his wife, refrained from further comment. Xiao Ling is the ruler of Great Xia. His decisions are his own. As for Lin Rower's elevation to Empress, it is beyond dispute. Although she had been Xiao Ling's personal maid since childhood, they had always treated her as a goddaughter. They were well aware of her character, and thus her ascension to Empress was not unfitting. In this present day, Great Xia stands as a formidable holy dynasty, its power vast and overwhelming, rendering the notion of political marriage with secular kingdoms rather trivial. "From now on, you shall be called Cheng'an." Xiao Ling cradled Xiao Cheng'an, playfully pinching the cherubic cheeks of the little one. "Cheng'an, Cheng'an," the child murmured in a sweet, innocent voice, evidently pleased with his new name. Gazing upon such an adorable child, Xiao Ling wished to spend quality time with him. However, he had already resolved to embark on a journey to the central domain shortly. The central domain is vast and fraught with uncertainties, and it remains unknown when he would return to Great Xia or meet the child again. After a lively commotion, Xiao Ling informed Xiao Tianwang and the others of his impending departure to the central domain. "You truly are a restless spirit," Xiao Tianwang remarked with a touch of exasperation. "Once, Great Xia was merely a dynasty. Now it has ascended to an imperial stature, even becoming the Holy Dynasty. There's no need to impose such pressure upon yourself. Observing how Xiao Ling had elevated Great Xia to its current heights, Xiao Tianhuang felt immense satisfaction. His discerning eye in selecting an heir was unparalleled among the ancestors of Great Xia. Beside him, Murong Yin shared in the sentiment. For which mother does not cherish her own child? However, in this situation, as merely a member of the harem, one cannot interfere with much. Xiao Ling shook his head and remarked, "Our Great Xia is presently in a state of readiness, compelled to act." Chapter 233, The Black Abyss Forest. Compelled to act? Xiao Ling continued, although our Great Xia has now ascended to the status of a sacred dynasty. Its strength surpasses that of the sacred lands in the four domains by a considerable margin. However, stagnation equates to regression. Moreover, our rapid ascension has left us lacking in foundational strength. The various sacred level powers of the Xintian realm have endured the test of time, with countless formidable beings having already entered the more formidable central domain. If our Great Xia were to remain reclusive in the eastern domain, it would likely find it challenging to achieve greater accomplishments in the future. Listening to Xiao Ling's words, those present, including Xiao Tianhuang, fell into contemplative silence. His assertions were not without merit. The martial world operates in such a manner that the Great Xia's current standing inevitably attracts the scrutiny of numerous factions. If one were to draw a comparison, the present-day Great Xia resembles a newly affluent individual, necessitated to seize the momentum and relentlessly pursue development, thereby augmenting its own strength and foundational resources. After all, the formidable adversaries facing the Great Xia are no longer those of the past, but rather beings of even greater prowess, akin to the semi-immortal progenitor of the Wuling sacred dynasty. The eastern domain is far too constricted. It is only by venturing into the more powerful central domain that one can acquire additional martial resources, thereby enabling a more rapid enhancement of strength. Be cautious. My fifth brother, Xiao Tianhuang, said as he turned to Xiao Ling. With the support of the Great Xia's auspicious power, their strength had already ascended to the realm of saints. Yet when confronted with the more established martial presence of the central domain, their capabilities would offer little assistance. Providing silent support would be the most effective aid. Indeed, Xiao Ling nodded slightly. He glanced at the little one, Xiao Chunin, feeling a twinge of reluctance, yet recognizing the necessity of the situation. Once he arranged matters concerning the Great Xia sacred dynasty, he would have to proceed to the central domain expeditiously. Only by expanding the Great Xia's influence into the central domain could he obtain the historical power amalgamation package. He was filled with curiosity regarding this power amalgamation package. Yet he had an instinct that it would undoubtedly bring him immense surprise. Days later, Xiao Ling had meticulously arranged all matters prior to his departure. Additionally, he selected the personnel required to accompany him to the central domain. Li Tsunxiao, the 5 Tiger Generals, Yu Fei, Yang Zhaixing, Dianwei, Gainye, Guijia. Aside from these formidable figures, he would also bring along a full contingent of 100,000 elite troops. Compared to his original plan for the formidable army, the number of those accompanying him to the central domain was evidently somewhat diminished. In order to prevent the emergence of formidable adversaries within the Great Xia sacred dynasty after his departure, Xiao Ling deliberately retained the likes of Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu. Once affairs in the central domain are settled, the formidable forces of the Great Xia sacred dynasty will undoubtedly converge in successive waves towards the burgeoning power established in that region. Within the vast expanse of the Great Xia sacred palace, the civil and military officials gathered on either side of the Grand Square, while Li Tsunxiao and other generals, poised to embark on their expedition to the central domain, took center stage. Xiao Ling stood at the heart of the Grand Hall, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, lingering upon the 20 or so prominent figures of the Great Xia. The elite force of 1 million, meticulously chosen by Xiao Ling from the multitude, had been securely placed within the system's spatial realm. Since the elevation of the Great Xia to a sacred dynasty, the system S-space has undergone significant transformation. Previously, it could only accommodate rewards dispensed by the system and lifeless objects, but now it has been expanded into a vast, self-contained domain capable of harboring living beings as well. The 1 million elite troops of the Great Xia have been entirely situated within this new space. My departure shall necessitate that all matters within the sacred dynasty be deliberated collaboratively by the cabinet, with the participation of the esteemed Taishang Huang, Xiao Tianhuang, and Prince Qi, Xiao Yuan, along with other royal relatives and governance. Your command shall be obeyed. With this decree, the cabinet ministers, and Prince Qi Xiao Yuan, along with other royal kin, bowed in concordance. The current composition of the Great Xia cabinet is remarkably formidable, featuring political luminaries such as Zhuge Liang and Zhang Jujing, ensuring that no significant issues will arise. The inclusion of Prince Qi Xiao Yuan and his fellow royal relatives in the management of the Sacred Dynasty is a decision reached after careful consideration. Xiao Ling is resolute in ensuring that his elder brothers will not suffer any injustice. Though currently residing within the Sacred Palace, they will inevitably be appointed as sovereigns over their respective domains in the future. Familiarizing themselves with the affairs of the Sacred Dynasty now serves as a means of cultivating their abilities. It is essential to recognize that the Great Xia is now a sacred dynasty. Its vast territories far exceed those of the previous imperial era, and managing such an expanse is no trivial undertaking. After a brief pause, Xiao Ling observed that the time had come. Let's depart. He pointed towards the heavens, and a void materialized in response. At this command, Li Xiao and the other formidable figures sprang into action. As they stepped into the black hole, Xiao Ling turned to glance back at the Great Xia sacred palace below, uncertain of when he would return. His gaze finally settled on Lin Rower and the child Xiao Chun nestled in her arms. Father, father. Upon that youthful visage, an unrestrained smile suddenly emerged. This little one warmed Xiao Ling's heart. When he returns to the Great Xia next time, the child will undoubtedly have matured. Without further delay, he strode boldly into the black hole, vanishing from sight. The remaining powers of Great Xia followed suit. Moments later, they too entered the black hole alongside Xiao Ling. And once again, the entire Great Xia sacred palace returned to tranquility. At the edge of an endless forest, a fissure in the void suddenly appeared in the previously serene sky. It was Xiao Ling and his subordinates, including Li Xiao. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the border of the Dark Abyss Forest in the eastern region. At Xiao Ling's side, Guijia gazed toward the vast, boundless expanse of the forest. The Dark Abyss Forest serves as a barrier between the central region and the four great regions. To reach the central region, one must traverse this enigmatic forest. It is said that countless formidable creatures reside within, where even beings of the Emperor realm face perilous odds. Xiao Ling regarded the Dark Abyss Forest with vigilance, remarking on its mysterious nature. Chapter 234. Venturing into the Dark Abyss Forest to render aid. Observing the surroundings of the Dark Abyss Forest, it was evident that numerous martial artists from the eastern region were traversing its depths. This forest not only separates the four major regions from the central region, but also harbors many spiritual treasures and resources. Many beings from the four regions had infiltrated it for exploration. Undoubtedly, there were also some exceptionally powerful martial artists from these regions seeking passage through the Dark Abyss Forest to the rumored stronger central region. Xiao Ling remained indifferent to this. His consciousness delved into the Dark Abyss Forest, yet it was challenging to perceive much within. The range of his perception was exceedingly limited, as if obstructed by some unseen force. Jingxi, do you have any insights? Xiao Ling first turned his gaze toward Li Xiao. As a being of the 8th rank in the semi-divine realm, his strength and perceptiveness were undoubtedly formidable. Li Xiao also extended a thread of divine thought into the Dark Abyss Forest. After a brief wait, he shook his head helplessly. Your Majesty, my consciousness can only sense a distance of 10,000 zhang within the Dark Abyss Forest. Probing deeper proves impossible. A remarkably powerful force obstructs it, preventing my consciousness from penetrating further. A force? Xiao Ling mused. Given that Li Xiao was a being of the 8th rank in the semi-divine realm, what kind of power could hinder him? Was it above the semi-divine realm? At present, given the state of the Great Xia sacred dynasty, he could only perceive that anything beyond the Emperor realm was indeed the semi-divine realm. Could it be that within the depths of this black abyss forest, there exists the presence of immortals, true masters of celestial realms? Nonetheless, ruminating on such thoughts now would be futile. Xiao Ling turned to Guijia beside him and inquired, Feng Xiao, with your prowess as a sorcerer, might you be able to construct a teleportation passage? The party had little understanding of the circumstances within the Black Abyss Forest. Their traversal through it amounted to mere aimless wandering in search of answers. In such an expansive territory, relying solely on their own efforts would undoubtedly consume an inordinate amount of time. Should they succeed in establishing a teleportation array, it would alleviate many of their burdens. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, Guo Jia shook his head, his expression tinged with helplessness. Your Majesty, I fear my perception may be inferior to yours and General Lee's. The Black Abyss Forest is rife with countless peculiar forces that envelop it. Even if a teleportation passage could be constructed, accurately determining its position would remain elusive. At present, Guojia had also ascended to the level of a great emperor, and his abilities as a great emperor sorcerer were beyond question. However, from his perspective, given the difficulty of establishing a teleportation array in the Black Abyss Forest, they were likely not far from being lost. The inability to pinpoint an accurate location would only lead to greater chaos should they attempt to enter through a teleportation array. It was likely that they would become hopelessly lost within. Xiao Ling surveyed the expanse of the Black Abyss Forest, and after a moment of contemplation, made a decision. They would venture deeper into the forest, ultimately aiming to traverse it. Throughout the extensive history of the four realms in the Xintian world, many powerful beings had successfully crossed the Black Abyss Forest to embark on adventures in the Central Domain. However, the records merely noted journeys into the Black Abyss Forest, with no accounts of returns from the Central Domain. He had once hoped to seek answers from a fragment of the celestial soul of the heavenly spirit lord of the Wuling sacred ground. Unfortunately, that fragment of the celestial soul existed in a one-sided, independent state from its original form. The celestial soul had traversed the Black Abyss Forest to reach the Central Domain and had garnered no insights regarding the journey through the forest itself. Nevertheless, since beings from the four realms had successfully crossed the Black Abyss Forest to reach the Central Domain, they could follow in their footsteps. Let us proceed, Xiao Ling beckoned, and the group stepped into the Black Abyss Forest, leaving behind a multitude of luminous trails. Shortly after delving into the forest, Xiao Ling and his companions halted. They turned their senses towards the rear. There was no longer any awareness of the four realms. The surroundings were entirely enveloped by an enigmatic force. By their current pace, they had already ventured tens of thousands of miles into the forest, far removed from the eastern domain. Xiao Ling assessed the situation of the group. All present were of great emperor strength, and their speed was a testament to their prowess. Simultaneously, they could perceive the vastness of the Black Abyss Forest. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from a distance. The group, alerted by the noise, hurried towards it. Hundreds of miles away, a gathering of 10 or more mystical beasts resembling a hybrid of tigers and wolves could be seen. These peculiar creatures not only possessed strange appearances, but also exhibited exceptional strength. They were at the Saint Realm, corresponding to the level of human saints. Such Saint Realm beasts were exceedingly rare across the four domains. Yet here in the Black Abyss Forest, more than 10 had suddenly appeared. These extraordinary beasts formed a surrounding circle, within which stood a figure, a middle-aged man, exuding the aura of a saint. Despite being encircled by these bizarre beasts, he struggled valiantly to fend them off. However, his condition revealed that he was barely holding his ground against the relentless assault, his body marred with countless wounds. If this continued, his fate would inevitably lead to demise. At that moment, Xiao Ling acted decisively. A colossal hand manifested in the heavens, reaching down towards the encircled mystical beasts. With a resounding impact, the force of the giant hand left no room for resistance. The beasts self-destructed one by one. The middle-aged man, trapped in their midst, wore an expression of astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a force pulled him away. Suddenly, 2 or 3 dozen figures appeared before him. Upon recognizing these individuals, the saintly man's face lit up with excitement. Thank you all for your timely assistance. With the recent destruction of the 10 or more Saint Realm mystical beasts, he undoubtedly felt he had escaped a grave peril. Not all. It was merely a matter of convenience, Xiao Ling replied, seemingly indifferent. Since he had encountered this situation in the Black Abyss Forest, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Upon hearing Xiao Ling speak, the middle-aged saint displayed an expression of surprise. After scrutinizing him carefully, he exclaimed, "You must be Emperor Xiao Ling." Suddenly recognized, Xiao Ling felt a hint of astonishment himself. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. The Great Xia Dynasty had stirred quite a commotion across the four domains, making his identity well known among martial artists. I am indeed, Xiao Ling nodded. Splendid. The middle-aged saint was overjoyed upon confirming Xiao Ling's identity. I am Yang Guangxing from the Tahi Sacred Sect of the Northern Domain. I am deeply grateful for the life-saving assistance you have provided. The Tahi Sacred Sect of the Northern Domain? Xiao Ling recalled having some knowledge of this faction. Are you also heading towards the Central Domain? Xiao Ling inquired, glancing at him. Despite the treasures and opportunities that the Black Abyss Forest held, which attracted many beings from the four domains, most explorations were typically conducted from the forest periphery. This place is situated hundreds of thousands of miles away from the four great domains, and even a being of the Saint Realm would find it exceedingly rare to venture such a distance. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's inquiry, Yang Guangxing nodded and replied, "Indeed, I'm also bound for the central domain. With the formidable prowess of an 8th-tier saint and journeying alone to the central domain, your audacity is quite impressive." An 8th-tier saint is considered a pinnacle existence within the four great domains. However, to Xiao Ling, it is merely average. Moreover, heading towards perilous territories such as the abyssal forest presents dangers aplenty, and it would be hazardous even for an Emperor Realm expert. Regrettably, I have a beloved in the sacred land who fell victim to a deadly poison while exploring a secret realm, and their vitality diminishes with each passing moment. I have scoured the four great domains in search of a remedy, but to no avail. However, I fortuitously discovered clues within an ancient tome indicating that there exists a wondrous item in the central domain capable of expelling the poison. Thus, I am crossing the abyssal forest in hopes of reaching the central domain. Listening to Yang Guangxing, Xiao Ling sensed no hint of deception in his demeanor. The depth of his affection, as evidenced by his willingness to traverse the abyssal forest in search of a cure for his beloved, spoke volumes of his character. Nevertheless, Xiao Ling felt no compulsion to offer assistance or sympathy. Casting a glance at Yang Guangxing, he continued, "Are you familiar with the abyssal forest? Or do you possess a method to traverse it successfully to reach the central domain?" Considering that he dared to traverse the abyssal forest alone, it was plausible that he possessed some special means or had acquired substantial knowledge about the forest. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's question, Yang Guangxing responded, "Yes, I do have some information, though I cannot guarantee it with absolute certainty. In my quest to reach the central domain, I have perused countless tomes within the four great domains, which contain various descriptions of the abyssal forest. It is said that millions of years ago, there was no abyssal forest between the four great domains and the central domain. Rather, a significant event led to the current state of affairs. Within the abyssal forest exists a certain restrictive force, making it exceedingly difficult for martial artists to discern their direction. It is even possible to wander for thousands of years without finding a way out. However, there is a type of meteorite from beyond the stars found within the four great domains, believed to have originated from the central domain and fallen here due to some upheaval millions of years ago. If one were to fashion a compass from this celestial meteorite, it could guide the way towards the central domain." As he spoke, Yang Guangxing produced a simple black grinding disc from his possession. At the base of the disc lay a crimson-hued stone, which was presumably the meteorite he had mentioned. Upon it rested a floating pointer, its position unwaveringly directed towards a specific orientation. Glancing at it, Xiao Ling discerned that the creation of this pointer was not particularly challenging. Even an ordinary sorcerer could successfully craft one. Turning his gaze towards Yang Guangxing, the latter promptly stated to be on the safe side, "I have indeed produced several of these. If the Summer Emperor requires it, feel free to take one." "Thank you," Xiao Ling responded without the slightest hesitation, immediately accepting the rudimentary grinding plate from his hands. Upon grasping the object, he could distinctly sense a subtle warmth emanating from it, as the crimson meteorite intermittently released an indescribable energy. It was this very energy that restrained the above pointer, compelling it to point resolutely towards a certain direction. After attempting to shift it a few times, the pointer on the grinding plate followed Xiao Ling's movements accordingly. With this artifact in hand, many troublesome matters could be circumvented. Xiao Ling felt a surge of joy within him. Being amidst the black abyss forest, he and his companions were akin to headless flies, aimlessly searching for a way out. However, with the grinding plate crafted by Yang Guangxing, they could accurately and efficiently seek out their intended path, thus hastening their journey to the central domain. "Summer Emperor, may I accompany you to the central domain?" he inquired. The black abyss forest was teeming with formidable spiritual beasts of saintly rank and above. Even those at the Emperor level could not claim absolute safety. Yang Guangxing regarded Xiao Ling, his eyes brimming with hope. Observing the formidable entourage of over a dozen individuals following Xiao Ling, Yang Guangxing noted their extraordinary auras, rivaling even his own 8th-tier saintly power. The sheer presence of such a group was daunting. If he could join them, the likelihood of navigating through the black abyss forest and encountering those powerful spiritual beasts would be less daunting, thereby increasing the odds of successfully entering the central domain. Upon hearing the request, Xiao Ling replied straightforwardly, "Of course." After all, they were also bound for the central domain, so taking Yang Guangxing along would pose no issue. Thank you, Summer Emperor. Yang Guangxing was visibly elated upon receiving Xiao Ling's affirmation. Xiao Ling cast a glance at the rudimentary grinding plate in his hand. Overall, it seemed satisfactory, though he noted that the pointer exhibited a slight tremor. In the vastness of the black abyss forest, even minor fluctuations could lead to considerable deviations in direction. Feng Xiao, can you address this? Xiao Ling passed the grinding plate to the side to Guijia. It's not a significant issue, Guijia nodded. The grinding plate bore the aura of a sorcerer, clearly crafted by sorcerer's hands. After receiving the plate, Guijia scanned it briefly, and a faint golden glow of sorcerer's power began to flow towards the plate. A sorcerer of the emperor level, Yang Guangxing, standing nearby, gazed at Guijia with a sense of astonishment. The power of a saint-level sorcerer is denoted by purple light, while that of an emperor-level sorcerer is characterized by a golden hue. Within the 4 great domains of Xianxia, particularly among the saint-level factions, there exists a considerable number of sorcerers. However, the strongest among them are merely a handful of those at the sovereign and emperor levels. Although the Taihe sacred sect boasts a sorcerer of the saint level, he is merely a novice in that realm, and it is from his hands that Guijia received his grinding disc. The rise of the Daxia in such a short span has been nothing short of legendary. Not only does it possess a multitude of formidable beings, but even emperor-level sorcerers are present. Under the empowering influence of Guijia's emperor-level sorcerer strength, the previously trembling, simple grinding disc began to stabilize. In a brief moment, all signs of tremor vanished entirely. With the cessation of its quivering, the directional function of the grinding disc became increasingly steadfast. Taking the grinding disc from Guijia, they observed the direction indicated by the needle. Let's proceed. In an instant, the group departed with resolute determination. As they traversed the black abyss forest, they encountered numerous spirit beasts along the way. Not only were there saint-level spirit beasts, but even a few at the emperor level. However, in the presence of Xiao Ling and his formidable entourage, these creatures posed no threat whatsoever. Under the overwhelming strength of the Daxia forces, any spirit beast that dared to attack was swiftly vanquished. From day to night, the group journeyed a considerable distance, yet they remained ensconced within the depths of the black abyss forest. With a thunderous roar, several emperor-level spirit beasts were obliterated by overwhelming force. Xiao Ling paused, scrutinizing the simple grinding disc in his hand, then gazed toward the direction indicated by the needle. The black abyss forest was indeed vast, and far more formidable than anticipated. At their current pace, they could easily traverse the 4 great domains multiple times. Yet they lingered still within the confines of the forest. As they ventured deeper, the strength of the encountered spirit beasts escalated significantly. Initially dominated by saint-level creatures, the forest now teemed with those at the emperor level. Should chaos erupt within the black abyss forest, and its spirit beasts surge into the 4 great domains, it would likely result in unimaginable devastation and suffering. The black abyss forest proved to be far more expansive and perilous than recorded in ancient texts. Yang Guangxing of the Taihe sacred sect marveled at this reality. Even with the guiding grinding disc crafted from starfallen ore, traversing such a profound distance amidst the powerful spirit beasts of the black abyss forest would be exceedingly challenging. They were fortunate to have Xiao Ling and his companions by their side on this journey. A group of individuals did not linger any longer, but swiftly continued to follow the direction indicated by the pointer. Time passed once more as Xiao Ling and the others continued their journey. However, they became increasingly aware of the situation regarding the spirit beasts they had exterminated along the way. It appeared that they were nearing the central domain. Xiao Ling's gaze swept the surroundings as he spoke. Are we almost there? Upon hearing their sovereign's words, many present felt a tinge of curiosity. Previously, the spirit beasts encountered were predominantly of emperor-level strength. Yet now they were faced with a succession of sage-level spirit beasts. If my assumptions are correct, we have already traversed the central region of the Black Abyss Forest and are gradually approaching the location of the central domain. With Xiao Ling's words, the gathered experts quickly grasped the situation. Thus, there seemed to be no significant issues at hand. As the crowd engaged in discussion, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from the distance, rapidly approaching. In the next moment, over 20 figures appeared before Xiao Ling and his companions, effectively surrounding them. Seeing the sudden appearance of these figures, Xiao Ling felt a profound curiosity. This group was clad in peculiar attire, a veritable array of oddities. Notably, the leader, A one-eyed individual was blindfolded with black cloth. This one-eyed man possessed a strength at the second tier of the Emperor realm, while the remaining 20 or so were at the level of celestial and sage realms. Judging by their appearance, one could surmise some aspects of their identities. Everyone, hand over your valuables, or do not blame me for being impolite. They were robbers. How amusing it was to encounter such brigands in the black abyss forest. Observing the situation, the gathered individuals showed no sign of concern. The sight left the group of robbers quite astonished. The one-eyed bandit snorted dismissively. Stop with the nonsense. If you do not leave behind something of value today, you shall not leave here unscathed. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended, suppressing all around. Bang! Countless robbers had no chance to react and were instantly annihilated into a mist of blood by an inexplicable force. Only the one-eyed bandit leader remained alive at the scene. This sudden turn of events caused him to tremble. As he felt the oppressive aura surrounding him, he was momentarily gripped by a sense of impending doom. These seemingly ordinary martial artists had suddenly transformed, exuding a terrifying presence. In the face of such overwhelming power, he, an Emperor Realm second tier, felt utterly insignificant. With a clap, the leader dropped his weapon and immediately knelt before them. Grandfathers, esteemed sirs, please spare my life. Clearly, he had hit a steel plate. The individual before him was simply beyond his capacity to contend with. You are remarkably straightforward. Just moments ago, he was brimming with bravado. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to kneeling and begging for mercy. Xiao Ling stepped forward, his expression tranquil as he addressed the man. I shall ask, and you shall answer. Should you utter falsehoods, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. Sir, the man replied hastily, no. I assure you, I would not dare to speak a single lie. Xiao Ling continued, you hail from the central region, do you not? The one-eyed bandit leader nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, I am from the central region. How far is this place from the central region? The bandit pointed in a direction, stating, if you proceed in that direction for about 10,000 miles, you will emerge from the dark abyss forest and reach the central region. Indeed, after traversing the dark abyss forest for such a considerable time, they were on the verge of reaching the central region. Now, divulge to us everything you know regarding the powers within the central region. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's command, the one-eyed bandit's expression turned tense, and he dared not hesitate. Immediately, he began, the central region is vast, divided into 19 states, each brimming with countless forces. However, the most formidable among them are the 8 sects and 4 dynasties, which constitute the 12 paramount powers. Through the bandit's words, the distribution of power within the central region became evident. Esteemed sirs, he pleaded, I have disclosed all that I know. I implore you to spare my life. Despite his desperate pleas, a surge of power descended, instantly extinguishing his life. To burn, kill, and plunder, such a menace could not be allowed to remain. Xiao Ling, having no mercy for such a nefarious villain, acted without hesitation. Chapter 237. The 4 Great Regions and the Central Region, an innate disadvantage. 19 states, 8 sects, and 4 dynasties. Although newly arrived in the Central Region, it was evident from the bandit leader's discourse that this realm was far more prosperous than the 4 major regions of East, West, South, and North, where they hailed from. Particularly notable were the 8 sects and 4 dynasties. From what he gathered, these 12 powers possessed immense strength, standing as the absolute elite in the entire Central Region. While there were countless other forces within the Central Region, they paled in comparison. The 8 sects are the 10,000 Sword Sect, Ghost Shadow Sect, Starry Sky Sect, Void Gate, 10,000 Buddhist Sect, 100 Flowers Valley, Limitless Sect, and the Carefree Sect. The 4 dynasties are the Purple Sky Divine Dynasty, Wind and Cloud Divine Dynasty, Illusory Sea Divine Dynasty, and the Heavenly Sun Divine Dynasty. No matter how formidable the powers of the Central Region may be, our Great Xia shall undoubtedly rise amidst the turbulence. Rather than feeling any pressure from the dazzling martial prowess of the Central Region, Xiao Ling felt an overwhelming surge of battle intent within his heart. Subsequently, following the direction indicated by the one-eyed bandit leader, the group soon encountered an increasing number of martial practitioners, presumably seeking to explore and gather resources within the Dark Abyss Forest. Xiao Ling and his entourage, comprising nearly 20 individuals, emerged from the depths of the Black Abyss Forest. Their extraordinary aura naturally captured the attention of countless martial artists from the central domain who were exploring and honing their skills within the forest. However, the vastness of the central domain, teeming with powerful factions, meant that their presence elicited merely a fleeting glance from the onlookers. The formidable energy radiating from Xiao Ling and his companions deterred the more impulsive warriors from taking any reckless actions. Thank you, Emperor Xia, for your guidance along the way. Upon entering the central domain, Yang Guangxing of the Taihe sacred sect came to a halt to bid farewell to Xiao Ling. It was clear that he could not continue to accompany Xiao Ling indefinitely now that they had reached the central domain. Very well, Xiao Ling replied, nodding in acknowledgement. As fellow travelers from the 4 great domains, feel free to reach out should you require assistance within the central domain. Despite Yang Guangxing's average strength, his audacity to venture into the Black Abyss forest with a partner demonstrated commendable courage, leaving a favorable impression on Xiao Ling. He would not hesitate to lend a helping hand if the opportunity arose. Thank you, Emperor Xia. Farewell. Yang Guangxing clasped his fists in a respectful gesture towards Xiao Ling before swiftly departing. He silently noted the offer of assistance. However, in the vast expanse of the central domain, maintaining contact after their parting would prove to be a challenge. Should the need for help arise, reaching out could be quite difficult. Watching Yang Guangxing's retreating figure, Xiao Ling paused to reflect. Having chosen to traverse the Black Abyss forest to arrive in this more resplendent and powerful central domain, he undoubtedly had his own objectives. Now that he had arrived, he too must take action. Let us first visit a nearby city to gather information, he declared. Upon arriving in the central domain, he was determined to establish the influence of the Great Xia and to expedite the acquisition of rewards from the system. However, establishing a faction was no trivial endeavor. It was imperative to understand the distribution of power in the current region to identify a more suitable locale for their establishment. As they journeyed, the group soon reached a city in close proximity to the Black Abyss forest, paying a requisite amount of crystal stones for entry. True to its reputation, this city in the central domain far surpassed those in the 4 great domains in terms of strength. The central domain served as the heart of the entire Xintian world, teeming with a richness of spiritual energy unmatched by the 4 great domains, and the quality of martial artists therein was significantly higher. Under equivalent conditions, the achievements of beings from the 4 great domains would not necessarily pale in comparison to those from the central domain. In both the mundane and martial worlds, absolute fairness is a myth. Sometimes, an inherent disadvantage predetermines outcomes. As they traversed the city, the members of Great Xia marveled at their surroundings. Overcome by a sense of awe, merely an unassuming city within the central domain, it harbors a subtle aura of the celestial sovereign, alongside a considerable presence of both emperor and king realms. Deep within the city, there lingers the essence of an ancient sage. To speak candidly, the power of this city, if compared to the 4 major realms, surpasses that of most imperial forces by a significant margin. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as a crowd of individuals traversed the streets. The throngs of people stirred, rushing toward the distance. Before long, a procession of armored cavalry swiftly approached from afar. These warriors rode upon beasts resembling war horses, led by a commander of the sovereign realm, flanked by several others of the king realm. They charged recklessly, showing utter disdain for the martial beings within the city. Crack! The armored cavalry wielded long whips, mercilessly striking anyone who dared obstruct their path. You lowly peasants, hurry and clear the way. Their words reflected a complete lack of regard for the martial spirits residing within the city. In an instant, this imposing group drew dangerously close to where Xiao Ling and his companions stood. Get out of the way! A whip lashed out towards Xiao Ling and his companions. Seeking death, a terrifying force instantly enveloped the cavalry, rendering them immobile. In a fleeting moment, a cacophony erupted, and a crimson mist exploded forth. The once arrogant cavalry transformed into mere clouds of blood, leaving only their warhorse-like beasts standing amidst the chaos. This unexpected turn of events left all present in shock. Following a brief silence, the crowd scattered in panic. Xiao Ling and his companions did not linger, joining the throng in their hasty retreat. At the heart of the city, within a cluster of palatial structures, an elderly sage, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. What an overwhelming aura! Could it be that a formidable power has descended upon our city? This elder, a sage in his own right and the lord of the city, had perceived the earlier commotion with clarity. Yet, despite recognizing the disturbance, he remained unmoved. In a realm teeming with powerful beings, his nascent sage status was hardly noteworthy. His consciousness swept across the surroundings, eventually catching a glimpse of something significant. A rift in the fabric of space appeared before him, and he stepped through, vanishing from sight. Chapter 238. The Western Wilderness. Within the city, in an elegant private chamber, the prominent figures of the Great Xia were scattered around, while Xiao Ling leisurely savored tea and wine within the pavilion. Shortly thereafter, in this seemingly tranquil expanse, a void fissure unexpectedly manifested. The moment this disturbance occurred, it immediately captured the attention of the powerful entities of the Great Xia. However, as the sovereign had yet to voice any directives, they remained poised in place. Under the scrutiny of these formidable figures, an elder gradually emerged from the depths. This individual was none other than the city lord who had been secluded within the palace of the city. Esteemed guests of Xianxia City, I, Li Shutai, have come to pay my respects. The sudden arrival of a mighty presence within the city, one that they could not dare provoke, naturally instilled a sense of urgency and caution. Sensing the formidable energies of those present, he realized that each of them far surpassed him in strength. As a nascent sage, he felt utterly insignificant in their midst. Xiao Ling, observing the newcomer, was not particularly surprised. Upon entering the city, he had already sensed the existence of a sage deep within, the very individual now before him. It was evident that this elder had sensed the earlier conflict involving his subordinates and the arrogant soldiers within the city. Come forth, Xiao Ling beckoned. The city lord of Xianxia turned his gaze toward Xiao Ling, perceiving an enigmatic aura emanating from him, and noticed the multitude of strong individuals surrounding him, all clearly venerating him, a clear indication of his extraordinary status. The city lord dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence and promptly approached the round table where Xiao Ling was seated. Please, take a seat, Xiao Ling offered. I cannot presume to do so. I shall remain standing, the city lord replied, unwilling to show any lack of respect. Despite his uncertainty regarding the identities of Xiao Ling and his companions, the presence of so many powerful figures left him no choice but to exercise utmost caution. In such circumstances, even sitting would feel akin to sitting on a bed of needles. Standing was decidedly more comfortable. Noticing the city lord's demeanor, Xiao Ling refrained from pressing further. You need not be overly concerned. We have merely chanced upon your city today. Since you are here, I would like to inquire about certain matters. Initially, Xiao Ling had contemplated sending a few individuals to gather intelligence on the current power dynamics of the region. However, with the city lord's voluntary approach, it was far more convenient to seek information directly from him. Please, esteemed sir, inquire as you wish. I shall share all that I know, the city lord responded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had been apprehensive about potential threats posed by some reckless individuals in the city, but the group before him did not seem to embody the peril he had imagined. Xiao Ling then spoke, please enlighten me regarding the situation in this region, the various powers present and their respective strengths, and so forth. Understood. In response to Xiao Ling's inquiry, the lord of Xianxia City paused for a moment. He perceived that this young master was deliberately toying with him, with such a formidable entourage by his side. It was evident that his status was extraordinary. How could he be unaware of the circumstances surrounding him upon arriving in this place? However, despite this contemplation, the lord refrained from expressing any reservations and proceeded to relay the various situations in the vicinity as per Xiao Ling's request. Esteemed young master, this region is known as the Western Wasteland of the 19th continent. It is a domain teeming with myriad forces, among which the most powerful is undoubtedly the Taishu sect, one of the 8 sects of the central domain and among its most formidable powers. The mention of the Western Wasteland and the Taishu sect struck a chord with Xiao Ling, as he had previously learned of them from the one-eyed bandit in the Heiyuan forest. The strength of the Taishu sect, as one of the 4 dynasties and 8 sects, was beyond question. Having just arrived in the central domain, although establishing the Great Xia was paramount, it would be prudent to avoid provoking the most elite forces of the region. Xiao Ling regarded the lord of Xianxia and urged, please continue, aside from the Taishu sect. What other forces exist? Without a hint of negligence, the lord of Xianxia elaborated, in addition to the Taishu sect, there are also formidable entities such as the Qingdao sect, the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, the Xian sect, and the Haoyue Holy Sect. As the lord detailed the distribution of forces within the Western Wasteland, Xiao Ling couldn't help but admire the vastness of the central domain. With a total of 18 continents, the sheer number of powerful factions within just one region was staggering. If all the forces across the 18 continents were to be combined, the scale would be monumental, likely rivaling, if not surpassing, the combined might of the 4 major domains of the East, West, South, and north. Young master, this is a map of the Western Wasteland, which delineates the distribution of the major factions within it. The information contained within is undoubtedly clearer than what I have conveyed. As he spoke, the Lord of Xianxia produced a finely crafted scroll. Upon unfurling it, a surge of magical energy emanated, coalescing into a detailed terrain map hovering above the scroll. Xiao Ling gazed at the manifestation from the scroll, his interest piqued. This exquisite map indeed encapsulated all pertinent information regarding the Western Wasteland, and when combined with the overall strength of the factions previously described, it would greatly facilitate his understanding of the current situation and the development of the Great Xia. You have done well. I accept this scroll. Xiao Ling, with no reservations, appropriated the scroll, observing Xiao Ling take the scroll without hesitation. The Lord of Xianxia displayed no signs of regret. The parchment was meticulously crafted by the hands of a sorcerer, valuable to an ordinary martial artist in the central domain. However, for one of his stature, a sovereign of a city, it held little significance, easily replaceable should he desire another. His primary concern was ensuring the satisfaction of the young master before him, which rendered the effort worthwhile. Young master, do you have any inquiry for this old man? Inquired the Lord of Xianxia. Xiao Ling pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing more for me. You may take your leave. His intent was merely to glean information about the region from the other party, and now that he had acquired it, the presence of a lord was of no further use. Then, young master, I shall take my leave and not impose further, said the Lord of Xianxia, preparing to depart. Wait. Just as the Lord was about to leave, Xiao Ling suddenly called out to him. This unexpected summons startled the Lord, who feared that Xiao Ling might change his mind about letting him go. Young master, you, the Lord of Xianxia turned back. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Ling flicking his finger, sending an object soaring towards him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it. Upon grasping it, he found a crimson golden pill, exuding a potent aura of power. Your foundation has suffered damage, and given your advanced age, this pill will mend your injuries and elevate your cultivation further. Xiao Ling's voice resonated in the Lord's ears. Upon realizing the significance of the pill, the Lord of Xianxia was overwhelmed with excitement. He was acutely aware of his condition and had initially come to offer an apology, never expecting to receive such a monumental boon. Thank you, young master. Thank you, he exclaimed. Should you have any further need of this old man, please do not hesitate to command. I shall exert every effort to assist you. The Lord's exhilaration was palpable. Xiao Ling, however, paid little heed to the Lord's enthusiasm. The pill was merely a fifth-grade elixir to him, insignificant in his current context. Once the Lord departed, Xiao Ling began to contemplate. The central domain was vast, encompassing 18 continents, and acquiring knowledge of them all would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Having exited the Black Abyss Forest, he decided to commence his endeavors in the West Desert Continent, thus avoiding any further waste of time. He reopened the parchment presented by the Lord of Xianxia, meticulously scanning its contents. The various factions delineated within were vividly brought to his attention, complete with clear annotations regarding their cultivation resources and the richness of their spiritual energy. Ultimately, as his gaze traversed the information, he pinpointed a particular location, the West Desert Continent, Camel Ridge. In this realm, there exists no formidable force of the Western wilderness. Although the abundance of spiritual energy is quite commendable, surrounding it are merely ordinary factions, and with the current resources at my disposal, I could effortlessly assert control over them. Upon my arrival, my priority must be to establish stability. Once the foundation of the Great Xia in the central domain is laid, I shall gradually expand and engulf the surrounding territories. We shall proceed. After pinpointing the exact location, Xiao Ling resolved to make a swift departure. However, just as he prepared to leave, a sudden tremor resonated through the air. A deafening rumble erupted from the once serene city, and the sky was pierced by a series of ominous cracks. From these fissures, an overwhelming cacophony surged forth. Xiao Ling looked up, witnessing the chaos unfold before him. This is dire. The bandits have arrived. Flee. Everyone, run for your lives. The cries of panic filled the atmosphere. Bandits? To hear such distressing shouts within the central domain was unexpected. It seemed that even here, chaos could reign. The bandits emerged from the rifts in the sky, invading Xianxia City and commencing their plunder. Simultaneously, numerous guards within the city sprang into action, engaging in fierce combat with the intruding marauders. You vile bandits! How dare you commit such atrocities within Xianxia City? A cold voice resonated, belonging to the city lord who had recently departed from Xiao Ling's side. With a powerful strike, he easily suppressed countless bandits. Yet at that moment, an even more formidable force erupted from a void. This power vastly surpassed that of the city lord, who was merely at the initial stage of the Sage Realm. Xiao Ling perceived the aura emanating from the rift. It belonged to an emperor-level being, far beyond the capabilities of the Xianxia city lord to contend with. Zilong, Xiao Ling called out to the nearby Zhao Yun, assist him. At your command, Zhao Yun responded, swiftly departing. Meanwhile, in the celestial expanse above, a dismissive scoff echoed from the rift. The sheer force of this presence caused the city lord, whose cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Sage Realm, to stagger. A formidable figure clad in black emerged from a void. This was an emperor. As the terrifying aura approached, the city lord found himself unable to resist, sensing imminent annihilation at the hands of this overwhelming power. However, just at that moment, suddenly, a silvery beam erupted from below, obliterating the deathly threat that loomed over the lord of Xianxia city. In an instant, the lord felt the menace dissipate. Turning to behold the figure that had appeared beside him, his face lit up with joy. Was this not one of the attendants who had accompanied the princess earlier? Thank you, my good brother, for your assistance. The lord expressed his gratitude. My good brother? Zhao Yun paid no heed to the elder's address, feeling slightly uneasy at being referred to so. Without further ado, he directed his gaze towards the black-robed warrior hovering in the sky above. Who are you? The black-robed warrior returned Zhao Yun's gaze and, upon sensing the aura emanating from him, furrowed his brow. This armored general before him was also at the imperial realm, and he exuded an aura of extreme danger. In such a small city, it was indeed unfortunate to encounter such a formidable adversary. I am the one who will kill you, Zhao Yun declared, wielding his spear as he charged towards his opponent. Oomph. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, the black-robed warrior's expression darkened, and he resolutely raised his hand to counterattack. The two forces collided with a resounding crash. Boom! Amidst the terrifying shockwave, Zhao Yun's silvery spear effortlessly shattered the black-robed warrior's assault, subsequently piercing through his body, leaving a gaping wound. Aya! A cry of anguish erupted as the black-robed warrior, struck by panic, fled in terror, unwilling to face Zhao Yun any longer, realizing he was merely an imperial realm first tier. While the armored man before him was at least 5th tier or above, escape was his only option. Nowhere to run. Zhao Yun was resolute in his pursuit, charging forth with his silver spear. His speed was so swift that he quickly closed the distance. No, you cannot kill me. The silver spear descended upon him, instantly transforming the black-robed warrior into a mist of blood. Chapter 240. In the Great Xia of Jianzhong Domain, the auspicious golden dragon descends. He actually died just like that. The lord of Xianxia city gazed at the scene with eyes full of astonishment, though he recognized that the young man and his entourage were extraordinary individuals. Witnessing an imperial realm powerhouse fall so easily was still utterly unfathomable. After vanquishing the black-robed bandit, Zhao Yun unleashed a formidable aura that once again suppressed the surroundings. Boom! 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 The air filled with the sound of exploding blood mist as the bandits attacking Xianxia city were reduced to mere clouds of crimson. Thank you, my good brother, for your assistance. The lord of Xianxia city expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Zhao Yun, however, paid little mind to this gratitude and returned to stand before Xiao Ling. With the bandits extinguished, peace once again enveloped Xianxia city. My lord, please stay. As Zhao Yun returned from vanquishing his foes, the lord of Xianxia hurriedly approached him. Is there something amiss? Xiao Ling inquired, gazing at the lord of Xianxia. With a look of gratitude, the lord responded, I am immensely thankful for your assistance, young master. However, those black bandits are not to be trifled with. They represent a particularly tenacious evil force within this central domain. With the recent fall of a powerful emperor among them, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. I implore you and your companions to remain vigilant. The mere mention of the black bandits darkened the lord's expression, which Xiao Ling noted internally. Having dispatched a group of unknown marauders, he thought, if they dare to come after us, let them come. Let us depart, he declared, and with that, he led his companions away. In a vast expanse of towering peaks, a rift opened in the heavens, and soon after, Xiao Ling and his entourage materialized in this location. Is this Tuophone Ridge? Xiao Ling pondered, surveying his surroundings. Guided by the map, they had swiftly arrived. Before them stood countless peaks, resembling a congregation of camel humps. Due to its remote location, there was a notable absence of life in the vicinity. In such a place, establishing the Great Xia in the central domain would attract little notice. With a swift motion, Xiao Ling summoned a million-strong army from the depths of the system space. The once tranquil Tuaphone Ridge was instantly teeming with life. "We pay homage to your majesty." The million soldiers knelt in unison. No need for formalities, Xiao Ling gestured with his hand. Although he had only brought 1,000,000 troops, each was extraordinary, comprising soldiers of the marquis rank and above. They were not only formidable within the 4 great domains, but also represented the elite of the central domain. "Proclaim my decree. Erect grand palaces, establish the Great Xia." Upon hearing this proclamation, the soldiers of the Great Xia were filled with exhilaration. "In this central domain, our Great Xia shall flourish." "At your command," they responded collectively. In mere moments, the various generals led their respective armies to commence construction at a remarkable pace. Surrounded by a continuous range of peaks, Tuaphone Ridge was abundant in the materials necessary for palace construction. With the cooperation of the 1,000,000 soldiers, the pace of building was extraordinarily swift. In a short time, Xiao Ling began to glimpse the embryonic form of the Great Xia court. This construction in the central domain mirrored the circumstances of the Great Xia in the eastern domain, with minimal alterations. However, at present, the scale was somewhat lacking due to its nascent state and the limited topography available for construction. As time progresses, the vast territory of the Great Xia is destined to expand even further, leading to natural developments and renovations. In less than a day, the Great Xia court has already begun its construction. Meanwhile, a notification from the system resonates, detected that the Great Xia architecture has begun to take shape. Shall we establish the central domain Great Xia influence here? The response is affirmative. Xiao Ling feels a surge of excitement within. Initially, he believed that the system rewards would only be triggered once the Great Xia reached a certain scale, but this unexpected turn of events brings him delight. In an instant, a resounding roar echoes above the newly constructed palace. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, a magnificent and elongated phantom begins to converge in the heavens. A thunderous roar erupts, and Xiao Ling comprehends the significance of this towering figure. It is the auspicious golden dragon of fate. He never anticipated that at the moment of establishing the central domain Great Xia Dynasty, the system would simultaneously bestow upon him this auspicious creature. Observing the golden dragon's grand form and the potent aura it emanates, he recognizes the immense power it embodies. The golden dragon soars in the sky above, eventually merging with the palace below, creating a harmonious unity. With the presence of the golden dragon, the entire Great Xia court becomes increasingly infused with spiritual energy, exuding an aura of formidable authority. However, this commotion has inevitably drawn the attention of various surrounding forces. What transpired moments ago to generate such a profound aura of fortune? The disturbance originated from the northwest, accompanied by waves of concentrated spiritual energy gathering in its wake. Such a phenomenon must signify the arrival of some celestial opportunity. The opportunity of heaven and earth is surely destined for my Xian holy sect. In a brief span, numerous forces from the western wilderness are swiftly converging towards the source of the commotion. At Camelback Ridge, as the golden dragon settles momentarily, Xiao Ling eagerly anticipates the arrival of the final grand reward. With the establishment of the central domain Great Xia influence, the political bounty is undoubtedly forthcoming. Congratulations, host. You have received Historical Political Power Bundle. As expected, the reward has arrived. Historical Political Power Bundle. Upon use, it grants access to characters from various historical powers of Huaxia. Though the description seems succinct, Xiao Ling comprehends its profound implications with clarity. It surely does not disappoint. The historical powers of Huaxia are countless, and regardless of which historical regime one considers, there are numerous formidable figures within. The illustrious eras of the Han, the Three Kingdoms, and the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties await. Apart from a unified historical powers, when will the fragmented regimes witness the emergence of exceptional talents? In particular, Xiao Ling recalled the Shang dynasty. Although the investiture of the gods is merely a mythological tale, it still harbors numerous formidable legends, firmly entrenched within the lore. If one could extract the Shang dynasty's power, would it not be a splendid vision? However, until such aspirations materialize, they remain mere conjecture. Yet within, there lingers a flicker of hope. Host, would you like to use the historical regime combination package? Yes. Chapter 241. Extraction, Tang Dynasty Regime. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained Tang Dynasty Combination Package. The Tang Dynasty. This unexpected delight was truly astonishing. Among the myriad dynasties in the annals of Chinese history, the Tang Dynasty undoubtedly ranks among the foremost. It boasts a plethora of civil and military officials, many of whom have etched their names in history with resounding fame. The god of war, Li Jing, Shui Ringgui, Guo Zi, Su Dingfang. Previously, he had already recruited figures such as Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, and Qin Xiong. Yet within the Tang Dynasty, countless other formidable figures still remained. The 24 ministers of Lingyan Pavilion, each one remarkable in their own right. With the Tang Dynasty's power now at his disposal, could the illustrious general of heavenly strategy from history also be among them? Xiao Ling pondered. System, shall I summon the figures of the Tang Dynasty? Just as Xiao Ling contemplated, the system's prompt echoed once more. Summon. Currently, the newly established Great Xia in the central domain had merely brought along a mere 20 civil and military leaders, along with 100,000 elite troops from the Holy Dynasty. Clearly, such a small contingent was inadequate for the vast central domain. In an instant before Xiao Ling, the once spacious Great Xia Palace was suddenly filled with countless figures. Xiao Ling cast a sweeping glance, particularly noting a middle-aged man adorned in a yellow dragon robe, sporting a small goatee, exuding an extraordinary presence. Behind him stood numerous civil and military officials, arrayed on either side. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty, along with the apex civil and military officials of the Tang era, and the elite forces of the Tang Dynasty. Indeed, gazing upon the middle-aged man in the yellow dragon robe, whose aura was remarkably distinguished, he was precisely the figure Xiao Ling had surmised. As he surveyed the throng below, a wealth of character information unfolded before his eyes. Character, Li Jing. Realm, half-immortal 5th rank. Character, Shui Ringgui. Realm, half-immortal 3rd rank. As Xiao Ling surveyed these formidable figures from Tang Dynasty history, an overwhelming sense of awe enveloped him. He murmured, with so many illustrious individuals gathered here, it seems we have assembled the pinnacle of the Tang Dynasty across various epochs. Although my knowledge of the history of the Tang Dynasty is somewhat limited, it is evident that numerous figures from this period did not exist concurrently. The emergence of such a plethora of exceptional individuals within a single historical regime raises the prospect of an even more formidable rise in strength should one summon other historical power assemblies. This could indeed be considered a remarkable boon, with hundreds, if not thousands, of distinguished civil and military officials from the Tang Dynasty, complemented by a formidable elite army of 10 million. The situation is impressive. In this context, while there remains a gap to bridge with the Eastern Domain's headquarters, it is sufficient to compensate for the manpower deficiency in comparison to the recently established court of the Great Xia in the Western Wilderness. Minister Li Shimin, along with the esteemed civil and military officials of the Tang, pay our respects to your majesty. Leading the Tang assembly, Emperor Li Shimin bowed deeply before Xiao Ling. Your humble servant, your subordinate, pays his respects to your majesty. Before Li Shimin could kneel fully, Xiao Ling promptly assisted him to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Emperor of Tang." Xiao Ling's heart raced with excitement at the presence of this legendary emperor. Even though the Tang regime had been summoned by him, and Li Shimin, as the Tang emperor, could be considered a subject, he nonetheless commanded the respect befitting a sovereign, particularly when he gazed upon the remarkable attributes of Li Shimin. Character, Li Shimin. Realm, half-immortal 9th rank. Treasures, map of the Tang Mountains and Rivers, Tang Imperial Seal. Li Shimin's 9th rank in the half-immortal realm is comparable to that of Li Xiao, if not slightly superior. Given Li Shimin's esteemed position, such prowess is entirely understandable. His historical significance as a paragon of both civil governance and martial prowess is unparalleled. Regardless, the system's summoning ensures his unwavering loyalty, alleviating concerns about other matters. The stronger he is, the more advantageous it is for the Great Xia. Subsequently, Xiao Ling made appropriate arrangements for Emperor Li Shimin and his entourage. The entire elite of the Tang Dynasty from various eras was now at his disposal, thus eliminating the need to reorganize the existing military and administrative structures. With a sovereign of Li Shimin's caliber, Xiao Ling could adopt a more hands-off approach, delegating the responsibilities of the Great Xia entirely to him. As more summons are made in the future, it would be feasible to distribute various regimes, thereby simplifying many complexities. Reflecting on this, Xiao Ling deemed his strategic preparations to be quite astute. In this martial world, whether it be a dynasty, empire, or even a holy court, once one's power reaches a certain level, it is inevitable that subordinate dynasties will arise under their command. At that time, the Great Xia would become the rightful sovereign state, with all the summoned historical powers relegated to the status of vassal states, their vast territories distributed accordingly to facilitate more effective governance. In the Camel Peak Ridge, not long after the earlier disturbances had settled into a semblance of tranquility, countless forces from the western wilderness began to converge beneath the celestial expanse. Within a brief span of time, a multitude of formidable presences surged forth from the distance, their figures materializing in succession. Clearly, these warriors had been drawn by the commotion that had transpired earlier. As they gazed downward, curiosity flickered upon their faces. How puzzling it was that this Camel Peak Ridge, known solely for its dense forests, suddenly boasted the emergence of a grand palace. The structure appeared remarkably pristine, akin to a newly constructed edifice. It was evident that the recent celestial phenomena had bestowed upon this place a magnificent cluster of palatial structures. To their astonishment, a plethora of beings resided within the palace. Regardless of the authenticity of these entities, one should seize the opportunity to claim any treasures or secrets contained within. Rare and exquisite artifacts await those with the power to possess them. In an instant, several formidable figures charged toward the palace below, intent on infiltrating its depths to plunder its treasures. Yet, before they could approach, an overwhelming aura erupted from within. Impudent! Who dares to trespass upon the domain of the Great Xia? From atop the palace, several figures emerged in haste. Were the guardians? The intruders quickly regained their composure upon witnessing the figures rushing forth from the palace. It was evident that this palace was far from ordinary. Charge! Chapter 242. I am a swordsman of the Great Xia, namely by countless strong individuals from the western wilderness, drawn by the prospect of opportunity, surged forth with reckless abandon, disregarding previous warnings. Foolish. As these strong figures advanced toward the palace, the defenders of the Great Xia sprang into action. Boom! A multitude of imperial auras manifested, unleashing powerful assaults. Those among the western wilderness who charged ahead were swiftly annihilated by the onslaught of the Great Xia's champions. Everyone, be cautious. In the blink of an eye, so many had perished, prompting the remaining forces from the western wilderness to halt. Their expressions alarmed as they regarded the champions of the Great Xia. Great Xia? A sixth-tier imperial warrior surveyed the surroundings. His expression complex. Has anyone here heard of this power? The others shook their heads or remained silent. They were well acquainted with the various factions of the western wilderness. Yet this Great Xia was an entity they had never encountered before. Cackling ominously, a chilling voice echoed from not far above, resonating ominously in the sky. A dark cloud swiftly approached, drawing the attention of all present, who were filled with a sense of foreboding. As the cloud drew nearer, a figure gradually emerged from within its depths. Clad in a black armored robe, the figure's visage and form appeared withered and darkened, exuding an aura of ominous black energy that swirled around it, gradually tainting the air as if a potent force were eroding it. Alas, it is the Black Mist Immortal. Upon recognizing the figure, a wave of astonishment washed over those present, their voices tinged with unmasked dread. Cursed be this phenomenon. It has drawn this individual here as well. With their arrival, we shall surely have no further chances. The existence of the Black Mist Immortal was well known among the denizens of the western wilderness. A formidable figure at the semi-mortal realm, they were also a master of toxic arts, notorious for their malevolent deeds. At times, for mere personal satisfaction, they had poisoned millions, if not tens of millions, of lives in a single stroke. Even the most powerful factions in the western wilderness preferred to avoid entanglements with such a being, as long as their own interests remained unscathed. Hith. Upon manifesting, the Black Mist Immortal paid no heed to the surrounding powers of the western wilderness, but instead directed their gaze towards the palace below. It seems this opportunity is mine, they proclaimed, sweeping their hand, which conjured a dense black mist that quickly enveloped the forces of the Great Xia. Everyone be cautious. The ones obstructing us are the 5 tiger generals of the Great Xia. Upon witnessing the Black Mist Immortal's actions, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and the others instantly launched a counterattack. However, even though these martial generals were of the late Emperor realm, facing a true semi-immortal from the central domain rendered their efforts nearly futile. You overreaching fools! Do you truly believe your Emperor-level prowess can withstand the might of an immortal? The Black Mist Immortal regarded the 5 Tiger Generals with a look of disdain as the clash commenced. Boom! The attacks collided. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and the other 5 Tiger Generals combined their strength, managing to deflect the Black Mist Immortal's onslaught. The Immortal was slightly taken aback. Even a casual strike from their semi-immortal might should have been insurmountable for the Emperor realm. Yet, these 5 had managed to thwart it, showcasing a power far exceeding that of typical Emperor-level beings. While you possess some skill, I fear it may not suffice. Nonetheless, I am in need of a few more corporeal forms to craft my puppets, and you 5 shall serve perfectly. The Black Mist Immortal reached out toward Guan Yu and his companions. Before such a semi-immortal entity, the 5 tigers of the Great Xia found themselves with little means of defense, left only to watch as the Immortal's assault bore down upon them. Meanwhile, within the palace, an immensely powerful aura suddenly surged forth. Whoosh! A visible beam of light surged forth, slicing directly towards the location of the Black Mist Immortal. Sensing the formidable aura encapsulated within the incoming sword light, the Black Mist Immortal dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness and was compelled to evade. Witnessing this spectacle, countless powerful figures from the forces of the Western Wilderness were equally astonished. This palace was no ordinary place. The capability to force the Black Mist Immortal to retreat suggested the presence of other formidable beings. Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Show yourself at once. The expression of the Black Mist Immortal darkened slightly. In the next moment, a figure clad in white emerged from the depths of the palace below. The individual was untainted by a speck of dust, holding a wine gourd in their left hand, and bore a visage marked by a hint of weariness and melancholy. This appearance resembled that of a charming yet slightly inebriated man. What audacity! A drunken fool dares to interfere in my affairs. The Black Mist Immortal snorted disdainfully, disregarding the figure and promptly launching an attack. A fist, formed of swirling black poison, surged towards the white-clad figure. In response, the figure remained unfazed. With a flick of the right hand, they declared 3,000 feet of cascading water. In that moment, a vast spiritual energy manifested in the sky, imbued with an overwhelming force that transformed the very heavens. Upon closer inspection, it was a sword forged from condensed spiritual essence. Slice! With a mere gesture of the white figure, the sword descended upon the Black Mist Immortal with astonishing speed, leaving no time for defense. Boom! Surrounding the Black Mist Immortal, a multitude of surging poisonous mist coalesced into a formidable defensive barrier, attempting to block the incoming spiritual sword. Unfortunately, the Black Mist barrier was gradually cleaved apart and breached. No, it's impossible. Faced with the sight of his attack being effortlessly severed, disbelief washed over him. Rumbling, the weighty strike descended, forcing the Black Mist Immortal to crash to the ground. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the notorious Black Mist Immortal would be vanquished by a single strike from the white-clad figure at this moment. What force was this? Claiming to be from the Great Xia? Damn it! The fallen Black Mist Immortal struggled to rise, his form enveloped in swirling black mist, appearing utterly disheveled and defeated. The reputation he had built through his ventures was shattered in an instant. Who are you? Dare to reveal your name. The Black Mist Immortal coldly demanded. The man in white gazed down at the Black Mist Immortal, his expression indifferent as he proclaimed, I am a swordsman of the Great Xia, named Li Bai. Chapter 243. Kill one man in 10 steps. Leave no trace for 1,000 miles. Li Bai. A completely unfamiliar name. The Black Mist Immortal prided himself on having traversed the Western Wasteland and much of the Central Domain, yet he had never heard of this name. A being of semi-immortal status within the realm of swordsmanship, possessing such formidable strength, had somehow escaped his notice until now. At that moment, countless powerful figures from the Western Wasteland turned their gazes towards Li Bai. Has anyone heard of this name, Li Bai? No. In the region of the Western Wasteland, there had never been a powerful figure by that name. It was feared that this individual was not aligned with any faction of the Western Wasteland, and even the palace below, referred to as Great Xia, was unlikely to belong to their influence. The sword intent he had displayed was terrifying. Could it be that he was a powerful figure from a distant land of swordsmanship who had come to establish a presence here? If what you say holds true, it indeed seems plausible. After much discussion, the powerful individuals present had reached a tentative conclusion regarding Li Bai's identity. In their view, Li Bai and the force known as Great Xia likely stemmed from a significant power in the central domain, representing a faction that had branched off to forge a new sect. After all, in such a vast central domain, such occurrences were not uncommon. Consequently, those from the Western Wasteland who had originally come seeking opportunities now found themselves retreating in an instant. An existence emerging from such a grand power, even if merely a newly established force, was not something that ordinary individuals could confront. The Black Mist Immortal's gaze grew profound as he looked toward Li Bai. The grievances of today I shall repay 100-fold. You shall wait for my return. As a practitioner of the sinister path, the Black Mist Immortal would not let this slight pass easily. Just because he was unable to prevail today did not mean he would not seek trouble in the future. With a fierce declaration, the Black Mist Immortal prepared to retreat. However, at the very moment he intended to depart, Li Bai would not allow him to do so unimpeded. In Great Xia, you cannot come and go as you please. Stay. Li Bai swung his sword directly towards the direction of the Black Mist Immortal. With a resounding whoosh, the sharp blade cut through the air, its power even more formidable than the previous strike. Seeing this, the Black Mist Immortal did not dare to be careless, hastily employing a forbidden technique to escape with greater speed. Boom! Yet, Li Bai's strike still managed to strike him squarely. The dark mist specter emitted a mournful wail, its form erupting into a swirling mass of blackened blood mist. This sanguine fog dispersed across the heavens. I shall ensure your remains are shattered into 1,000 pieces. Amidst the dense black mist, a dim light suddenly tore through the void, vanishing without a trace. It was a grave oversight. Li Bai observed the dark light that pierced the void before disappearing, a sigh evident in his gaze. Although the dark mist specter had been struck down, it had allowed its ethereal spirit a chance to escape. The means of a semi-divine being are varied and numerous. Slaying it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. However, given its current state, having sustained damage to its essence, its escape rendered it a mere shadow of its former self. Guan Yu and the others turned to Li Bai, clasping their hands in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Li, for your assistance. Do not mention it. Li Bai replied with a smile. The names of the 5 generals are indeed renowned, and it is truly an honor to meet you. Although he and the generals were not from the same era, as a figure of the later Tang dynasty, he had certainly heard of their illustrious renown. Guan Yu and the others exchanged awkward smiles, aware that they currently stood as mere emperors in comparison to Li Bai's formidable stature, though the disparity in realms was merely temporary. After a brief exchange, Li Bai and the generals turned their attention to the various factions from the Western Wilderness present. Despite the dark mist specter having fled in disarray after Li Bai's decisive strike, the forces from the Western Wilderness remained. Sensing the gaze of Li Bai and his companions, the members of these factions looked increasingly troubled. It was not that they wished to linger. Rather, the tragic fate of the specter instilled fear in them. If even such a formidable semi-divine entity had met such a gruesome end, what chance did they, mere emperors, stand against a being like Li Bai? The might of his sword was surely enough to annihilate them all in an instant. Forgive us, esteemed elder. We initially believed that a rare treasure had manifested due to the celestial anomalies, which is why we hastened here. We did not intend to cause any disturbance. We implore you to spare our lives. Though Li Bai and his companions did not speak much further, a mere glance was sufficient to instill immense trepidation in the factions from the Western Wilderness. They feared for their lives. Their cultivation had not been easily attained, and facing the specter of death only heightened their dread. Li Bai, observing the terrified factions, waved his hand dismissively. Begone. An overwhelming surge of celestial power instantaneously sent the group of over 100 flying away. Unlike his ruthless annihilation of the dark mist specter, Li Bai chose not to eradicate the forces from the Western Wilderness entirely. After all, the Great Xia has only just established its foothold here. If it were to unleash a massacre, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention from the various forces of the Western Wilderness, thereby provoking a series of troublesome events. The group subsequently returned to the palace below. Within the main hall, Xiao Ling remained composed amidst the gathering. Although he had not taken action, he had keenly sensed the situation outside the palace with clarity. 10 steps to slay one, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. This Li Bai truly lives up to his esteemed reputation as the Sword Immortal. In this summons to the Tang dynasty, there were indeed numerous formidable presences that astonished him, with Li Bai being one of them. In the annals of history, Li Bai was primarily renowned for his literary brilliance, while his swordsmanship had been somewhat overshadowed. However, judging by his recent performance, it appeared that Li Bai's swordsmanship rivaled that of the renowned sword saint, Xianxia. Following this battle, the name of the Great Xia would undoubtedly spread far and wide in a short time, ensuring that it would no longer be obscure in most regions of the Western wilderness. Nevertheless, Xiao Ling did not place too much emphasis on this. Given the current strength of the Great Xia, while it may not be deemed particularly powerful in the central region, its overall prowess in the Western wilderness was far from negligible. It was better to be known than to remain inconspicuous when the time called for it. One must assert themselves with audacity. In a subsequent brief period, the name of the Great Xia quickly disseminated throughout the Western wilderness. The various potentates of this emerging force were keenly attentive, especially after the incident involving the Black Mist Immortal, which had instilled a sense of caution among the factions. In the Western wilderness, the realm of the Great Emperor was already considered a formidable presence, while the semi-divine realm represented the pinnacle of power. The semi-divine realm could be regarded as the foundation of each faction, with every individual being of significant importance. Particularly, the semi-divine swordmaster named Li Bai from the Great Xia had vanquished the notoriously fearsome Black Mist Immortal with just a couple of strikes, which spoke volumes in itself. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Ling dispatched the generals of the Great Xia to begin expanding their territory in a short span. The region surrounding Camelback Ridge lacked powerful forces, and under the Great Xia's overwhelming might, countless factions willingly surrendered. After all, in the fiercely competitive environment of the central region, ordinary factions could only survive by relying on stronger powers, often suffering exploitation. The battle with the Black Mist Immortal had already demonstrated sufficient strength, and aligning with such a force would pose no issues. Meanwhile, as the Great Xia rapidly ascended, certain factions began to perceive a formidable threat. In a region encircled by a long river, palatial structures stood tall, with powerful figures traversing within. This place was the Qingdao sect, located in the Western wilderness. As one of the preeminent forces in the Western wilderness, second only to the illustrious Taisu sect, the Qingdao sect boasts an unparalleled strength. Under its auspices, countless factions, both large and small, have pledged their allegiance. Within the heart of the central pavilion, there sits a man draped in a luxurious purple robe, whose repressed aura still emanates an overwhelming pressure. He occupies an exquisite throne, before which several individuals kneel on one knee. Flanking him are numerous formidable members of the Qingdao sect, each exuding a potent presence, all of them existing at or above the semi-immortal realm. This man is none other than Lu Changhong, the sect leader of the Qingdao sect. The Great Xia Sacred Dynasty? He murmurs to himself. Not long ago, scouts within the sect had relayed all pertinent information regarding recent developments concerning the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty. The Camelback Ridge does not fall within the purview of the Qingdao sect's influence. However, the distance is not insurmountable. A force that seemingly emerged from nowhere dares to claim the title of Sacred Dynasty? It is indeed laughable how such a revered status has become so trivialized. Merely defeating a minor entity such as the Black Mist Immortal emboldens them to arrogantly proclaim themselves as sacred force. While Lu Changhong remains contemplative, the other powerful figures in the hall can no longer remain composed. The Qingdao sect has stood resolute in the Western wilderness for several 100,000 years, and they're merely a sacred sect themselves. For a nascent force to audaciously refer to itself as a sacred dynasty implies equality with the Qingdao sect. The Black Mist Immortal, despite being vanquished by the Great Xia, holds some notoriety in the Western wilderness. However, compared to the top-tier sects, it is hardly significant. Should the need arise to suppress it, it would be a trivial endeavor. One semi-mortal strongman of the Qingdao sect fixed his gaze upon Lu Changhong and stated, "Sect leader, in my view, we cannot allow the Great Xia to continue unchallenged. We must issue them a warning or perhaps even demonstrate our might. With a faction that suddenly claims to be a sacred dynasty appearing so close to our territory, permitting their audacity to flourish may tarnish our reputation. If we remain indifferent, are we not admitting to the existence of their sacred power? Or worse, will other factions misconstrue our inaction as fear of the so-called Great Xia Sacred Dynasty?" Many present, being members of the Qingdao sect, expressed their agreement with this sentiment. Yet, a voice of caution arose among them. Another sect member spoke. his expression somewhat conflicted. In my opinion, we must not act too rashly. It is said that within the Great Xia, there exists a sword master who effortlessly defeated the Black Mist Immortal, even shattering its corporeal form. The Black Mist Immortal, a figure of considerable prowess, stands at the third tier of the semi-immortal realm. Given his formidable abilities, even those of the fourth or fifth tier would find it challenging to contend with him. Yet, within the Great Xia, there exists a formidable individual capable of nearly vanquishing him. Such prowess is undoubtedly extraordinary. Among the numerous high-ranking officials of the Qing knife sect present, it is likely that only a scant few possess the capability to so effortlessly subdue the Black Mist Immortal. Furthermore, rumors have circulated that the Great Xia was established by a powerful figure from a prominent sword sect in the central region. Should our Qing knife sect recklessly engage them, we might inadvertently invite substantial misfortune. As the words were spoken, many of the Qing knife sect's strongmen fell into silence. The speaker's assertions were not mere hyperbole, but, in fact, grounded in reality, especially the final remark about a powerful figure emerging from a renowned sword sect in the central region. While the Qing knife sect holds some strength and is regarded as a formidable holy sect within the Western wilderness, in the grand tapestry of the 18 regions of the central domain, our standing is less assured. Countless sects surpass us in might, particularly the 8 strongest sects and 4 dynasties of the central region, whose power is truly fearsome. Provoking any of them could lead to dire consequences. A cold snort pierced the air as an elderly man with white hair from the Qing knife sect spoke sternly. You, Zhou Su, are merely spreading alarmist rhetoric. Are you afraid? Or have you perhaps accepted benefit from the Great Xia, seeking to smooth over matters on their behalf? Immediately, this remark sparked a heated exchange. Preposterous. I have had no dealings with the Great Xia. Such accusations are utterly baseless. My intentions are solely for the benefit of the Qing knife sect. Advocating for an attack on the Great Xia, especially if they have hidden strength, could bring calamity upon our sect, leading to irrevocable regret. In an instant, the hall was divided, the members of the Qing knife sect presenting contrasting opinions regarding the matter of the Great Xia at Tuophone Ridge. At the head of the assembly, Lu Changhong, the sect leader, raised his gaze, a frown evident upon his brow. His calm eyes scanned the gathering of sect members. Enough. His voice, imbued with an overpowering authority, silenced the tumultuous hall instantly. The strongmen of the Qing knife sect dared not utter another word, awaiting the pronouncement of their leader. Lu Changhong declared, "The intricacies of the Great Xia remain unclear, yet discord has already ensued within our ranks. This matter will be addressed with due diligence by our sect." Chapter 245. What are you all lingering for? Tuophone Ridge. Through a brief period of development, the influence of the Great Xia has expanded from its original confines of Tuophone Ridge to encompass a vast radius of 10,000 miles beyond. Bolstered by their formidable strength, this rapid growth shows no signs of waning, but rather continues to ascend. The forces that have recently submitted to the Great Xia Holy Dynasty are now basking in their newfound allegiance. Since aligning with the Great Xia, they have not only gained a formidable ally, but have also benefited from the dispatch of powerful beings tasked with constructing a spirit-gathering array, thereby aiding the martial artists within their cities in their cultivation. Consequently, in a remarkably short span, countless warriors have traversed the realms of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, and numerous cities and sects are steadily advancing towards a brighter future. However, on this fateful day, the lands of Great Xia are engulfed in an ominous shroud of dark clouds. Thunder rumbles ominously, and malevolent energies stir within the depths of the clouds. The heavens themselves tear apart, releasing a multitude of formidable beings into the world. The decree of the Purple Wheel Protector commands that all forces under the banner of Great Xia be thoroughly plundered, and the beings within them be eradicated as a warning. Voices resonate from the heavens, and those beings emerging from the rifts in the void charge down towards the forces below. Panic ensues. The Black Bandits have arrived. Quickly, seek refuge in the Great Xia Holy Dynasty. Under the onslaught of the Black Bandits, countless beings affiliated with the Great Xia Holy Dynasty are ruthlessly annihilated. In the holy palace of the Great Xia Dynasty, Xiao Ling, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opens his eyes. More Black Bandits? The auspicious power of the Great Xia Dynasty has gradually spread across the surrounding territories, encompassing even the scattered forces that have pledged allegiance. Even during his meditative state, He was acutely aware of the chaos wrought by the black bandits within the realm. With a thought, a figure swiftly materializes in the grand hall of the Holy Palace. Minister Li Shimin pays his respects to your majesty. The newcomer is none other than Li Shimin. Since the establishment of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty in the Western Wilderness, Xiao Ling has refrained from intervening too much in the affairs of the dynasty. However, the prowess of this general of heavenly strategy has proven more than sufficient. Xiao Ling gazes at Li Shimin and commands, "There are black bandits causing turmoil within the territories of our Great Xia Holy Dynasty. You are to lead the generals to quell this unrest immediately." "Your command shall be executed," Li Shimin replies, bowing respectfully. Soon, under Li Shimin's leadership, the formidable forces of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty swiftly traverse the lands. Kill, kill, kill. In Yong'an City, a stronghold allied with the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, countless warriors are fiercely battling the black bandits overhead. You lot are wasting your efforts. With such meager strength, you would be better off surrendering to avoid unnecessary suffering. A figure clad in a black robe sneers coldly. This individual exudes a powerful aura, identifiable as a 7th rank emperor, capable of overwhelming several emperor-level warriors in Yong'an City with ease. A man's face was ashen, casting a wary glance towards the figure draped in a black robe. A being of the 7th rank of the emperor realm. Our Yong'an City is now under the dominion of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty. Do you not fear the repercussions of the Great Xia as you, the black bandits, assault our city? Upon hearing the mention of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, the black bandit of the emperor realm maintained an unsettling calm. In the present day, the reputation of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty spread swiftly throughout the western wasteland, and they were well aware of this formidable power. Do not presume that the mere name of the Great Xia can intimidate us. Our target is indeed the Great Xia. To dare oppose the Demon Soul sect, the Great Xia is likely consumed with its own troubles and has little concern for you. The Demon Soul sect, notorious for its widespread chaos and often referred to as Black Bandits, was indeed a significant force. A chilling laughter escaped from the black-robed figure of the Demon Soul sect, whose face, though obscured, hinted at a cold disdain. You in Yong'an City, such worthless wretches, truly believe you are worth the effort of the Demon Soul sect? You are merely accompanying the Great Xia to the grave. The murmurs echoed ominously, casting a pall over the faces of the Yong'an City warriors, who now looked profoundly troubled. You, the city lord, Yang Lin, wore a grim expression, at a loss for words. The Great Xia Sacred Dynasty had been their stronghold, but it was evident that the agents of the Demon Soul sect had come prepared, with the ultimate aim of confronting the Great Xia behind them. Considering the various schemes of the Demon Soul sect, it appeared that Yong'an City was doomed to face catastrophic consequences. Witnessing the slaughter of martial artists within the city, they were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The 7th-rank Emperor Realm powerhouse of the Demon Soul sect seemed to have lost patience. Enough. I shall extend a modicum of mercy, so that you may not perish with your eyes wide open. With that, he swiftly unleashed a devastating palm strike. How could the strongest among Yong'an City, mere 3rd or 4th-rank Emperor Realm beings, hope to contend with such power? Retreat. Yang Lin urged urgently. The might of their adversary was far beyond their capacity to resist. Yet, escaping was not as easy as one might imagine. Boom! The overwhelming force of the palm struck, instantly suppressing the few Emperor Realm warriors of Yong'an City in midair, rendering them incapable of movement. As the formidable attack drew ever closer, they found themselves unable even to flee, let alone resort to self-detonation as a means to drag their foe down with them. With a deafening explosion, a horrific sound reverberated through the air, rising a nauseating scarlet mist of blood around them. And thus it came to an end. The oppressive weight of death drew ever closer, and Yang Lin, along with the other formidable figures of the Eternal Peace City, had entirely relinquished their resistance, awaiting the inevitable arrival of demise. Yet, to their astonishment, the oppressive force that had once dominated them suddenly dissipated. The cacophony of wailing and cries emanating from the depths of Eternal Peace City gradually subsided. What are you all lingering for? A cold voice pierced the air, reaching the ears of Yang Lin and his companions. Turning to investigate, they beheld the severed head of the previously formidable 7-star emperor of the Demon Soul sect, now adrift in a black cloak. Surrounding them, a battalion of armored soldiers emerged, led by a stern general clad in crimson armor and a white cloak. Wielding a Fang Tianhuayi. It was the envoy of the Holy Dynasty, A surge of exhilaration coursed through Yang Lin and his companions. They had prepared themselves for certain death. Yet, at this pivotal moment, salvation had arrived. Chapter 246, The Life and Death Formation Versus. The Great Tang's Map of the Kingdom. I am Xiao Ling of the Great Xia, hereby His Majesty's decree to rescue you, declared the figure wielding the Fong Tianhua Ji. The uncontainable joy of Yang Lin and the other stalwarts of Eternal Peace City was beyond words as they gazed upon Shui Rengui and his 100 armored warriors. Truly, the envoy of the Holy Dynasty was formidable. The weakest among them was at least a saint, far surpassing the strength of their own city. Thank you, envoy, for your timely intervention. Yang Lin and the other powerful figures from Eternal Peace City bowed deeply in gratitude. Had it not been for the Great Xia's critical assistance, Eternal Peace City might have been consigned to history, with millions of souls within its walls extinguished forever. Shui Rengui glanced at Yang Lin before speaking again. The Black Bandits have been dealt with. We shall take our leave. He then handed a jade talisman to Yang Lin. Continuing, this is a communication talisman, crafted by the powerful sorcerers of the Great Xia. Should danger arise again, you may use this talisman to contact us directly. Although the Black Bandits have been eradicated, it was prudent to remain vigilant for future uncertainties. Thank you, envoy. After a brief exchange, Shui Rengui swiftly led his troops away. The area afflicted by the Black Bandits was extensive, encompassing the entirety of the Great Xia's territorial influence. The might of the Great Xia surged forth, annihilating every Black Bandit encountered in the cities and sects they visited. Meanwhile, King Li Shimin of Tang, accompanied by his generals, had arrived at a vast, desolate expanse. Here lay countless remnants of a barren battlefield, with shattered walls and ruins resembling an ancient war zone. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, he keenly sensed the lurking danger. Boom! The ancient battlefield below trembled violently as numerous black abyssal fissures began to emerge from the ground. The depths of these chasms were unfathomable. Only the relentless stream of deathly energy escaping them was clearly perceptible, visible to the naked eye. Countless shadows relentlessly emerged from the abyss beneath the ancient battlefield. A resounding roar echoed as chains of confinement rapidly formed in the sky above. These chains ensnared Li Shimin and the other esteemed generals of the Great Xia, effectively severing all avenues of retreat. Skeletons, malevolent spirits, and vengeful apparitions surged forth from the desolate ground below, an overwhelming multitude that evoked a shiver of trepidation. The wicked skeletal beings possessed formidable strength, with many surpassing the rank of Marquis, and some even reaching the realms of the Sacred and Emperor. On the fringes of the ancient battlefield, a dozen silhouettes gradually materialized. These figures stood at specific positions, each enveloped in an enigmatic aura. By the essence of their presence, it was evident that they were all formidable beings of semi-divine caliber or higher. The cloaked figures united their physical might, constructing a bizarre formation. You fools truly know not the peril you face. Within the grand array of my demon soul sect, prepare to experience a different kind of horror, a chilling voice intoned. In a matter of moments, the ominous entities on the ancient battlefield erupted in a cacophony of roars, charging swiftly towards Li Shimin and the forces of the Great Xia. Alert! The Great Xia warriors quickly fortified their defenses. The notion of a grand array of life and death. King Li Shimin observed the approaching malevolence with a calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of panic. With a sweeping gesture, a radiant light emerged from his sleeve, manifesting as a scroll imbued with sacred energy. The scroll expanded rapidly, soon enveloping the entire ancient battlefield. The Great Tang landscape map. This treasure, wielded by King Li Shimin, was forged upon the foundation of the Great Tang's dominion, encompassing its divine fortune and wielding boundless power. Today, we shall see whether your grand array of life and death, or my Great Tang landscape map, holds greater strength. With a surge of power, King Li Shimin infused his essence into the map, which, in response, radiated a brilliant and resplendent light. This illumination swept across the ancient battlefield, rapidly engulfing the wicked skeletal beings. Thunderous booms resonated as all the malevolent spirits caught in the light were swiftly consumed and drawn into the Great Tang's map. Kill! 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 Within the Great Tang landscape map, one could faintly sense the aura of slaughter. Countless elite soldiers, forged from the essence of the Great Tang's divine fortune, surged forth with formidable strength, launching a relentless assault against the ensnared malevolent skeletons. Even in the face of grievous damage, Under the sanctuary of the Great Tang's divine protection, one would inevitably coalesce and resurrect, existing in a state of perpetual immortality. As for the malevolent skeletal spirits that had been vanquished, their resentful and demonic essence gradually transformed into the quintessence that nourished and fortified the Great Tang's map of the empire. In the external realm, Emperor Li Shimin of Tang stood alongside the generals of the Great Xia, suspended in the celestial expanse. They refrained from engaging directly, with the Great Tang map as presence. Even a multitude of skeletal spirits in the ancient battlefield below were entirely absorbed. Is this all they can muster? Li Shimin cast his gaze upon the dozen or so black-robed semi-immortals encircling them. What treachery is this? The sight of the floating scroll above sent tremors of fear through the hearts of these semi-immortals from the Demon Soul sect. Their life and death formation was designed to imprison and devour the formidable forces of Great Xia, yet now it seemed utterly impotent against their adversaries. Attack! Behind him, generals such as Shui Rengue, Hou Junsi, and Li Shaogong erupted with the aura of semi-immortals, charging directly at the black-robed semi-immortals. This is dire. We must retreat. The black-robed semi-immortals of the Demon Soul sect felt an overwhelming dread as they sensed the approaching might of Great Xia. However, the majority among them were merely first- or second-tier semi-immortals, and they stood little chance against the formidable forces of Great Xia. In a brief span, the semi-immortals of the Demon Soul sect were nearly annihilated. With their life and death formation stripped of its power, it crumbled into oblivion. At Camelback Ridge, within the Great Xia Sacred Palace, countless strong warriors departed under the command of Emperor Li Shimin. The once formidable defenses of the Great Xia Sacred Palace now appeared significantly weakened. Above the celestial dome of the Sacred Palace, a rift in the void was suddenly torn open. Caw-caw-caw. Countless spiritual birds erupted in panic, retreating in disarray as if beset by a terrifying presence. From the depths of the rift, myriad figures emerged, enveloped in a murky black aura that inspired a profound sense of foreboding. Chapter 247, A Technique to Incinerate 1,000 Miles. A chilling voice echoed ominously. Within the Great Xia Sacred Palace, Xiao Ling, who had been in seclusion, abruptly opened his eyes. He sensed the commotion surrounding the palace with acute clarity. The oppressive, deathly aura, combined with the ongoing assaults on the forces under the Great Xia, left him pondering, besides the Demon Soul sect, what other faction could orchestrate such an attack? A ploy to draw the tiger from its mountain lair? First, they assault the forces of the Great Xia to lure its powerful warriors out, rendering the palace vulnerable. This strategy is astute, yet it seems they have grossly underestimated the strength of the Great Xia. Random mission released. Defeating the encroaching forces of the Demon Soul sect. Reward, Spirit Vein 1. Indeed, what is lacking often arrives unexpectedly. This reward is rather favorable for the Great Xia. The chilling aura of death becomes increasingly dense, having already approached the holy palace of the Great Xia in a mere span of time. Such commotion naturally attracts the attention of the formidable beings within the holy palace. Several figures burst forth from within the palace, led by Li Xuanchao and Li Bai, both of whom possess semi-divine prowess. Reveal your true form, you lurking specter. With the emergence of the Great Xia's mighty, countless shadowy figures cloaked in black appeared outside the holy palace, forming a surrounding encirclement that enveloped the entire palace. The number of these black-robed figures exceeded 100, all at the level of emperor and above, including 10 semi-divine experts. Particularly, the figure clad in purple robes at the center emanated a presence that was both profound and inscrutable. Beyond these black-robed individuals, in the vast territories surrounding the holy palace, the earth trembled and fissured, releasing waves of deathly creatures. A glance revealed nothing but an endless expanse of deathly energy and ominous shadows. The Demon Soul sect certainly harbors grudges, remarked Xiao Ling, whose voice resonated from within the Great Xia, as he tore through the void to appear in the sky above. The powerful beings of the Great Xia stepped back respectfully, standing behind him. With Xiao Ling's arrival, the formidable members of the Demon Soul sect shifted their gaze towards him. The leading figure in purple robes turned to face Xiao Ling, his features obscured beneath the robe. Dog nose? At this remark from Xiao Ling, a wave of indignation surged among the members of the Demon Soul sect. In this region of the Western Wasteland, their sect was notorious. Who would dare to be so audacious? You truly seek death. Once we obliterate the Great Xia, we shall extract your celestial soul to forge a soul lamp, subjecting you to a millennium of soul-devouring torment. Sneered one of them. Humph. Before extracting your celestial soul for the lamp, I believe it prudent to let you endure the torturous agony of our demon soul sect as myriad venomous creatures, echoed another cold voice. Such chilling threats flowed from the mouths of the demon soul sect's powers, each one capable of rendering a martial artist's existence a living hell. For any given individual, death would be a welcome reprieve. In stark contrast to the others, the figure draped in purple robes remained poised in the heavens. After a moment of tense silence, he spoke in a voice that was deep and raspy. Are you the ruler of this Great Xia? I am, Xiao Ling affirmed with a nod. At that moment, he distinctly sensed a heavy force of death enveloping him, as if it sought to pry into his very essence. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Boom! A surge of power erupted from within, annihilating the force that sought to pry into its essence, leaving no trace behind. The figure clad in purple robes displayed a hint of astonishment. Initially intending to probe into Xiao Ling's depths, they found their plans thwarted, nearly suffering repercussions from the tremor of the opposing force. The Dynasty Holy Dynasty appeared significantly stronger than their prior investigation suggested. This was evident in the Xianxia city, where the forces of the Demon Soul sect had traced the emergence of this newly established power in Daxia. Furthermore, the news of a sword master from the Dynasty Holy Dynasty defeating the Black Mist Immortal had spread, and subsequent covert explorations into this burgeoning force heightened their awareness of the Dynasty Holy Dynasty's extraordinary nature. Such an emerging power was undoubtedly a primary target for the Demon Soul sect to engulf. It was truly unexpected that a formidable force had suddenly arisen in the western wilderness. The purple-robed figure grew increasingly intrigued by the Dynasty Holy Dynasty. You are likely unaware of much more, Xiao Ling said disdainfully. Raising his right hand slightly, a violet-blue flame began to coalesce within his palm. As this flame took form, the temperature of the surrounding space surged dramatically. The Daxia experts remained relatively unfazed, yet the forces from the Demon Soul sect reacted with greater intensity. The previously coalesced, murky death energy surrounding them seemed to be scorched and expelled in that instant. The flame evoked a profound discomfort among the Demon Soul sect's experts. Some of the weaker ones felt their internal death energy gradually dissipating under the searing heat, rendering them nearly immobile beneath this overwhelming force. The purple-robed figure focused intently on Xiao Ling. Impossible. Their cultivation is merely at the first tier of the semi-immortal realm. How formidable can this violet-blue flame truly be? Just as the forces of the Demon Soul sect began to stir, the violet-blue flame in Xiao Ling's hand, spurred by a surge of power, rapidly expanded with ferocity. Boom! Centered around the Daxia sacred palace, the flame spread swiftly outward. Not good. The purple-robed figure sensed the impending danger and hastily retreated. The remaining semi-immortal experts of the Demon Soul sect dared not linger, quickly dispersing in every direction. However, those below the Emperor realm within the Demon Soul sect were unable to react in time, their entire bodies becoming completely engulfed by the violet-blue flames. No, help me. The members of the Demon Soul sect, covered by the violet-blue flames, erupted in a chorus of agonizing screams. The deathly auras, consumed by the violet-blue flames, offered no resistance, instead becoming akin to a combustible catalyst. Xiao Ling stood atop the celestial expanse alongside the formidable powers of the Great Xia, surveying the surrounding carnage. The violet-blue flames were none other than the Jiuyang Burning Heaven technique, acquired through a prior system task. In mere moments, this technique had enveloped a vast territory of 1,000 miles, its searing presence discernible even from a distance of 10,000 miles. One technique incinerating 1,000 miles. Chapter 248. The Annihilation of the Enemies of the Demon Soul Sect. With a snap of his fingers, Xiao Ling unleashed the technique. Boom, boom, boom. The Jiuyang Burning Heaven technique swept through, obliterating all the lifeless demonic creatures into wisps of black mist. The seemingly formidable forces of the Demon Soul sect were swiftly reduced to silence. The figures clad in purple, leading the sect, stood frozen, paralyzed by the overwhelming spectacle. The fiery inferno, sprawling across miles, drew countless powerful beings who converged towards the direction of Camel Peak. Such flames, scorching an expanse so vast, surely had ties to the Great Xia. Lately, the Great Xia had been exceedingly ostentatious. What could have provoked such a tumultuous uproar? In a brief span, innumerable titans from the western wilderness had gathered near Camel Peak. Yet, deterred by the flames, none dared approach too closely. The malevolent spirits and demonic entities were utterly incinerated by the scorching heat of Xiao Ling's Jiuyang burning heaven technique, leaving no trace of their essence behind. Beyond the Great Xia, under Xiao Ling's control, the fiery blaze of the Jiuyang burning heaven technique gradually subsided. "Kill," he commanded, directing his gaze toward the enemies led by the figure in purple. Hearing his words, the semi-saint experts, including Li Tsunxiao and Li Bai, sprang into action. They exuded an overwhelming aura and swiftly engaged the foes. Li Tsunxiao was the first to charge forward, closing in on the figure in purple. He wielded the Yuwang spear with a decisive strike. The purple-clad figure sensed impending doom and hastily retreated. However, his speed was evidently insufficient. The Yuwang spear disrupted the flowing purple robe, revealing a withered body radiating overwhelming demonic energy. Meanwhile, Li Bai, Xianxia, and others honed in on their respective adversaries from the Demon Soul sect. Intense clashes erupted in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, a thunderous crash echoed through the air as Xianxia's sword struck his opponent, a semi-saint of the Demon Soul sect, and obliterated him in a single, swift blow. Was he truly so fragile? Seeing his opponent from the Demon Soul sect fall to his sword, Xianxia paid little heed and promptly turned his attention to seek out other formidable foes. It was not just Xianxia. The remaining powerful figures of the Great Xia were also engaged in combat against the adversaries of the Demon Soul sect. In one corner of the battlefield, the emaciated figure that was in contention with Li Tsunxiao retreated, causing a swirling tempest of chaotic demonic energy to surge around. This malevolent aura swiftly enveloped Li Tsunxiao, completely shrouding his form in a matter of moments. In my realm of demonic domain, you shall find no escape today," the withered figure sneered. Outside the fray, Xiao Ling gazed intently at the celestial battlefield above. Li Tsunxiao, a being of the 8th tier in the semi-mortal realm, faced an equally formidable opponent from the Demon Soul sect. As he surveyed the area cloaked in black mist, locating Li Tsunxiao became a daunting task. However, being summoned through the system, he could sense his comrade's predicament. Li Tsunxiao's aura remained intact, showing no signs of distress. What is mere demonic energy to fear? A voice echoed from the depths of the black mist. Suddenly, a rift tore through the darkness, becoming increasingly pronounced. Boom! With a surge of turbulent power, the encompassing chaotic demonic energy erupted and scattered. The withered figure, reveling in his moment of triumph, found his expression abruptly frozen. A radiant blade of light surged forth, cleaving through the air towards him. "No!" A cry of terror escaped his lips as the luminous strike struck him, cleaving from his head to his torso. Within the remnants of his shattered body, a black orb of energy swiftly attempted to flee. Yet, before it could escape far, Li Tsunxiao seized it, and with sheer force, it was shattered to pieces, with the leading figure of the Demon Soul sect annihilated. The remaining semi-mortals from the sect found themselves overmatched and were subsequently subdued and slain by the might of the Great Xia. Notably, after the demise of many of the semi-mortals, it was observed that most did not possess an ethereal spirit in the immortal realm. They perished entirely with their physical forms. Xiao Ling's figure darted towards a first-tier semi-immortal from the Demon Soul sect. Without hesitation, he reached out with a commanding grasp. In that fleeting moment, the Demon Soul sect semi-immortal found himself utterly defenseless. Xiao Ling unleashed the Nine Suns burning heaven technique, a violet-blue flame gradually enveloping the adversary's form. The semi-immortal of the Demon Soul sect writhed and screamed in agony. Yet under Xiao Ling's control, his struggles proved futile. A flicker of violet-blue flames consumed the opponent's form, reducing it to nothingness. Indeed, as Xiao Ling meticulously sensed, he found no trace of any existence akin to celestial souls within the adversary. This piqued his curiosity immensely. Typically, once a martial artist ascends to the realm of a sage, they begin to condense their martial essence. Even if their physical body is shattered, the presence of this martial essence offers them a chance of revival. Yet, the half-sages of the demonic soul sect were purely corporeal, devoid of any such martial essence within them. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ling began to form vague speculations in his mind. "Your Majesty, we have vanquished all intruders." Soon, Li Tsunxiao and others returned to report to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling snapped back to focus, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Successfully annihilated the enemies of the demonic soul sect. Host attacked, Gained, Spiritual Vein 1. With the system's announcement, Xiao Ling distinctly sensed a new spiritual vein brimming with rich spiritual energy within the system's domain. Although Camelback Ridge spanned a vast terrain, it lacked spiritual veins, which is why it had not attracted much attention from powerful factions. However, with this newly acquired vein, infusing it into the mountains below would undoubtedly enhance the environment significantly. Without lingering further, the group returned to the Grand Summer Sacred Palace. The extermination of a cadre of formidable foes from the Demonic Soul sect posed no loss to the Grand Summer Dynasty whatsoever. Chapter 249, The Tying Mountains. Hunting the Demon Clan. The eradication of the Demonic Soul sect's intruders might not be deemed significant for the Grand Summer Dynasty, due to the considerable distance. Once the tumult subsided, the various strong factions of the Western Wilderness could only witness remnants of devastation surrounding the Grand Summer Sacred Palace, with no knowledge of the events that transpired there. However, through inquiries among the sects and cities under the Grand Summer Dynasty, they gleaned some insights into the actions of the Demonic Soul sect. The Demonic Soul sect had made a move against this burgeoning power of the Grand Summer. Although the powerful factions of the Western Wilderness had not witnessed the happenings at the Grand Summer Sacred Palace firsthand, the fact that the palace remained unscathed following its conflict with the Demonic Soul sect spoke volumes. This revelation sent ripples of shock throughout the factions of the Western Wilderness. The name of the Demonic Soul sect was not only well known in the Western Wilderness, but also resonated throughout the vast central domain, recognized by countless factions. Even the foremost forces of various states seldom engaged in conflict with the Demonic Soul sect, for this power was not only formidable, but also insidiously relentless. Once, numerous formidable forces from the central domain united to launch a relentless assault against the Demonic Soul sect. Regrettably, despite incurring significant losses, they failed to uncover the sect's lair, leading to a superficial remedy rather than a lasting solution. Ultimately, those who participated in the siege found themselves targeted, frequently subjected to vicious attacks. Within the Great Xia Sacred Palace, Xiao Ling retrieved a spiritual vein from the system space. Under the suppression of his semi-divine power, the vein appeared no larger than a palm, quietly floating in midair. Though small, it emanated an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy. It is rumored that some of the world's finest spiritual veins have developed consciousness and can manifest their true forms to walk among mortals. It remains uncertain if such veins can be discovered within this central domain. Gazing at the spiritual vein before him, Xiao Ling spoke to himself. A spiritual vein is the foundation of any force. If such a presence were to emerge in the central domain, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed. However, the products of a system are invariably of high quality. This particular vein can be deemed of superior caliber, and once integrated into the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, it is destined to enhance the dynasty's fortune and significantly improve the cultivation environment of the Camel Peak Ridge. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Ling grasped the vein and tore through the void with his own power. In the next moment, he found himself soaring high above the Great Xia Sacred Palace. His gaze fell upon the expansive palace, which had been established atop Camel Peak Ridge, and through gradual expansion, it now encompassed a considerable portion of the region. He cast the spiritual vein downward, where it descended like an almost ethereal serpent, seamlessly merging into the earth below. Rumbling sounds resonated as the vast Camel Peak Ridge, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, trembled. Among the lush vegetation below, it seemed as though something was poised to emerge. Countless birds and beasts sensed a shift and began to revel in jubilant excitement. Subsequently, a vibrant surge of life erupted from the earth, transforming the once moderately rich spiritual energy of Camel Peak Ridge into an abundant reservoir of vitality in a remarkably short time. With the infusion of this spiritual vein, the entire region would become an exceptional place for cultivation for a considerable duration. As time passed, following the annihilation of the enemies of the Demonic Soul sect, the advancement of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty became unstoppable. However, as time progressed, it was inevitable that the interests of other factions would be affected. In the Western Wilderness, north of the Taiyang mountain range, lies an expansive forest teeming with countless demonic beasts. Ha ha! Drive! 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 The audacity of these creatures from the demon clan has truly grown bolder, daring to defy us. In the typically tranquil and serene forests north of the Taiyang Mountains, a cacophony of tumultuous roars now reverberates, accompanied by waves of turbulence and a haze of dust. One can visibly discern several figures of humanity and numerous half-beast entities weaving through the chaos. Beyond them, a multitude of men and women clad in resplendent armor either soar through the air or ride upon majestic unicorn-like beasts. The two factions appear to be engaged in a seemingly one-sided game of capture. Were it not for the meager refuge granted to these wretched demon creatures by the Holy Dynasty, they would likely have long since met their demise. Now, emboldened by their defiance against their masters, their continued existence seems unnecessary. A youth, seemingly in his prime, sneered coldly. In his grasp, he held a magnificent longbow, for which a long arrow of gathered spiritual energy was formed. With a slight smirk, he released the bowstring, and the concentrated arrow shot forth with great speed. With a series of piercing sounds, the air was rent asunder. Boom! 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 Countless clouds of crimson mist erupted from the fleeing demon entities, and in mere moments, an unfathomable number of them were obliterated. Pathetic. These demon creatures are ultimately too feeble. Were they a touch stronger, our pursuit would have been far more exhilarating. Why set our standards so high? After all, they are merely fodder for honing our skills, a source of amusement. Indeed, once we extinguish this wave of demons, we shall indulge in revelry with wine and meat. Yet what joy is there in that? I have heard whispers of a pure-blooded tigress, saintess born to the north of the Taiyang Mountains. Among these fleeing demon beings, there may well be one of the tiger clan. With a stroke of luck, we might capture a tigress saintess to take home. A tigress saintess? I could certainly use a warm companion. Capturing one would be delightful. Let us not linger on idle chatter. We have now ventured deep into the Taiyang Mountains. Beyond lies the territory of the Juan Holy Dynasty. The one who slays the most demons will emerge as the ultimate victor of this hunting competition. The warriors trailing behind, both men and women, bantered playfully. Amid their conversation, they intermittently unleashed their offensive skills, reaping the lives of the fleeing demons. For them, these creatures are merely a means of invigorating entertainment. Chapter 250, The Tigress Saintess. Dragon Fist. A commanding voice suddenly rang out. A surge of dragon might seem to manifest, and with the emergence of this formidable power, the various beings of the demon clans, who were previously fleeing in terror, found themselves momentarily paralyzed, as if awestruck by an overwhelming force. Even those with slightly superior strength faced considerable restrictions on their actions. A figure draped in a pale, purple python robe materialized before them, exuding an air of icy aloofness, his features strikingly handsome, radiating an unmistakable extraordinary aura. Upon his arrival, the many men and women present were rendered pale and dim in comparison. With a swift motion, he directed a powerful strike forward, transforming his terrifying fist intent into a winding pale purple dragon. The creature surged forth, annihilating countless demon beings in its wake within mere moments. It was the Prince of Chun, Su Fengyan. The men and women pursuing the demon clans turned their gaze towards the man in the python robe. The Holy Dynasty of Jiuan, Prince Su Fengyan. With his appearance, a multitude of onlookers gravitated towards him. "Greetings, Your Highness," they exclaimed. "Truly, your prowess far surpasses ours." The might of his fist rendered the demon clans unable to mount any resistance, proving the prince to be the preeminent figure of the younger generation of our Holy Dynasty. What are the demon clans compared to our prince? They are unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath. Flattering voices echoed around him. "Enough. I did not come here to listen to your flattery," Prince Su Fengyan remarked, his expression remaining composed as he surveyed the assembly. "May I inquire why your highness has ventured here?" A young powerhouse from the Holy Dynasty of Jun ventured, curiosity evident in the eyes of the others. The prince, directing his gaze towards the fleeing demon beings, replied calmly, "It is said that to the north of the Taiyang Mountains, a pure-blooded saintess of the Tiger Clan has been born. I am currently practicing a sacred technique of the clans, and her blood will serve as a vital aid." The mention of the Tiger Clan's saintess resonated with the crowd, who quickly grasped the significance of his words. They had previously jested about the possibility of finding this saintess, never anticipating that it would draw the attention of the Prince of Jian. "Since it is a matter of your highness's need, there is no requirement for you to take action. We shall capture the Tiger Clan saintess for you." Indeed, a mere Tiger Clan saintess is but a trivial matter. As long as she exists, capturing her will be a simple task for us. We will search every nook and cranny to ensure her retrieval. Among the advancing demon clan, there exists a considerable number of members from the Tiger tribe. Perhaps the saintess of the Tiger tribe is among them. Simultaneously, within the fleeing creatures of the demon clan, the cursed Kuan Holy Dynasty. They recklessly slaughter so many innocent beings of my clan. Henceforth, I shall ensure they repay this debt 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A girl with plush ears and a cold demeanor dashed ahead, surrounded closely by several formidable guards. This girl is the saintess of the tiger tribe, sought by the prince of the Kuan Holy Dynasty. Months ago, she inadvertently awakened the pure bloodline of her ancestral tiger tribe, only to be betrayed by traitors seeking to sell out their own for glory, leading her to this perilous situation. Were it not for the activation of her ancient tiger bloodline, granting her some powerful means of survival, she would have long since fallen to the hands of these Kuan warriors. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot forth from behind, and several demon clan beings were powerless to resist. Slain on the spot. Why do you demons continue to struggle? Kneel and surrender. Perhaps, if you please us, we may even allow you a complete corpse. Indeed, this Taiyang mountain range is the martial arena of my Kuan Holy Dynasty. Dying at our hands, you may as well consider it a worthy demise. Upon hearing the voices of the Kuan warriors behind them, the demon clan beings were filled with dread, prompting them to flee even more frantically. Saintess, hurry! We will stay behind to hold off these Kuan scum. A third-tier emperor realm warrior of the tiger tribe called out beside the saintess. Elder Sanhu, the tiger tribe saintess, witnessing this, wanted to say something. However, before she could finish, the being known as Elder Sanhu led his subordinates to charge towards the Kuan forces. Saintess, you must go. The remaining attendants urged, pulling their saintess away as they fled into the distance. A mere third-tier emperor dares to seek death? A cold and disdainful voice echoed from behind. The prince of the Kuan Holy Dynasty, Su Fengyan, casually unleashed a punch. Boom! Including the third-tier emperor of the tiger tribe, those who attempted to obstruct the Kuan warriors were all utterly annihilated. The demon clan within the central domain is feeble, and the creatures of the Taiyang mountain range are even more so, having been the targets of human martial artist slaughter for countless millennia. Whenever a potential powerhouse among the demons emerges, they are ruthlessly suppressed by human cultivators, leaving no chance for development whatsoever. Prince Su Fengyan gazed ahead, instantly discerning the direction where the fleeing tiger tribe saintess was headed. It appears fortune is on his side. Evidently, she has found the target she sought. Saintess, if we advance further, we will be able to escape beyond the northern reaches of the Taiyang Mountains, and at that moment, we shall no longer be under the dominion of the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. Perhaps we will find a chance to flee from this perilous fate. A tiger clan attendant spoke. Under the relentless pursuit of the formidable beings of the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, the creatures of the demon clan continued their desperate flight. Countless demon beings fell victim to slaughter, their numbers dwindling with each passing moment. The tiger clan saintess stood alone, surrounded by the remnants of her entourage, who had already suffered grievous losses. At last, they broke through the territory dominated by the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, reaching the southern expanse of the mountains. Quite the escape artist, indeed. Suddenly, a powerful figure from the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, a being of the 7th rank in the Emperor realm, reached out with a colossal hand. Before the fleeing demon creature, the once even ground abruptly cracked open, a spiritual barrier emerging to obstruct all paths ahead. Boom! The surrounding forest erupted, rising to suppress the remaining demon beings in their retreat. The tiger clan's saintess felt a flicker of light at her brow, her form akin to a streak of lightning tearing through the void, preparing to make her escape. Yet, a terrifying aura descended, sealing her form and instantaneously crushing her to the ground. Chapter 251. I implore you, esteemed sir, save me. The tiger clan saintess found herself imprisoned upon the earth, leaving her with no possibility of escape. Countless forces from the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty converged upon her, led by none other than Prince Su Fengyan of the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. You little demon beast certainly possesses remarkable agility. Indeed, the rumors of your awakening the ancient tiger clan's pure bloodline hold true. Observing the tiger clan saintess, it was evident that if he had not intervened at a crucial moment, the forces present would have struggled to detain her. Your Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty is utterly despicable. We, the demon clan, have resided within the Taiyang Mountains without inflicting harm upon your dynasty or even the human race. Yet you have resorted to cruel methods against my kin, frequently committing acts of slaughter. The tiger clan's saintess glared resentfully at the forces of the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. Given the current circumstances having fallen into their hands, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. A surge of power quickly rose from within her. However, at that very moment, an overwhelming force suppressed and quelled it. The Tiger Clan Saintess's expression was one of extreme unwillingness, as she noticed Prince Su Fengyan of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty regarding her with a highly amused expression. His disdainful words dripped with condescension, as he addressed her with the tone of an overlord. "You little sprite may prove to be of great use to me, at least for now. Do not expect to perish so easily." With that, he revealed his semi-immortal prowess and reached towards the Tiger Clan Saintess below. At this moment, the Tiger Clan Saintess could only watch helplessly as he approached her. Even with the ancient bloodline of the Tiger Clan as a boon, my strength is merely at the second tier of the Emperor realm. Faced with a formidable presence that surpasses even the Emperor realm, the prospect of resistance is utterly futile. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of my Great Xia Sacred Dynasty? At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. A fissure appeared in the once tranquil celestial expanse, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the scene. A figure clad in armor stepped forth from the rift, followed by 100 armored warriors. In the wake of this sudden surge of power, the force exerted by Prince Su Fengyan of the Chenwang, which had been aimed at the Tiger Clan Saintess below, was completely obliterated. The unexpected arrival captivated all present, whether they were from the Demon Clan or the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, halting their movements in awe. After a brief pause, Prince Su Fengyan fixed his gaze upon the newly appeared figures, a clear displeasure evident in his eyes. The Great Xia Sacred Dynasty? He heard distinctly what the leading armored general had proclaimed. However, he had no recollection of this so-called Great Xia Sacred Dynasty. Was there ever such a dynasty south of the Taiying Mountains? He turned to the entourage from the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty beside him, inquiring about the situation. A subordinate promptly replied, "Your Highness, not long ago, a new sacred dynasty emerged within the western wilderness, and that power is the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty." A newly arisen sacred dynasty? Upon hearing this, Prince Su Fengyan began to understand. He had been secluded in the sacred city of the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, engrossed in his cultivation, and had not paid much attention to external affairs. Had it not been for the necessity of powerful blood essence to practice the divine arts of his sacred lineage, he would not have expended so much effort to journey to the Taiyang Mountains. Once it became clear that this group was from the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, many strong individuals from the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty who were aware of them shared their knowledge with Prince Su Fengyan. "My lord, although the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty is a newly arisen force, its strength is remarkable. In a short span, they have significantly expanded their territory and even contested with the Mo Han sect, which has been rampant in the western wilderness and central domain." In the following moments, those familiar with the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty recounted all pertinent information to Prince Su Fengyan. With this influx of information, the disdain in his eyes began to wane, though it was only slightly. After all, as a prince of the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, he found it difficult to place too much importance on their claims, regardless of how formidable they seemed. Regardless of how formidable the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty may appear, it remains merely an emerging power among the sacred dynasties. Could it truly contend with the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty? As thoughts of Prince Su Fengyan and others preoccupied the minds of onlookers, at another location in the void, a middle-aged general clad in crimson armor stood poised, with a long sword and a scroll hanging from either side of his waist. Though he had not made any significant movements, his imposing presence exuded the valor of a martial general, complemented by the scholarly aura of a learned man. This was none other than Li Jing of the Great Xia. Presently, the Great Xia controlled vast territories, comparable in size to the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty of the Eastern Domain. Under the guidance of Xiao Ling, the Tang Emperor Li Shimin was entrusted with oversight, and Li Jing was responsible for the defense of the southern lands beyond the Taiying Mountains. Behind him stood over 100 armored soldiers, each with strength surpassing the 7th or 8th rank of the Saint Realm, including more than 30 at the Emperor Realm and 2 at the semi-immortal level. Such a formidable assembly was notably superior to that of the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, casting an unmistakable aura of dominance. Li Jing's gaze fell upon a young woman bound by a powerful force below. Upon noticing the fluffy ears atop her head and sensing her aura, he instantly discerned her identity. Those furry ears revealed that he had encountered a little sprite today, igniting a spark of intrigue within him. "Please, save my life." As Li Jing's eyes met those of the Tiger Clan as a sacred maiden, she too looked in his direction, her plea resonating with a hint of familiarity. With a surge of power, he reached toward the Tiger clan's sacred maiden, effortlessly dispelling the force that had imprisoned her. In a flash, feeling the return of her freedom, the Tiger clan's sacred maiden wasted no time and rushed toward Li Jing. This group represented her greatest hope. Perhaps with their assistance, she could escape the grasp of the formidable enemies from the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty. Chapter 252. Could it be that the Great Xia stands with the demon clan, aligning itself with their kind? Impudent. Witnessing the Tiger clan sacred maiden being rescued before their eyes, a powerful figure from the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty immediately took action. A ninth-tier Emperor Realm warrior lunged toward her. However, before he could approach, a cold voice rang out from the direction of the Great Xia. A young general clad in brown and yellow armor, exuding a youthful yet cunning demeanor, emerged. His name was Li Daozong, one of Li Jing's most exceptional young commanders. Despite his youth, he had already attained the first tier of the semi-immortal realm, making him a force to be reckoned with. A powerful strike was unleashed with a resounding thud. The attack from the formidable warrior of the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty was shattered before it could even approach, crushed by an overwhelming force that left him spitting blood. A ninth great emperor was thus defeated in a single blow. A semi-immortal. Could it be that such a youthful, semi-immortal warrior existed? Was the Great Xia sacred dynasty truly as fearsome as the rumor suggested? Witnessing their ninth great emperor being vanquished in an instant, the members of the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty were struck with profound shock, including Prince Su Fengyan, who shared the same sentiment. The Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty had never engaged in direct confrontation with the Great Xia, and their understanding of its strength was merely based on hearsay, only that it was indeed formidable. However, it was now evident that such a young, semi-immortal held terrifying potential. After Li Daozong subdued the ninth great emperor of the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty, he scanned the surroundings with an air of arrogance. What strength! The holy maiden of the Tiger clan, concealed behind the Great Xia, was astonished, her heart swelling with elation, observing the extraordinary prowess of these individuals. She felt her gamble had indeed paid off. The warriors of the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty ceased their movements, turning their gazes towards Prince Su Fengyan. His expression grew increasingly grim. Just as the holy maiden of the Tiger clan seemed within reach, the Great Xia sacred dynasty unexpectedly emerged, leaving him with a distinct sense of being publicly humiliated. Prince Su Fengyan turned to a nearby ninth grade emperor attendant, who promptly approached and called out to the forces of the Great Xia. We are from the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty, and this esteemed individual is Prince of the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty. The demoness has stolen our sacred treasures, and we are here to apprehend her. The reason given was a mere fabrication. The true nature of the Great Xia remained unclear, and given the holy maiden of the Tiger clan's unique lineage, it was likely that revealing her identity would lead to complications. He lies. I have never stolen any treasures of the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty. These individuals have ruthlessly slaughtered my fellow demon kin. They are truly wicked. The holy maiden of the Tiger clan was filled with rage upon hearing the words from the Jiao Yuan forces. To accuse me of theft when you seek to capture me is utterly despicable. Your words carry no weight, demon. The theft of our sacred treasures is undeniable, retorted the warriors of the Great Xia. We, as humans, need not be at odds over a mere small demon. Does the Great Xia stand with the demons, as if in alliance with them? The cold response from the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty warriors invoked the dichotomy of humans and demons. The holy maiden of the Tiger clan, witnessing the situation, found herself at a loss for words. The formidable beings before her, known as the Great Xia sacred dynasty, were ultimately of the human race, while she belonged unequivocally to the demon clan. Although she was unaware of the full extent of the Great Xia's strength, she was well aware of the formidable power of the Jiyuan sacred dynasty, which had subjugated the demon tribes north of the Taiying Mountains for countless ages. Even if the current assembly of Great Xia's elites possessed remarkable prowess, would they truly risk offending the Jiyuan sacred dynasty for the sake of a mere demon like her? Listening to the words of a powerful figure from the Jiyuan sacred dynasty, Li Jing cast a glance at the holy maiden of the Tiger clan. He had little regard for the bluster of the Jiyuan. With a swift motion, he reached into the body of the holy maiden. She instinctively wished to resist, yet there was no possibility of defiance against Li Jing's might. As his power penetrated her being, he found no anomalies after a brief search. There was no treasure of significance within her. However, he did sense some peculiarities regarding her bloodline. Meanwhile, Prince Su Fengyan of the Jin observed the lack of movement from the Great Xia and furrowed his brow, Unable to contain his impatience any longer, he strode forward, directing his gaze towards the formidable figures of Great Xia, and proclaimed, "What are your intentions, Great Xia? Do you intend to keep me waiting indefinitely? I possess not such patience." As a royal of the Jiyuan sacred dynasty, he had never endured such treatment. The Jiaoyuan had long dominated their domain, and in the western wilderness, they had never feared any force aside from the Taishu sect, one of the 8 sects and 4 dynasties. As he spoke, the elite of the Great Xia turned their attention towards him, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Li Jing met the gaze of Prince Su Fengyan, locking onto him with determination. The Great Xia sacred dynasty was in the midst of expanding its territory, yet it had not yet engaged the top-tier sacred forces of the western wilderness. However, should a formidable foe arise, the Great Xia would not show leniency. Such impatience. Li Jing raturta kudli. This territory belongs to the Great Xia sacred dynasty. You, the Jiyuan sacred dynasty, have intruded without permission and even dared to stir chaos within. How do you intend to justify this? At that moment, Li Jing's voice rang with authority. It was time for the Jiyuan sacred dynasty to explain itself. Arrogant, presumptuous. Prince Su Fengyan's countenance darkened, feeling that the Great Xia had utterly disregarded him. How could he possibly tolerate this? Stubborn and unyielding, since he refused to show respect. Do not blame me for being merciless. Kill. First, seize that little demon of the Tiger clan. As the king of Chun, Su Fengyan called out, a figure swiftly emerged from behind him. This was a man with chestnut-colored hair and a cold, dark visage. He charged directly towards the Tiger clan as Holy Maiden. Su Fengyan observed the scene with calm detachment. Regardless of the circumstances, the Holy Maiden of the Tiger clan held paramount significance for his cultivation of the sacred clan's divine powers. She must be seized. On the side of the Great Summer Sacred Empire, Li Jing remained inactive, while Li Daozong decisively took action. Chapter 253. Is this all? Does the Jiaoyuan Sacred Empire not possess a single capable fighter? Li Daozong, wielding a long blade, engaged the formidable figure of the Jiaoyuan Sacred Empire, whose demeanor was equally cold and formidable. Their attacks were swift and fierce, the overwhelming presence of semi-immortal strength erupting from their bodies. Faced with Li Daozong's threat, the cold-faced warrior from the Jiaoyuan Sacred Empire dared not show any negligence. He immediately withdrew and began to counter Li Daozong's assault. Boom! The clash of their attacks produced a terrifying force that reverberated outward. In that instant, the surrounding mountains and vegetation were instantly reduced to ruins, the devastation extending nearly 1,000 miles. The power of the semi-immortal realm is indeed formidable. Had they unleashed their full strength rather than merely testing each other, the ensuing chaos would have been even more catastrophic. With their initial strikes yielding no clear victor, the true extent of their strengths became evident. Li Daozong stood at the second tier of the semi-immortal realm, while the cold-faced warrior from the Jiaoyuan Sacred Empire was at the third tier. Though merely one tier apart, the disparity in power at the semi-immortal level is not to be underestimated. The cold-faced warrior regarded Li Daozong, his hands gathering a strange and potent force, gradually taking the form of a claw radiating with endless cold light. Utilising a unique technique, he transformed his hands into weapons of divine caliber. The two semi-immortal beings faced off. After several breaths, the initially motionless figure of the opponent morphed into an ethereal illusion and vanished from sight. Li Daozong observed this development, his brow slightly arching as he retreated a step. He then swung his long sword sharply to the right. Clang! The strike produced a heavy metallic sound. Subsequently, the cold-faced semi-immortal of the Jiaoyuan Empire became faintly visible. His expression bore a hint of astonishment, clearly unprepared for the fact that a mere semi-immortal of the second tier from the Great Summer could so easily track his movements and intercept his attack with a single strike. With his hand now clawed, he lunged at Li Daozong once more. Rip! Li Daozong reacted swiftly. However, the opponent's speed was astonishingly swift, already tearing a gash in the corner of his garment. Should that claw land upon Li Daozong, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Swish! This strike missed its target, and the opponent's figure once again vanished into thin air. Subsequently, clang, clang, clang. A relentless barrage of attacks ensued, all of which Li Daozong successfully thwarted. Clang! With his sword, Li Daozong parried yet another assault, while his left hand forcefully grasped the void, directly pulling forth the cold-faced saint of the Jiaoyuan Holy Dynasty. You! The cold-faced half-saint intended to utter something, Yet Li Daozong would not afford him any opportunity. With a firm grip on his long sword, he swung fiercely at the opponent's body. The adversary decisively extended both hands to block. Clang! The sword and claws clashed, resulting in a stalemate. Li Daozong gazed at his opponent. Such ostentation, yet your strength is merely mediocre. His eyes sharpened, and the blade in his hand flickered with a chilling glint. Bang! A resounding crack echoed as Li Daozong's sword cleaved through the opponent's dark claws, severing half of his left hand. With a powerful strike from his left hand, he pressed down upon the opponent, completely suppressing him to the ground. Boom! The already chaotic Taihang mountains trembled violently, revealing a deep pit several feet wide behind him. In this dire situation, Li Daozong had decisively subdued his opponent. Impossible. The Black Wind general had actually been defeated? Witnessing their half-saint's downfall, the members of the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty were utterly astonished. Prince Su Fengyan cast his gaze towards the deep pit below, where faint remnants of energy lingered. The Black Wind was one of his most capable subordinates, possessing formidable strength within the third tier of the half-saint realm, even capable of contending with those of the fourth tier. Yet now, he had been brutally suppressed by a general of the Great Xia, whose cultivation was merely at the second tier of the half-saint realm. Li Daozong stood confidently between the two factions, casting a proud glance at the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. Is this it? Does your Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty lack even a capable fighter? His unrestrained mockery resounded. General Li is magnificent. 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 The momentum of the Great Xia surged. In contrast, the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty's atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and Prince Su Fengyan's expression darkened further. The opponent's form flickered, vanishing from sight, only to reappear mere 2 or 3 paces before Li Daozong, emanating an overwhelming aura directed at him. Get away! The power of Prince Su Fengyan is not to be underestimated, as he effortlessly forced Li Daozong back. At the 6th tier of the semi-sacred realm, Prince Su Fengyan far surpass Li Daozong. In the face of such formidable strength, even though Li Daozong possesses considerable combat prowess, the disparity in their ranks is insurmountable. The methods employed by Prince Su Fengyan are not to be compared with those of the previously defeated General Blackwind. In regard to the arrogant general of the Great Xia before him, Prince Su Fengyan shows no inclination for courtesy. Death. A colossal palm descends with immense pressure. Under such overwhelming force, Li Daozong finds himself unable to act. However, at this critical moment, a surge of power pulls Li Daozong away, causing Prince Su Fengyan's attack to miss its mark. Simultaneously, a sensation of impending danger suddenly envelopes the scene. The one who intervenes is none other than Li Jing. After saving Li Daozong, Li Jing stands in the position previously occupied by his ally, effortlessly blocking the devastating attack unleashed by Prince Su Fengyan. This so-called might is rendered trivial in the presence of Li Jing. Observing the nullification of his assault, Prince Su Fengyan remains unfazed. Prior to the confrontation, he had already sensed a presence from his opponent that rivaled his own strength. The recent reputation of the Great Xia has indeed grown, yet before me, whether dragon or tiger, you shall submit. The aura surrounding Prince Su Fengyan swells, a formidable energy coalescing in his right palm. Dragon Fist. He invokes a sacred technique of the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. This technique, previously demonstrated against the demon tribes, is now executed with far greater potency. With a single strike, what appears to be an ordinary punch transforms into a dragon. This dragon rushes toward Li Jing, its gaping maw intent on devouring everything in its path. Chapter 254. A mere serpent. How can it become a true dragon? Dragon Fist? A mere serpent. How can it become a true dragon? Li Jing regards the punch unleashed by Prince Su Fengyan with little concern. With a subtle lift of his right hand, he delivers what seems to be an unremarkable punch. A concentrated strike of spiritual energy is unleashed, devoid of any embellishments, executed with precision and clarity. Roar, accompanied by a sound akin to a dragon's roar. The open maw of the dragon, created by Prince Su Fengyan, consumes Li Jing's punch. Observing this, a slight smirk plays upon Prince Su Fengyan's lips. Yet in that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpires. The dragon conjured from his punch suddenly halts. Boom! With a resounding explosion, it detonates. How can this be? As he witnessed his full force strike being effortlessly shattered, he was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a radiant light suddenly emerged from the tumultuous waves of energy, the very essence of the lethal punch unleashed by Li Jing. After obliterating the dragon fist executed by the crown prince Su Fengyan, it continued to surge towards the opponent's true form, seemingly undiminished in power. The crown prince, sensing impending doom, attempted to hastily evade. However, he had overestimated his own strength while underestimating the formidable force of Li Jing's punch. Bang! He was struck directly, his body erupting with a cascade of azure light, and he was sent staggering backward 100 paces before barely regaining his footing. A single blow had led to his defeat. The crown prince, Su Fengyan, gazed towards Li Jing, acutely aware of an unusual sensation within his body, yet he remained silent. With a sudden spurt of blood, his aura began to wane. "Your Highness!" The members of the Dragon Abyss Holy Dynasty rushed forward in alarm, unable to fathom how their sovereign could be so swiftly vanquished under such an assault. The strength of the adversary was beyond their wildest imaginings. Li Jing regarded the crown prince with a frigid gaze and declared, "Leave. The Great Xia is not a realm for the likes of you. Should you dare to trespass upon our lands and stir trouble again, do not blame us for our lack of mercy." He refrained from delivering a death blow to the crown prince, recognizing that while the Dragon Abyss Holy Dynasty was no weak force, the Great Xia harbored no fear. If the crown prince persisted in his obstinacy, Li Jing would show him no leniency. "Your Highness, we get away." The crown prince, Su Fengyan's countenance was grim. He had never anticipated such humiliation on this day. It was utterly intolerable. Reaching into his chest, he retrieved a jade pendant intricately engraved with fine patterns, depicting a coiling dragon, certainly not an ordinary artifact. Yet, this once pristine jade pendant was now marred with countless fissures. The crown prince's eyes brimmed with disbelief and resentment upon seeing it. This item was a prestigious identity token bestowed by the Holy Dynasty's supreme master craftsman after the royal coming-of-age ceremony, personally gifted by the current sovereign. It not only bore a powerful protective emblem, but also symbolized one's status. Realizing that Li Jing had managed to shatter this insignia, the extent of his formidable strength became abundantly clear. The glint of malice and fury in his eyes could not be concealed. "Let's depart," the crown prince coldly commanded. Given his current capabilities, it was clear that he could not prevail against his opponent. To continue would be merely to invite further humiliation. However, he vowed that this grievance would not be forgotten. In this instance, not only has one brought shame upon oneself, but has also forsaken the very crucible that cultivates the divine abilities of the sacred clan. Thus the fury within is palpable. As the forces of the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty departed, Li Jing cast a glance towards the holy maiden of the Tiger clan. "I am deeply grateful for your intervention. My lord, I, Hu Ling, shall undoubtedly repay this kindness in due course." Hu Ling, the name of the holy maiden of the Tiger clan, reflects the indifference of the demon race towards individual names, as it is customary to identify oneself by one's clan. Witnessing the retreat of the formidable adversaries from the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty, Hu Ling felt a surge of exhilaration. Having expressed her gratitude, she prepared to make a hasty exit. "Stop!" Before she could make her escape, Li Jing's voice rang out, effectively halting her. Yet, upon hearing his words, Hu Ling showed no intention of pausing. Instead, she quickened her pace. However, how could she so easily evade Li Jing? An aura more formidable than that of the crown prince Su Fengyan enveloped her, rendering her immobile, devoid of any strength to act. "For your sake, I, Xia, have incurred the wrath of the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty, and you think a mere thank you suffices before you depart?" Li Jing, far from being a benevolent figure, had not saved her life without reason. Moreover, he sensed a considerable power within Hu Ling regardless of the circumstances. He deemed it imperative to investigate further before deciding her fate. "My lord, Hu Ling is but an ordinary little demon of the Tiger clan, of no use to you," she countered. Li Jing regarded her, aware that a commander of his stature would not be so easily deceived. If she were indeed of no value, then perhaps it was best to eliminate her outright or hand her over to the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty to mitigate the discord between their realms. As he spoke, he exuded an air of imminent violence, akin to sharpening a blade for a grim task. "Please, if it pleases my lord, I can serve you tea or even massage your shoulders and legs," Hu Ling implored, her face tinged with embarrassment. She had heard from the elders of her clan about certain peculiarities among the human race. Although she spoke thus outwardly, inwardly she was vehemently unwilling. She had no desire to fall into the clutches of the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty, as the consequences would be dire. Conversely, The individuals before her from the Xia sacred dynasty instilled in her a sense of inexplicable reassurance. At least in her subconscious, being in the hands of the Xia seemed infinitely preferable to being at the mercy of the Jiao Yuan forces. For now, survival was paramount. Li Jing regarda umbrialing, fully aware of her unspoken thoughts. The incident involving the Jiao Yuan forces required his personal report to prevent any unforeseen consequences. You all must remain vigilant in your defense of the territory, keeping a watchful eye on the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty. Be alert for any unusual movements. He instructed the generals beside him. In contemporary times, friction between the Jiao Yuan holy dynasty and our own is inevitable, and the opposing side will not easily relent. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, it is essential to make adequate preparations. Little sprite, accompany me on this journey. With ease, Li Jing managed to assert control, swiftly departing with his troops. Chapter 255. Xiao Ling, you can surely do it. Li Jing himself is of the 7th rank in semi-mortal realm, significantly stronger than his previous opponent, Princess Sufendian. With his remarkable speed, he soon arrived at the site of the Great Xia Holy Palace. Uncle Li, is this the Great Xia Holy Palace? At Li Jing's side, the Hu tribe's holy maiden, Xiao Ling, gazed around, her eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. For a being of the demon race who had spent her childhood in the Taihang Mountains, the sights before her were utterly fascinating. The towering edifices were unlike anything that existed among her kin. However, within such a brief span of time, she had already taken to addressing him as Uncle Li. The thought of such a revered military deity, now the commander of the Great Xia Station forces, being referred to in such a familiar manner by a woman of the Tiger clan, was astonishing, and should the other generals of the Great Xia become aware, they would undoubtedly be left in shock. Acknowledging her words, Li Jing nodded. Indeed, we have now entered the Great Xia Holy City and are on the verge of reaching the Great Xia Holy Palace. This young Hu maiden accompanying him was quite intriguing. Despite her apparent youth, she exhibited a boldness and keen curiosity, peppering him with questions along the way. As she listened to Li Jing speak of the Great Xia Holy Palace, a glimmer of yearning appeared in Xiao Ling's eyes. According to the elders of my tribe, the Hu once held considerable prestige, possessing vast lands and magnificent palace complexes. Alas, over time, they had gradually fallen into decline. Li Jing remarca. The fleeting brilliance of the past holds little weight. Those are merely remnants of your tribe's history. However, should you seize the opportunity, perhaps you could revive the former glory of your Hu clan. Reviving the glory of the Hu tribe? Xiao Ling was taken aback, her expression shifting into deep contemplation. As the holy maiden of the Hu tribe, burdened with the weight of countless kin who perished to protect her, she too bore the responsibility of rejuvenating her people. Uncle Li, what do you mean by opportunity? Though she had her suspicions, she sought a definitive answer. Yet, Li Jing offered no concrete response, merely stating, "What I say is of little consequence. It all depends on your ability to grasp it." Amid their brief exchange, they had already arrived at the entrance of the Great Xia Holy Palace. Upon descending to the ground, he proceeded toward the palace gates. The soldiers stationed there, upon seeing General Li Jing, bowed respectfully, acknowledging him with the greeting, "We meet you, General Li. I have urgent matters to report to His Majesty. I kindly ask you to convey this," Li Jing stated. Upon hearing this, the commander of the palace guards swiftly responded, "Since General Li is here, there is no need for us to report. His Majesty is already aware of your arrival and is currently waiting within the sacred hall." "Thank you," Li Jing replied with a slight nod, leading his companion, Xiao Ling, swiftly into the sacred palace. Li Jing felt no surprise at His Majesty's prior knowledge of his visit. The Emperor's capabilities were remarkable, and everything occurring within the realm of the Xia was bound to be perceived. Navigating through the elaborate corridors of the palace, Li Jing and Xiao Ling soon arrived at the entrance of the sacred hall. "I am Li Jing, here to see His Majesty," he announced, bowing respectfully towards the chamber. "Come in," a voice resonated from within the hall shortly thereafter. "Let us proceed," Li Jing said, casting a glance at Xiao Ling, adding, "When we meet His Majesty, it is imperative that you maintain utmost respect and do not display any disrespect." Though Xiao Ling was lively and had quickly acclimated to Li Jing's presence, she understood that before the Emperor, she must not exhibit any laxity. "Understood," Xiao Ling replied, exercising great caution. The Xia sacred dynasty was a formidable force capable of contending with the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty. Thus, the Emperor was not someone to be taken lightly, especially considering the significant role he played for her and her lineage, the Tiger clan. As Li Jing walked ahead, Xiao Ling closely followed. Observing the grandeur and solemnity of the sacred hall, Li Jing felt relatively unburdened. Yet for Hu Ling, even with her ancient bloodline granting her the strength of a second-tier emperor, as she drew nearer to the sacred hall, an overwhelming pressure began to envelop her. Upon entering the sacred hall, a tremendous force suddenly knocked Hu Ling off balance, rendering her unable to rise. Li Jing sensed her distress, but recognized that this unusual sensation stemmed from His Majesty's presence, thus refraining from offering her assistance. Struggling to steady herself, Hu Ling propped herself up, gazing toward the front of the hall. Unfortunately, a thin veil of mist obscured her vision, thwarting her attempts to investigate further. At that moment, gritting her teeth, she slowly rose to her feet. The individual steadily advanced forward, and within this brief span, beads of sweat began to form on their brow, a testament to the overwhelming force that bore down upon them. With great effort, each step became increasingly arduous. The pressure they faced slightly intensified compared to the outset. Instinctively, Hu Ling felt an unwavering resolve to press onward, determined not to concede defeat at this critical juncture. "You can do it, Hu Ling," they silently encouraged themselves. Simultaneously, seated upon the dragon throne high above in the sacred palace, Xiao Ling observed Hu Ling with keen interest. An awakened ancient bloodline of the demon race. He was already well acquainted with the events south of Taihang Mountain, and, upon sensing the aura surrounding Hu Ling, he gleaned a few insights. His intrigue regarding Hu Ling was palpable. Under Xiao Ling's command, an immensely powerful pressure continued to descend upon Hu Ling, as he yearned to witness the extent of their formidable perseverance, particularly the potential unleashed by the activated ancient demon bloodline within. Chapter 256, The Little Tiger Demon. Quite audacious indeed. A deep, resonant sound echoed. Within the grand hall, Hu Ling gritted their teeth, countless joints quivering in response to the strain. Yet, they did not relent, resolutely drawing closer to the depths of the sacred palace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each movement, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation enveloped them. Beneath the weight of the oppressive force, Hu Ling's blood surged, infused with a potent vitality that appeared to awaken gradually, as the power within their blood revitalized. Hu Ling's own strength began to ascend. Boom! The realm of the 3rd stage of the Emperor's domain. Their level had surged from the initial 2nd stage directly to the 3rd. Quite impressive indeed. From the throne, Xiao Ling's gaze remained fixed upon Hu Ling within the sacred palace. The power within them was extraordinary, beneath the force he exerted. It had begun to rejuvenate at a visibly accelerated pace. However, as Hu Ling's realm advanced, Xiao Ling did not withdraw the oppressive force, but rather intensified it. Time passed incrementally. Inside the sacred palace, Hu Ling continued to forge ahead, undeterred by the immense pressure, seemingly oblivious to the concept of retreat. On one side of the grand hall, Li Jing observed with equal fascination, deeply moved by Hu Ling's tenacity. Boom! Boom! Amidst the successive fluctuations of breath, the realm of the tiger spirit ascended once more, this time elevating by 2 entire tiers. From the 3rd rank of the Emperor realm, it surged forth to the 5th rank. Possessing a formidable lineage, it held an undeniable advantage. Merely suppressed by a force, it activated the latent power within, and thus, in such a fleeting moment, it attained the 5th rank of the Emperor realm. It is certain, in the sacred palace. Su Ling's gaze was fixed upon the vast heavens ahead, feeling the elevation of her bloodline and her own strength. Yet, rather than alleviating her burdens, the oppressive force intensified. The tiger spirit lifted its gaze, and ahead, a shadow imbued with supreme might began to manifest. Could that be the sovereign of the Great Xia? Although the figure remained obscured, it could be faintly sensed. With unwavering will, the tiger spirit pressed onward. At last, upon reaching a certain point, the pressure that had assailed from all directions vanished instantaneously. Clarity enveloped its vision, revealing the entirety of the sacred palace within its sight. Atop the elevated platform, a youth clad in resplendent robes sat with an air of tranquility, yet his countenance exuded an imposing presence that commanded respect and reverence. Your humble servant, Li Jing, pays his respects to your majesty. Li Jing knelt before Xiao Ling. Observing this, the tiger spirit dared not exhibit any semblance of nonchalance. It too prostrated itself on the ground and proclaimed, Tiger spirit pays respects to your majesty, to the sovereign of Great Xia. This individual before them was indeed the ruler of a sacred dynasty, and the tiger spirit could not afford to be remiss in its demeanor. Xiao Ling regarded the 2 individuals below, Gesturing with a wave of his hand, he declared, "You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty." "Thank you, your majesty." Li Jing and the tiger spirit both stood. The tiger spirit, standing beside Li Jing, bore an expression of palpable tension. "Your majesty, I have a report." Li Jing adressa Xiao Ling. Not long ago, the prince of the Juan sacred dynasty and his entourage trespassed into the territory of our Great Xia. South of the Taiyang Mountains, I led a portion of our forces to engage them, resulting in some friction, but ultimately, the Jiyuan contingent withdrew. Xiao Ling nodded slightly. "I am already aware of this matter. Since the Jiyuan sacred dynasty dares to invade our Great Xia, feel free to take action to suppress them. As the commanding general stationed at the border, you are empowered to act autonomously in this regard." He did not attach excessive importance to the Jiyuan sacred dynasty. The lands of his sacred dynasty were not to be trifled with by other forces. Should the Jiyuan sacred dynasty dare to raise arms against them, Great Xia would not extend courtesy in return. Without lingering excessively with Li Jing, Xiao Ling's gaze swiftly turned to the nearby tiger spirit. However, before Xiao Ling could utter a word, the tiger spirit unexpectedly knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "I am the holy maiden of the tiger clan, tiger spirit. From north of the Taiyang mountain range, I beseech your majesty to provide assistance and save the lives of my kin." The tiger spirit bowed deeply before Xiao Ling, recognizing that he was the only one capable of avenging her clan. She understood the gravity of seizing every possible opportunity, were it not for Li Jing's presence. Meeting the esteemed figure above was not something one could take for granted. Thus, she could not afford to miss this singular chance. "Assistance?" The response was remarkably resolute. Devoid of any hesitation, Xiao Ling replied coolly, "Why should I aid you? There exists no enmity between the holy dynasty of Jiyuan and the Great Xia. Your presence has already incited the wrath of both courts. It seems I should not only refrain from offering you assistance, but rather capture you. After all, the strength of the holy dynasty of Jiyuan is formidable, and establishing such a powerful enemy for the sake of a mere little demon is utterly meaningless." At these words, the tiger spirit trembled slightly, a sense of vigilance washing over her. Contemplating Xiao Ling's statements, she fell into a moment of deep thought. Observing her, Xiao Ling maintained an expression of calm indifference, pondering how she would respond. After a brief consideration, the tiger spirit's countenance transformed, revealing a newfound determination. She turned her gaze to Xiao Ling on the dragon throne and resolutely declared, "If your majesty can lend aid to my clan, Tiger Spirit shall ensure that you are adequately rewarded for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression turned to one of astonishment. The Tiger clan was exceedingly weak. What would they possibly offer in return to the Great Xia? Xiao Ling on the throne shared a similar curiosity. This diminutive tiger spirit certainly possessed a bold demeanor. Given her precarious situation, one wondered what her clan could possibly present that would pique his interest. Chapter 257. The White Tiger indeed possesses a certain flair. Listening to her words felt like a jest to the holy dynasty of Great Xia, for it seemed that the tiger spirit and her clan could hardly offer anything of significance. Yet, witnessing her earnestness, Xiao Ling found himself intrigued. The little demon bore a certain charm, especially with a pair of fluffy white ears atop her head. The white tiger certainly had its own allure. Though such musings were merely light-hearted thoughts, Xiao Ling rose from his seat and gradually approached the tiger spirit below. The ability of the latter to withstand his pressure indicated an extraordinary will and potential, coupled with the formidable bloodline of the ancient demon clan coursing through its veins, suggesting that it was unlike any ordinary creature. Such an existence, given sufficient time, would undoubtedly flourish. As Xiao Ling descended from the dragon throne, Li Jing cast a glance at the tiger spirit beside him. Indeed, the tiger spirit's earlier bravado was somewhat presumptuous. With the might of the Great Xia holy dynasty, what kind of reward could truly move his majesty? Certainly, there must be something, but it was clear that the tiger spirit could not provide it. Perhaps, beseeching his majesty for protection for itself alone would pose no significant issue. "Your majesty," Li Jing began, intending to speak, but was halted by Xiao Ling's raised hand. Thus, he could only bow and step back. Xiao Ling took a few small steps until he stood beside the tiger spirit, which was hunched over. Even without exerting any pressure, Xiao Ling's presence exuded an unsettling aura that the tiger spirit could sense, causing it to suppress a shiver. As it raised its head, Xiao Ling's voice resonated. The tiger spirit, upon hearing his words, immediately lifted its gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a wave of trepidation washed over the tiger spirit. The youth before it bore a countenance so stern that it felt as though it had stepped into either a paradise or a hell. Despite the absence of any overt pressure, the seemingly ordinary visage conveyed an overpowering sense of life and death control. In the presence of such formidable strength, the tiger spirit felt akin to a mere pawn, aware that its existence could be effortlessly dictated by Xiao Ling's speak. "What reward can you offer me?" Xiao Ling inquired nonchalantly. Under their shared gaze, the tiger spirit felt a flicker of emotion, but quickly cast aside its fleeting doubts, adopting a resolute demeanor as it responded. "I have awakened the purest bloodline of the ancient tiger clan within me. Given time, I shall undoubtedly attain the pinnacle of strength akin to my ancestors. Our ancient tiger clan is reputed to be one of the premier demon clans in this mystical realm, far surpassing the human saint-level powers. I implore your majesty to extend your protection over my clan, and in return, I shall regard you as my sovereign, serving your interests without hesitation. No matter what your commands may be, I shall never dare to resist." At this juncture, the tiger spirit lightly bit its lip, feeling a tinge of helplessness. It displayed an unwavering courage. The purest bloodline of the ancient tiger clan? Regarding the situation of the tiger spirit, Xiao Ling listened to the other party's words with a sense of calm understanding. Upon the tiger spirit's arrival at the Great Xia sacred palace, certain aspects of its being had already come to light. Looking ahead, the tiger spirit undeniably possessed both will and bloodline, with its innate strength poised to grow significantly over time, far surpassing that of most demon clans. However, this is merely a glimpse into the future, a future that is bound to be exceedingly protracted. When the tiger spirit's power eventually ascends, one wonders what heights the Great Xia will have reached by then. What remains is merely a matter for the future. Xiao Ling spoke with a serene demeanor. "You may stay in the Great Xia for the time being and devote yourself to cultivation. With your current talents and potential, the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty will be unable to hinder you." For the tiger spirit, Xiao Ling harbored no ulterior motives. He was simply drawn to its unwavering fortitude. Having another individual of such caliber in the Great Xia was not a burden, but rather a boon. As for the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty, he had never truly regarded it as a threat, even without the unforeseen presence of the tiger spirit. The Great Xia sacred dynasty would inevitably encounter conflicts of interest with the Jiao Yuan dynasty during its future expansion. Such occurrences were unavoidable in the long run. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, the tiger spirit was filled with astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. Could it truly remain? Initially, it had believed that the Summer Emperor would hand it back to the Jiao Yuan dynasty, and it had prepared itself for death at any moment. Yet, this unexpected turn of events had transpired so swiftly. Coughing slightly as the tiger spirit pondered, Li Jing, who stood nearby, promptly interjected to offer a reminder. Brought back to the present, the tiger spirit respectfully expressed its gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty." "Thank you, your majesty." Xiao Ling, having said what he needed, shifted his gaze to Li Jing and instructed, "General Li, I believe you share a bond with this tiger spirit. I shall permit it to accompany your troops. With your esteemed military training, it is possible that the Great Xia will gain a capable ally in the future." Observing the rapport between Li Jing and the tiger spirit, Xiao Ling deemed it a suitable choice to entrust the latter to Li Jing, especially since the latter station region was within the tiger clan's habitat in the Taiying Mountains. "Your shall be done," Li Jing replied, bowing in compliance with Xiao Ling's command. Subsequently, Li Jing and the tiger spirit withdrew. Taiying Mountains. After their departure, Xiao Ling's thoughts turned to the Taiying Mountains with a hint of concern. At present, the Great Xia sacred dynasty had firmly established its foothold in the western wilderness, with its territorial expanse nearing its limits within a short span. Should further expansion occur, it would inevitably lead to direct confrontations with the prominent forces of the western wilderness. The scouts of the Great Xia sacred dynasty have gradually spread out, achieving significant infiltration into the various forces of the western wilderness. Although all are sacred-level powers, the sacred forces of this central domain are considerably more formidable than those of the four major domains of the southeast, southwest, and northeast. More importantly, these forces are deeply rooted. Should the Great Xia decide to expand further, it is highly likely that such actions would trigger widespread repercussions. In the splendid inner hall of the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty, Prince Su Fengyan's face turned a deep shade of anger. The previously restrained fury erupted at this moment. As the ruler of this vast territory and a prince of the sacred dynasty, he had never endured such humiliation. The attempt to capture a mere beast from the demon tribe had met with such obstacles. intolerable, absolutely unbearable. He recalled the holy maiden of the Tiger clan, who had activated the purest bloodline of the ancient Tiger tribe. If he could utilize her to assist in practicing the sacred clan's divine abilities, it would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits. Regardless, he could not allow something he valued dearly to slip away before his eyes. Zuoyang, Prince Su Fengyan called out. A heavily armored general entered the hall, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength, possessing the power of a semi-immortal. Your humble servant is here. The general, known as Zuoyang, approached and knelt before Prince Su Fengyan. The prince regarded him. This man was one of his most capable commanders, his strength surpassing that of Heifeng, who had previously been defeated in the Taiyang Mountains. Gather 1,000 elite soldiers from the royal residence immediately and head to the Taiyang Mountains to ascertain the movements of the Great Xia. If the opportunity arises, capture all the beings of the Tiger clan. Your orders will be fulfilled. Zuoyang responded promptly. Although he had not accompanied his lord to the Taiyang Mountains, he had heard whispers of the events transpiring within. Given his prince's fury, he would not fail in his duty. Prince Su Fengyan understood that the strength of the Great Xia sacred dynasty was formidable, and confronting them directly would be exceedingly challenging. However, the Taiyang Mountains still housed many beings of the Tiger clan. By leveraging these beings as leverage, he was convinced that the Tiger spirit would not remain indifferent. The animosity between them and the Great Xia had already been established. Yet, the primary task remained to capture the holy maiden of the Tiger clan and practice his sacred abilities. Once his own power was enhanced, he would have ample opportunity to confront the Great Xia. Be cautious and return swiftly, Prince Su Fengyan advised as he gazed at Zuoyang. To the south of the Taiyang Mountains, a colossal city stretched nearly 100,000 miles, standing resolutely in its grandeur. This place has been newly established by the Great Xia Holy Dynasty as a fortified stronghold for the stationed army. What unusual movements have been detected in the Taiyang mountain range? Li Jing, accompanied by the Tiger spirit, returned to the stronghold at the frontier, inquiring about the situation here. Li Daozong responded, reporting to the commander, everything appears normal. After the retreat of the troops from the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, they have not re-emerged to cause further disturbances. We must deploy additional vigilance. Not a single moment of carelessness is permissible. As generals, we cannot afford to overlook any details. Exercising caution is undoubtedly prudent. Understood. Li Daozong bowed in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the commander, numerous generals of the Great Xia were curiously observing the Tiger spirit standing beside Li Jing. They were well aware of this tiger demon. Its presence here, brought by their commander, piqued their interest. Particularly notable was the Tiger spirit's demeanor towards their commander, which sparked various speculations among them. Li Jing, with keen perception, clearly sensed the expressions of the assembled generals. Enough. Set aside your idle thoughts. He chided. The Tiger spirit has received the Emperor's permission to remain with the Great Xia Holy Dynasty and has been personally assigned to my side. On our return journey, I have already taken it as my disciple. Upon hearing this, the generals swiftly comprehended the situation. The Great Xia has never adhered to excessive formalities and does not discriminate against the demon races. Given that this was a direct command from their emperor, they were bound to accept it without dissent. After delivering his address, Li Jing turned his gaze towards the Tiger spirit. Tiger spirit, these are the generals stationed here with me. It will be beneficial for you to associate with them and foster good relationships. He then looked down at the generals, finally fixing his eyes on a robust, middle-aged general. The man's countenance was stern, yet somewhat gentle, and his gaze exuded a sharpness that suggested formidable strength, making him stand out among the assembled officers. Su Dingfang, he introduced, at your service. This general was indeed Su Dingfang, Li Jing's most esteemed disciple and the inheritor of his military strategies. Whether in command or personal combat prowess, he was exceptionally capable. From now on, the Tiger spirit shall accompany you. Please ensure you provide proper guidance to your little junior sister. As a military commander, Li Jing opted not to keep the Tiger spirit at his side, for his responsibilities at the border were demanding, leaving little time for direct instruction. However, with Su Dingfang, his most trusted disciple, as a mentor, the Tiger spirit's education would undoubtedly be in capable hands. Yishelove, Su Dingfang replied, momentarily taken aback before bowing in compliance. The sudden addition of a junior sister was surprising, but as it was a command from his master, he would certainly see it through. Li Jing addressed the assembled generals with a resolute demeanor, declaring, among you, there are many who are my disciples. You are forbidden from bullying this tiger spirit. Should you do so, I shall not show mercy. As the divine military figure of the Great Tang, Li Jing was not without a cadre of capable disciples, each of whom possessed remarkable prowess. Stationed here were numerous followers who had accompanied him. Following a brief assembly, the generals of the Great Xia departed in succession. The tiger spirit was escorted away by Su Dingfang, the elder brother among them. With the pure bloodline of the ancient tiger clan, the tiger spirit's martial talents were undoubtedly formidable. However, as a member of the demon race, there existed a considerable disparity when compared to the human factions, necessitating significant guidance and adaptation. Perched upon the imposing city walls, the tiger spirit gazed northward toward the Taiyang Mountains. Although he had arrived in the Great Xia and secured the protection of the Holy Dynasty, alleviating concerns for his own safety, he was troubled by the fate of his kin still dwelling north of the Taiyang Mountains. The Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty had long oppressed the demon beings of that region, and instances of large-scale massacres of demon entities had indeed transpired, causing him a measure of anxiety. Is the junior sister concerned about our kind north of the Taiyang Mountains? A deep, resonant voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Su Dingfang. The tiger spirit collected his thoughts, turned his gaze to Su Dingfang, and offered a respectful nod. I apologize for any embarrassment, brother. No need for concern, Su Dingfang replied, waving his hand dismissively. If the junior sister is inclined, she might consider relocating her kin to the south of the Taiyang Mountains, closer to the territories governed by our Great Xia Holy Dynasty. He was well aware of the precarious situation faced by the tiger spirit. All of his kin resided in the region north of the Taiyang Mountains, which was under the watchful eyes of the formidable enemies from the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. Although the tiger spirit had found refuge within the Great Xia, the same could not be said for the other members of the tiger clan. The Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty would not simply overlook this transgression. It was likely they would soon unleash their wrath upon the demon beings north of the Taiyang Mountains, particularly targeting the tigers. Upon hearing Su Dingfang's words, the tiger spirit was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly shook his head. He harbored the same notion. Yet having just secured the protection of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, he felt it presumptuous to hope for further assistance for his fellow tiger kin. Grateful for the emperor's shelter, the tiger spirit dared not entertain further thoughts. The Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty sought to capture him precisely because he had awakened the ancient and pure bloodline of the tiger clan. The Great Xiao's acceptance of him had already incurred the displeasure of the Jiao Yuan. Should he now attempt to relocate all his kin into the territories administered by the Great Xia, it would undoubtedly create considerable upheaval. If this matter were to attract the attention of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty once again, the consequences might provoke an even greater turmoil between the two dynasties. Upon hearing Hu Ling's words, Su Dingfang, who stood nearby, dismissed the concern, saying, "Little junior sister, you are overly anxious. Our Great Xia Holy Dynasty has always been fiercely protective. Since you have received the emperor's approval to remain under your master's care, you are undoubtedly a part of our Great Xia. As a fellow member of your clan, that holds true as well. After all, it is merely a matter of the tiger clan. Our Great Xia Dynasty spans vast territories. Do you truly think we cannot accommodate them? As for the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, given our Great Xia's might, we need not worry excessively." Though Su Dingfang's reasoning held some merit, Hu Ling fell into silence, clearly conflicted. As her senior brother, it was impossible for Su Dingfang to remain indifferent to such matters. He patted her shoulder and said, "Enough, do not dwell on it further. I will gather our troops to accompany you on a visit to the tiger clan in the Taiyang Mountains." Before Hu Ling could respond, Su Dingfang decisively spoke up. "Senior brother," Hu Ling exclaimed, realizing she had intended to stop him, but he had already vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, at Su Dingfang's summons, over 1,000 elite border troops of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty assembled outside the city. Su Dingfang and Hu Ling stood at the forefront. Not only was Su Dingfang present, but his disciple, Pei Xinjian, also joined upon learning the purpose of their journey, as he felt a sense of duty regarding his senior aunt's affairs. Outside the city, Hu Ling gazed at the formidable army behind her. While their numbers were not overwhelmingly large, each soldier was a seasoned warrior, with the most ordinary among them possessing the cultivation of a saint, while many reached the emperor realm. Additionally, there were Su Dingfang and several powerful half-immortals among them. Such a formation represented an unimaginable force for the tiger clan. "Prepare yourselves. Let us depart," Su Dingfang commanded, ready to set their plans in motion. "Senior brother, should we not inform master of our sudden departure?" Hu Ling expressed her concerns. Su Dingfang did not elaborate, But Pei Xingjian interjected, and there's no need for worry. Given Master S' vast abilities, if he truly disapproved of our endeavor, the army could not have assembled so peacefully here. Let's proceed. With these few words, Hu Ling ceased her inner turmoil. If such an opportunity presented itself, she certainly did not wish to let it slip away. Though she resides within the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty, as the holy maiden of the Tiger Clan, the concerns for her kin's safety remain indelibly etched in her heart. The successful relocation of the entire Tiger Clan into the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty has considerably alleviated her anxieties. 1,000-strong army swiftly mobilizes. Simultaneously, within a high tower of the city, Li Jing stands, gazing intently at the departing forces led by Su Dingfang. This young man is quite protective of his junior sister. Li Jing observes everything keenly, as previously noted by Pei Xingjian. He perceives all that transpires within this fortified location. Had it not been for his tacit approval, Su Dingfang and the others would not have been able to lead their large contingent out so smoothly. With the Tiger Spirit now having joined the Great Summer and become his disciple, the relocation of the Tiger Clan to the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty appears to him a commendable course of action. Su Dingfang's initiative in this matter saves him from issuing further commands. Just as Li Jing's gaze follows the departing army, a fissure suddenly materializes in the previously tranquil air of the tower. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerges, slowly stepping forth under Li Jing's watchful eyes. This humble servant, Li Jing, pays his respects to your majesty. Upon recognizing the visitor, Li Jing prepares to kneel in reverence. The newcomer is none other than Xiao Ling. No need for that, rise. Xiao Ling responds with a smile, a gentle force lifting Li Jing to his feet before casually entering the tower and taking a seat. Li Jing, taken aback by the sudden arrival of the sovereign, inquires, "What brings your majesty here?" Xiao Ling replies nonchalantly, "Nothing much, just taking a leisurely stroll." Currently, the territories of the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty are remarkably stable, having entered a phase of steady development, and the emperor has seldom been seen outside the Great Summer Sacred Palace. Thus, his surprise visit to this garrison south of the Taiyang Mountains seems unlikely to be merely for a casual exploration. Like Li Jing, after settling into his seat, Xiao Ling's gaze similarly drifts toward the direction in which Su Dingfang and the others have departed. Thanks to your young disciple, my Great Summer Sacred Dynasty has gained a touch of liveliness. Liveliness? Li Jing's brow furrows slightly, wondering if the purpose of Su Dingfang's expedition has displeased the emperor. Your majesty, Li Jing begins, but Xiao Ling interjects, gently patting him on the shoulder. There is no need for concern, General Li. I harbor no grievances against you. As a commander of the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty, you are more than capable of handling such minor matters on your own. With the dynasty having enjoyed a period of relative calm, it is time for action. Your majesty means to be hailed as a god of war. One must possess not only exceptional military prowess, but also a keen acumen for political strategy and intrigue. With just a few simple words, Xiao Ling had already grasped a semblance of understanding. The matters here shall be under General Li's close scrutiny. I shall take my leave first. Xiao Ling did not linger for long, and upon witnessing that everything was nearly settled, he hastened to depart. To the north of the Taiyang Mountains lies a dense forest, teeming with countless figures weaving through its depths. Amidst the thickets, innumerable beings of the demon race were seen fleeing in a panic. Flee, you scoundrels! My Tiger Clan bears no enmity with your Jiayuan Sacred Dynasty. Why do you slaughter my kin? Our clan stands resolutely against your Jiayuan Sacred Dynasty. Echoed the shouts of the desperate. A multitude of tiger beings frantically dashed in all directions, while squads of armored elite soldiers from the Jiayuan Sacred Dynasty acted like a meat grinder, capturing every fleeing tiger creature, mercilessly killing any who dared to resist. Within a mere moment, the once mighty Tiger Clan suffered grievous losses. A group of useless wastrels. How dare you challenge my Jiayuan Sacred Dynasty? From above, a cold-eyed armored general surveyed the scene, exhibiting no trace of compassion as he observed the rampant slaughter. This man was Zhu Yang, dispatched by the Jiayuan Sacred Dynasty's prince Su Fengyan. Kill. You people of the Jiayuan Sacred Dynasty are truly overstepping your bounds. A robust tiger man, wielding a bone knife, led 3 other tiger warriors in a fierce clash against 6 semi-immortal warriors of the Jiayuan Sacred Dynasty. The 4 tiger warriors displayed formidable strength. 3 were in the first tier of semi-immortality, while the leader was in the second tier. Despite being persistently suppressed by the 6 semi-immortals, the battle had yet to yield a decisive victor. Tiger King, why continue to struggle? Surrender now, and you may avert greater losses. Otherwise, continuing this fight will bring no benefit to your tiger clan. My lord has taken a liking to your clan's saintess. It is a privilege for you, and there is no need for such hostility, spoke a second-tier, semi-mortal leader of the Jiayuan sacred dynasty. Upon hearing this, the leading Tiger King scoffed, replying, Your Jiayuan sacred dynasty harbors wolfish ambitions. My tiger clan would rather perish than surrender. When our saintess's power grows, we shall demand blood for blood from your Jiayuan empire. As the Tiger King spoke these words, the expression of the second-tier, semi-mortal leader darkened. You fool! Since you refuse to heed reason, do not blame me for being merciless. Kill! At this command, the remaining semi-immortal leaders from the Jiayuan sacred dynasty intensified their assault. Do you think you can withstand us? Kill! The Tiger Clan's king, with a cold demeanor, let out a cry. Suddenly, a flash of icy light flickered from behind him, and a bone dagger was thrust into his back. The Tiger King gasped in shock, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The dagger emanated a strange glow, and at that moment, an odd force sealed his breath. Turning his head, he beheld a half-saint of the Tiger Clan, whose complexion quivered as he swiftly retreated. What's you? The Tiger King's expression turned incredulous. His focus had been entirely on battling the formidable foes of the Jiayuan sacred dynasty, never anticipating that he would be stabbed in the back by one of his own. Wuxi, you traitor! Despicable! At such a critical moment, you choose to betray our clan. After all I have done for you, how can you face the king? The other half-saints shared his astonishment and fury. If they were to perish at the hands of their enemies, it would be one thing, but to be betrayed by their own was an unfathomable betrayal. Wuxi, the half-saint, wore a helpless expression, accompanied by a bitter smile. Addressing the Tiger King, he stated, with the strength of our clan, we cannot possibly contend with the Jiayuan sacred dynasty. Resisting until the end would only lead to the complete annihilation of the Tiger Clan. I do not wish to die, nor do I desire the fall of our clan. His impassioned words were merely a disguise for his fear of death. I will kill you. The Tiger King, filled with rage, prepared to strike down the traitor Wuxi. However, a force within him surged, sealing all his powers and rendering him incapable of making any move. In that moment, Wuxi made his escape from the battlefield. With no hope of pursuing the traitor and the Tiger King's strength severely diminished from the ambush, the Tiger Clan's perilous situation was evident. Attack! Commanded a second-tier half-saint from the Jiayuan sacred dynasty, prompting the remaining generals to act swiftly. In mere moments, the Tiger King and the remaining 3 half-saints were captured and imprisoned. The once mighty Tiger Clan, aside from a few who had been killed, found itself entirely encircled and imprisoned. General, the Tiger Clan has been completely captured. Not a single one has escaped, reported a second-tier half-saint to Zhuiyang. In the skies above, Zhuiyang surveyed the ruins of the Tiger Clan below. He reached out toward the Tiger King, who had no opportunity to resist under the weight of Zhuiyang's power, and was forcefully drawn closer. The Tiger King struggled desperately, but it was futile. A bone-cracking sound echoed as Zhuiyang exerted tremendous force, shattering both of the Tiger King's shoulders. The agonizing pain coursed through him, causing his body to tremble, yet he endured the torment, glaring at Zhuiyang with a fierce resentment. You had better behave, or your suffering will only increase. Regarding the captive known as the Tiger King, Zhuiyang displayed not the slightest concern. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a massive shuttle manifested before him. In the ensuing brief moments, the entire tiger tribe was forcibly escorted and confined within the vessel. Zhuiyang cast a cold gaze upon the dwelling grounds of the tiger tribe, regarding them as a group of audacious fools. With a surge of suppressive force emanating from his right hand, the very earth beneath them crumbled into desolation. Let's depart. Chapter 261. In the realm of martial arts, there exists little logic to be expounded upon. The tremors that rippled through the tiger tribe's encampment naturally attracted the attention of numerous demonic factions. Once the tiger beings were completely escorted away by the forces of the Jiayuan sacred dynasty, countless demons approached the ruins of the devastated tiger encampment. The tiger tribe had been uprooted entirely. The Jiayuan sacred dynasty exhibited an astonishing cruelty towards the tigers, leaving not a single shred of mercy. Rumors had circulated that the tiger tribe's saintess had awakened an ancient bloodline of the tiger god. Could it be that the Jiayuan sacred dynasty sought this? The ancient tiger god bloodline. Upon hearing this revelation, the assembled demonic beings were profoundly astonished. The demons of the Taixing mountain range had long suffered oppression at the hands of humanity, resulting in their significantly diminished strength. However, this did not imply that the demonic race was inherently weak. Throughout history, remarkable figures had emerged from among the demons, and there remained opportunities for the younger generation to awaken the bloodlines of their illustrious ancestors. Should they succeed, it would undoubtedly lead to tremendous potential and a rise in power, possibly even allowing them to elevate their kin to greatness. The Tiger tribe's ancient tiger god bloodline represented such an opportunity. Even amidst the human oppression, the Tiger tribe was not without strength. If the Saints were to awaken the ancient bloodline, it would indeed be a momentous fortune for them. Furthermore, as fellow demons, there was a possibility that they too might benefit from aligning themselves with a formidable lineage, thus securing a more stable existence. The fate of the Tiger's Saintess remained uncertain. Who could say? Yet, whispers among some demons suggested that the Jiyuan sacred dynasty had previously captured her. The specifics of her situation remained unclear. What else could be done? Observing the Jiyuan sacred dynasty's grand display of force, it was likely they had failed to capture the Tiger Saintess. Otherwise, such an endeavor would not have been necessary. It seemed the Jiyuan sacred dynasty intended to leverage the captured tigers as a means of coercion, aiming to compel the Saintess to reveal herself. Amidst the sprawling ruins of the Tiger tribe, various factions of demons felt a pang of regret. Yet, in the face of an entity like the Jiyuan sacred dynasty, they found themselves utterly powerless, forced to watch helplessly. Even if all the demons north of the Taixing mountain range were to unite, they would still be no match for the Jiyuan sacred dynasty. At that moment, a large contingent approached from short distance away. The beings of the demon race that appeared around the territory of the Tiger clan sensed an unusual disturbance. Fearing that the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty would return, they swiftly scattered in all directions. Ahead lay the stronghold of my Tiger clan. 1,000 yards away, the Tiger spirit felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. The purpose of this journey was to relocate the Tiger clan to the Great Xia sacred dynasty, thereby alleviating the impending threat posed by the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty. Beside the Tiger spirit, Su Dingfang observed the commotion in the distance, his brow slightly furrowed, as the large contingent drew nearer. The Tiger spirit's heart sank to the depths of despair. What lay before them was a scene of ruin, with the remains of the Tiger clan scattered among the debris. The Tiger's spirit froze momentarily, the elation that once illuminated his face vanishing in an instant. How could this be? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. How could such turmoil have befallen them? Father, are there still survivors of the Tiger clan? I am the Tiger spirit. I have returned. The Tiger spirit cried out to the surroundings. Alas, apart from the vast expanse of wreckage, there was no sign of any Tiger clan members remaining. Su Dingfang, Pei Xinjian, and other generals of the Great Xia remained silent. Given the current circumstances, it appeared they had arrived too late. The Tiger clan seemed to have been utterly annihilated. Su Dingfang stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on the Tiger spirit's shoulder, comforting him. Do not despair, junior sister. Though the territory has been ravaged, it is possible that some members of the Tiger clan managed to escape. Regardless of who is responsible, I shall seek retribution for you. Such a reality was indeed difficult to accept. The Tiger spirit gazed into the void, where ripples emerged, suggesting that some entities were attempting to flee. Come forth, Su Dingfang commanded, and a rift tore open in the void, pulling several demon beings into view with ease. Spare us, Great One. Please spare us. The sudden appearance of human warriors startled the demon beings. Su Dingfang's expression turned cold as he demanded, what is the situation here? How did the Tiger clan come to this state? The generals of the Great Xia cast icy glares at the demon beings, their chilling presence rendering the latter too afraid to move. My lord, it was the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty. One of the demon beings, a half-saint, hastily replied. Powerful figures from a Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty arrived, annihilating the Tiger clan's stronghold and capturing the remaining survivors to board their vessels, taking them away. We merely came here after the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty departed and did not cause any harm to the Tiger clan. Yes, indeed, it was the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty. We are far too weak to confront them. We were merely drawn here by the commotion. The beings of the demon clan were engulfed in a state of unease. Just as one group departed, another arrived in swift succession. However, upon observing the assembly of human warriors led by the Tiger spirit, it was evident that they bore no connection to the forces of the Jiao Yuan holy dynasty. How long have they been gone? Su Dingfang inquired further. Reporting to you, my lord, the forces of the Jiao Yuan holy dynasty have departed on their flying vessels for some time now. At this moment, they are likely enough. Su Dingfang retracted his power, refraining from delivering lethal blows to the demon clan. In a flurry, the assembled demon warriors swiftly retreated. Su Dingfang sensed the fluctuations in the air around him. The presence of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty had dissipated significantly. They had departed with utmost caution, meticulously erasing any residual traces along their path. Even with his prowess, tracking them by their lingering aura would be exceedingly challenging. Such despicable tactics from those scoundrels of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. Pei Xingjian exclaimed in indignation. Su Dingfang shook his head and replied, in the realm of martial arts, there is little room for reason. He glanced at the tiger spirit, whose emotions were palpably fraught with anxiety. If the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty intends to strike, your tiger clan lacks the strength to resist. However, since they have chosen to abduct some of your kin, it is clear they do not intend to eliminate them outright. Their ultimate aim appears to be you. As Su Dingfang suggested, for the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, the tiger clan held little value. If there were any grievances, they would have acted decisively to obliterate them on the spot. Yet, it seemed they had taken some lives while abducting others, evidently seeking to ensnare the tiger spirit through such means. The tiger spirit found herself amidst the vast ruins of her clan, standing resolutely even as the thick miasma of blood and smoke enveloped her being, seemingly unfazed by the devastation surrounding her. The annihilation of the tiger clan was an unbearable blow, the magnitude of which was beyond measure. I will never forgive the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. The tiger spirit's eyes burned with resentment, yet they also mirrored profound self-reproach. Had it not been for her, her clan would not have faced such calamity. Su Dingfang continued to sense the surroundings, finding no other anomalies. Clearly, there was no purpose in lingering here any longer. Observing the tiger spirit amidst the remnants of her clan, he found himself at a loss for words. As an outsider, he could hardly fathom the depths of her anguish and fury. However, at this juncture, remaining in this place holds no significance whatsoever. With a sweeping gesture, Su Dingfang summoned a force that enveloped the body of the tiger spirit below, drawing it skyward towards the heavens. Under the weight of this power, the tiger spirit offered no resistance. Given the circumstances, it is imperative to maintain a steadfast mindset. Your kin of the tiger tribe would not wish to see you in despair. As the holy maiden of the tiger tribe, you embody the hope of your entire clan, bearing the weight of their expectations upon your shoulders. You are indeed the beacon of hope for the tiger tribe. Yet, there is no need for excessive concern. You are not alone in this endeavor, for the mighty Great Xia Holy Dynasty stands as your formidable ally. Su Dingfang stated this with certainty. Considering the current situation, it would be reckless to pursue the retreating forces of the Jiuan Holy Dynasty without any leads. As a long-established holy power of the Western wilderness, their strength is not to be underestimated. Relying solely on their past glories would serve little purpose and could easily lead them into peril. Su Dingfang then lightly clapped his hands. The remnants of the tiger tribe's devastated stronghold began to tremble as countless rocks and earth shifted, burying the remains of the fallen tiger spirits. We shall return to the Great Xia and report this matter before making further decisions, Su Dingfang remarked. Casting a glance at the tiger spirit, the latter nodded slightly, and the group departed from the site. However, not long after their departure, a figure emerged from the ruins of the tiger tribe, casting a fleeting glance towards the direction the Great Xia forces had taken. The individual then turned and hastened towards the Jian Holy Dynasty with remarkable speed. In the Jiuan Holy Dynasty, near the border of the Taixing mountain range, a flying vessel descended slowly, escorting countless tiger spirits under the watchful eyes of the elite soldiers of the Jian Holy Dynasty, directing them towards a more spacious training ground. There, Prince Chun, Su Fengyan, surveyed the returned tiger spirits with an unmistakable air of cold disdain etched upon his features. Before long, the multitude of tiger spirits was herded to a position directly in front of Prince Su Fengyan. At the forefront stood the Tiger King, whose body bore the scars of a previous grievous wound inflicted by Zuyang, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion. As he beheld Prince Su Fengyan seated upon the throne, an overwhelming fury filled the Tiger King's gaze. The tragedy that had befallen his tribe was a direct consequence of the man before him. Presumptuous! You all, kneel before the throne at once. A chilling voice commanded. Zuyang approached the esteemed Prince Chun, Su Fengyan, with utmost respect. Observing the blatant disrespect exhibited by the Tiger King and numerous members of the Tiger clan, an overwhelming aura of authority swept through the gathering. Under the weight of this oppressive presence, The weaker members of the Tiger clan found themselves utterly unable to resist. Collapsing to their knees, their heads bowed low. The Tiger King at the forefront gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently, ultimately succumbing to the same suppression and kneeling before Zhuiyang. Witnessing this display, Prince Chen Su Fengyan remained unmoved. He gestured with a wave of his hand, prompting Zhuiyang to retreat a few steps. The prince then turned his gaze toward the Tiger King and spoke softly. Do you understand why this prince has brought your clan here? In response, the Tiger King met his gaze with an icy stare and replied, You are but a group of despicable individuals. My clan has fallen into your hands. Do as you will with us, but spare me your idle chatter. As a leader of his kind, he understood the ruthless nature of the Xiao Yuan holy dynasty and knew that the captured members of his clan would have little chance of survival. Such defiance did not seem to perturb Prince Chen Su Fengyan. It appeared to be well within his expectations. He glanced at the other members of the Tiger clan behind the Tiger King and remarked casually, While you possess such spirit, I wonder if the others in your clan share the same resolve. Turning to Zhuiyang, who stood by attentively, the prince inquired, Are there only this few of your kind? Zhuiyang bowed in deference, responding, Your Highness, apart from those unruly members I dealt with, the remaining members of the Tiger clan have all been escorted here. 10 of your kind perished in the span of a tea's brew. Prince Chen Su Fengyan stated with an air of indifference, I am eager to see how long you can maintain your defiance, Tiger King. Kill. The command echoed, and from within the Tiger clan, 10 members were forcibly dragged forth. In an instant, under an overwhelming force, they were obliterated, leaving no room for even a cry of despair, their existence reduced to mere mist of blood. The Tiger King gazed in horror at the scene, yearning to rise, but finding himself utterly powerless. The demise of his kin sent waves of terror through the entire Tiger clan. Coldly, Prince Chen Su Fengyan declared, Unless my objectives are achieved, your clan shall know no peace. Chapter 263. If being a ghost were of any use, how could I possibly find myself here? Even as a specter, I would never let you go. The Tiger King roared in furious defiance. Being a ghost? Prince Chen Su Fengyan scoffed. If it were of any use, how could I possibly find myself here? Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, you must obediently prostrate yourself before me. The words of the Tiger King did not faze the Prince of Chen Su Fengyan in the slightest. Soon, another cup of tea had passed, and 10 more members of the Tiger clan met their demise in self-detonation. Faced with such formidable adversaries from the Jiayuan sacred dynasty, the Tiger clan possessed no capacity for resistance. The entire race could only endure relentless slaughter, powerless to act. No, I do not wish to die. My king, please save us. To be killed outright would at least be swift and decisive. Yet, in the face of an opponent as insurmountable as the Jiayuan sacred dynasty, they lived in constant fear of their own deaths or the deaths of their comrades. Witnessing this horror, their terror grew ever more profound. Hearing the cries of his kin, the Tiger King found himself utterly helpless. I only require your sacred maiden, yet your king remains obstinately stubborn, leading you all into peril. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your Tiger King. Prince Su Fengyan of Chun gazed calmly at the many tiger beings present. He remained unhurried. News of the Tiger clan had already spread, and since the sacred maiden was within the Great Xia, she would inevitably be aware of the situation. With all the tiger beings captured, he was keen to observe how long the Tiger King could endure and whether the hidden sacred maiden of the Tiger clan within the Great Xia sacred dynasty would remain so indifferent. Time passed slowly, and ever more tiger beings fell victim to this fate. Tiger King, surrender. His Highness the Prince only desires the sacred maiden. Why must you drag the entire Tiger clan to their doom? The elder Wuxi, who had previously defected to Su Fengyan, spoke up. The Tiger King regarded Wuxi coldly. The seemingly simple gaze sent a shiver through Wuxi's heart. However, this feeling lasted but a moment before Wuxi regained his composure and replied, I do this for the future of the entire Tiger clan. Opposing His Highness the Prince is tantamount to self-destruction for the Tiger clan. While you wish to take the whole clan down with you, I seek to survive, to preserve the spark of our existence. Bah! Before the Tiger King could respond, another half-saint of the Tiger clan beside him spat at Wuxi. Wuxi, you cowardly traitor. If you wish to be a traitor alone, so be it. But we, the Tiger clan, will not cower in fear of death. Indeed, you treacherous wretch, cease your attempts to excuse yourself, even if you align with the Jiayuan sacred dynasty. There will come a day when you have nowhere to rest your bones. At that moment, countless tiger beings hurled cold words at Wuxi. Their wrath against this traitor was palpable. In response to the sentiments of the tiger beings, the seated prince Su Fengyan observed the unfolding drama with a bemused expression. In the dim light, Wuxi pondered the question posed by Prince Chun, Su Fengyan, regarding his feelings towards their obstinate kin. Do you harbor any disdain for them? The prince inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Wuxi eagerly nodded and replied, Indeed, I certainly despise them. These fools are utterly ignorant, poisoned by their own ignorance. Is that so? Prince Chun continued. If that is the case, then you shall be responsible for the impending execution. This will serve as a lesson for your kin, compelling them to recognize the gravity of their actions and perhaps find their way back. Wuxi was taken aback. Your Highness, He had never anticipated that the prince would delegate such a grave task to him. These were his own kin from the Tiger clan. Although he had betrayed the clan, the thought of slaughtering his own people filled him with dread. If he proceeded with such an act, he would no longer be merely a traitor. What is it? Zhuo Liang, standing nearby, interjected coldly. Are you considering defying the prince's command? Having allied yourself with his highness, do you intend to disobey? Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Zuyang, Wuxi's heart raced. If he hesitated, he might find himself the next victim. I shall obey the prince's orders. After all, he had betrayed the Tiger clan for a chance at survival. In the face of life and death, he naturally chose the former. Casting a glance at the Tiger clan members present, he struck down with a forceful blow. With a series of explosive sounds, 10 members of the clan fell lifelessly to the ground. Wuxi, may you meet a terrible end. How could a once respected elder of the Tiger clan descend to such savagery, slaughtering his own kin for the sake of survival? If our ancestors were to know, they would surely not forgive you. The air was filled with curses and cries of outrage. Kill! Wuxi shouted, unleashing another fierce strike towards the remaining Tiger clan members. With that blow, dozens fell, unable to resist. Having already earned the infamy of a butcher, he decided it was better to continue than to relent. Speak another word, and you shall find me merciless. The remaining Tiger clan members glared at him with fury, though their voices had considerably diminished compared to the initial uproar. Time passed, and many from the Tiger clan had been slaughtered. The ground was littered with their corpses and blood, creating a scene most grotesque. Just as Wuxi prepared to strike again, a commanding voice rang out, Stop. At this command, countless gazes turned towards the source of the sound. In the heavens above, a figure emerged. The Holy Maiden? Xianxia. Countless members of the Tiger clan gazed in astonishment at the figure that emerged in the heavens above, the saintess of the Tiger clan. Hu Ling. Unlike her companions, she had not returned to the Great Xia, but instead employed an ancient secret technique derived from the Tiger clan's bloodline to depart from the entourage and hasten towards the realm of the Jiao Yuan. After all, this place harbored her kin, and sacrificing so many of her kind for her own life was something she could not bear to do. As Hu Ling manifested, 3 figures surged forth from the surroundings, swiftly encircling her. These were 3 semi-divine beings from the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty. For Hu Ling, who was merely at the mid-stage of the emperor realm, resisting them was utterly futile, and her form was instantly bound. In such circumstances, any notion of escape for Hu Ling was sheer folly. How intriguing! This Tiger clan saintess truly values loyalty and righteousness, mused Prince Su Fengyan of the Jiao Yuan as he observed her in the sky, a hint of surprise flickering in his expression. To him, the possibility that Hu Ling had returned to rescue her kin, imprisoned by the Jiao Yuan, was not insignificant. However, her solitary appearance perplexed him. He had anticipated her seeking out powerful allies from the Great Xia to assist her, but it appeared he had overestimated her intentions. Yet this was fortuitous. The absence of those from the Great Xia would indeed alleviate some of his burdens. Although he was a prince of the Jiao Yuan, he was still merely a prince. Any entanglement with the Great Xia, which had recently stirred considerable unrest in the western wilderness, could not fail to impact him adversely. Ling, you foolish girl. The Tiger King lamented, watching Hu Ling in the sky, his face etched with helplessness. The Jiao Yuan had imprisoned his entire clan with the purpose of capturing their saintess. Given Su Fengyan's ruthless nature, the fate of the Tiger clan was undoubtedly dire. Even if Hu Ling had willingly walked into a trap, the entire clan was now unlikely to escape doom. There existed a deep-seated enmity between the 2 factions. How could they possibly be spared? Suspended in the heavens, Hu Ling cast her gaze downward at her fellow clan members. The sight of so many lifeless bodies and the lingering stench of blood intensified her fury. After surveying the scene, her eyes finally settled on Prince Su Fengyan as she coldly declared, I have arrived. You must release them at once. Release them? Su Fengyan replied with a cold smile. Had I known this would come to pass, why would I have acted otherwise? Your clan has suffered so many unnecessary losses. Alas, you have now willingly walked into a trap, leaving you without the standing to negotiate with me. With but a single glance from Prince Su Fengyan, the several semi-mortal beings standing beside the tiger spirit immediately took action to subdue a being of merely mid-emperor rank like the tiger spirit. The presence of just one semi-mortal would suffice, let alone three. However, just as the three semi-mortal beings were about to seize the tiger spirit, it suddenly sprang into motion. Stop! A faint crimson glow materialized at the center of the tiger spirit's brow, pulsating with an essence of life, reminiscent of a beating heart. Should you dare to make any further moves, I shall obliterate this ancient tiger clan bloodline. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the three semi-immortal beings, who had originally intended to act, immediately halted, refraining from any further provocation. The intent of their lord was clear. Should anything happen to the ancient tiger clan bloodline, they would undoubtedly share in the consequences. In an instant, countless powerful figures from the Jiao Yuan holy dynasty turned their gazes toward Prince Su Fengyan, awaiting his decision. The members of the tiger clan below were equally astounded. The holy maiden truly possessed the bloodline of the ancient tiger clan. Among the tiger clan, aside from a select few high-ranking members, the majority were oblivious to the fact that their holy maiden had activated the ancient bloodline. As members of the tiger clan, they possessed an acute awareness of the purity of such a bloodline. Under the influence of the pure power emanating from their holy maiden, they could feel an intense warmth surging within their bodies. There could be no mistake. How splendid! Our holy maiden has indeed awakened the pure bloodline of the ancient tiger clan. Quickly, holy maiden, flee. Do not concern yourself with us. At worst, we shall perish. But there is nothing to fear. As long as the holy maiden exists, our clan shall undoubtedly have hope for revival. In a brief moment, the imprisoned members of the tiger clan erupted in fervor. The ancient tiger clan was incredibly formidable, far surpassing their current clan in strength. With this bloodline, their holy maiden's power would surely be extraordinary, representing the hope for their clan's resurgence. Boom! Under an overwhelmingly powerful force, dozens of tiger clan beings were instantly slain. Speak again, and you may lose your lives. The assailant was none other than Wu Shi, who had betrayed the tiger clan and thus became even more ruthless against them. He cast a gaze filled with intense murderous intent toward the tiger spirit, the holy maiden, hovering in the heavens. If the tiger spirit were to escape unscathed, he would find it impossible to find peace with the actions he had taken. Want to destroy the bloodline? Prince Su Fengyan's eyes remained fixed on the tiger spirit above. The ancient bloodline of the awakened ancient tiger tribe possesses paramount significance for the other party, and under no circumstances would he allow such a precious lineage to be lost. However, the threats emanating from his adversary were equally irksome. How could one of his stature be subjected to such intimidation? Throughout his life, King Chun has harbored a profound disdain for threats. He cast a cold gaze upon the tiger spirit before him, who, with a single strike, felt as though ensnared by a force far more formidable than the three semi-saint figures of the Jin sacred dynasty surrounding him. Spirit, Saintus. The Tiger King and his kin were engulfed in a wave of anxiety as they witnessed King Chen's sudden aggression. Yet in this dire situation, they found themselves utterly powerless, forced to watch helplessly as their Saintus fell into the hands of the Jin sacred dynasty. You shall not obtain the ancient tiger blood within me if you do not release my kin. In light of this dire predicament, the tiger spirit, recognizing her inability to resist, resorted to threatening with the ancient tiger blood coursing through her veins. Employing a special technique, she encased the ancient bloodline, preparing to annihilate it. Whether it would be obtained or not was beyond his control. In a flash, King Chun appeared mere paces from the tiger spirit. Come forth, he commanded, striking with a claw that immediately channeled a surge of power into the tiger spirit's form, enveloping the ancient bloodline, converging at her brow. Gradually, he began to extricate it from her body. Although there were some complications, her decision to concentrate the ancient bloodline at her forehead significantly alleviated his burden. Chapter 265, Disappointment for All Impossible. The tiger spirit's expression darkened as she felt the ancient bloodline at her brow progressively detach from her body. At that moment, despite it being her own lineage, she felt completely devoid of control over its power, helplessly allowing it to be stripped away. She yearned to resist, but under King Chen's might, her status as a peak emperor seemed almost laughable. Resigned, the tiger spirit cast a despondent glance toward her fellow clan members below. I have disappointed you all. The sense of helplessness was indescribable. She had once believed that her mastery over the ancient tiger bloodline would afford her some negotiating leverage against King Chun. However, it had become abundantly clear that she had been overly optimistic. She was nothing but a fool. Before the adversary, they were but mere ants delivered to their doom. Below, the remaining members of the tiger clan wore expressions of despair. The might and cunning of the Xiao Yuan sacred dynasty far surpassed their own, rendering the tiger clan utterly powerless against them. Now, their own saintess had been reduced to a prisoner, and with her, the ancient bloodline of the tiger clan would be ruthlessly stripped away, plunging them into an abyss devoid of hope. Under the manipulation of Prince Su Fengyan, a blood-red light began to emerge from the forehead of the tiger spirit, gradually being drawn forth. The anguished cries of the tiger's spirit echoed. For the ancient bloodline was a force interwoven with its very flesh. To have it extracted was akin to having sinews torn and bones shattered, the agony profound and unmistakable. Yet, Prince Su Fengyan reveled in exhilaration. In stark contrast to the tiger spirit's wails, he was filled with fervor, eagerly anticipating the moment he would fully harness the ancient bloodline of the tiger clan. At that juncture, the divine powers he sought to cultivate would ascend to a new echelon, thereby amplifying his strength beyond measure. Stop! I will fight you to the death. The Tiger King struggled, dragging his battered form toward the heavens. Many formidable members of the Tiger clan rallied in that moment, attempting to disrupt Prince Su Fengyan, hoping to provide some assistance to their saintess. Alas, their efforts were futile. You pitiful creatures dare to resist? Get down, Left Yang sneered, unleashing a formidable half-immortal force to suppress the rebellious Tiger clan. The ground trembled as weaker members of the Tiger clan were obliterated into mere remnants of blood and mist. The stronger ones, including the Tiger King, though not slain, found themselves swiftly brought to the ground, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. Vile wretches! Your Xiao Yuan sacred dynasty will face retribution for your slaughter of the innocent. You shall not die well. Even in death, we shall not spare you. The Tiger clan shouted defiantly. At that moment, their only recourse was to hurl insults, lacking any true means of resistance. Foolish beings, you exist solely to be slaughtered. And even in death, you remain the same. And it's like you're only worthy of barking empty threats, utterly useless. The notion of retribution is merely a self-soothing phrase for the weak. The powerful figures of the Xiao Yuan sacred dynasty responded coldly, dismissing the Tiger clan's outcry without a hint of concern. For the seasoned warriors of the sacred dynasty, slaughter had become a matter of routine. The likes of the feeble Tiger clan had long since fallen victim to their merciless onslaught. High above in the celestial dome, King Chun continued his relentless manipulation of power, voraciously drawing upon the ancient bloodline of the Tiger clan from the spirit of the tiger before him. At this moment, the tiger spirit's complexion had turned ashen, emanating an aura of utter weakness. She had nearly lost all consciousness, and her death was imminent. It was only a matter of time before the ancient bloodline within her was entirely consumed, marking her final passage into oblivion. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the previously tranquil void of the heavens. Su Fengyan, the king, sensed it and immediately turned his gaze towards the source of the disturbance. A sudden wave of intense foreboding washing over him. With a slight furrow of his brow, he prepared to seize the nearly lifeless tiger spirit before him. However, to his astonishment, she vanished from his grasp. Boom! A terrifying force enveloped King Su Fengyan. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The force struck him, sending him hurtling backward. Who dares? Stabilizing himself 100 paces away, Su Fengyan's expression darkened as he stared at the void where he had just stood. There, alongside the vanished tiger spirit, stood a middle-aged man, his countenance stern, yet his gaze emanating an acute chill. This newcomer was no weakling. Casting a cold glance at King Su Fengyan, he then shifted his attention to the tiger spirit he was supporting. The previously sharp and icy demeanor softened in an instant, contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor. Little junior sister, Su Dingfang, supporting the weakened tiger spirit, was filled with deep concern upon observing her frail condition. As his voice resonated, the previously unconscious tiger spirit slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the face beside her, shock flickered across her feeble features. Senior brother? The tiger spirit gazed intently at Su Dingfang, her pallid visage reflecting her astonishment. How would you be here? She had previously employed a technique from the ancient Tiger clan's legacy to create a doppelganger, even if there was a possibility of being discovered. It should not have happened so swiftly. Her intention was to keep the affairs of her clan from entangling the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty. For should a conflict arise between the two sacred dynasties, it would spell calamity for countless souls. The Great Xia saved her, and naturally, she did not wish to place the entire holy dynasty of Great Xia in jeopardy. Chapter 266, Slaughtering the Long Jiao, Strengthening the Prestige of Our Great Xia. How did I end up here? Su Dingfang shook his head helplessly and remarked, If I weren't here, I fear my master would flay me alive. The manifestation of his junior sister's avatar technique was rather impatient, had it not been for his considerable strength and keen perception discerning some subtle hints. He might have realized too late that something was amiss. Listening to his senior brother's words, Xiao Ling felt a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. It was clear that her senior brother possessed extraordinary capabilities, and it was no small feat that he could see through her tricks. Senior brother, you should leave quickly. This matter concerns my Tiger clan, and if Great Xia becomes involved, it could lead to considerable trouble. Although Su Dingfang was right before her, Xiao Ling still wished to keep him uninvolved, fearing that his participation would undoubtedly cause significant complications. Trouble? If you encounter any issues because I remain here, that would truly be my concern, he replied. His little junior sister was greatly favored by their master, and should anything go awry, as the elder brother, he would surely be implicated. As their conversation unfolded, the expression of Prince Chun, Su Fengyan, not far away, turned exceedingly grim. Had he truly been so easily disregarded? Who exactly are you? Prince Chen Su Fengyan spoke with an increasingly cold tone. Upon hearing his voice, Su Dingfang ceased his discourse, shifting his attention from Xiao Ling to the distant figure of Prince Chun Su Fengyan. Previously, when Li Jing led his forces to appear in the Taiyang Mountains and clashed with Prince Chun Su Fengyan, Su Dingfang had been stationed among the Great Xia army and had not accompanied them. Thus they had not crossed paths. I'm Su Dingfang of Great Xia. His eyes hardened with a sharper intensity. People of Great Xia? Upon hearing Su Dingfang declare his identity, Prince Chen Su Fengyan did not exhibit excessive surprise. After all, he had already harbored suspicions regarding the sudden appearance of Su Dingfang, leaning towards a notion that he was affiliated with the holy dynasty of Great Xia. In this realm, the strength of his Jiao Yuan holy dynasty was formidable, and the audacity to boldly venture into his domain to abduct individuals could scarcely be attributed to any power other than the holy dynasty of Great Xia. What audacity! You Great Xia have opposed me in the Taiyang Mountains, and now you brazenly invade my Jiao Yuan holy dynasty's territory to plunder at will. This is a blatant disrespect towards my dynasty. Previously, the events in the Taiyang Mountains had already incited his fury, and now that the forces of Great Xia had intruded upon his domain, how could he possibly endure it? In response to Prince Chun Su Fengyan's words, Su Dingfang was unfazed. Audacious? The tiger spirit belongs to the illustrious Great Xia sacred dynasty, yet you, from the Jiao Yuan sacred dynasty, have captured it and subjected it to such grievous harm. I had no intention of seeking trouble with you, but do you dare to face retribution? Su Dingfang's gaze shifted downward to the imprisoned members of the Tiger clan, and he declared, These Tiger kin are equally under the protection of the Great Xia sacred dynasty. You should hastily release them, or else you will be provoking our great dynasty. Confronted by the esteemed Prince Su Fengyan, Su Dingfang boldly demanded accountability. Seeking death, the Prince Su Fengyan felt his anger surge upon hearing these words. A formidable pressure emanating from his 6th rank in the semi-immortal realm bore down upon Su Dingfang. Oof. Su Dingfang snorted coldly, summoning a powerful force to shield the tiger spirit within its protective embrace. He countered with an equally overwhelming power, standing firm against Prince Su Fengyan. Below, the members of the Tiger clan were filled with astonishment. The Great Xia sacred dynasty? What a formidable force! It seemed that this individual had come to rescue our clan. The display of strength suggested that perhaps salvation was at hand for the Tiger tribe. The Tiger King and his kin were equally bewildered. Having resided in the Taiyang Mountains for so long, they were somewhat out of touch with the events occurring beyond their mountainous abode. The rise of the Great Xia sacred dynasty had been so rapid that they had scarcely grasped its significance. Yet now, with a powerful entity willing to stand for them, it sparked a glimmer of hope for their clan. Boom! In the heavens above, the battle between Su Dingfang and Prince Su Fengyan had commenced. Oof! I expected more from you, yet you are merely a 4th rank in the semi-immortal realm. With such meager strength, how dare you act so brazenly before me? In just a few exchanges, Prince Su Fengyan discerned Su Dingfang's level of prowess. The two were separated by 2 ranks. What could the latter possibly use to contend with him? Xiao Long fist. Princess Su Fengyan decisively unleashed a punch towards Su Dingfang. Break. Su Dingfang's expression remained calm as he witnessed the prince's assault approaching. With a swift motion, his right hand retaliated with a punch of his own. The prince's fist was imbued with the essence of a roaring long jiao, seemingly intent on tearing apart and shattering Su Dingfang. As for Su Dingfang's punch, it appeared unassuming, lacking any overt display of might. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, shattering the surrounding space into ruin. In the moment of their clash, the figure of the long jiao gradually faded, and Su Dingfang's seemingly ordinary punch was equally consumed. He actually blocked it? The combat prowess displayed by Su Dingfang caught Prince Su Fengyan off guard. Between the realms of semi-immortality, there exists a stark disparity of 2 entire tiers. The chasm of power between them is indeed formidable. Su Dingfang gazed at Prince Su Fengyan and inquired, "Will you release the members of the Tiger Clan today? Or will you not? Do not act recklessly. You have entered my domain, and should you allow these Tiger Clan individuals to be pillaged without resistance, the Prince of the Jiyuan Sacred Dynasty, shall undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule and scorn." As the atmosphere thickened with his aura, a spectral figure resembling a long serpent began to coil ominously above Prince Su Fengyan. Boom! Under this overwhelming force, the Tiger Clan warriors below trembled in fear. What is a serpent? It is a being that, with but a moment's delay, can transform into a true dragon, exerting a tremendous suppressive power among the demonic races. It is said that although the sacred lineage of the Jiyuan dynasty belongs to humanity, its members possess the bloodline of serpents, rendering them extraordinarily formidable. Zhang Dingbian, sensing the potent aura emanating from Prince Su Fengyan, adopted a more cautious demeanor, yet he remained devoid of any trepidation. After all, a serpent is merely a serpent. Today, I shall slay one to bolster the might of our Great Xia. Chapter 267. The Master Brother is surprisingly powerful. Slay the serpent? Upon hearing Su Dingfang's declaration, the aura surrounding Prince Su Fengyan intensified further. A glimmer of cold light emanated from his eyes. His ancestor, the sacred serpent, was indeed a descendant of dragons. And to hear such audacious words from his adversary was infuriating. Death! A tremendous force surged forth from Prince Su Fengyan, and the spectral serpent behind him became increasingly distinct. Sacred Serpent Fist. With a resonant roar, Prince Su Fengyan unleashed a punch directed at Su Dingfang. In that fleeting moment, the spectral serpent entwined around his fist. Urling Dor Su Dingfang. Boom! As the attack passed, the very fabric of space fractured, revealing chaotic voids within. This punch, compared to his previous assault, was vastly more powerful. Observing the oncoming strike, Su Dingfang remained remarkably composed. Shatter mountains and rivers. A formidable aura erupted from Su Dingfang. The iron-blooded intent of the punch unleashed waves of might, akin to the weight of a mountain crashing down, targeting the punch launched by Prince Su Fengyan. Both attacks were overwhelmingly potent, making it nearly impossible to discern which would prevail. Boom! Su Dingfang's punch erupted with world-destroying power, painting a scene reminiscent of mountains and rivers collapsing into chaos. Roar! The serpent's spectral form, summoned by Prince Su Fengyan, was clearly seen struggling against the force of the attack. Ultimately, in the midst of that fierce confrontation, the dragon, entwined with the essence of martial intent, was marred with cracks. Bang! Ultimately, the dragon could no longer endure, shattering into pieces in an instant. How could it be so formidable? Witnessing the annihilation of his attack, Prince Su Fengyan of the Qian dynasty wore an expression of disbelief. The opponent was merely a 4th-tier half-immortal, 2 ranks below himself. How could he possess the strength to effortlessly obliterate his assault? Simultaneously, a terrifying aura, reminiscent of a cataclysmic upheaval, surged forth. Before Prince Su Fengyan could fully comprehend the shock, he was enveloped by it. Countless droplets of blood rained upon the heavens. His form was thrust into the void, vanishing from sight in that very moment. Your Highness, observing the scene, numerous powerful figures from the Dragon Abyss Sacred Dynasty ascended towards the sky. Should their prince perish, their fates would surely follow suit. Below, the Tiger Clan gazed at the unfolding spectacle in the sky. The initial desolation in their eyes transformed into fervor and anticipation. The once invincible prince of the Dragon Abyss Sacred Dynasty had been so effortlessly defeated by the adversary. The strength of this formidable ally surpassed all expectations. Incredible, utterly astonishing. Beyond the battlefield and the skies, the tiger spirit was equally astounded. Her senior brother was indeed astonishingly powerful. A prince of the Dragon Abyss Sacred Dynasty had been so easily vanquished by her brother's hand. It was hard to believe. However, this meant her brother's prowess was significantly greater, and thus, the likelihood of their tiger clan salvation was correspondingly enhanced. Damn it! Everyone get away from me! A cold, stern voice echoed. Prince Su Fengyan emerged from the chaotic void, his figure in disarray, revealing numerous grievous wounds, blood gushing incessantly. He violently shook off those who sought to assist him, casting a chilling glare towards Su Dingfang. Su Dingfang, today, I shall ensure you remain forever within the confines of the Dragon Abyss Sacred Dynasty. With this declaration, a dense scent of blood emanated from his being. His body trembled violently, as if some bizarre entity were on the verge of emerging. Suddenly, his human skin began to gradually transform, becoming covered with scales. An aura of extreme terror began to spread from his surroundings. Abruptly, Prince Su Fengyan cast his gaze upon his half-immortal subordinates nearby, his hands clenched tightly. Surrounded by a multitude of semi-divine beings, those gathered in the vicinity of the abyssal holy dynasty were inexorably drawn towards a singular, overwhelming force. No, please, your highness, spare me. The air was thick with the ominous aura of death, as several semi-divine experts cried out in despair. In mere moments, under the influence of this formidable power, a cacophony of explosions echoed through the air, resulting in the gruesome obliteration of many semi-divine entities, their forms reduced to crimson mist. Useless wretches! It would be far more beneficial for me to absorb your essence, declared Prince Su Fengyan, his gaze cold and unyielding. The slaughter of these semi-divine subordinates evoked no pangs of remorse within him. As he reveled in the dense blood mist enveloping him, he stretched out his arms, greedily drawing in the vital energy of these semi-divine beings. Before him, a visible transformation unfolded. The wounds that once marred his form were entirely healed, and the emerging scales of a dragon-like armor nearly obscured his figure. In that moment, Prince Su Fengyan had undergone a profound metamorphosis. No longer merely human, he resembled a hybrid of man and dragon, his aura exponentially more potent than before. He advanced steadily towards Su Dingfang. You shall perish, he roared, lunging at Su Dingfang with a clawed hand. In response, Su Dingfang conjured a sword of spiritual energy and struck fiercely at his opponent. The clash of the sword and claw erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, transformed into a serpentine shell. Yet you seem no more formidable, Su Dingfang thought, blocking the attack with a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. You seek death. Prince Su Fengyan's voice was low and menacing, his murderous intent palpable. Having awakened the dragon bloodline within him, he could not tolerate being perceived merely as a serpent. Whether you live or die cannot be determined by your mere words. Once more, Su Dingfang wielded his sword of spiritual energy, launching another assault. What does it matter if your power has increased? To me, you remain insignificant. With agility, Prince Su Fengyan charged at Su Dingfang once again, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. With your current state, one sword strike shall suffice. Su Dingfang declared, his sword radiating brilliant light. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the charging Prince Su Fengyan. The blade of light pierced through the air, swiftly impaling the prince's form. Do you truly believe you are worthy to discipline my disciple? Came the resonant proclamation as the sword light flickered, penetrating Prince Su Fengyan's body. The brilliance atop the sword is insurmountable, rendering even the feeblest of foes incapable of perceiving its presence. In the wake of its formidable force, Prince Su Fengyan's form surged forward towards Su Dingfang with unrelenting speed. Yet, in stark contrast, Su Dingfang remained steadfast, having stood his ground after unleashing that fateful strike. The ethereal blade, forged from his spiritual energy, repelled the advancing threat. In the next instant, the formidable body of Prince Su Fengyan began to disintegrate, reduced to fragments of flesh in mere moments. Within that fleeting heartbeat, the once seemingly invincible Prince Su Fengyan, even in his dragon form, was subdued by Su Dingfang's singular stroke. From the remnants of the dragon's body, a glimmer of light erupted, attempting to flee into the distance. Still wish to escape? Su Dingfang observed, discerning the intent of Prince Su Fengyan's soul to evade capture. He swiftly extended his hand to suppress the escape. "Protect His Highness." Below, Zui Yang and the other subordinates of Prince Su Fengyan hurriedly intervened. However, to Su Dingfang, they were nothing more than insignificant minnows. With a mere turn of his hand, a terrifying force descended, leaving Zui Yang and his half-immortal companions utterly defenseless, their very souls obliterated in an instant. Under Su Dingfang's might, Prince Su Fengyan's demise was inevitable, devoid of any chance for resistance. As Su Dingfang's hand descended towards the soul of Prince Su Fengyan, it would soon render him incapable of any further defiance. No. Prince Su Fengyan was engulfed in panic. His corporeal form had been annihilated, and should his soul be extinguished, he would truly face eternal oblivion. Stop! At that moment, a voice pierced the air. The void was torn asunder by a surge of power, revealing a figure emerging from the rift. "Imperial Uncle, save me!" Prince Su Fengyan exclaimed upon seeing the individual step forth from the fissure, clinging to the hope of salvation. Upon sensing the newcomer's aura, Su Dingfang's brow furrowed slightly. Yet, his resolve only hardened. "Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise, and no one can alter that fate." The force and speed of his strike aimed at Prince Su Fengyan intensified. "How dare you?" The figure, referred to as the Imperial Uncle by Prince Su Fengyan, was filled with fury. He too reached out with a hand towards Prince Su Fengyan's soul, striving to rescue him before it was too late. Alas! The moment proved decisive. Boom! Su Dingfang was quicker still. As the Imperial Uncle's hand descended, it was Su Dingfang who succeeded in suppressing the soul of Prince Su Fengyan. No! Confronted with the absolute threat of death, the visage of the celestial soul, Prince Su Fengyan, was marked by palpable terror. Under the tumultuous aura of brutality, that flicker of celestial essence could muster little resistance and was thus obliterated. He is dead. Thus, the prince of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, Su Fengyan, has been extinguished. Audacious! You dare to annihilate a royal of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. You possess truly formidable audacity. The figure previously referred to as the royal uncle by Su Fengyan now manifested in the heavens above. Upon closer inspection, the countenance appeared somewhat worn. Yet the aura emanating from him was infinitely more formidable than that of the slain prince. From this individual, Su Dingfang could sense an overwhelming presence of peril. Regardless of who you may be, should you dare to extinguish a royal of my Jiao Yuan holy race, then you shall remain. The other party cast a solemn gaze towards Su Dingfang, their eyes betraying a clear intent to kill. A terrifying force surged towards Su Dingfang's position. Under the weight of this power, Su Dingfang felt a profound pressure. Despite possessing the strength to annihilate a semi-divine being like Su Fengyan, he found himself utterly incapable of contending with the presence before him. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable existence on par with his own master. You, young man, possess commendable potential. I find myself reluctant to see such talent squandered. Observing Su Dingfang maintaining his resolve under the oppressive force, a flicker of interest crossed the assailant's gaze. Alas, those who transgress against my Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, no matter how great your abilities, today you shall not evade punishment. As the opponent's cold words echoed, the surrounding forces rapidly converged to suppress Su Dingfang. Boom! Su Dingfang struggled to withstand the onslaught, yet the situation suggested he could not endure for long. Senior brother, flee. The anxious voice of Xiao Ling called from a distance. Having slain a prince of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, now there emerged an even more terrifying entity. It seemed that if this continued, dire consequences were imminent. Flee? Su Dingfang disregarded Xiao Ling's words. The strength of this adversary was formidable. However, escaping with his own power was not within the realm of possibility. Yet, extricating Xiao Ling and the tiger clansmen below would prove to be a challenging endeavor. Old fool, spare me your prattle. If you have the courage, come at me. Su Dingfang declared resolutely to the figure opposite him. Though he stood alone, the news of this confrontation had surely reached the Great Xia Holy Dynasty. And if he could endure a little longer, reinforcements would arrive, alleviating his concerns. Old fool, you insolent wretch. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. The esteemed figure of the Imperial Uncle from the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty decisively took action, unleashing a force that rendered Su Dingfang almost powerless to resist. Su Dingfang dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Any lapse in vigilance could spell disaster in the face of his formidable adversary. However, at this critical juncture, an unexpected surge of power erupted from the heavens above. With the emergence of this force, the oppressive energy that had been bearing down on Su Dingfang dissipated into nothingness. Shortly thereafter, a voice filled with palpable irritation resounded. "How dare you scold my disciple, you wretches?" As the words echoed, a figure stepped forth from the void, none other than Li Jing, stationed in the southern territories of the Taiying Mountains. Trailing behind him were numerous generals of the Great Xia Dynasty, all at the semi-immortal level, along with an imposing army of nearly 100,000 elite troops. Upon witnessing the arrival of Li Jing and his forces, Su Dingfang exhaled a sigh of relief. With his master present, the situation had stabilized. Master, the tiger spirit, upon seeing Li Jing, displayed immense excitement, hastening towards him with remarkable speed. Li Jing was, apart from the tiger clan, the person closest to him. "Fear not, for with my master here, none shall harm you." Chapter 269. The Jiao Yuan's Prince, Li Jing arrives. With Li Jing's arrival, the battlefield's dynamics shifted unpredictably. The powerful figure from a Jiao Yuan holy dynasty directed a piercing gaze towards Li Jing, sensing an aura that was distinctly beyond his comprehension. His attention was particularly drawn to the grand flag emblazoned with the character for Xia, prominently displayed at the forefront of the 100,000-strong army. The Great Xia Dynasty? As a high-ranking member of the Jiao Yuan holy dynasty, he was well aware of the surrounding circumstances. The flag could only belong to the recently emerged Great Xia Dynasty. "You, Great Xia, have slain my prince from the Jiao Yuan dynasty, and now you send your forces to invade our territory. Are you preparing for war against us?" He uttered coldly. The Great Xia Dynasty was currently making waves, its strength undeniably formidable. In response to this statement, Li Jing scoffed, "Such nonsense. You of the Jiao Yuan dynasty harmed my disciple, and now you find yourselves outmatched and slain, yet you dare to blame the Great Xia? Your predicament is nothing short of laughable." Laughable? The Jiao Yuan holy dynasty's warriors' eyes turned icy. "You seek death," refusing to engage in further dialogue. He launched an immediate assault toward Li Jing, a semi-immortal of the 8th tier. Upon sensing his adversary's aura, Li Jing felt no concern. The opponent's body erupted with a formidable momentum. Though possessing the cultivation realm of a semi-immortal at the 7th rank, his aura did not falter in comparison to his opponent, who stood at the 8th rank. With decisive force, Li Jing unleashed a powerful punch. The strike, imbued with unparalleled might, collided with a resounding boom. The tremendous power generated a terrifying shockwave that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Following the clash of their attacks, one figure was sent hurtling backward 1,000 feet within moments. Li Jing remained expressionless, steadfast in his position, while the other figure's predicament was evident. What formidable strength! Su Anyang, the prince of the Jiao Yuan holy dynasty, wore a troubled expression. Despite being a rank higher than Li Jing, he found himself overmatched in this confrontation. After defeating Su Anyang, Li Jing did not relent. "Having harmed my disciple, if you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect to leave unscathed," he coldly declared. This mission was not solely about rescuing his 2 apprentices, but also fulfilling the obligations set forth by his sovereign. "Arrogance! You, the forces of the Great Xia holy dynasty, dare to cause trouble here, utterly disregarding the Jiao Yuan holy dynasty." Suan Yan, who had initially been cautious of Li Jing's displayed strength, had now become brazen. Unable to tolerate such audacity, he prepared to retaliate. This was the heart of the Jiao Yuan holy dynasty. If he allowed such insolence to persist, the dynasty's future would be bleak. Sky Jiao Fist. Su Anyang struck decisively, launching a powerful punch toward Li Jing. Unfazed, Li Jing met the challenge head-on. The 2 late-stage semi-immortals clashed, sending shockwaves that caused the surrounding forces to tremble, forcing them to retreat to a safe distance. After several rounds of intense battle, another figure was sent flying, the overwhelming force reducing the city below to ruins. Moments later, Su Anyang emerged, battered, from the wreckage of the city. He glared fiercely at Li Jing above, but refrained from attacking again, recognizing that the opponent's true strength exceeded his expectations. Continuing the fight would only lead to his own suffering. Li Jing's gaze fell upon the scene below. After a brief standoff, Su Anyang suddenly made his move. This time, he did not target Li Jing, but instead shifted his attack towards Su Dingfang, who was at a distance. Since the prince Su Fengyan had perished at the hands of his adversary, it was inevitable that Su Dingfang must meet the same fate. The latter found himself immobilized by an overwhelming force, unable to muster any strength to act. The speed of King Shun, Su Anyang, was remarkable. It did not escape the keen observation of Li Jing. As his opponent made a move, Li Jing responded in kind, swiftly appearing before Su Dingfang. The claw strike executed by Su Anyang was effortlessly thwarted by Li Jing. You seek an explanation? Li Jing retorted coldly. Then allow me to provide one today. With that declaration, his imposing aura surged once more, emanating a formidable power from his right fist. At that moment, the very forces of nature began to converge upon Li Jing. Su Anyang, witnessing the spectacle, felt an increasingly terrifying and imminent sense of doom closing in on him. Should this attack land, he would surely face grave consequences. Boom! Li Jing unleashed a devastating punch. Flash! Simultaneously, Su Anyang attempted to retreat to a distance. Although his evasion was swift, the velocity of Li Jing's assault surpassed his expectations. While he managed to evade much of the punch's might, a fraction of its power still struck him. Bang! Su Anyang was once again hurled away, his body bearing the marks of this brutal encounter. Furious, Su Anyang seethed at this indignity, yet Li Jing showed no signs of relenting. Before Su Anyang could react, another fearsome punch surged toward him. In that critical moment, he was caught off guard and struck squarely by Li Jing's fist. The force of the blow created a gaping wound in his chest, blood pouring forth in a torrent. Despite possessing the cultivation of an 8th-grade semi-divine being, Su Anyang's aura visibly weakened under such duress. During their clash, Su Dingfang seized the opportunity to converge with the powerful figures of the Great Xia. Truly, his master was formidable. Such prowess was astonishing. Observing Su Anyang's utter lack of resistance against his master, Su Dingfang felt a wave of exhilaration. He turned to his junior sister, Xiao Ling, and smiled. With our master present, these matters are bound to be resolved. Even if he falters, there are those above him to rely upon. Before he could finish, an unknown tremor resonated through the realm. Li Jing, sensing the disturbance, immediately ceased his actions. Chapter 270. Your Majesty, I shall do my utmost. In that fleeting moment, all beings in the vicinity were stirred. Thunderous roars. The previously tranquil world erupted into chaos, unleashing an overwhelming turmoil in mere moments. Despite the tumult caused by the fierce clash between Li Jing and Prince Su Anyang, it now seems rather trivial. Li Jing's gaze fixated on a particular direction, where he distinctly sensed an aura that made the very heavens tremble. Upon perceiving this disturbance, Prince Su Anyang's heart surged with delight. In the grandeur of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, Xiao Ling stood within the sacred palace, his eyes drawn to a distant expanse. The sacred forces of the central domain were indeed far more formidable than those of the 4 great domains. As he spoke, a sudden shift occurred in the aura surrounding Xiao Ling. Since his arrival in the central domain, with the expansion of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty's territory and the rapid enhancement of its fortuitous power, Xiao Ling's own realm had undergone a remarkable elevation. He now stood at the 7th rank of the semi-mortal realm. However, with certain unique methods at his disposal, Xiao Ling believed his strength to be unmatched within the semi-mortal tier. Harnessing the immense fortuitous power of the Great Xia, Xiao Ling concentrated it within himself through supreme techniques. In the next instant, he ascended to the 8th rank of the semi-mortal realm, and then to the 9th rank. Within a brief span, he reached the pinnacle of the semi-mortal tier, yet the vast fortuitous power continued to flow into him unabated. Boom! Xiao Ling felt his blood surge and transcend, as if a force beyond the semi-mortal realm were manifesting. In that moment, he successfully transcended the semi-mortal level and entered the higher realm of the immortal. No matter how powerful a semi-mortal may be, they remain merely half-human, half-immortal, yet to truly step into the realm of the immortal. Ultimately, his cultivation was reliant on fortuitous power. Should his innate strength genuinely break through to the immortal level, he would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Xiao Ling pondered this, recognizing that his current immortal strength was merely a product of fortuitous enhancement, with his physical form yet to undergo a true transformation. Nevertheless, bolstered by his fortuitousness and solid foundation, he was on par with, if not slightly superior to, typical immortal cultivators. With a swift motion, he tore through the fabric of reality before stepping into the void. In the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, the cataclysmic tumult gradually subsided. A middle-aged man clad in a crimson-yellow robe emerged in this realm. He was tall and imposing, exuding an air of regal authority that commanded respect without a word. Even the military deity Li Jing appeared somewhat diminished in his presence. In an instant, the formidable figures of the Great Xia sensed an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon them. Upon sighting the approaching figure, Prince Su Anyang immediately bowed in deference, exclaiming, "I pay my respects, Your Majesty." The visitor was none other than the sovereign of the Xiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty. Li Jing retreated to the location of the Great Xia army. His demeanor marked by vigilance as he observed the sovereign of the Xiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty. This commotion had indeed summoned forth the presence of such a formidable ruler. The Xiao Yuan sovereign scanned the surroundings, particularly lingering his gaze on the area where the remains of Prince Su Fengyan lay. What audacity! The sovereign's gaze shifted toward Li Jing and his companions. While his countenance bore no trace of anger, the numerous generals of the Great Xia, including Li Jing, could palpably sense the ominous specter of death looming over them. Throughout the millennium, no other had dared to exhibit such arrogance on the territory of the Xiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty. The Xiao Yuan sovereign advanced menacingly towards Li Jing and his cohort. In an instant, he enveloped the Great Xia forces within his own formidable aura, rendering the very fabric of the heavens almost entirely immobilized, sealing all avenues of retreat. In the face of such overwhelming might, Li Jing maintained a serene expression, exhibiting a calm demeanor save for a slight wariness. He did not display any sign of panic. "You, Xiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, dare to harm the people of the Great Xia and slaughter our kin. Such transgressions shall not go unpunished." Fearless. Despite the presence of the Xiao Yuan sovereign, both Li Jing and the remaining members of the Great Xia stood resolute and undaunted, seeking death. Does your Great Xia truly believe itself invincible in this realm? I shall first eradicate you, and then ensure the entire Great Xia follows suit into oblivion. The attitude displayed by Li Jing and his allies incensed the Xiao Yuan sovereign profoundly. As the sovereign prepared to strike, Li Jing appeared outwardly composed, though internally he helplessly prayed, "Your Majesty, I can only do my utmost." The Xiao Yuan sovereign stirred the tempest, a colossal handprint descending from the heavens. This handprint encompassed overwhelming power, embodying the might of the cosmos. Within the domain of the Xiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, the sovereign wielded unparalleled strength, far beyond what they could hope to challenge. Kill! Li Jing, witnessing the looming handprint, manifested a sharp sword in his grasp and leapt skyward, ready to confront it head-on. Otherwise, should that handprint descend unopposed, the casualties among the Great Xia would be catastrophic. Kill! 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 These Great Xia individuals are utterly presumptuous, daring to act with such impunity in the realm of the Xiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty. Those who offend the Xiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty shall undoubtedly pay a grievous price. With the sovereign's hand raised, these Great Xia intruders were assuredly destined for annihilation. Within the city beneath the Xiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, countless beings seethed with rage. In the realm of the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, the Daxiao Empire's rampant arrogance has inflicted upon them an immense humiliation that has endured for millennia. Should the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty fail to impose a painful reckoning upon the Daxia Empire, they would undoubtedly become the subject of mockery among various factions. Under the terrifying pressure exerted by the Xiao Yuan Holy Master, the heavens and earth seemed to change color. Li Jing soared into the sky, drawing ever closer to the descending colossal palm of the heavens, a deep sense of impending dread swelling within him. The strength of the Xiao Yuan Holy Master was far greater than he had ever anticipated. A wry smile of resignation crossed Li Jing's face as he shouted, "Kill!" With a single sword strike aimed at the sky, he clashed fiercely with the Xiao Yuan Holy Master's attack. Thunderous rumbles echoed as, with all his might, he managed to sever the massive palm. However, the residual force erupted forth, causing Li Jing to be forcibly suppressed downward. While he possessed some skill, he was still woefully outmatched in comparison. At the behest of the Xiao Yuan Holy Master, another finger thrust directly targeted Li Jing. Chapter 271. Is this all there is? Faced with this formidable digit, Li Jing felt a profound sense of helplessness. The disparity in their realms of power was glaringly apparent. He had already exerted all his strength to thwart the previous attack from the Xiao Yuan Holy Master. This latest strike was considerably more formidable than the last, making it exceedingly difficult to block once more. The finger pierced through the void, closing in on Li Jing within mere moments. As the attack was about to descend, a rift in the fabric of space appeared before him. Subsequently, a powerful force surged forth, causing the Xiao Yuan Holy Master strike to be unexpectedly and effortlessly obliterated. A sigh of relief escaped Li Jing's lips, observing the figure that materialized before him, having shielded him from the perilous digit at a crucial moment. His previously tense emotions completely dissipated. "I, Li Jing, humbly greet your majesty," he proclaimed, kneeling on one knee in respectful homage to the figure ahead. "Long live your majesty." The multitude of daxia generals, numbering in the millions, quickly came to their senses. In that fleeting instant, with the appearance of this figure, the oppressive aura brought by the Xiao Yuan Holy Master vanished in a thin air. It was none other than the sovereign of the Daxia Empire, Xiao Ling. Amidst such turmoil, the Xiao Yuan Holy Master appeared somewhat taken aback, gazing at the young visage emerging from the void. The countenance bore no trace of the long passage of time, adorned in a magnificent dragon robe that exuded an overwhelming royal presence, rivaling even his own. The sovereign of the Daxia Empire? Only the sovereign of the Great Xia can be referred to as Your Majesty by the formidable warriors of the Great Xia. What other existence could possibly possess such a distinction? The rapid establishment and subsequent remarkable expansion of the Great Xia has left countless factions from the Western wilderness in awe. It is nothing short of a legend. Particularly regarding the sovereign of the Great Xia, speculation abounds, yet those who have laid eyes upon him are exceedingly few. Rumors suggest that he is an ancient and profound being. Now, as this legend materializes, witnessing his true form and visage is nothing short of astonishing. The tales of the Great Xia's ruler are indeed far less impactful than the reality of meeting him. The sovereign of the Xiao Yuan gazes towards Xiao Ling. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ling replies nonchalantly, "I am but an ordinary mortal." Yet, the sovereign of the Xiao Yuan, wielding the might of his holy dynasty against me in the name of the Great Xia, is this not excessive? Excessive? The sovereign of the Xiao Yuan scoffs. "Your people have come to my Xiao Yuan holy dynasty and even obliterated one of my heirs. Who is truly at fault here? If you do not provide me with a reasonable resolution today, do not expect to depart unscathed." Xiao Ling remains unfazed by the sovereign's words and retorts lightly, "Those who seek to harm the subjects of the Great Xia deserve their fate." The sovereign of the Xiao Yuan furrows his brow, clearly taken aback by the attitude of this Great Xia ruler. Although the other party's power is formidable, being on his own territory and exhibiting such arrogance is unexpected. Since the Great Xia's rise from the western wilderness, everything has been so legendary, and their strength is unfathomable. Comparatively, he has no desire to engage in conflict alone. However, how could he tolerate such an attitude, such a deserving fate? The sovereign of the Xiao Yuan declares coldly, "If that is the case, I shall assist you in cleansing your ranks and teach those ignorant fools a lesson." A potent aura emanates from the sovereign of the Xiao Yuan as he points, directing a formidable force towards Li Jing and the others. This strike exceeds the realm of semi-immortal strength, an assault that none in that realm could hope to withstand. He intends to eradicate every intruder from the Great Xia within his domain. Arrogant? On his own territory, he is eager to see just how the Great Xia intends to maintain its bravado. As the attack from the sovereign of the Xiao Yuan descends, Li Jing and the other formidable figures from the Great Xia stand resolute, their eyes betraying no hint of fear. With their sovereign present, the sovereign of the Xiao Yuan would find it exceedingly difficult to harm them. At this moment, as the sovereign of the Xiao Yuan makes his move, Xiao Ling also strikes simultaneously, delivering a palm of his own. Oof. Observing Xiao Ling's attempt to counter his assault, the sovereign of the Xiao Yuan wears a look of disdain. Upon observing the opponent, he too sensed a power that transcended the realm of semi-mortals. Yet this aura was tumultuous and evidently obtained through extraordinary means. How could such strength contend with him? Before the palm of the Lord of Jiyuan could reach Li Jing and the other formidable figures of the Great Xia, Xiao Ling's palm had already collided with it. In the ensuing moment, a resounding impact echoed through the air. Xiao Ling's strike shattered the Lord of Jiyuan's attack, surging forth towards the direction of the Jiyuan Holy Dynasty. The Lord of Jiyuan appeared slightly taken aback as he was unexpectedly struck by Xiao Ling's palm. Yet, in an instant, a surge of power erupted from his body, successfully countering the residual force of Xiao Ling's assault. However, in the act of deflecting this attack, he found himself retreating a couple of paces. In stark contrast, Xiao Ling remained utterly unfazed. The initial clash between the two clearly showcased Xiao Ling's overwhelming advantage. The Lord of Jin was quite astonished, his astonishment at the strength of the Great Xia's sovereign palpable. While he possessed some ability, it seemed insufficient for the task at hand. Seeing that his initial strike had failed, the Lord of Jin did not relent. Xiao Yao Ba Fang. The aura around him surged as the power within him roiled. He conjured 8 mighty, divine dragons before him, each exuding a formidable presence. Attack! The Lord of Jiyuan directed his gaze toward Xiao Ling. Initially aimed at the generals of the Great Xia, his focus now shifted solely to Xiao Ling, dismissing the latter's strength as merely a temporary enhancement. Defeating him would render the Great Xia, which had recently shaken the western wilderness, a trivial concern. With a roar, the 8 dragons unleashed their ferocious cries, darting from all directions to envelop Xiao Ling entirely. Within this tempest of dragon forms, Xiao Ling appeared diminutive and insignificant. With a fierce and relentless charge, the 8 dragons converged upon the encircled Xiao Ling. The Lord of Jiyuan observed coldly, convinced that his lethal technique could not be thwarted by someone of such perceived strength. The formidable Great Xia, its reputation across the western wilderness, it was hardly worthy of concern. Chapter 272. A single word to suppress 8 dragons, severing the fate of the holy dynasty. As he watched the 8 dragons cover the expanse of heaven and earth, charging toward him with great speed, it was evident that the mere presence of these dragons possessed strength beyond that of semi-immortals, easily capable of annihilating any semi-immortal being, let alone the combined might of 8 dragons. However, confronted by the 8 ferocious dragons charging towards him, Xiao Ling stood resolutely amidst the chaos, his demeanor exuding an air of nonchalance that starkly contrasted with the perilous situation. Hold! A cold, authoritative voice emanated from his lips. With a sweeping motion of his hands towards both sides, an invisible force radiated outward, enveloping the 8 dragons. Under the influence of this power, the once menacing dragons found themselves immobilized in midair. A single word to subdue 8 dragons, seemingly formidable. The 8 dragons were rendered incapable of advancing even a step further in the presence of their adversary. This fellow, witnessing the offensive he had unleashed being so effortlessly restrained, the dragons remained entrapped in the realm of existence, leaving the Lord of the Dragon Abyss in a state of disbelief. Dragon Abyss, Sacred Dynasty, Xiao Ling murmured, directing his gaze toward the position of the Lord of the Dragon Abyss, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, suggesting a hint of disdain. These supposedly fierce dragons were nothing more than a facade. Boom! The 8 dragons, previously held captive, were suddenly shattered by an unknown, overwhelming force, their forms disintegrating into fragments that gradually dissolved into the void. This strike from the Lord of the Dragon Abyss, which appeared invincible, was effortlessly obliterated by Xiao Ling. Following this encounter, the Dragon Abyss Sacred Dynasty was filled with trepidation. The sovereign of the Great Xia, though seemingly youthful, possessed an extraordinarily terrifying strength. Xiao Ling turned his attention to the Lord of the Dragon Abyss. "Can you withstand this sword strike?" he declared, brandishing the Xianyuan sword, which he then thrust towards the Lord's position. This strike not only contained immense power, but was also infused with a profound essence of celestial fortune. "This is bad." The Lord of the Dragon Abyss sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the sword's glow and instinctively refrained from engaging directly. He attempted to block it with a punch. However, the force of this punch was pathetically insufficient. Upon contact with the sword's radiance, it was instantaneously obliterated. In that fleeting moment, the Lord of the Dragon Abyss evaded. Yet the dreadful sword light grazed past him, descending upon the territory of the Dragon Abyss Sacred Dynasty. Rumble! A cataclysmic tremor resonated through the earth, sending shockwaves across a vast expanse, carving an unfathomable chasm that stretched across the sacred lands. What kind of power does this individual possess? The Lord of the Dragon Abyss gazed at the ravaged terrain, his heart overwhelmed with an indescribable shock. Even though this sword strike could not inflict fatal harm upon him, enduring such a blow would undoubtedly be exceedingly arduous. Xiao Ling sheathed the Xianyuan sword, displaying no concern for his missed attack. Indeed, the Lord of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, whose reputation reverberates throughout the world, possesses considerable prowess. The Lord of Jiyuan, regaining his composure, gazed at Xiao Ling and coldly remarked, "With such strength, you aspire to display your might in my Great Xia? You still have much to learn." The impact of the opponent's strike had indeed taken him by surprise. However, he could not allow another to bask in glory at his expense. In response to the Lord of Jian's feigned calmness, Xiao Ling merely smiled faintly and replied, "Truly, you are the seasoned sovereign of the western wilderness, exhibiting an admirable equanimity in the face of adversity. Yet, whether my sword bears only a modicum of skill, you shall soon discover." What? The Lord of Jian's previously composed demeanor faltered as he furrowed his brow upon hearing these words. A wave of unease surged within him. What was happening? Could it be that the opponent's sword harbored ulterior motives? Just as doubts clouded the mind of the Lord of Jiayuan, a sudden cacophony erupted within the once tranquil territory of the Jiayuan sacred dynasty. Roar! Accompanied by this resounding roar, the Lord of Jiayuan's gaze dropped to the ground. He beheld a multitude of fissures emerging within the previously stable expanse of his realm, life energy beginning to wither. The destiny of the sacred dynasty. The Lord of Jiayuan's countenance darkened in an instant. As the sovereign, he possessed an unparalleled understanding and control over the vast sacred dynasty. Now, faced with such an anomalous occurrence, he swiftly discerned the source of the problem. Following the strike of the opponent's sword, the fate of the Jiayuan sacred dynasty appeared to have suffered a grievous blow, visibly weakened compared to its initial state. The Lord of Jiayuan glared furiously at Xiao Ling, exclaiming, "You have severed the destiny of my Jiayuan's sacred dynasty." Destiny is the very foundation of a power. The audacity of the opponent to obliterate so much of his dynasty's life force was unfathomable. Xiao Ling offered no direct response, for in such moments, a reply bore no significance. The Lord of Jiayuan, filled with trepidation, understood that the elusive nature of destiny was not easily discerned, even by one of his exalted status, let alone directly harmed. Having wounded the destiny of my Jiayuan sacred dynasty, we shall not rest until we have settled this score with your Great Xia. The Lord of Jiayuan's fury intensified. The loss of destiny sustained by his dynasty would take an interminable span of time to recover from. Summoning his full strength, a golden dragon apparition enveloped his form, channeling a tremendous force as it surged towards Xiao Ling with lethal intent. As the adversary charged forth, Xiao Ling unsheathed the Xianyuan sword once more. Whoosh! Once again, several beams of sword light swiftly struck towards the attacking Xiao Yuan Saint Lord. Empowered by the ethereal image of a golden dragon, the Xiao Yuan Saint Lord's prowess surged, obliterating the myriad sword lights that had been directed at him. Observing this, Xiao Ling conjured forth a flickering flame of purplish gold from his hand. Under the auspices of the Great Xia sacred dynasty's fortune and the elevation of his own strength, the flames produced by the 9 suns burning heaven technique transformed significantly. Their might now vastly superior to what it had once been. 9 suns burning heaven. At Xiao Ling's command, the purplish gold flame swiftly vanished into the void, enveloping the Xiao Yuan Saint Lord in an instant. The blazing purplish gold flames sealed him within their grasp. What sorcery is this? A sense of foreboding gripped the Xiao Yuan Saint Lord's heart. Despite his celestial prowess, he felt an inexplicable dread in the presence of this mere cluster of flames. Boom! The purplish gold flames roared to life, inflicting an increasingly intense heat upon the ensnared Xiao Yuan Saint Lord. Merely a trivial parlor trick, he scoffed, attempting to traverse the purplish gold flames. Alas, upon contact, his celestial body found itself incapable of resisting, overwhelmed by the agony of 1,000 fires. Boom! Under Xiao Ling's command, the 9 suns burning heaven flames intensified, mercilessly scorching the Xiao Yuan Saint Lord. Despite his frantic struggles, he remained unable to extricate himself from the purplish gold flames, which only drew closer, igniting his form until he resembled a writhing inferno. "Ah! Break! Break for me!" the Xiao Yuan Saint Lord bellowed, striving to extinguish the purplish gold flames consuming his body. Yet, such hopes seemed utterly futile. "Truly impressive, your majesty. Such power is indeed formidable." Li Jing and others beheld their sovereign standing resolutely in the heavens above. Though the Xiao Yuan Saint Lord was no weakling, he appeared feeble in comparison to their sovereign's might. As for the Xiao Yuan sacred dynasty, countless beings looked skyward to witness their Saint Lord ensnared by the purplish gold flames, their faces etched with terror. How could their sovereign be rendered so defenseless? The strength of the Great Xia Saint Lord was terrifying beyond measure. No one from the Xiao Yuan sacred dynasty dared to act recklessly. After all, if their own sovereign could not contend, then their actions would be tantamount to courting death. On the battlefield, The Qiao Yuan Saint Lord's predicament grew increasingly dire. Xiao Ling gazed at him, then turned his attention deeper into the Qiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty. Li Jing, at your service. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's command, Li Jing promptly rushed to his side. Xiao Ling stated directly, issue orders to withdraw the troops and return to the capital. Additionally, bring along those members of the Tiger Clan. Understood. With Xiao Ling's directive, Li Jing immediately began to make arrangements. Simultaneously, from the depths of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, a figure traversed the void and soon appeared on the battlefield. The young man's visage bore the weight of time, adorned with strands of silver hair. Standing in the void, he appeared as an ordinary being. His arrival did not escape Xiao Ling's notice. The young man cast a glance at the Jiao Yuan Holy Master, ensconced in violet golden flames. With a flick of his finger, a radiant light surged forth towards the encircling inferno. At that moment, Xiao Ling distinctly felt a force severing his connection with the 9 suns burning heaven fire. Under the influence of this power, the flames that had been incinerating the Jiao Yuan Holy Master were abruptly extinguished. As the fire was quenched, the severely injured Jiao Yuan Holy Master was revealed. His robe had long since been reduced to ashes, his body a grotesque sight, blood and flesh churning, with his lifeblood scorched and desiccated, leaving only a ruined form visible. For beings of the immortal realm, even a body rendered to naught could be reconstituted through their immortal souls. However, the Jiao Yuan Holy Master currently appeared exceedingly feeble. Even his soul's strength seemed disheartened and enervated. The 9 suns burning heaven fire did not merely sear the flesh, it could similarly incinerate the soul. Particularly with Xiao Ling's augmented strength, the potency of the 9 suns burning heaven fire posed a significant threat to any soul of the immortal realm. Nevertheless, being an entity of the immortal realm, after the flames were extinguished, the Jiao Yuan Holy Master began to visibly recover, drawing upon his inherent power. Upon seeing the white-haired youth, the Jiao Yuan Holy Master was overwhelmed with excitement and hastened to his side. At that moment, in the celestial expanse, the Jiao Yuan Holy Master felt utterly superfluous. Only the seemingly ordinary white-haired youth and Xiao Ling stood in confrontation. Between them, an invisible force was palpable. Within this power, the ostensibly tranquil void was disturbed, creating turbulent currents. Ultimately, after a tense standoff lasting several breaths, a soft sound echoed, marking the cessation of their conflict. Xiao Ling gazed intently at his opponent. You are exceedingly reckless, Xiao Ling. After this battle, the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty and your Great Xia shall be locked in a struggle to the death. Although neither had spoken, the Jiao Yuan Holy Master spoke first. Were it not for my ancestors' timely intervention, my fate would have undoubtedly been dire. The esteemed sovereign of the Holy Dynasty finds himself coerced into such a dire predicament. This vendetta shall not be easily dismissed. Listening to the braggadocio of the Lord of Jiao Yuan, Xiao Ling remained unfazed, confidently asserting, I have always been audacious. What merit is there in mere verbal sparring? My Great Xia endures, and you, Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, may unleash your horses at will. The Lord of Jiao Yuan, seething with indignation, refrained from reckless action, well aware of Xiao Ling's formidable prowess, which was far beyond his capacity to contend with. Only the ancient ancestor before him stood as a potential match. Ancestor, the Great Xia has ruthlessly slain our royal kin within our own territory, displaying unabashed arrogance. I beseech you to intervene. With no other recourse, the Lord of Jiao Yuan placed his hopes upon the venerable figure before him. However, the ancestor exhibited a remarkable calmness in response to the Lord's plea. Xiao Ling did not linger. He turned towards Li Jing and the forces of Great Xia, as well as the rescued members of the Tiger Clan, stating, we shall depart. In a rending of the void, after the forces of Great Xia withdrew, they swiftly vanished into the passage of the cosmos. The white-haired youth of the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty maintained an air of composure, showing no intent to obstruct their exit. Ancestor, the Lord of Jiao Yuan inquired, perplexed. How can we permit them to leave so easily when they have besmirched our doorstep? Moreover, Xiao Ling has inflicted harm upon our sacred fortune, resulting in substantial losses. The white-haired ancestor of the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty shook his head, replying, this individual is extraordinary. His true essence is difficult for even I to discern. Even if we could defeat him, annihilation would be another matter entirely, and I would face considerable peril. Addressing the Lord of Jiao Yuan directly, the ancient ancestor expressed his thoughts candidly, without a hint of concealment. Chapter 274. commanding the forces of the demon clan. How could he be so powerful? The Lord of Zhao Yuan was increasingly astounded by his ancestor's words. Having already clashed with Xiao Ling, he was acutely aware of his strength. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that such power could challenge even the venerable ancestor of the Zhao Yuan sacred dynasty. Ancestor, what shall our Zhao Yuan sacred dynasty do next? The Lord of Zhao Yuan inquired. The might of the Great Xia had evidently surpassed his expectations. If relying solely on the strength of the Zhao Yuan sacred dynasty, he would indeed hesitate to act against Great Xia. However, having suffered such considerable losses, this matter could not simply be brushed aside. The ancestor cast his gaze towards the direction in which the forces of Great Xia had departed. After a brief silence, the other party spoke solemnly. This grudge must certainly be avenged. The equilibrium among the various forces in the Western wilderness has been shattered. And it is not just my Zhao Yuan holy dynasty that cannot remain idle. As the sovereign of your holy dynasty, issue a decree to assemble the mightiest forces of the holy dynasty, ensuring they are prepared for action at any moment. Additionally, send emissaries from the holy dynasty to the other holy level powers in the Western wilderness to inform them of the situation concerning the Great Xia holy dynasty. These entities, for the stability of the Western wilderness and their own interests, will inevitably take action. The Great Xia holy dynasty has inflicted such grave losses upon my Zhao Yuan holy dynasty. We cannot allow them to remain unscathed. Moreover, it is imperative to strike preemptively against such a formidable holy dynasty. Otherwise, if we delay until they become even more powerful, it will be exceedingly difficult to contend with them. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. The Holy Master of Zhao Yuan did not dare to delay in executing Ancestor Yuan Yang's orders. Filled with anger at being so brutally oppressed by the Lord of Great Xia, Xiao Ling, he was eager to find a means to confront the Great Xia holy dynasty. Not long after, through the void passage constructed by Xiao Ling, the forces of the Great Xia holy dynasty and their tiger kin had fully returned to the territory south of the Taiyang Mountains. The troops departed one by one under the command of various generals. Only Li Jing, Su Dingfang, and other generals from the Great Xia remained, along with the remnants of the tiger kin, especially among these tiger beings, who had long suffered oppression and humiliation from the Zhao Yuan holy dynasty. Many were now overwhelmed with joy, having narrowly escaped the brink of extinction. They knelt before the Great Xia holy master, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for the salvation of their clan. Enough, rise, Xiao Ling commanded with a wave of his hand, an invisible force lifting all the tiger kin to their feet. Rescuing the tiger kin was merely a matter of convenience for him. The Great Xia holy dynasty had gradually established its footing in the Western wilderness, and if it sought to continue its development and expansion, it would inevitably have to confront the other more powerful factions within the region. Should disputes arise, direct confrontations would likely ensue, causing concern among the stronger forces in the Western wilderness, while also establishing more formidable enemies due to the dangerous power exhibited by the Great Xia. Currently, due to the affairs concerning the tiger kin, the Great Xia could be seen as justifiable in its actions, avoiding the reputation of being bloodthirsty and arrogant within the Western wilderness. Random task issued: ensure proper settlement of the tiger kin, and subjugate the demon clan of the Taiyang Mountains. Reward: Celestial Demon Seal. The system has not issued a task for quite some time. It is unexpected to see a sudden stir at this moment. To subdue the demonic forces within the Taiyang Mountains, observing the presence of the tiger clan before him. This task indeed presents a commendable opportunity for the Great Xia sacred dynasty. Although the tiger clan, as a singular demonic entity, is not particularly formidable, if he could consolidate the vast demonic power of the Taiyang Mountains under his command, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon for the Great Xia sacred dynasty. As for the reward offered by the system, the Celestial Demon Seal, the name alone promises not to disappoint. Xiao Ling turned his gaze towards the position of the Tiger King. Tiger King, your clan may select a suitable location within the territories controlled by the Great Xia sacred dynasty to settle and develop. With merely over 1,000 members, accommodating the tiger clan within the expansive realm of the Great Xia sacred dynasty would pose no challenge at all. Thank you, Master Xia. The Tiger King expressed his profound gratitude. With the protection of the Great Xia sacred dynasty, his clan would no longer need to fear threats from the Zhao Yuan sacred dynasty. They merely needed to find a fitting locale to recuperate, and with the passage of time, they would certainly flourish once more. After all, the Tiger Clan Saintis is currently held in high regard by the Great Xia sacred dynasty. With the dynasties nurturing and the activation of their ancient tiger bloodline within her, her potential and accomplishments would surely be remarkable, providing the Tiger Clan with a formidable ally. Once the matters concerning the Tiger Clan were settled, Xiao Ling continued, "You have resided in the Taiyang Mountains for many years. Do you possess a clear understanding of the various demonic forces within these mountains?" Indeed, the Tiger King promptly nodded in response to Xiao Ling's inquiry. "My clan has dwelled in the northern Taiyang Mountains for over 10,000 years. While our overall strength may not rank among the most powerful of the demonic clans, we are nonetheless a respectable presence, well acquainted with the forces both to the north and south of the Taiyang Mountains. Should Master Xia require our assistance, my clan shall exert every effort to alleviate your burdens." The Tiger King was no fool. Although Xiao Ling had not explicitly stated anything, he grasped much from the sudden inquiry. Residing under the banner of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, his clan could not afford to remain idle. Proving their worth would be paramount. Listening to the Tiger King's words, it was evident that the Tiger Clan had sufficient knowledge of the various demonic forces within the Taiyang Mountains, which would greatly aid in his efforts to consolidate these forces. "In that case, I shall dispatch a contingent to you. You are to immediately proceed to persuade the various demonic forces within the Taiyang Mountains to submit to the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty. Should anyone dare to resist, suppress them with swift and decisive force." Chapter 275, The Giant Tan Clan. The Tiger Clan shall undoubtedly not disappoint the Summer Sovereign. The Tiger King confidently proclaimed this assurance. It would be utterly impossible for them, relying solely on the might of the Tiger Clan, to persuade the myriad demon tribes within the Taiyang mountain range to submit. However, with the presence of formidable warriors from the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty, even the most powerful demon factions within the Taiyang Mountains would find it exceedingly difficult to mount any form of resistance. After making the necessary arrangements, Xiao Ling promptly returned to the Great Summer Sacred Palace without any further delay. To preempt any potential movements from the Zheyuan Sacred Dynasty, Xiao Ling immediately dispatched numerous powerful spies to monitor the situation and began preparing for Emperor Tang Li Shimin to ensure all possible contingencies were in place. Although the conflict with the Zheyuan Sacred Dynasty did not create significant upheaval, under the special directives of the Zheyuan sovereign, information regarding the situation of the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty gradually began to circulate. In a remarkably short span of time, countless powerful factions in the Western Wasteland became increasingly aware of the strength of the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty. Various factions communicated through sound transmission techniques, astonished to learn that the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty possessed immortal-level beings. How could such a relatively new power already have such formidable entities emerge? According to the intelligence from the Zheyuan Sacred Dynasty, the ruler of the Great Summer, Xiao Ling, is an immensely powerful immortal. To thwart him, even the reclusive ancestor of the Zheuyuan has been mobilized. The Zheyuan Sacred Dynasty has not concealed any details regarding the strength of the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty, transmitting information honestly. Since its establishment, the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty has been relentlessly expanding its territory, and now it has set its sights on powers like ours. If this continues, it is likely that not only the Zheyuan Sacred Dynasty and other nearby forces, but the entire Western Wasteland may face repercussions. We cannot allow this unchecked growth to persist, for it poses a substantial threat to us all. It is evident that our factions must take action. We must eradicate this disruptive presence of the Great Summer. As word spread, countless factions within the vast Western Wasteland responded in kind. Just as the venerable ancestor of the Zheyuan Sacred Dynasty, Yuan Yong, had articulated, the Western Wasteland has enjoyed a prolonged period of balance and stability, and no faction would permit such a latent threat to exist. In the Taiyang Mountains, under the leadership of the Tiger King, countless demon tribes began to pledge their allegiance. Particularly in the northern regions of the Taiyang Mountains, nearly 99% of the demon factions had suffered oppression and harm at the hands of the Zheyuan Sacred Dynasty, and regrettably, they lacked the strength to resist. However, with the Tiger Clan as their representative, a multitude of demon factions exhibited no hesitation in expressing their willingness to submit, with entire clans migrating towards the territories of the Great Summer Sacred Dynasty. Yet, alongside the compliant factions, there were also some resistant demon forces. In the southern regions of the Taiyang Mountains, the Juten clan, within the majestic confines of the Taiyang Mountains resides a formidable force of the demon clan. However, it is worth noting that this tribe embodies a hybrid existence, being part human and part demon. The Juten clan, towering nearly 2 meters tall, possesses extraordinary physical prowess, boasting the strength akin to that of a demigod upon reaching adulthood. This clan is an indigenous inhabitant of the Taiyang Mountains, having existed there for an unfathomably long period, with their remarkable strength rendering them unmatched. No other demon faction within these mountains dares to challenge or provoke them. Generally, although the Juten clan comprises merely 1,000 members, their overall strength is renowned for its might. Notably, they harbor no grand ambitions of territorial expansion, steadfastly maintaining their dominion without engaging in frequent interactions with other demon factions. Were it otherwise, their formidable power would surely attract numerous demon clans to submit under their banner. Our Tiger clan, being of average strength and situated at a considerable distance, has yet to establish any contact with the Juten clan, leaving us largely unaware of their true capabilities. Outside an expansive ancient fortress, a group of over 10 individuals concealed themselves within the void. Leading this assembly were the Tiger King and the Tiger Princess, Xiao Ling, accompanied by several formidable warriors dispatched by Xiao Ling to negotiate the allegiance of the demon factions within the Taiyang Mountains. Among them was Li Xiao, referred to by General Li as General Li, alongside the renowned Generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Although their numbers were few, each member was exceptionally powerful, particularly Li Xiao, who previously stood at the 8th tier of the demigod realm and had since ascended to the 9th tier during his time in the central domain, drawing ever closer to the celestial realm. Additionally, the remaining warriors, including Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, had journeyed from the eastern domain alongside Xiao Ling. Bolstered by the auspices of the Great Xia and the various cultivation resources provided by Xiao Ling, thereby elevating their own prowess beyond the demigod realm. Under the auspices of the system's rules, as Xiao Ling's cultivation ascended, those summoned from the system experienced a remarkable surge in strength, akin to breaking through a barrier. Li Xiao surveyed the Juten clan below, his 9th-tier demigod perception granting him a clearer understanding of their presence. As the Tiger King had indicated, he sensed beings within the Juten clan whose strength was not significantly inferior to his own. Among the countless demon factions that had been persuaded to submit in the Taiyang Mountains, a few were indeed stronger than the Tiger clan. However, the disparity in power between those factions and the Juten clan was insurmountable. The Juten clan stood as a half-legendary entity, beyond the reach of the other demon factions, rendering it exceedingly difficult for us to contend with their might. Whether the formidable giant clan can be subdued rests solely upon General Li. The other powerful factions of the Great Xia gazed helplessly at the stronghold of the giant clan, sensing the overwhelming power within. All eyes turned towards Li Xiao, the strongest among the generals of the Great Xia. Let us proceed. Having come at the behest of His Majesty, we must not fail to honor his expectations. Li Xiao stated with an air of calmness. No matter how formidable the giant clan may be, since they had arrived at this juncture, it was imperative to see the matter through. Witnessing Li Xiao's unwavering confidence, the other leaders of the Great Xia mirrored his composure. A group of over 10 individuals strode forth with purpose, emerging from the concealed void. The moment they revealed themselves, countless powerful auras from the giant clan began to scrutinize their presence, swiftly locking onto their positions. Chapter 276, The Strength of the Giant Clan. With numerous strong warriors within the giant clan, Li Xiao and his companions, having made no effort to conceal themselves, were naturally detected by the clan's formidable members. Suddenly, the once tranquil earth erupted with tremors. In the next instant, 3 towering figures, each standing about 2 meters tall, emerged, revealing the might of the giant clan. These 3 formidable members of the giant clan soared through the air, halting just 3 to 5 paces from the Great Xia leaders. Though there were only 3 of them, their imposing stature rendered Li Xiao and his companions seemingly insignificant in comparison. This is the territory of the giant clan. You must not trespass here. Depart at once. The foremost giant clan warrior commanded, his presence radiating a powerful aura. Exhibiting remarkable strength, he possessed the prowess of a 4th-tier half-saint, while the 2 flanking him, though slightly less formidable, still achieved the status of 2nd-tier half-saints. The might of the giant clan was indeed impressive. The casual emergence of 3 of their members displayed a level of power that could easily overwhelm the vast majority of demon clans in the Taiyang Mountains. In comparison to other factions, the giant clan, despite its superior strength, exhibited a notably more tempered demeanor. Although they demanded that Li Xiao and his companions retreat, they refrained from immediate aggression, a rarity among territorial demon clans. Li Xiao regarded them and inquired, Is the chieftain of the giant clan present? We come bearing the decree of the Great Xia's sovereign to pay our respects to the giant clan. He spoke loudly, his voice resonating throughout the entirety of the giant clan. Oomph. You truly are unaware of your own limitations. Witnessing his words being disregarded, the leading half-immortal of the Xianxia tribe, a formidable fourth-tier powerhouse, felt a surge of dissatisfaction and ceased to squander further breath. The adversary launched a punch toward the foremost Xianxia. The Xianxia tribe, renowned for their immense stature, delivered a strike that was even more massive than that of an adult. The Tiger King stood closely beside Xianxia, his heart racing as he beheld the impending assault. Although his own tribe was among the larger entities of the demon race, the sight of that overwhelming punch made him realize that should he endure such a blow, he would likely be obliterated into a fine mist of blood. As the attack bore down upon him, Xianxia merely flicked his right hand, effortlessly intercepting the seemingly ferocious punch with a mere gesture. Impossible. The half-immortal from the Xianxia tribe wore a face of disbelief. His heavy strike, so robust, had been effortlessly thwarted by what appeared to be an ordinary finger from his opponent. Lifting his gaze, he encountered a pair of calm eyes staring back at him, sending a chill racing down his spine. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended in an instant. Alarmed, the three half-immortals of the Xianxia tribe felt utterly powerless beneath this overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground without resistance. Xianxia, possessing the strength of a ninth-tier half-immortal, subduing three of these warriors posed no challenge whatsoever. Had he not held back, there would have been no chance of survival for the half-immortal foes. Looking down, he observed the defeat of the three Xianxia half-immortals, which sent shockwaves through the entire tribe. Is the Xianxia chief present? Xianxia and the formidable forces of the Great Xia towered above, gazing down upon the masses with an air of dominion. Despite the formidable strength of the Xianxia tribe, their visit was intended to compel them to submit to the Great Xia sacred dynasty, necessitating an exhibition of authority over their subordinates. Before long, the ground trembled with the sound of heavy footsteps. From the depths of the Xianxia territory, a group of towering Xianxia warriors emerged, parting the throngs of their kin who respectfully cleared a path. As these formidable figures made their entrance, Xianxia and his companions, soaring in the sky, directed their attention toward them. One intimidating aura. The sudden appearance of these Xianxia warriors left the Tiger King and others in utter shock. As fellow demon beings, they felt an invisible yet profound pressure when confronted by such overwhelmingly powerful foes. This level of strength could very well be deemed among the pinnacle of the demon forces within the entire Taihang mountain range. Xianxia and the other formidable figures from the Great Xia Dynasty regarded the several powerful beings emerging from the Xianxia tribe with neither contempt nor negligence. A total of 6 formidable warriors from the Xianxia tribe were present, among whom the most powerful was a 9th-tier semi-divine being, while the remaining 5 boasted strengths above the 6th tier of the semi-divine realm. The lineup of the opposing party was certainly on par with, if not superior to, the contingent of over 10 individuals sent by the Great Xia Holy Dynasty. Esteemed guests from the Great Xia, I'm the elder of the Xianxia tribe. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? An elder of the Xianxia tribe, appearing quite aged, stepped forward and cast a weathered gaze toward Xianxia and the others hovering above. The moment Xianxia and his companions made their presence known within the territory of the Xianxia tribe, the latter had already sensed their arrival. The sudden appearance of such a formidable group of semi-divine beings compelled the tribe to present themselves. Xianxia turned his attention to the chief of the Xianxia tribe and spoke, by the decree of the Holy Lord of the Great Xia. We have been summoned to gather all the various demon forces within the Taihang Mountains to unite under the banner of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty. Unite under the Great Xia Holy Dynasty? Upon hearing this proclamation, a wave of agitation surged through the entire Xianxia tribe. Preposterous. We, the Xianxia tribe, have long resided within the Taihang Mountains. How could a mere newcomer, such as the Great Xia, presume to demand our allegiance? Begone at once, or do not blame us for being ungracious. This was nothing short of a farce. Not even within the Western wilderness were there many forces bold enough to behave so audaciously before the Xianxia tribe. In an instant, the atmosphere within the tribe was rife with anger. After a brief pause, the chief of the Xianxia tribe waved his hand, silencing the clamorous voices immediately. He regarded Xianxia and the other strong figures from the Great Xia with a demeanor that remained remarkably calm, despite the gravity of the situation. We, the Xianxia tribe, have always kept to ourselves within the Taiyang Mountains and have refrained from engaging in external conflicts. I kindly ask the esteemed members of the Great Xia to take their leave. Chapter 277. The War God of the Giant Tan Tribe versus Li Xiao. The representative of the Giant Tan Tribe remained silent for a moment, displaying no signs of anger, but rather directly ushering them away. However, this was all predicated upon the momentum of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty. Though the Giant Tan Tribe had long inhabited the Taiyang Mountains, they were not devoid of their own intelligence networks. They were aware of the recent surge in the Great Xia's influence, and with the arrival of such a formidable entourage, the chief wished to avoid conflict. Had it been another faction, they would likely have resorted to violence without any further discourse. Leave? Li Xiao shook his head and replied, "We have come at the behest of the Holy Lord. It is not permissible for us to depart until our mission is accomplished." To think they could simply dismiss them with a few words was implausible. Moreover, the formidable strength possessed by the Giant Tan Tribe represented an ongoing threat to the stability of the Great Xia should they remain unchallenged. Under the auspices of the Holy Dynasty, how could any other power dare to exist in tranquility? The strength of the Jutan tribe is formidable. Aligning themselves with our Great Xia Holy Dynasty would not subject them to servitude, but rather yield mutual benefits. Should the Jutan tribe refuse to submit to our Great Xia Holy Dynasty, they would find themselves grievously offended today. Xianxia exuded en overwhelming aura, exerting the pressure of a ninth-tier semi-mortal state upon the Jutan tribe, instantly enveloping their surroundings in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, a robust warrior from the Jutan tribe stepped forward behind their chieftain. Though he did not take to the air, his towering stature was sufficient to stand equal to Li Xiao and his companions in the air. The warrior, brimming with arrogance, launched a fierce punch towards Li Xiao, a ninth-tier semi-immortal. This individual represented the pinnacle of strength within the Jutan tribe. At the instant he struck, the formidable presence was felt among the Great Xia elites gathered in the skies, with the exception of Li Xiao. Others, such as Guan Yu and the like, sense an intense threat. Retreat. Li Xiao Kumanda. The other generals of Great Xia exhibited no hesitation, promptly withdrawing. With a powerful punch, Li Xiao retaliated. The Jutan semi-immortal, renowned for his exceptional strength, demanded utmost caution on Li Xiao's part. As the two ninth-tier semi-immortals clashed, the very air around them compelled the onlookers to retreat, none daring to linger. The two terrifying forces collided, one large and one small, yet each contained an equal measure of might. Boom! The impact resonated, both forces crashing together without either gaining the upper hand. Impressive. Their strength is indeed commendable. Both warriors thought simultaneously. Yet, the notion of the Jutan tribe submitting to the Great Xia seemed utterly fanciful. The Jutan semi-immortal, with a cold and resolute gaze, declared, "Can our Jutan tribe be swayed by others, enslaved by others?" Li Xiao remained silent. If they would not submit, then they would be compelled to do so through force. Ingta, the Jutan tribe member, observing the confrontation, cautioned the semi-mortal, "Let us not go too far." Ingta was the war god of their era, and his strength was well known. Though both were ninth-tier semi-mortals, the Jutan's physical prowess rendered them unbeatable within the same tier, even against ordinary immortals. Ingta could maintain an undefeated stance due to the Jutan tribe's robust physical foundation, while the Great Xia semi-mortal was indeed formidable. He did not believe the latter could best Ingta in combat. Hearing the chieftain's words, Ingta cast a cold glance at Li Xiao, saying, "Young man, it is not too late to withdraw. Should we truly engage, you may find yourself facing considerable hardship." Li Xiao listened to the words of his opponent, his gaze remaining calm and composed as he replied, "It is unwise to rejoice too soon when the battle has yet to commence." A surge of power erupted from Li Xiao, and at that moment, the force behind his punch intensified dramatically, colliding with Ingta. Caught off guard, Ingta found his right fist abruptly shaken back by this newfound strength, his robust figure staggering back 5 or 6 steps before finally stabilizing. Once he regained his footing and gazed at the figure of Li Xiao, suspended in the void, a hint of surprise flickered across his face. "Come, let us battle," Li Xiao stated with indifference. Ingta's prowess piqued his interest. It was rare to encounter such a formidable opponent, and today presented the perfect opportunity to indulge in a spirited contest. As Li Xiao stood before him, Ingta's initial astonishment transformed into an excited smile. "Fight!" he exclaimed, propelling himself toward Li Xiao. The two combatants, both at the pinnacle of the semi-divine realm, unleashed their formidable auras, engaging in a fierce clash. They deliberately distanced themselves from the territory of the Juten tribe to prevent any collateral damage. The battleground soon became a scene of devastation, with countless trees and mountains of the Taihang range obliterated, leaving behind vast expanses of ruins. With a roar, Yingta summoned the earth from all directions, lifting heavy rocks and soil into the air. This material, infused with a rich earthen power, quickly solidified into a suit of armor that enveloped Yingta. With his towering physique, he effortlessly hoisted a mountain peak, condensing its might into a colossal axe nearly 2 yards in length. Li Xiao, observing from above the heavens, refrained from intervening. Fighting unarmed would be futile, and only by wielding a weapon could he fully manifest his strength. In his grasp, the Yuan spear materialized, matching Yingta's armament and amplifying their respective auras. Continue, Yingta commanded, swinging the massive axe toward Li Xiao with ferocity. The immense weapon, forged from the mountain, carried a weighty power that could not be underestimated. Li Xiao responded in kind, wielding his Yuan spear to deliver a powerful counterstrike. The clash of their weapons resonated, and the sheer force obliterated nearly 10 miles of the Taihang Mountains into ruins. Kill! 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 Yingta shouted as he relentlessly swung the colossal axe, driven by his wild ferocity, charging at Li Xiao with unwavering determination. Li Xiao, wielding his spear with precision, matched each of Yingta's strikes with equal ferocity. The axe in Yingta's hands expanded to a size of hundreds of feet, bearing down with an overwhelming force that threatened to crush all in its path. Li Xiao suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure suppressing him. With the Yuan spear in hand, he struck forward, creating a void in the air. An endless tumult of nothingness surged forth, gradually erasing the mighty axe unleashed by Yingta. Chapter 278. Your power is impressive, yet still lacks slightly. How could this individual possess such terrifying strength? Witnessing his attack effortlessly dismantled by Li Xiao, Yingta clearly lost the calm demeanor he once held. What he had struck was not merely an expanse of emptiness, but rather a barrier of power forged from his own might. Within this barrier, the tremendous force he wielded was effortlessly shattered, leaving little impact on his opponent. Your strength is formidable, yet before me, it still falls short. Li Xiao gazed at Yingta. As a legendary figure from an era in Chinese history, Li Xiao's prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of Yingta. Raising his hand, he delivered a strike with the Yuan spear, a blow infused with vigorous vitality directed at Yingta. Li Xiao did not unleash a fatal strike. Yingta's strength was substantial. If it could be employed by the holy dynasty of Daxia, he would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally. To conquer the Juten clan, one cannot afford to strike lethally. However, should this blow be endured, Yingta would undoubtedly suffer greatly. As the attack approached, Yingta's expression turned grave, sensing a life-threatening danger in that fleeting moment. With a roar, he unleashed a surge of power from within, causing his already towering form to ascend even further. In an instant, his height expanded from 2 or 3 zhang to nearly 5 or 6 zhang. Juten frenzy, from a considerable distance away. The Juten clan members could hardly conceal their astonishment upon witnessing Yingta's transformation. Juten frenzy, this was the supreme divine ability of their clan, requiring the forging of towering peaks within oneself, a process fraught with suffering that only a few could endure. Once manifested, it allowed the individual to expand their physique and harness the might of the towering peaks to solidify and enhance their power. Yingta was compelled to invoke Juten frenzy. What manner of strength did this Daxia half-immortal possess to force Yingta into such a state? Yingta was akin to a war god of their clan, having melded with no fewer than 100 towering mountains. The power unleashed through Juten frenzy would be utterly formidable. Although he is merely a semi-divine being of the 9th rank, his strength, bolstered by the transformation of the giant titan, is sufficient to contend with ordinary celestial beings, and even to challenge those of higher realms. However, the transformation leaves him increasingly weakened, should he fail to swiftly vanquish the enemies from the Great Xia. The Yingta may face a grave crisis. Countless members of the giant titan clan gazed anxiously towards the battlefield, their hearts heavy with concern. Chieftain, will the Yingta withstand the might of these Great Xia invaders? Within the upper echelons of the giant titan clan, several semi-divine, beings wore expressions of solemnity. The chieftain of the giant Titan clan remained contemplative, casting his gaze towards the battlefield, his mind racing with thoughts. The strength of the Great Xia's forces surpassed his expectations. To compel the Inta to unleash the giant Titan transformation was a clear testament to their terrifying power. Chieftain, if the transformation fails to defeat the opponent, the Inta may struggle to contend with them. What shall we do then? Inquired a 6th-rank semi-divine being of the giant Titan clan. In that moment, silence enveloped the gathering of giant Titan warriors, their eyes turned towards their chieftain. If even their so-called war god were to falter, how could they hope to resist thereafter? Let us observe for now. The Inta is our clan's war god. He is not as weak as you imagine, replied the chieftain, though he too harbored concerns, remaining more composed than the others. On the battlefield, Li Xianxia beheld the increasingly formidable Inta, whose power surged dramatically, igniting his curiosity regarding the tactics of the giant Titan clan. In contrast, Li Xianxia appeared diminutive and insignificant. With a mighty roar, the Inta unleashed his fury, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble incessantly. Gradually, under the sheer weight of his immense power, the mountains were uprooted. The Inta then directed his gaze toward Li Xianxia, his eyes gleaming with intensity. With a swift motion of his arm, he hurled a mountain towards Li Xianxia. Enveloped in a sanguine aura emanating from the Inta, the mountain soared through the air. Even a mere mountain, if approached by a sage, could be effortlessly shattered. Li Xianxia stood poised in the void, watching the colossal mountain descend upon him. Upon sensing the ominous crimson aura surrounding it, he quickly grasped its nature. Instead of evading, he boldly faced the mountain head-on. With the Yuang spear in hand, he struck down upon the oncoming mass. In an instant, the crimson aura was cleaved asunder, and the residual force shattered the towering mountain into fragments. In the briefest of moments, Li Xianxiao's presence had undeniably elevated compared to his earlier state. How could this be? Ingta, witnessing the scene, was astonished by Li Xianxiao's remarkable valor. It was evident that during the previous skirmish, he had held back his true strength. With a fierce roar, numerous towering mountains, under Ingta's command, surged forth, relentlessly crashing down upon the advancing Li Xianxiao. Each mountain that fell seemed to sap a fraction of Ingta's vigor, while the crimson aura enveloping the mountains reflected the burgeoning vitality emanating from Li Xianxiao. Your strength is formidable, yet you still fall short, echoed Li Xianxiao's voice. The colossal mountains hurled by Ingta merely caused a minor disturbance to him. With a commanding motion, Li Xianxiao raised his Yuang spear, striking downward towards Ingta. As the attack approached, Ingta summoned his power, coalescing the force of countless mountains into his arms, constructing a robust defense of dense rock and earth. Boom! The clash of their strikes reverberated through the tying mountains, sending tremors radiating outward from Ingta's position, fissures cracking open in the surrounding terrain. A massive surge of energy enveloped the area, shrouding the landscape in a veil of dust and debris. As the dust settled, the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the giant race's war god, Ingta, now knelt upon one knee, surrounded by a terrifying depression filled with numerous cracks. His armor lay shattered, and he appeared utterly disheveled. Above him, Li Xianxiao stood proudly, his Yuang spear poised to deliver the final blow. You have lost, Li Xianxiao declared, casting a glance at Ingta. Though the war god of the giant race possessed great strength, he ultimately proved inferior. Defeat washed over Ingta's countenance, disbelief flickering in his eyes. As a war god of the giant race, he was expected to be invincible among equals, yet he had succumbed to a human of the same realm. His formidable figure gradually diminished, reverting to his prior, more ordinary form, revealing a profound sense of weakness that rendered him incapable of further resistance. Li Xianxiao sheathed his Yuang spear, casting only a fleeting glance at Ingta before turning away. With the loss of their war god, the expressions of the giant race's members were steeped in despair. The Jiantan tribe, have you contemplated whether to submit to our Great Xia? Li Xianxiao swiftly traversed the space, arriving instantaneously before the chieftain of the Jiantan tribe. His gaze swept over the assembly. Despite not exerting any visible pressure, an unmistakable aura of intangible weight could be felt bearing down upon them. The chieftain? The members of the Jiantan tribe also turned their eyes toward their leader. The might of the Xia was overwhelming, far beyond their capacity to withstand. The fate of their tribe now rested solely upon their chieftain's decision. The Jantan tribe was not composed of cowards. Once the chieftain made a decision, even in the face of defeat, they would never capitulate. They would fight to the bitter end. Not a single coward existed among the Jantans. At this moment, countless voices from the tribe echoed this sentiment. Although they had witnessed the formidable power of the Xia Dynasty, they were prepared to face death. Their towering and robust forms exuded an indomitable spirit. Seeing the attitude of the Jantan tribe, Li Tsunxiao chose not to elaborate further. What transpired next depended on the path they decided to take. Should they voluntarily submit to the Xia Dynasty, he would not impose any hardships upon them. However, if they foolishly persisted in resistance, he would have no choice but to suppress them decisively. A sigh escaped him after a moment. The chieftain of the Jantan tribe bore an expression of helplessness. He gazed toward the proud figure of Li Tsunxiao, standing like a deity in the heavens, and said, "Our Jantan tribe is willing to submit to the Great Xia and obey its commands. However, can the Xia provide some assurances that would allow this old man to feel at ease, ensuring that I do not become a traitor to my people?" In the current situation, the Jantan tribe had no other options. Though he had heard of the Xia Dynasty, he was unaware of its precise workings. "Speak freely, chieftain." Li Kunxiao responda candidly. "I have been dispatched by the Holy Lord and possess certain decision-making authority. If the circumstances are reasonable, I will certainly consider them." Upon hearing this, the chieftain's expression relaxed slightly. He continued, "If our Jantan tribe submits to the Xia, we shall serve. However, if innocents are harmed, we will not partake in such deeds." "Understood." Li Kunxiao raplia decisively. "The Xia Dynasty is not composed of ruthless marauders. We will not compel your tribe to commit acts against the innocent. The descendants of the Jantan tribe endure great difficulties in procreation. Should the Holy Lord require your assistance, we will strive wholeheartedly. But we hope that some remnants of our bloodline may be preserved, lest we vanish from the world." Rest assured, Li Tsunxiao affirmed without hesitation. The nature of their Holy Lord was well understood by all the powerful figures of the Xia. There would be no issues with the chieftain's requests. As long as the Jantan tribe sincerely submits to the Great Xia and serves it, the holy dynasty of Great Xia would never treat them unjustly. By aligning themselves with Great Xia, the Jantan tribe would receive its protection, which is undoubtedly more advantageous than their current situation. In response to Li Tsunxiao's words, the chieftain of the Jantan tribe remained reticent. At this juncture, they had no alternative. Submitting to Great Xia offered a chance for survival, whereas persistent resistance would only lead to utter defeat and the complete annihilation of their existence in this realm. Before Li Tsunxiao could elaborate further, the chieftain of the Jantan tribe waved his hand, and a radiant light surged forth from his palm. Observing this, Li Tsunxiao reached out and grasped the light, revealing a mark that resembled a mountain. Holding it, he could distinctly sense the formidable power it contained. This item was the tribal seal of the Jantan tribe. Every member of the tribe, upon birth, required this seal to activate their bloodline and trigger their awakening. Since the Jantan tribe had resolved to submit to Great Xia, they would naturally honor their commitment. The chieftain explained the purpose of the seal to Li Tsunxiao. As an experienced veteran of countless years, he perceived that the generals of Great Xia were not irredeemably wicked. Though they exuded a fierce aura, they had not displayed any intent to kill during their interaction. The Jantan tribe had no choice but to take a gamble. In this brutally unforgiving world, despite possessing some strength, the Jantan tribe was not significantly powerful. Should they refuse to submit to Great Xia, other forces might emerge in the future. Attempting to remain aloof would not be an easy endeavor. Perhaps aligning with Great Xia would not be such a detrimental decision for the Jantan tribe after all. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Li Tsunxiao examined the tribal seal in his hand. The presentation of such an item clearly demonstrated the sincerity of the Jantan tribe, leaving no room for doubt. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the heavens, and a figure slowly emerged from within. "We have seen His Majesty." Li Tsunxiao and the other esteemed figures of Great Xia bowed in respect upon recognizing the newcomer. The visitor was none other than Xiao Ling. Although he resided within the Holy Palace, he was acutely aware of the situation in the Taihang Mountains. Among the demon tribes in this region, the strength of the Jantan tribe was exceptionally formidable, warranting his attention. The identity of the visitor was evident to all, as it was clear that such a sovereign would not make an appearance lightly. "We have seen the Holy Lord of Great Xia," the chieftain of the Jantan tribe, directing his gaze towards Xiao Ling, similarly bowed in reverence. As the chieftain of the giant clan prostrated himself, The thousands of giant clan members present followed suit. At this moment, the giant clan had submitted to the Great Xia, and how could they dare to show any semblance of disrespect in the presence of the Holy Lord? "Please rise," said Xiao Ling as he approached the chieftain, gently raising him with a wave of soft power. While the formidable forces of the Great Xia, including Li Xiao, visited the giant clan, Xiao Ling had been keenly observing the unfolding events. The giant clan possessed remarkable strength and was known for its compliance. Their allegiance would significantly enhance the overall might of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty. "Your Majesty, this is the clan seal of the giant clan." Upon Xiao Ling's arrival, Li Xiao presented the clan seal he had previously obtained. Xiao Ling accepted the seal, feeling the power within it resonate clearly. The chieftain of the giant clan was indeed considerate. Xiao Ling murmured, "I shall treat sincerity with sincerity." This clan seal was of utmost importance to the giant clan, and their willingness to relinquish it spoke volumes about their intentions. The chieftain looked at Xiao Ling with respect, saying, "The giant clan possesses certain capabilities and is willing to offer our humble assistance to the Holy Lord of Great Xia. However, we hope that your Majesty will consider our contributions and allow us a place to dwell." The chieftain's request was earnest. In the brief moments of Xiao Ling's presence, he could distinctly sense the terrifying foundation of the Great Xia. Previously, a general from Great Xia had already vanquished his war god, and now, this Holy Lord's strength was undoubtedly even greater. In his heart, he harbored no thoughts of resistance. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Xiao Ling simply smiled gently. The chieftain need not worry. The giant clan has pledged its allegiance to the Great Xia, and that will not change. I shall not intervene excessively. In our dynasty will provide ample protection to your clan. Should any insurmountable troubles arise, the Great Xia Holy Dynasty will certainly extend its aid. Of course, when the Great Xia requires the aid of the giant clan, I ask that you lead your people to assist us. Xiao Ling's words were devoid of insincerity. For a clan like the giant clan, which was peaceful and easily managed, he would impose no stringent restrictions. The chieftain appeared momentarily taken aback, a hint of unavoidable astonishment crossing his face. The Holy Lord of Great Xia's proposal was something he had never contemplated: to submit to the Great Xia Holy Dynasty while maintaining the status quo of the past, all the while receiving protection. This seemed to indicate that the giant clan had not lost anything at all. Is the Holy Lord truly serious? The chieftain of the Juten tribe could not suppress his urge to confirm the rapid development of the Daxia power under which his Juten tribe now aligned might not be a misfortune. Rather, it could herald a significant blessing for them. Xiao Ling spoke candidly. The sovereign does not jest. As he uttered these words, he grasped the forces of heaven and earth with his left hand, channeling the auspicious power of the Daxia Holy Dynasty into his grasp. He cast his gaze upon the Juten tribe's emblem, which he held in his right hand. With a flick of his left hand, the auspicious energy he controlled materialized into a nearly 10-foot-long golden dragon, which began to spiral above the emblem of the Juten tribe. With a resounding roar, this dragon, under Xiao Ling's impetus, infused its essence into the Juten emblem. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar sensation enveloped the beings of the Juten tribe, accompanied by an ethereal and elusive force that began to rise from within their ranks. The chieftain observed all of this, and, as he sensed the emergence of this change, an indescribable excitement flickered in his eyes. The power of fortune, under the command of the Daxia sovereign before him, a stream of auspicious energy belonging to the Daxia Holy Dynasty had been drawn into his Juten tribe. At this moment, and for the long years to come, unless this Daxia sovereign were to intervene and sever it, the Juten tribe would be blessed and protected by the auspicious favor of the Daxia Holy Dynasty. Although the Juten tribe possessed a formidable lineage of fortune, the disparity between it and the Daxia Holy Dynasty's auspicious energy was overwhelmingly vast. While the chieftain's exhilaration had yet to subside, Xiao Ling presented the Juten emblem before him. "Take it. Since it is your emblem, it serves little purpose in my hands. I trust in your Juten clan, and I hope you shall not disappoint me henceforth." Xiao Ling did not pry into the emblem. Indeed, as he had stated, it held little significance for him. It was better to return it to the Juten tribe for safekeeping, thus bestowing upon them a form of grace. "Thank you, Daxia sovereign." The chieftain bowed deeply in gratitude. "It is rare for the Daxia sovereign to visit our Juten tribe. Please allow us to host you for a while, as a gesture of our sincerity." To the chieftain's invitation, Xiao Ling did not acquiesce. "There is no need for such formality, esteemed chieftain. I have matters to attend to within Daxia and cannot linger here for long. After a brief expression of thanks, he turned his gaze towards Li Xuanxiao and the other stalwarts of Daxia. He addressed them. Accelerate our efforts against the various demonic factions of the Taiying Mountains. I shall obey. Li Guangxiao bowed in compliance. Observing this, the chieftain of the Juten tribe spoke up. My Juten tribe has now pledged allegiance to Daxia and shall exert our strength accordingly. In the Taiying Mountains, my clan holds a modest reputation, and I, an elderly man, am willing to accompany General Li in persuading the demonic factions to submit to the Great Xia. Upon hearing the words of the chieftain of the Juten clan, Xiao Ling nodded in agreement. The Juten clan boasts considerable influence within the Taiying Mountains, rivaling even the Tiger clan. With their involvement, the task of subduing the remaining demonic forces in the Taiying Mountains will undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. Recent intelligence from scouts indicates that various factions in the Western Wilderness have begun to mobilize, aiming their efforts against our Great Xia Sacred Dynasty. Once the operations in the Taiying Mountains conclude, our dynasty will face a busy time ahead. Chapter 281, The Celestial Demon Seal. In the following period, the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty deployed numerous spies throughout the Western Wilderness. Xiao Ling, situated within the sacred palace of Great Xia, maintained vigilant oversight of the movements of various factions in the Western Wilderness through continuous intelligence reports. Meanwhile, progress in the Taiying Mountains continued at a rapid pace. Previously, the Tiger clan's prestige was not particularly formidable, and their recruitment among the various demonic clans had been rather mediocre. However, with the assistance of the Juten clan, the remaining demonic factions in the Taiying Mountains began to rally and submit. After all, the Juten clan wields significant power in the region, standing among the foremost of demonic forces. With such a faction now allied with the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, how could the remaining demons hope to contend with us? They are left with two choices: to seek self-preservation by aligning with the Great Xia, or to recognize the potential of the dynasty and take a gamble by following it. Congratulations, host, on successfully commanding the demonic forces of the Taiying Mountains. Reward obtained: Celestial Demon Seal. It seems the situation in the Taiying Mountains has been resolved satisfactorily. With the system's notification echoing in his mind, Xiao Ling, stationed in the sacred palace of Great Xia, was acutely aware of the developments in the Taiying Mountains. The multitude of demonic factions within the Taiying Mountains may not be overwhelmingly powerful individually, yet their potential for extraordinary strength when united cannot be underestimated. In Xiao Ling's view, the consolidated strength of the various demonic factions in the Taiying Mountains rivals that of powers such as the Jiyuan Sacred Dynasty. Aside from a few exceptional transcendent beings, their mid-tier combat capabilities are comparable, if not slightly superior. The integration of the Taiying Mountains demons will surely enhance the overall strength of the Great Xia. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling's thoughts shifted once more to the newly acquired Celestial Demon Seal. Gazing into the system space, he beheld a seal radiating a verdant glow, securely stored within. Under his control, this greenish seal was extracted and materialized in his hand. The Celestial Demon Seal, a token of the Demon Emperor. Possessing this seal grants dominion over and suppression of the demon race. Under the impetus of its energy, it can manifest a domain of demons within a radius of 1,000 miles, bestowing a tremendous augmentation of power upon those demons dwelling within that realm. The token of the Demon Emperor, the domain of demons. Through the hints provided by the system, Xiao Ling has come to a clear understanding of the primary function of the Celestial Demon Seal. The timing of such a reward from the system is undoubtedly fortuitous. Currently, the demon forces of the Taiying Mountains have all submitted to the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, and the inherent strength of these demon factions is already formidable. With the enhancement of the Celestial Demon Seal, the overall might of the demon race in the Taiying Mountains is destined to experience a significant elevation. Since this is a token of the Demon Emperor, wielding the Celestial Demon Seal will not only exert a suppressive effect on the demons of the Taiying Mountains, but will similarly apply to all demon factions. Xiao Ling mused to himself. Now that he possesses the body of the human emperor, the emergence of the Celestial Demon Seal, a token of the Demon Emperor, signifies that holding the seal also implies the possession of the identity of the Demon Emperor. This is Commander Li Xuanxiao, fulfilling His Majesty's decree to pacify the various demon factions of the Taiying Mountains. I have successfully brought all the demon forces of the Taiying Mountains under our banner and returned to report. Outside the Grand Hall of the Sacred Palace, Li Xuanxiao's voice resounded. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Ling returned to his senses. He perceived that beyond the Grand Hall, it was not merely Li Xiao who had returned, but an entourage of countless demon beings led by the chieftain of the giant clan. Over 100 individuals, all possessing strength above the semi-immortal realm. Announce! A voice from Xiao Ling echoed, as Li Xiao led the representatives of the demon factions from the Taiying Mountains into the Grand Hall of the Sacred Palace. We pay our respects to your majesty. We bow before the sovereign of the Great Xia. The representatives of the Taiying Mountain demon factions knelt in unison. Rise. No need for formalities. Thank you, sovereign. Xiao Ling surveyed the assembly of demon representatives. Henceforth, as long as the various demon factions of the Taiying Mountains are sincere towards the Great Xia, I shall ensure that none of you are treated unfairly. However, should there be any demon factions harboring insincere intentions, once discovered by me, they shall not receive even the slightest leniency. The former statement appeared gentle, while the latter revealed an edge of unyielding sharpness. The representatives of the demon factions present were duly awed by such a proclamation. Accompanying the Kunsho, they had journeyed from the Taiying Mountains into the sacred palace of the Great Xia, witnessing the formidable prowess of the Great Xia sacred dynasty along the way. In this moment, the various demon factions dared not entertain any treachery. Even the faintest flicker of disloyalty was utterly extinguished in the face of the overwhelming aura exuded by Xiao Ling. Despite the presence of various powerful demon factions, each possessing strength above the semi-immortal realm, within the sacred palace, they all unmistakably sensed an overwhelming aura of suppression. This was not merely a matter of raw power. It felt as though it stemmed from an innate perception. In their minds, the figure seated upon the lofty dragon throne, the holy lord of the Great Xia, resembled a sovereign among their kind, evoking nothing but reverent loyalty in their hearts. After exchanging pleasantries with the representatives of the various demon factions within the hall, Xiao Ling refrained from further interference, merely instructing the demon clans to return to the Taixing mountain range, promising compliance should the Holy Dynasty issue any summons. In the West Wilderness, the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty swiftly gathered numerous powerful forces from the region under the leadership of the Jiao Yuan Holy Lord. Within the Jiao Yuan Palace, the Holy Lord occupied one side, flanked by 7 or 8 remarkable figures, each seated upon their own thrones. These individuals were extraordinary, each representing the sovereign level of the prominent holy factions. In total, 8 esteemed factions of the West Wilderness responded to the invitation of the Jiao Yuan Holy Lord, comprising a formidable coalition that nearly encompassed half of the region's strength. With such a multitude of forces united, the prospect of annihilating a rival holy dynasty of equivalent standing was all but assured. I express my gratitude to all for your presence. The obliteration of the Great Xia is imperative. The Jiao Yuan Holy Lord smiled from his elevated position, with his own faction included. This coalition represented 9 major holy powers from the West Wilderness. How could the Great Xia possibly contend with such might? In the palace, a holy sect leader turned to the Jiao Yuan Holy Lord and inquired, "Does the Great Xia Holy Dynasty truly possess the strength you claim?" The other leaders of the holy factions present also cast their gazes upon the Jiao Yuan Holy Lord. The 8 factions had come primarily because the Great Xia was not far from their own territories. The existence of such a formidable power nearby posed a significant threat. The strength of the Great Xia is indeed formidable, even surpassing your expectations, the Jiao Yuan Holy Lord replied with a stern countenance, recalling previous skirmishes with the Great Xia. Had it not been for the intervention of the ancestors of my Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, I might have perished in my earlier confrontations with them. As he spoke, a flicker of rage filled his eyes. As the leader of a holy dynasty and a being of the immortal realm, nearly falling to the hands of a rising power ignited a palpable fury within him. Even after the passage of time, reflecting upon it now, the heart of the Lord of Jiao Yuan remains tumultuous and unsettled. At the same moment, as these words escaped the lips of the Lord of Jiao Yuan, the expressions of the leaders of various saint-level powers present grew increasingly grave. Among them, some possessed strengths that even pale in comparison to that of the Lord of Jiao Yuan. The ability to compel such a being of transcendent caliber to this extent suggests the extraordinary might of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty. Since its establishment, the Great Xia Holy Dynasty has stirred considerable upheaval, having rapidly expanded from its modest foothold in the desolate Tuafeng Ridge to encompass vast territories in a short span. This aggressive expansion is indicative of a nature that is far from complacent. If not dealt with promptly, it poses a significant threat to those of us in close proximity. Surely, none of you desire to have such a formidable rival in your midst. Should the Great Xia remain unresolved, it would undoubtedly lead to restless nights for us saint-level powers. As established powers that have endured through the ages, the leaders of the saint-level sects present are seasoned veterans. They do not wish to see the ascendance of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty and recognize the necessity of eliminating this potential threat before it can be controlled. Indeed, at this moment, the Lord of Zhao Yuan also spoke up. The Great Xia Holy Dynasty is not only unlikely to be complacent, but all signs indicate a tremendous ambition. Currently, they have only made their move against our Zhao Yuan Holy Dynasty. Soon enough, they will surely turn their sights upon the surrounding powers. There is no doubt among the leaders of the saint-level sects regarding the Lord of Zhao Yuan's assertion. Time is of the essence. Action must be taken immediately to prevent any unforeseen complications. On the right side, a stern-looking middle-aged man with an imposing presence spoke. This man is Lu Changhong, the leader of the Qingdao sect. In comparison to the Zhao Yuan Holy Dynasty, the Qingdao sect is also in close proximity to the Great Xia Holy Dynasty. Previously, the Qingdao sect had exercised considerable caution regarding the Great Xia. Now, with the developments surrounding the Zhao Yuan Holy Dynasty, our sect must respond swiftly. After all, should the Great Xia Holy Dynasty unleash its might, the Qingdao sect could very well find itself at the forefront of their targets. Let's act. We are fully prepared and ready to engage at any moment. It is indeed imperative to swiftly obliterate the Great Xia Holy Dynasty to avert further complications. The other leaders also expressed their agreement without hesitation, responding promptly. Thus, within the Zhao Yuan Holy Dynasty, countless formidable warriors mobilized swiftly, advancing at remarkable speed towards the direction of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty. Simultaneously, within the Zhao Yuan Holy Palace, a shadow, elusive and scarcely detectable, settled in the void before vanishing without a trace. Great Xia Holy Dynasty, Holy Palace. A shadow emerged within the sacred hall of the palace. The figure was clad in a flowing black robe and adorned with a crown of black feathers, exuding an air of both severity and enigmatic allure. Your Majesty, I am Yuan Tiangang, proclaimed the visitor, a prominent figure among the rogues of the Tang dynasty, previously summoned into the fold of the Tang's might. Yuan Tiangang is indeed a legendary entity. Presently, he possesses the strength of a seventh-tier half-immortal. While his prowess may not be the most formidable within the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, his myriad of supernatural abilities, especially in stealth and espionage, are unparalleled. Since the confrontation with the Zhao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, in a bid to safeguard against uncertainties, Xiao Ling had discreetly dispatched him to the Zhao Yuan Sacred Dynasty to monitor their every move. Xiao Ling regarded the kneeling Yuan Tiangang below. His sudden return to the Great Xia indicated that the Zhao Yuan Sacred Dynasty was likely on the verge of significant action. What news do you bring from the Zhao Yuan Sacred Dynasty? Xiao Ling inquired. Yuan Tiangang replied, Your Majesty, the Zhao Yuan Sacred Dynasty has allied with the 8 most formidable sacred forces within the Western Wilderness, mobilizing their armies towards the Great Xia. Indeed, action had commenced. Xiao Ling felt no surprise at this outcome. The 8 sacred forces, alongside the Zhao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, constituted a formidable coalition of 9. These sacred entities far surpassed the ordinary sacred dynasties of the 4 cardinal directions. Even a single one of these forces could sweep through the realms of East, South, West, and North. The magnitude of their mobilization suggested a serious commitment to extinguishing the Great Xia. Xiao Ling promptly issued commands, immediately dispatched troops from Li Jing's command to prepare for battle. Additionally, summoned the various demon clans from the Taiying Mountains to send their foremost champions to join forces with Li Jing. He also ordered the Tang Emperor, Li Shimin, to be summoned. Under Xiao Ling's directives, the vast expanse of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty swiftly began to mobilize. This battle could not afford any negligence or complacency. The half-immortal beings among the sacred forces posed little fear, as the demon clans of the Taiying Mountains also boasted numerous half-immortals, creating a comparable strength. However, the primary concern lay with the existence of immortal beings. These several sacred forces were undoubtedly formidable, and their ranks likely included powerful immortals, a category in which the Great Xia currently found itself lacking. Random task activated. Prevent the coalition of sacred forces from advancing south of the Taiyang Mountains for 1 month. Task Reward: 5th Tier Golden Elixir X5, Chapter 283. On the verge of battle, war approaches. At this critical juncture, an unexpected system task had been triggered. A 5th Tier Golden Elixir awaited as a reward. According to Xiao Ling's calculations, this 7th grade Golden Elixir undoubtedly holds immense significance for ascending to the realm of immortality. As for the system task of repelling the coalition of these sacred-level forces south of the Taiyang Mountains for 1 month, it is, in the grand scheme of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, not an insurmountable challenge. Although these sacred-level factions aspire to obliterate the Great Xia, they are not entirely united in their ambitions. Should the Great Xia demonstrate sufficient strength, it would be enough to deter these sacred-level coalitions, preventing them from any rash actions in the immediate future. To the south of the Taiyang Mountains, countless elite forces of the Great Xia have gathered, alongside numerous powerful beings from the demon tribes within the mountains. The momentum is indeed formidable. Standing amidst the formidable figures atop the Great Xia military's ramparts is a middle-aged man clad in a crimson-black python robe, Emperor Shimin, dispatched by Xiao Ling. With keen insight, he gazes into the distance, acutely aware of the vast army approaching from afar. The coalition of sacred-level forces is significantly more powerful than the Great Xia. Thus, this battle demands utmost vigilance. Not long ago, he received orders from His Majesty to mount an offensive and hold the southern region of the Taiyang Mountains for a month. While a month may seem brief, it is imperative to remain cautious in the face of the overwhelming assault from the coalition of sacred-level forces. Your Majesty, the scouts swiftly approached the city, standing before Emperor Shimin and reporting, "The 9 sacred-level coalitions have reached within 1,000 miles of our Great Xia. It won't be long before they reach the border city." 1,000 miles is hardly a considerable distance for such powerful sacred-level forces. Your Majesty, we of the Taiyang demon tribes could take the initiative to ambush within the Taiyang Mountains, catching these sacred-level coalitions off guard, suggested a middle-aged man with long horns atop his head, a semi-immortal powerhouse from the Xiao Ling tribe of the Taiyang Mountains. The strength of the Xiao Ling tribe is commendable and not far inferior to that of the formidable Juten tribe. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shimin waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for that." After careful consideration, he rejected the proposal. While the demon tribes of the Taiyang Mountains possess commendable strength and are familiar with the terrain, they are facing a coalition of 9 sacred-level forces that include beings of immortal caliber. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and stratagems would prove futile. In his previous life, he led the Tang dynasty to glory, earning his reputation as a ruler of both literary and martial prowess. And he has a stringent grasp on all aspects of warfare. He commanded the entire army to remain vigilant and steadfast. Before His Majesty issues the command to take action, any rash movement is strictly prohibited, for such an act shall be met with severe retribution. As these words were spoken, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from Emperor Shimin of the Tang dynasty. In the Taiyang Mountains, under the crushing weight of countless formidable presences, numerous mountains and vegetation were obliterated in an instant. A multitude of powerful figures from the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty unleashed their might, mercilessly exterminating all beings that inhabited the Taiyang Mountains. Wherever they traversed, torrents of sanguine energy surged wildly. These were merely feeble creatures of the demon clan. Yet the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty displayed astonishing ruthlessness, observing the relentless onslaught by the Jiao Yuan strongmen, obliterating the demon beings of the Taiyang Mountains. The other saint-level forces were taken aback. However, in their eyes, these demon factions were insignificant. Their demise was of little consequence. At the forefront of the saint-level coalition, the Holy Master of Jiao Yuan and the other leaders of the saint-level powers advanced through the Taiyang range. The leaders of the saint-level factions turned their gazes forward, their formidable cultivation naturally allowing them to easily perceive the disturbances ahead. Report, esteemed saints, if we proceed another 500 miles, our coalition forces will reach the border city of the Great Xia. A scout of the Emperor realm reported swiftly. The 9 leaders of the saint-level factions bore deep, inscrutable expressions, their thoughts veiled. The Great Xia Holy Dynasty, having risen swiftly from the western wilderness, had already established an unparalleled reputation. Although the saint-level forces were not lacking in strength, they exhibited a degree of caution when confronted with an unknown adversary. Given the current circumstances, Their only option was to eliminate the Great Xia swiftly, thus neutralizing this looming threat. Otherwise, the various saint-level factions would inevitably suffer the intangible pressure of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty in the future. 500 miles was not an extensive distance. In less than half an hour, the coalition of the 9 saint-level forces had nearly arrived at the border city of the Great Xia. At last, they had reached their destination, as they beheld the Great Xia Holy Dynasty's border city within arm's reach. The forces of the saint-level factions began to organize and prepare for battle. Awaiting but a single command, they were poised to unleash a thunderous assault, intending to utterly shatter the Great Xia. Enemies are approaching. Immediate alert. As the saint-level forces encroached upon the city, the defenders of the Great Xia swiftly reacted. Beneath the walls of the city, countless figures darted about in frenzy. Observing the commotion within the Great Xia city, the forces of the saint-level factions wore expressions of disdain, showing no concern whatsoever. It was all in vain, they believed. Their operation had been executed with such swiftness that the Great Xia Holy Dynasty would scarcely have had time to prepare even the slightest defense. A powerful figure among the saint-level forces chuckled coldly. This joint action by several saint-level factions had been conducted with utmost secrecy and speed to preempt any forewarning from the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, ensuring a decisive and unimpeded strike, leaving no opportunity for the Great Xia to react, to resolve the situation completely and prevent any escape, thereby ensuring a thorough eradication of the threat. The powerful figures of the saint-level forces were imbued with immense confidence. Under their meticulous and thunderous approach, they could scarcely believe that the Great Xia sacred dynasty possessed any possibility of resistance. Who among them would be willing to initiate the first strike? One leader of a saint-level force posed the question. The assembled warriors exchanged glances, as most of them had only a superficial understanding of the Great Xia sacred dynasty, with very few having faced it directly in combat. The lord of the Jiao Yuan remained silent, and his subordinates exhibited a calm demeanor. However, not everyone was so reticent. A middle-aged man, exuding an air of aloofness and dressed with an effortless grace, stepped forward from the ranks. His cultivation was formidable, having ascended to the 5th tier of the semi-immortal realm. Chengdeo sect, Luhan, he declared, stepping out of the formation and directing his gaze towards the border city of the Great Xia sacred dynasty. Chapter 2 obzit shipatru, iam kiaobula. The chieftain of the Silver Rhinoceros clan. Within the saint-level forces, the semi-immortal realm was neither scarce nor abundant. Nevertheless, a 5th-tier semi-immortal was considered a formidable presence. In regions like the Western Wilderness, apart from the well-established and influential old saint-level forces, those possessing semi-immortal status were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of strength. Lu Chan's eyes were filled with arrogance, convinced that a mere border city could be easily annihilated. With unwavering confidence in his 5th-tier semi-immortal prowess, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the Great Xia border city. As the attack descended, the imposing might of the 5th-tier semi-immortal enveloped much of the city walls. Lu Chan's fist hurtled towards the Great Xia border city. At that moment, the defenders atop the city walls stood resolutely, showing not a flicker of fear in response to Lu Chan's assault. Indeed, they seemed unimpressed, observing the lack of reaction from the defenders. Lu Chan assumed that his overwhelming presence had thoroughly intimidated the forces within the city. The leaders of the saint-level forces, watching from the rear, shared this sentiment, believing their swift action had left the Great Xia sacred dynasty without any chance to respond. However, unexpectedly, an astonishing event unfolded. Impudent! A stern voice rang out. Immediately, an overwhelmingly potent force shattered Lu Chan's punch, obliterating it before it could reach the Great Xia border city. Before the eyes of the saint-level force leaders, a rugged man with silver horns on his forehead appeared before the Great Xia border city, standing as a formidable guardian behind its walls. His gaze fixed on Lu Chan. Emanating et quali formidable, a member of the demon race? At that moment, Lu Chan sensed the aura emanating from the individual before him, and was taken aback. At such close proximity, he could distinctly perceive a pronounced demonic presence surrounding the figure. This being was not of the human race, but rather a creature of the demon clan, who dares to stir up trouble in the realm of the Great Xia. The rugged man adorned with a silver horn glared coldly at Lu Chan, a chilling intent locking onto his entire form. Who are you? Lu Chan, feeling the potent danger radiating from the other, recognized that this individual's strength was evidently on par with his own. Listen well, young one, The Hornman bellowed. I am Kaiabula, the chieftain of the Silver Rhinoceros clan. The announcement of Kaiabula, the chieftain of the Silver Rhinoceros clan, reverberated through the ranks of the Holy Level Coalition, causing an immediate stir. Numerous powerful figures from the Holy Level forces turned their gazes towards the location of the Lord of Jiao Yuan. Lord of Jiao Yuan. What is the meaning of this? How has the Great Xia become entangled with the demon clan? The relationship between demons and humans has historically been far from amicable. Yet, the emergence of such a formidable half-immortal demon, and a clan leader at that, within the Great Xia was unexpected. Do not look to me. I am equally perplexed by this situation, the Lord of Jiao Yuan replied, expressing his own helplessness. He shared the astonishment of the other leaders present, as they too were unaware of any ties between the Great Xia and the demon clan. Such audacity from the Great Xia to forge connections with the demon race. The two factions have always stood opposed. This clearly indicates a shift towards antagonism against our human kin. The implications were grave, suggesting the Great Xia had effectively turned its back on humanity. In an instant, these holy level forces attributed a considerable offense to the Great Xia. Enough of your idle chatter. If you intend to fight, do so swiftly. Your grandfather Kaiabula has no time to waste with you. As the various holy level factions began to murmur amongst themselves, Kaiabula could no longer contain his impatience. His disdainful words and scornful gaze fell upon the assembled forces. Seeking death, Lu Chan, facing Kaiabula, retorted loudly, "You demonic creature! Do not presume to act with such arrogance here." With that, he brandished a seemingly exquisite long knife and lunged at Kaiabula. You are but trash. What can your arrogance achieve against me? As the chieftain of the Silver Rhinoceros clan, Jobra, observed Lu Chan charging towards him, his form instantaneously morphed into his true self. A majestic silver horn, exuding a profound aura, lunged fiercely towards Lu Chan simultaneously. A formidable presence of fifth-tier, semi-immortal power emanated from Lu Chan, causing a fleeting haze to cloud his vision and intensifying an overwhelming sense of peril. In the blink of an eye, their attacks were destined to collide. Bang! The silver horn pierced through Lu Chan's thunderous punch, rending his arm asunder. A sense of dread washed over Lu Chan, but it was already too late. Despite both possessing fifth-tier, semi-immortal strength, the innate power of the beast folk, particularly in terms of physical prowess, surpassed that of the human race. Lu Chan could only watch helplessly as Jobra's silver horn, after shattering his arm, drove through his torso. With a thunderous stomp, Jobra relentlessly trampled upon Lu Chan's body. Each seemingly ordinary hoof was capable of effortlessly flattening mountains that towered thousands of feet high. Even a semi-immortal physique would struggle to withstand such an overwhelming assault for long. Within mere moments, Lu Chan's body lay in ruins, and one could glimpse a celestial soul attempting to flee in desperation. There was no means of resistance. In this fleeting instant, the victor was already determined. Upon witnessing Lu Chan's celestial soul attempting to escape, Jobra huffed heavily through his nostrils and decisively pursued the fleeing entity. However, while Jobra held an undeniable advantage in strength, his speed was somewhat lacking. Lu Chan's celestial soul, in a state of panic, dared not linger and rushed towards the coalition of saint-level powers behind him, just as he was about to elude capture. Chapter 285. Aren't you the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, so formidable? Whoosh! A flash of crimson light surged forth. In that moment, Lu Chan's celestial soul, which was on the verge of reaching the coalition of saint-level powers, was abruptly yanked back. No! Lu Chan's soul screamed in despair. Yet he found himself powerless to resist. The speed was so astonishing that even the formidable beings of the coalition could not react in time. Before the eyes of countless witnesses, Lu Chan's celestial soul was drawn towards the direction of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, only to be swallowed whole by a man with a face adorned with azure patterns, wide eyes, and a broad mouth. Burp! A resounding belch echoed, clear for all present to hear. Indeed, this fifth-tier, semi-immortal soul would provide ample sustenance for me, the illustrious frog, to savor. The man, whose face was adorned with azure patterns, wide-eyed and possessing a broad, flat mouth, extended his crimson tongue to languidly lick his lips, appearing quite satisfied. "It seems you've benefited, you rascal," remarked Jobra, the leader of the Silver Rhinoceros clan, as he observed this somewhat peculiar-faced individual beside him. This man, like Jobra, was the leader of the Pattern Frog clan, named Xiao Te, possessing a strength equivalent to the fourth tier of the semi-divine realm. Together, Their combined might effortlessly vanquished a fifth-tier semi-divine powerhouse from the Sacred Alliance, an act that seemed trivial. However, for the allied forces of the Sacred Alliance, the atmosphere was one of profound silence. After a period of this silence, shock began to manifest more intensely. A demon clan, another demon clan member. It became apparent that the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty harbored more than one demon semi-divine entity. Initially, it was believed that only one existed within the Great Xia, but the sudden emergence of another was utterly unexpected. Such a development was infuriating. Liu Changhong, the leader of the Azure Blade sect, could hardly contain his rage. Liu Chan was one of his own, a fifth-tier semi-divine within the sect, a figure of considerable strength, now brutally extinguished, along with the complete annihilation of his soul. The loss of a fifth-tier semi-divine was a catastrophic blow to the Azure Blade sect. In the border city of the Great Xia, Emperor Li Shimin and other prominent figures observed the unfolding battle outside the city walls. The assistance of the numerous demon clans from the Taiyang Mountains provided substantial support for their defense. Many of these demons were formidable, and their diverse abilities were sufficient to challenge the forces of the Sacred Alliance. The members of the Sacred Alliance likely believed that the Great Xia was entirely unprepared, thinking they could strike unexpectedly. How naive. The champions of the Great Xia scoffed derisively at the forces of the Sacred Alliance gathered outside the city. After a moment of silence, Emperor Li Shimin spoke. These forces of the Sacred Alliance are numerous, outnumbering us several times. We must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, the great figures of the Great Xia took heed, their demeanor shifting to one of heightened caution as they closely monitored the movements of their formidable foes. What is this? Are you members of the Sacred Alliance frightened? Jobra, the leader of the Silver Rhinoceros clan, addressed the direction of the Sacred Alliance, particularly focusing on the Lord of the Dragon Abyss. His voice carried a tone of derision. Isn't your Dragon Abyss Sacred Dynasty quite powerful? For years, you have ruthlessly slaughtered the demon beings within the Taiyang Mountains. Yet now, faced with adversity, you shamelessly seek the aid of so many forces from the Sacred Alliance to attack the Great Xia. Xiao, the leader of the Pattern Frog clan, added solemnly. They are merely bullies who prey on the weak. Had it not been for the fact that the forces of the Demon Clan in the Taiyang Mountains had long been embroiled in their own conflicts, they would never have allowed the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty to bully them. They would have long since rendered their adversaries utterly lost. You seek your own demise. The Jiao Yuan Sacred Lord, overhearing the dialogue between the two Demon Clan leaders, cast a cold, murderous gaze that could chill the very marrow of one's bones. One hand was raised, aiming at the Silver Rhino Clan leader, Xiao Bula, and the Pattern Frog Clan leader, Xiao. This hand seemed to encompass the vast expanse above their heads, sealing off all avenues of retreat. As the hand descended, panic gripped Xiao. He hastily urged Xiao Bula to retreat towards the Great Xia. The Jiao Yuan Sacred Lord was a being of transcendent power, far beyond their meager mid-stage, semi-immortal cultivation. Resistance would be tantamount to certain death. Come back. The Jiao Yuan Sacred Maiden coldly rebuked, her contempt for the audacity of these two ignorant demon beasts evident. If she did not eradicate them, her resentment would remain unquenched. Yet, just as the Jiao Yuan Sacred Lord was about to strike, a commotion arose from the direction of the Great Xia border city. A sword aura erupted, seemingly unremarkable, yet imbued with an overwhelming dominion, slicing through the descending hand of the Jiao Yuan Sacred Lord with ease. The collision of these two forces was like cutting through tofu. The sword aura obliterated the Jiao Yuan Sacred Lord's attack. A semi-immortal presence. The Jiao Yuan Sacred Lord's expression turned to one of shock. The other leaders present, all of whom possessed semi-immortal strength, were equally astonished. The sword strike had clearly contained power that surpassed the semi-immortal realm, emanating a palpable sense of danger. The only being capable of unleashing such an attack was undoubtedly the Great Xia Sacred Lord, a known semi-immortal powerhouse. A deep-seated wariness crept onto the Jiao Yuan Sacred Lord's face. However, this apprehension swiftly dissipated. This time, not only did he represent the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty, but there were also 8 other formidable, semi-immortal forces present, including several other powerful figures of the same rank. In such a formidable assembly, even the Great Xia Sacred Lord, despite his semi-immortal strength, would not instill fear. Xiao Ling, we, the leaders of the sacred forces, are present. Do you lack the courage to show your face? Will you remain a coward, hiding in the Great Xia border city? the Jiao Yuan sacred lord proclaimed, attempting to compel the concealed Xiao Ling into the open. However, this was destined to end in disappointment. You are unaware of the peril you invite by daring to cause trouble in the Great Xia sacred dynasty. A middle-aged man draped in a brown-yellow python-patterned robe emerged in this place. Chapter 286, Li Shimin versus the Five Great Saints. With his arrival, a mere glance swept across the assembly. In that fleeting moment, the formidable beings of various saint-level factions sensed an intangible pressure descending upon them. He stood alone amidst heaven and earth, shining like a resplendent sun. This man was none other than Xiao Ling, the sovereign of the Great Xia. Countless powerful figures of the saint-level factions turned their gaze towards him. Although they had previously heard the Jiao Yuan saint mention that the Great Xia sovereign possessed celestial realm strength, and that it was no ordinary celestial strength, witnessing him now confirmed their suspicions of his extraordinary nature. Even without making a move, he had already instilled an unspoken aura of dominance among them. Yet, that was not all. The Jiao Yuan saint, situated among the formidable beings, wore an even more astonished expression. No, this cannot be. After a moment of scrutiny, the Jiao Yuan saint suddenly spoke, declaring, "This person is not the Great Xia sovereign, Xiao Ling." Not so. The Jiao Yuan saint's words instantly captured the attention of the other saint-level powerhouses present. Jiao Yuan saint, are you suggesting that this newcomer is not the Great Xia sovereign? The Great Xia must not be limited to just one celestial powerhouse. Among the many leaders of saint-level factions present, only the Jiao Yuan saint had faced the Great Xia sovereign and knew his visage well. Given the Jiao Yuan saint's unusual reaction, it was evident he was not deceiving them, nor was there any need for such deceit. If that were the case, then the man in the reddish-yellow python robe must have appeared before the Great Xia sovereign had even shown himself. This revelation indicated that the Great Xia Dynasty possessed not one, but two celestial powerhouses known to them. The strength of the Great Xia Dynasty was likely far more formidable than they had imagined. One leader of a saint-level faction felt a heavy burden of concern. The Great Xia Dynasty had been established for only a short time, yet it now boasted such overwhelming power. Could it be that they were truly supported by an ancient force from the central domain? This thought prompted a powerful figure to speak up. Given the strength exhibited by the Great Xia Dynasty, it was hard not to harbor suspicions. After all, how could a newly emerged power possess such might? Moreover, they were a dynasty, which required even more strength and manpower to establish than a mere sect. It was not something that could simply arise without considerable effort. Impossible. The Jiao Yuan saint spoke first. Even if these ancient forces sought to establish a branch, how could they remain so obscure? Since the establishment of the Great Xia Dynasty at Tuophone Ridge, there had been no rumors of any connections with forces of the central domain. Even if we are unaware, the presence of the Taisu sect in the Western Wilderness surely means that the true nature of the Great Xia Dynasty cannot remain hidden from them. It seems that the Daxia and the Taishu sect bear no apparent connection. Furthermore, if they were merely a branch of another ancient force from the central region, the Taishu sect would certainly not permit their existence within the Western Wilderness. Speaking of the Taishu sect, the leaders of the various holy-level powers present were taken aback. This sect is a dominant force in the Western Wilderness, a pinnacle entity of divine status in the central region. While they are indeed among the foremost holy dynasties of the Western Wilderness, with an extraordinarily rich heritage, when compared to the Taishu sect, they are hardly significant. Akin to ants in comparison, we, in number of transcendent beings, do we truly fear a single transcendent entity from the Daxia? Even if we consider the Daxia sovereign, Xiao Ling, there are only two such beings in total. Our collective number of transcendent entities still surpasses theirs, granting us an undeniable advantage. At this juncture, the Lord of Jiao Yuan spoke. The annihilation of Daxia is an inevitable course of action. We must not allow any errors. Otherwise, given Daxia's potential, we shall find ourselves restless. This reasoning was well understood by the leaders of the various holy powers present. In an instant, they ceased their contemplations and turned their attention towards the direction of the Daxia's border city, fixating on the imposing figure standing defiantly in the heavens. Attack! In that fleeting moment, several figures surged into the sky. 5 leaders of holy powers, all transcendent beings, swiftly formed a surrounding encirclement. Who are you? One of the holy leaders inquired. Great Xia Dynasty, Li Shimin. Li Shimin. The various powers exchanged glances, the name unfamiliar and foreign to them. as transcendent beings. They were not unknown figures. Yet, the name Li Shimin was entirely unrecognized, shrouded in obscurity. What the Daxia sovereign? Do you think you can contend with us alone? Surely, you are deluded. The powers regarded Li Shimin with cold disdain. At this critical moment, the Daxia sovereign had yet to make an appearance, instilling a sense of unease among them. They were apprehensive that the Daxia sovereign, Xiao Ling, might be concocting some insidious scheme behind the scenes. Upon hearing the question posed, Li Shimin coldly replied, "With your kind, do you even deserve to meet His Majesty the Sovereign?" Arrogant. Facing 5 transcendent beings, Li Shimin remained unfazed. How long can you maintain such hubris? Simultaneously, the Lord of Jiao Yuan and the other 4 holy leaders sprang into action. With their combined strength, they were certain to suppress this audacious individual. Attack! The 5 acted without hesitation, unleashing their formidable techniques against the encircled Li Shimin. The power of transcendent beings is exceptional. And facing an enigmatic existence like Li Shimin, they showed no mercy. Dragon Fist, Windswept Waves, Mad Saint Slash. The 5 sovereigns of the Holy Dynasty acted decisively, unleashing a terrifying onslaught akin to a monstrous wave that enveloped Li Shimin, leaving him utterly cornered with no means of escape. As this formidable assault bore down upon him, Li Shimin maintained an air of remarkable tranquility, revealing a jade seal of palm-sized dimensions in his grasp. This artifact was none other than one of his most prized possessions, the Great Tang Imperial Seal. With a commanding presence, the Great Tang Imperial Seal floated before Li Shimin, momentarily coalescing into a towering phantom that reached nearly 1,000 zhang in height. This spectral representation of the seal stood as an imposing barrier before him. In an instant, the lethal strikes unleashed by the 5 celestial realms were effortlessly thwarted. How could this be? The incredulity of the holy sovereigns, including the Lord of the Serpent Abyss, was palpable as they beheld their attacks rendered ineffective. Although they sensed that Li Shimin's prowess was extraordinary, the ease with which he had countered their combined assault was beyond their imagination. After dispelling the 5 celestial strikes, Li Shimin remained inwardly composed. Under his control, the phantom of the seal did not wane. Rather, it transitioned from defense to offense. Chapter 287. All measures deployed, the Great Xia conceals its depths. The towering phantom of the Jade Seal descended upon the 5 sovereigns with overwhelming might, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Be cautious. The sovereigns of the 5 celestial realms were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. It is merely a phantom. How could it possibly hinder us? One of the purple-robed celestial realm masters, Wu Shanyu of the Purple Sand Holy Sect, summoned a radiant light behind him, as if a holy luminescence had emerged to empower him. The Purple Sand Holy Sect was renowned for its mastery in physical cultivation, boasting immense strength among the elite forces of the Western Wilderness. With a decisive strike, Wu Shanyu unleashed a palm that transformed the holy light into a fierce, piercing fist, meeting the approaching phantom of the Jade Seal head-on. The collision echoed like thunder, sending shockwaves that ravaged the surrounding terrain into desolation. Neither the phantom of the Jade Seal nor the fist-born of the holy light yielded in their clash. I refuse to believe that your seemingly turtle shell-like technique possesses any true strength. Wu Shanyu's celestial power surged, and the holy light behind him grew increasingly radiant. The might of the fist formed from this holy light intensified, as if poised to overturn the imposing phantom of the Jade Seal. Slash! The Lord of the Azure Blade sect, Lu Changhong, condensed countless beams of blade light, each imbued with the capacity to effortlessly tear through the void. With a swift motion, the myriad blade lights pierced through the air, causing the 1,000-zhang phantom of the Jade Seal to tremble violently. In the distance, Emperor Li Shimin observed the unfolding spectacle with a keen gaze. With a pointed finger, a tremendous force surged into the Great Tang Imperial Seal. A low hum resonated as the seal, nourished by this power, began to emit a subtle yet profound aura, its might steadily escalating. Subdue! At the behest of Emperor Li Shimin, the colossal shadow of the seal erupted forth. Wu Shanyu, previously locked in a stalemate, instantly sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Crack! The holy light illusion he had conjured quivered, the fist it formed now riddled with countless fissures. This is bad. Wu Shanyu hastily summoned all his strength to resist. In an instant, The fist forged from the holy light illusion could no longer withstand the force and shattered completely. A spurt of crimson blood erupted from Wu Shanyo's mouth, the result of the fierce backlash. Impossible! Exclaimed Lu Changhong, the leader of the Qingdao sect, his face a mask of disbelief. The myriad blades he had unleashed met an insurmountable barrier, as if they had struck a thick, impenetrable wall. Within this sphere of perception, it became glaringly evident that the multitude of blade lights from Lu Changhong was gradually consumed and obliterated by the shadow of the towering seal. The Lord of Jiao Yuan and the two other leaders of the saintly factions, upon testing the waters, found themselves unable to fathom the depths of this power and hastily retreated to safety. They had not anticipated that Li Shimin would erupt with such formidable strength. The shadow of the Great Tang imperial seal bore down upon Lu Changhong and Wu Shanyu, crushing not only them, but also shattering the ground for miles around, leaving only devastation in its wake. Is this fellow truly this powerful? The Lord of Jiao Yuan gazed in horror at the carnage before him. The ruler of the Great Xia, Xiao Ling, was already an exceptionally formidable force. Now, it seemed that this individual, named Li Shimin from the Great Xia, was equally terrifying in strength. Jiao Yuan, did you not claim to have some understanding of the Great Xia? A bronze-skinned strong man from the celestial realm questioned the Lord of Jiao Yuan with a serious and somewhat troubled expression, even disregarding the yet unseen ruler of the Great Xia. The prowess of this Li Shimin alone was enough to instill fear in them. The Great Xia has concealed itself too deeply. Jiao Yuan could only retort in a vague manner. While he had indeed sought information on the Great Xia and convened the leaders of the saintly factions, he had found no intelligence regarding Li Shimin. The existence of such a formidable being within the sacred dynasty of the Great Xia constitutes an immense variable. At this juncture, we find ourselves devoid of alternatives. Furthermore, the sovereign of the other force, possessing the strength of the immortal realm, remarked, the sacred dynasty of the Great Xia is not only formidable in power, but its potential also surpasses our expectations. We cannot allow its growth to continue unchecked. Otherwise, the forces of the Western wilderness shall be plunged into prolonged instability. We must act decisively, leveraging the united strength of the various sacred-level powers to swiftly eradicate it. Boom! At that moment, amidst the ruins of the land, previously ravaged by the colossal phantom of the Jade Seal, two resounding explosions echoed. Lu Changhong and Wu Shanyu, who had been suppressed, emerged from the debris, now standing defiantly in the heavens. Compared to before, the two appeared utterly disheveled. As prominent leaders of sacred-level forces, they had never endured such humiliation. In stark contrast to their disarray, Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty remained poised in the void, exuding an air of unwavering dominance as he gazed upon the world. Faced with 5 sovereigns of the immortal realm, although Li Shimin stood alone, he exhibited no sign of retreat. As a supreme monarch who established a vast empire, despite serving under Xiao Ling in this foreign realm, his regal aura remained undiminished. Let us all strike together, unleashing our ultimate trump cards without holding back. We must resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, once the Great Xia sovereign arrives, we will find it even harder to contend with him, urged the Lord of the Jiao Abyss to the assembled crowd. Despite the previous collaboration of the 5, it had primarily been exploratory in nature. Now aware of Li Shimin's formidable prowess, they dared not hold back any longer. Boom! A terrifying surge of immortal realm power erupted forth, exponentially more formidable than before. At that moment, Li Shimin summoned a radiant light in his hand, and a grand scroll depicting the rivers and mountains of the Great Tang materialized before the eyes of the spectators. The Great Tang rivers and mountains chart expanded, enveloping a significant portion of the heavens and the earth. The once clear sky was now obscured by this magnificent scroll. The 5 immortal realm sovereigns gazed at the sudden anomaly, yet their attacks were unleashed in that instant. Within the Great Tang rivers and mountains chart, a manifestation of the world seemed to emerge, and a powerful force of nature surged forth, devouring the oncoming assaults completely. Boom! In the grand tapestry of the Tang dynasty, a tremor of formidable power surged forth, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. What manner of sorcery is this? The recent seal of the imperial jade had yet to be vanquished, and now, suddenly, a majestic scroll of mountains and rivers has materialized. Undoubtedly, this has intensified the gravity of the situation for the 5 sovereigns of the immortal realms. Yet, there is no time to ponder the intricacies. The Lord of the Jiao Yuan proclaimed, "Gather the legions forth. Though the Great Xia may be strong, our united forces of the saintly realms shall undoubtedly overwhelm it." Thus it is decided. In such times of urgency, the great powers have lost their patience. The esteemed ancient forces now find themselves struggling against a newly risen Great Xia Dynasty. Should they falter, it would not only signify their own decline, but also bolster the reputation of the Great Xia, a fate they shall not permit. Armies of the Jiao Yuan Dynasty, heed my command. Disciples of the Qingdao sect, respond. Disciples of the Fanhai Tower, assemble. The sovereigns of the 9 venerable saintly forces called out in unison. Kill. The word erupted from their lips, igniting a tremendous uproar among the ranks of the saintly armies. Countless formidable warriors surged forth, advancing upon the borders of the Great Xia. These legions of saintly forces are not to be underestimated, though their numbers may reach only in the millions. The might of these ancient forces far surpasses that of ordinary saintly factions. The Tang Dynasty's mountain and river scroll, with a commanding voice, Li Shimin invoked a surge of fortune that instantaneously infused the Great Xia Dynasty. Under the radiant brilliance, myriad powerful figures emerged from the vast expanse of the Tang mountain and river scroll. With a resounding march, countless armored elites surged forth. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, over 1 million. Kill, kill, kill. The armored elites, birthed from the Tang mountain and river scroll, erupted with a momentum akin to a rainbow, charging towards the coalition of the Great Xia's saintly armies. Boom! At the moment of the fierce clash between the two formidable forces, a myriad of dazzling and ferocious offensives erupted. The elite army, forged from the essence of the Tang mountain and river scroll, displayed unwavering valor, launching assaults against any adversary that stood in their way, regardless of their might. They formed powerful military formations, amplifying their offensive strength. Any armored elite that perished, transformed into streams of energy, returning to the mountain and river scroll, where they would be reborn anew. Li Shimin channeled the fortune of the Great Xia Dynasty, continuously infusing it into the Tang mountain and river scroll, ensuring its enduring might. As Li Shimin continued to engage with the sovereigns of the 5 immortal realms, the earth and sky erupted with a cataclysmic turbulence that reverberated across an unfathomable expanse. Above the borders of the Great Xia, the scene unfolded. The powerful factions of the Great Xia observed the movements of the vast army beyond the border city. Li Jing, Shui Ringue, Guozi, all troops heed the command. Attack. In an instant, an innumerable host of the Great Xia forces, alongside the gathered demonic entities from the Taiyang Mountains within the city, surged forth. The mighty army advanced like a relentless tide towards the city's exterior. Within the imperial palace of Great Xia, a stream of sacred energy flowed into the depths of the palace. Xiao Ling sat in meditation, the ethereal figure of the emperor manifesting behind him, while countless tiny golden dragons spiraled around him. Suddenly, the previously stable aura around him began to tremble violently. A dark fissure appeared in the sky above, emanating an overwhelming presence. Thunder roared from the abyssal crack, as if a hollow gaze pierced the world, seeking the imperial palace below. Unperturbed, Xiao Ling remained within the palace. The figure of the emperor behind him grew ever more substantial, the regal aura intensifying to a peak. Soon, it seemed he had transcended to a new threshold, as a miniature version of the emperor's figure sat cross-legged within his consciousness. Concurrently, a minuscule point of light existed within him. This initially tiny point, no larger than a red bean, rapidly expanded, multiplying its volume 40-fold in a brief span. At the moment it reached its zenith, a crisp cracking sound echoed, and the expanded point of light, nay, it was now a radiant brilliance, began to flow like a stream, radiating outwards from the emperor's figure. Within moments, Xiao Ling's consciousness space surged with a torrent akin to a flowing river. This river-like surge encapsulated waves of formidable power which surged forth, empowering the central figure of the emperor. The emperor's figure erupted in dazzling light, its brilliance permeating the entire hall, even radiating throughout the Great Xia sacred city. Under the weight of this overwhelming presence, the citizens and warriors within the sacred city turned their gazes towards the palace, their expressions imbued with profound reverence. However, in that fleeting moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the dark fissure above, striking down upon the Great Xia sacred palace. With a resounding crash, the once majestic hall where Xiao Ling resided was instantaneously reduced to ruins. The palace guards surrounding the temple, within nearly 100 zhang, had no opportunity to react before being utterly obliterated by the force of this overwhelming power. 100 zhang could be described as a barren wasteland. Such a tremendous upheaval summoned countless formidable beings from within the Great Xia sacred city. Not good. Your Majesty. Dozens of figures converged beneath the shattered temple. Within the pitch-black rift that confronted the heavens, another tremor resonated. An unknown force descended instantaneously once more. Be cautious. Sensing the sudden emergence of this terrifying aura, the gathered powers of the Great Xia had yet to assess the situation amidst the ruins. Even from a certain distance, they found themselves suppressed, unable to muster even a modicum of action. Chapter 289. Unbeknownst to them, a counterfeit is ultimately a counterfeit. In the ruins of the sacred palace, under the impact of this invisible pressure, the surroundings appeared increasingly dilapidated. No matter how the powerful figures of the Great Xia struggled, they remained firmly suppressed by this intangible force, unable to move in the slightest. What manner of power could this be? The great powers of the Great Xia looked skyward, only able to see a dark rift, with no knowledge of what lay beyond. Their majesty was within the palace ruins, and the current situation was utterly uncertain. Dust and chaotic energy mingled, and especially under the intimidation of this invisible force, the powerful figures of the Great Xia could not perceive the specific circumstances within the ruins. At this moment, within the ruins, Xiao Ling sat cross-legged, surrounded by a radiant golden light. Slowly opening his eyes, he gazed directly at the dark rift in the sky above. Once again, this force. Xiao Ling rose, his countenance heavy with indignation and fury. The power of the heavenly Tao. This force bore resemblance to the resistance he encountered during the Great Xia's ascension and his own breakthrough to the Saint Realm. If his perception was correct, this time, as he sought to ascend to the immortal realm, the power of the heavenly Tao was once again covertly obstructing him. The golden radiance enveloping his body dissipated. Boom! Countless golden dragons leaped forth, swiftly merging into Xiao Ling's being. In that moment, the ethereal figure of the emperor shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire realm. The dust and chaotic energies, under the radiance of this dazzling light, were utterly dispelled. The immortal realm had been achieved. What could the heavenly Tao do now? Xiao Ling lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the dark rift in the sky, seemingly provoking the will that resided above him. As the entity within the rift made its move, the fortunes of the Great Xia sacred dynasty converged, and the protective might of the emperor rendered it unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Now that his realm had ascended to the immortal realm, what could his adversary possibly do to him? It was his majesty. As the dazzling light gradually faded, the powerful figures of the Great Xia noticed the presence of their sovereign. The tension that had enveloped them began to ease significantly in that moment. Just then, as Xiao Ling gazed upward at the ominous crack in the heavens, a tempestuous force swept across the vast expanse, reminiscent of a whirlwind. The dark fissure in the sky seemed to widen, as though a formidable entity was poised to emerge from its depths, instilling a sense of dread. However, Xiao Ling regarded the unfolding scene without an ounce of fear. At this juncture, succumbing to trepidation would serve no purpose. Recalling how he had previously overcome daunting challenges, he resolved that even if the heavenly forces sought to assail him once more, he would undoubtedly prevail as he had done before. In the next instant, a phantom figure emerged from the dark rift. This ethereal entity exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, and astonishingly, bore an identical visage to Xiao Ling. The only distinction being the flowing white robe that adorned the figure, radiating an air of sanctity and inviolability. Another Xiao Ling. What was happening? A look of bewilderment crossed Xiao Ling's face. He had been curious about what might emerge from the dark chasm, yet he had not anticipated such a development. From this doppelganger, a distinct aura akin to that of the heavenly path could be sensed. Who was this being? Why did they share the same appearance as the sovereign? The other powerful figures of the Great Xia were equally astonished to witness a figure resembling their ruler materialize from the dark rift. Xiao Ling maintained an air of calmness, his figure darting upward into the heavens. The two figures stood opposed to one another, their seemingly tranquil demeanor concealing an undercurrent of peril. The white-robed Xiao Ling smirked slightly, his gaze betraying an unmasked disdain as he looked down upon Xiao Ling. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Ling felt an overwhelming force locking onto him. With a raised hand, the white-robed figure unleashed a divine power aimed at Xiao Ling. In response, Xiao Ling retaliated with a palm strike of his own. Bang! The clash of their powers reverberated through the air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Though their auras differed, the magnitude of their strength was remarkably similar. In that confrontation, Xiao Ling discerned the capabilities of his white-robed counterpart. The strength of this being was on par with his own, perhaps even more elusive to gauge. With a swift motion, Xiao Ling chose to take the initiative and launched his own offensive. As the figure clad in white, Xiao Ling witnessed the assault from Xiao Ling. He too summoned similar tendrils to counter the attack. In the ensuing moments, the two engaged in a fierce battle high above the heavens. Both unleashed formidable killing moves, clashing with such intensity that the skies darkened and the earth trembled under the weight of their terrifying power. The formidable warriors of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty could only watch in awe. How formidable! His Majesty has already transcended to the realm of immortality, and the white-clad figure opposing him is equally formidable. Our strengths are ultimately insufficient to alleviate His Majesty's burdens. Even the likes of Li Xuanxiao and Lu Bu, renowned for their exceptional prowess, find themselves at the pinnacle of the 9th rank of semi-immortal realms, still a considerable distance from true immortality, especially in the celestial expanse above. It seemed as if an immense force restrained them, rendering them momentarily immobile. Eventually, the tumult of battle in the heavens subsided. Xiao Ling, wielding the Xianyuan sword, faced the white-clad Xiao Ling, who also brandished an identical Xianyuan sword. Intriguingly, not only was their power at play, but even the Xianyuan sword appeared to have been replicated. Observing the standoff with the white-clad Xiao Ling, it became evident that the opponent's abilities were indeed extraordinary. Whatever means he possessed, his adversary mirrored. It seemed the opponent was bolstered by the very forces of the celestial path, showing no signs of fatigue in their combat. Futile. Surrender willingly, the white-clad Xiao Ling sneered, as if he had already discerned everything. Is that so? Xiao Ling, gripping the Xianyuan sword, returned a gaze equally sharp. This celestial path is indeed fascinating. Do you truly believe that by replicating a similar doppelganger, augmented by the forces of the celestial path, you can contend with me? Little do you know, this counterfeit will forever remain a counterfeit. Chapter 290. The demise of the white-clad Xiao Ling counterfeit. The white-clad Xiao Ling expressed a hint of surprise at Xiao Ling's words, seemingly perplexed by the notion of a counterfeit. Xiao Ling, uninterested in further discourse, swung his Xianyuan sword, launching a direct assault towards the white-clad Xiao Ling. Upon witnessing this, the white-clad Xiao Ling reacted with determination, also initiating his strike. Break! A phantom of the Emperor manifested behind Xiao Ling, and in that fleeting moment, an even more formidable and domineering power erupted forth. He swung the Xianyuan sword, delivering a decisive blow. With a resounding clash, the sharp golden blade, infused with the might of the Emperor, surged forth with greater ferocity than before. The white-clad Xiao Ling, undeterred, retaliated with his own Xianyuan sword, striking towards Xiao Ling Boom. The two swords collided with cataclysmic force. In the wake of the overwhelming assault, a white silhouette was sent hurtling backward. Xiao Ling remained steadfast, the Xianyuan sword in hand, radiating an unparalleled aura of dominance. The figure that was severed and cast out was none other than the white-clad Xiao Ling. Under the fierce onslaught from both sides, Xiao Ling surprisingly found himself at a disadvantage. The opposing party's expressions were filled with astonishment, clearly taken aback by the rapid enhancement of Xiao Ling's prowess in such a fleeting moment. However, this astonishment lasted only a brief moment before they regained their composure. With a swift movement, they launched an aggressive assault upon Xiao Ling, who decisively retaliated. Once again, a formidable and terrifying clash erupted between the two. Yet, as time progressed, the entire battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. Xiao Ling, empowered by the might of the Emperor's force, felt an immense tide of energy surging within his consciousness, bestowing upon him unparalleled strength. It became evident that the opponent's apparent abilities were merely superficial. Xiao Ling had discerned the opponent's tactics. The celestial path had somehow replicated a being akin to himself, with both parties possessing similar realms of strength, perhaps even slightly superior. Nevertheless, while the superficial aspects could be imitated, the unique essence of the Emperor's force and the Xianyuan sword were extraordinary entities, not of this world. It was utterly impossible for the celestial path's divine power to fully replicate the control over the Emperor's force and the Xianyuan sword that Xiao Ling wielded. Now that he had successfully ascended to the celestial realm, bolstered by the boundless strength flowing through his consciousness, his power only grew more formidable. Boom! Under the relentless barrage unleashed by Xiao Ling, the white-clad Xiao Ling's own might began to wane, gradually falling into a state of inferiority. With a swing of the Xianyuan sword, the overwhelming emperor's force cleaved through his opponent. The razor-sharp sword light struck, leaving the right half of the white-clad Xiao Ling severely wounded, and the residual force sent him reeling nearly 1,000 feet away. Though the white-clad Xiao Ling had sustained injuries, the continuous infusion of celestial power allowed him to recover almost instantaneously. Xiao Ling, however, paid little heed to this restoration. The celestial power was not to be underestimated. If it were so easily vanquished, something would surely be amiss. Do you fancy replication? I shall see if you can replicate this technique as well. Suddenly, a rich, violet-blue flame erupted from Xiao Ling's form. Enshrouded in this blazing fire, he appeared akin to a being of flame, the searing heat radiating waves through the void, as if the very fabric of reality was on the verge of collapse. 9 suns incinerating the heavens. Upon ascending to the celestial realm, Xiao Ling's mastery of the 9 suns burning heaven technique had completely melded with his physical form, achieving a profound unity. With a mere thought, the searing flames of the 9 suns surged into the void, instantaneously extending over 1,000 feet ahead, enveloping the figure of the white-clad Xiao Ling entirely. Beneath the ferocious blaze, Xiao Ling's countenance hardened. A potent force of the heavenly Tao began to surge through him, coalescing into a barrier around his being to fend off the onslaught. As the flames of the 9 suns scorched relentlessly, the barrier valiantly resisted. Yet this defense lasted only a fleeting moment before it began to tremble, revealing an increasing number of voids within. Ultimately, succumbing to the searing heat of the 9 suns, the white-clad Xiao Ling could no longer withstand the flames, and his entire form was engulfed in fire. The might of the 9 suns was formidable and unyielding. With a decisive advance, Xiao Ling approached, standing merely a few paces away from the white-clad figure, a force pinning him in place, rendering him immobile. This was the end. Gripping the Xianyuan sword tightly, he struck downward towards the restrained Xiao Ling. The resplendent, golden radiance penetrated the corporeal form of the white-clad Xiao Ling, who gradually dissipated into ethereal wisps, vanishing from sight. In the final moments of his disintegration, a profound expression of reluctance flickered across his visage. However, Xiao Ling paid no heed to this. His gaze shifted to the dark rift in the sky. Boom! 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 Within that obsidian fissure, a presence lurked, gazing at him. It remained concealed, emanating an overwhelming fury. Xiao Ling directed the Xianyuan sword toward the dark chasm, proclaiming with gravitas, "I stand here. If you wish to engage in battle, feel free to come forth." Empowered by the might of the emperor, he appeared strikingly formidable, exuding an aura that seemed to cleave the heavens. Since the ascension of the Great Xia Dynasty, the heavenly Tao had obstructed him from the eastern domain of the Xintian world, regarding him as an aberration. He pondered whether this heavenly Tao had perceived his existence as foreign to this realm, hence its covert sabotage. Yet at this juncture, Xiao Ling understood with clarity. Should victor not emerge from their confrontation, the struggle would undoubtedly persist. Under Xiao Ling's unwavering gaze, the dark rift remained still, devoid of further movement. After a prolonged standoff, lasting nearly a dozen breaths, Xiao Ling did not witness a new offensive from the opposing side. Instead, the ominous black fissure began to gradually heal and dissipate. Soon, the dark chasm vanished entirely, and the world around him began to return to its normal state. Chapter 291. Scavengers, witness how your grandfather wolf shall tear you asunder. Without any forewarning, following the demise of the white-clad Xiao Ling, the black fissure in the sky ceased to exhibit any further unusual activity, gradually fading away. Had it truly departed so abruptly? Standing beneath the heavens, Xiao Ling cast his gaze across the tranquil sky that had returned to calm. He had anticipated another fierce battle, yet after the annihilation of the white-clad Xiao Ling, the conflict had seemingly reached its conclusion. With the disappearance of the black fissure, the terrifying pressure that had suppressed numerous formidable beings below also dissipated. At this moment, the great powers of the Great Xia gathered around Xiao Ling. "Your Majesty, we have failed in our duty of protection," lamented Li Xiao and the other formidable ones. Xiao Ling waved his hand dismissively. The prowess of the Great Xia's champions was indeed commendable, yet it was contingent upon the nature of the adversary they faced. The white-clad Xiao Ling was but an illusion conjured by the Tao of Heaven, and the one who had struck at him was not merely a martial artist, but the embodiment of the very Tao of Heaven itself. Fortuitously, the adversary's intent was directed towards him alone. Had it affected the champions of the Great Xia, many within the Holy Palace would likely have suffered dire consequences. In this exchange, he had ultimately secured victory. However, while the battle with the Tao of Heaven had concluded, the looming crisis had yet to be fully averted. Xiao Ling raised his head, gazing towards the direction of the Taiyang Mountains of the Great Xia. Empowered by the fortune of the Great Xia, he could distinctly perceive that Li Shimin and the giant warrior Yinta were engaged in a fierce clash with the celestial sovereigns of the various holy factions. With his elevation to the realm of the immortals, Xiao Ling began to glean the secrets of this exalted domain. The immortal realm, it transcended the limits of mortal existence, not only offering a significant enhancement in strength, but also bestowing an immense extension of lifespan. Entering the immortal realm was not the culmination of one's journey. Rather, in Xiao Ling's view, it represented the inception of yet another tier of existence. Within the immortal realm, a remarkably extensive path lay ahead. As he assessed his current capabilities, he realized he was far superior to his former self at the 9th tier of semi-immortal. Should he confront the ancestral figure of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty with his present prowess, even lacking the backing of the fortune of the Holy Dynasty, he would harbor no fear of the opponent. In the clash between the two factions, he possessed the confidence not only to contend, but even to vanquish the foe. Harnessing the fortune of the Great Xia, Xiao Ling infused a portion of his strength into this fortune, amplifying its power exponentially. Once everything was in order, Xiao Ling directed this power towards the border city of the Great Xia near the Taiyang Mountains. Go! Under his command, an ever more formidable surge of fortune instantly surged towards the battlefield at Taiyang. Kill! 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 On the battlefield, the coalition of the 9 saint-level powers displayed an overwhelming momentum. However, the forces of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty and the powerful demons of the Taiyang Mountains fought valiantly, creating a stalemate that left neither side gaining the upper hand. The Great Xia Sacred Dynasty proved to be exceedingly troublesome. The expressions of the Saint Lord of Jiao Yuan and other celestial beings grew increasingly grim. Despite the massive scale of their forces, they were still unable to subdue the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty. Under the combined efforts of Li Shimin of the Great Xia and the formidable Yinta of the Giant Clan, they had made no progress, remaining at a standstill. As time wore on, the morale and prestige of the coalition were increasingly affected. Why has your Giant Clan, which has always remained secluded in the Taiyang Mountains, chosen to serve as the lapdog of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty this time? The Saint Lord of Jiao Yuan glared darkly at the robust Yinta. In the past, the Jiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty had dispatched countless powerful individuals to persuade the Giant Clan to surrender, offering them enticing terms. Yet, despite these efforts, they had never managed to sway them, returning each time defeated. Now, within a short span since the rise of the Great Xia, it seemed they had somehow gained the loyalty of the Giant Clan, filling him with indescribable hatred. Yinta, however, paid no heed to the Saint Lord's inquiry. Well, once we resolve the Great Xia issue, the Giant Clan will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. No, not just your Giant Clan. Every demon force obstructing us in the Taiyang Mountains will face dire consequences. The powerful beings from various saint-level forces present were filled with rage towards the demon factions in the Taiyang Mountains. Were it not for the interference of these demons, their efforts against the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty would have been significantly easier with far lower costs. The fierce battle between the two sides continued unabated. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed. Above the border city of the Great Xia, a magnificent surge of celestial power erupted. In a brief moment, this celestial force enveloped the vast battlefield entirely. The moment this celestial energy spread, all within its reach, whether of human or demon lineage, could distinctly feel a tremendous strength augmenting their own. Ha ha ha! This sensation of my power growing stronger is incredible. The once depleted energy within me has been replenished at this moment. Now, I'm even more formidable than during my peak. You wretches shall witness how I tear you apart. The enhancement of one's own strength ignited an exhilarating fervor among the warriors of the Great Xia and the formidable entities of the Taiyang Mountain Demon Clan. In the face of the coalition forces of these sacred-level powers, their battle spirit soared to unprecedented heights. In stark contrast, The various sacred-level factions on the battlefield found themselves entirely overwhelmed. Beneath the overwhelming might of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, they felt an undeniable pressure weighing upon them, as their own powers were evidently suppressed. One side experienced a surge in strength, while the other faced a diminishment of their capabilities. This shift heralded an impending transformation in the circumstances of both parties. In the heavens above, at the site of the celestial battlefield, a resounding roar echoed. It was the mighty war god, Inta, of the giant clan, whose powerful form radiated an increasingly potent aura, infused with the strength bestowed by the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty. His prowess surged dramatically. In an instant, Inta's original, semi-immortal strength at the 9th tier skyrocketed, propelling him into the realm of true immortality. Kill! Inta brandished his colossal axe. Forged from mountain peaks, its might exponentially greater than before. With a thunderous crash, two immortal sovereigns engaged in battle with Inta were sent flying by a single swing of his axe. "Damn it!" exclaimed one of the immortal sovereigns, who managed to stabilize himself after being knocked back, his gaze icy. This fellow's strength has increased significantly. He has fully ascended to the immortal realm. The remaining immortal sovereigns present wore expressions of grave concern upon sensing Inta's burgeoning aura. What had once been a stalemate was now poised to shift dramatically with the elevation of their adversary's power. "Roar! I will shatter you." After repelling the two immortal sovereigns, Inta swiftly swung his axe once more, charging towards his foes with unrelenting ferocity. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Li Shimin also experienced a notable enhancement in his own strength. The map of the Great Tang, propelled by his own power, burst forth with an increasingly brilliant radiance. The scroll illuminated the surrounding realm, as countless formidable armored elites of the Great Tang surged forth from within. The Great Tang's landscape, a divine weapon that subdues the world. In an instant, the Great Tang map trembled violently, and three powerful figures began to materialize from it. Their presence was formidable, far surpassing that of the previously emerging armored elites. As these three figures emerged, the expression of the Jiao Yuan sovereign and others turned somber. They beheld the three figures stepping forth from the scroll, clad in ancient bronze armor, their faces obscured by the protective gear. The aura emanating from his entire being was formidable enough to challenge even those of the semi-immortal realm. Although these three bronze-armored generals were not entities of the immortal realm, their strength had nonetheless reached the 9th tier of the semi-immortal stage. Judging by the intensity of their aura, they were hardly inferior to typical beings from the immortal realm. Kill! With a firm grip on his sword, Li Shimin charged toward the holy master of the Jiao Yuan and others. In an instant, the three bronze-armored generals, under Li Shimin's command, swiftly targeted an opposing holy master from a rival saintly faction and decisively launched their attack. Do these three, with semi-immortal 9th tier strength, dare to show off? Truly deluded. Do they think such meager power can impede us? As the three bronze-armored generals rushed toward them, the holy master of the Jiao Yuan and the other two leaders of saintly factions were also prepared to retaliate. To them, these three were merely puppets with semi-immortal 9th tier cultivation. How could they contend with true beings from the immortal realm? The two sides clashed fiercely, yet what followed was a shocking surprise. Each of the three bronze-armored generals displayed extraordinary prowess, managing to contend with the three immortal realm powerhouses despite their semi-immortal 9th tier capabilities. In that moment, with the three bronze-armored generals holding their ground and the formidable Ingtai of the giant clan facing two opponents, Li Shimin seized the opportunity to maneuver freely. Li Shimin surveyed the chaotic battlefield, his gaze honing in on the area where Ingtai was engaged in battle. The Great Tang Imperial Seal, at Li Shimin's urging. The Great Tang Imperial Seal expanded to nearly 100 feet in size, enveloping the battlefield with an overwhelming force as it hurtled toward one of the immortal realm holy masters locked in combat with Ingtai. The Ingtai, clearly sensing the impending threat, hastily prepared to engage as Li Shimin propelled the Great Tang Imperial Seal toward the enemy. At that moment, the onslaught unleashed by Li Shimin descended upon its target. Not good. The holy master of the immortal realm sensed the incoming attack and attempted to retreat. However, it was evident that it was already too late. Boom! The Great Tang Imperial Seal crashed down, obliterating his entire being. Even if the opponent were to survive, they would undoubtedly be gravely injured, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. With the demise of one immortal realm holy master, the situation for the remaining four became exceedingly perilous. Having dealt with a formidable adversary, Li Shimin showed no hesitation and decisively shifted his focus to another immortal realm holy master engaged in battle with Yingtai. In that fleeting moment, the celestial sovereign, targeted by Li Shimin, was engulfed in profound trepidation. Moments ago, he witnessed how Li Shimin effortlessly subdued the allied celestial sovereign. With his own strength being nearly on par with that of the subdued sovereign, the prospect of facing Li Shimin was undeniably grim. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively retreated into the distance. There was no alternative. If he lingered any longer, his fate would surely be dire. Roar. The combatant, Yingtai, sensed the shift and, with a fierce roar, resolutely intervened to thwart the escape. Infuriating. Get away from my sect. As he felt the intensifying pressure emanating from Li Shimin, fear gripped him even more. Yet, despite his frantic struggles, he found no respite amidst Yingtai's relentless pursuit. The unfolding scenario for him was all too predictable. In the holy court of the Great Xia Dynasty, Xiao Ling's gaze suddenly fixed on a specific direction. How intriguing, a feint to the east. Their preparations are quite thorough, yet they still lack a certain edge. With a swift motion, Xiao Ling tore open a rift in the fabric of space and vanished within. In a region to the east of the Great Xia Dynasty, the atmosphere was markedly quieter compared to the bustling southern borders near the Taiying Mountains. The myriad powers stationed here were evidently weaker. In the skies above, two figures tore through the void, completely shrouded in secrecy, racing toward the location of the Great Xia Holy City. One was a middle-aged man clad in a dragon-patterned robe, and the other, an elderly man in black with a beak-like face adorned with long white whiskers. Both possessed extraordinary strength, transcending the realm of semi-immortals. They were, in fact, genuine celestial beings. These celestial beings cloaked in the void were an unusual sight, showcasing their caution. The sovereign of Jiao Yuan was indeed prudent, allowing the two of us to advance within the Great Xia Holy Court. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe expressed mild dissatisfaction. However, beside him, the elder with the beak-like face maintained a solemn demeanor, remarking softly, "A cautious approach ensures longevity. The sovereign of Jiao Yuan has already faced adversity once. His vigilance is not unwarranted. It is essential to recognize that the Great Xia Dynasty has risen too swiftly within the Western wilderness. They are far more formidable than they appear." Chapter 293. Encountering a hard challenge. Thus, it is prudent for us to proceed to the Great Xia Holy Court ahead of time. Perhaps we may see some hidden treasures or opportunities amidst their rapid ascent. It seems that the formidable armies of the Saint-level powers south of the Taiying Mountains have already breached the defenses of the Great Xia. We must hasten our progress. The middle-aged man clad in a dragon-patterned robe spoke. He was the sovereign of the Wind Source Holy Dynasty from the Western Wilderness, a being of immense strength within the realm of immortals. Contemplating the potential opportunities and treasures that might lie within the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, the Wind Source Sovereign felt an increasing surge of excitement. The elderly man with a long white beard and a hooked nose did not elaborate further. Yet his gaze was drawn towards the direction of the Great Xia Sacred Palace, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. "Tianning Sect Master, do you harbor some trepidation?" inquired the dragon-robed Wind Source Sovereign. In response to this question, the long-beaked elder spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. "It appears that a formidable presence is advancing towards us." The Wind Source Sovereign was taken aback by this revelation. "Tianning Sect Master, are you certain?" The elder, the sovereign of the Tianning Sacred Sect, was indeed a formidable immortal, possessing extraordinary abilities in the realm of divination. His words stirred a sense of alarm. Despite hearing the Wind Source Sovereign's inquiry, the Tianning Sect Master did not respond, but merely shook his head, saying, "I hope I am mistaken." "Very well," the Wind Source Sovereign remarked. "We must expedite our actions, for the forces south of the Taiying Mountains may soon overwhelm the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty." However, just as they prepared to depart, the Wind Source Sovereign noticed the Tianning Sect Master standing frozen in place, a peculiar sight that piqued his curiosity. "Tianning Sect Master?" he called out, but the elder remained unmoved, indifferent to his address. Following the direction of the elder's gaze, the Wind Source Sovereign caught sight of a figure who had appeared unbeknownst to them. The newcomer was a remarkably youthful man, his presence shrouded in mystery. The two seasoned immortals had not detected when he had materialized before them, indicating that his power was formidable, rivaling their own. "Who might you be?" the Wind Source Sovereign inquired, fixing his gaze upon the stranger. "I am somewhat curious about you too," the young man replied with an air of calm. Why do you linger so furtively within the Great Xia sacred dynasty? Though both men were immortals, one was comparable in strength to the Jiao Yuan sovereign, while the other was slightly weaker. In the present day, my own realm has ascended to the celestial domain, rendering the confrontation with the two individuals utterly effortless. As for the Great Xia holy dynasty, upon hearing such words from the adversary, both the Wind Source Saint Lord and the Sky Shadow Saint Lord instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Who, other than the sovereign of the Great Xia holy dynasty, possesses the audacity to refer to themselves as I? The individual before them is indeed the sovereign of the Great Xia holy dynasty. At this moment, in the southern region of the Taiyang Mountains, there exists a coalition of formidable powers from various holy factions. Yet, the sovereign is absent from their stronghold. Why then? Has he appeared in this place? The emergence of the Great Xia sovereign left both of them astounded and surprised. Truly, fortune smiles upon those who do not toil. After a brief silence, the Wind Source Saint Lord was overwhelmed with joy. He turned to the Sky Shadow Saint Lord and directly proclaimed, "Let us seize him together. We shall undoubtedly glean a wealth of valuable information from him." Their hearts surged with excitement. The Great Xia holy dynasty is home to numerous legendary figures, and they were certain to acquire a trove of useful treasures from this encounter. They had indeed struck gold, not anticipating that the sovereign of the Great Xia would present himself before them so willingly. Listening to the Wind Source Saint Lord's words, Xiao Ling remained rooted in place, unmoved. To take him down? In stark contrast to the Wind Source Saint Lord, the Sky Shadow Saint Lord exhibited a notable calmness. Be cautious. The strength of the Great Xia sovereign is formidable. Upon their arrival, they had already gleaned some insights regarding the Great Xia holy dynasty from the Jiao Yuan Saint Lord. Particularly concerning the Great Xia sovereign, the Jiao Yuan Saint Lord had been defeated in his encounter with him. If the two of them were to engage, it would undoubtedly not be as simple as they envisioned. The Wind Source Saint Lord sensed the Sky Shadow Saint Lord's apprehension. However, the only option before them was to act decisively. Let us strike swiftly and resolve this matter. With that, the Wind Source Saint Lord charged toward Xiao Ling. The Sky Shadow Saint Lord, witnessing this, hesitated not for a moment and followed suit with equal determination. Together, they advanced to assail Xiao Ling, intent on resolving the matter expeditiously. As the two charged forth, Xiao Ling summoned an ethereal force from his right hand. In that fleeting moment, that surge of celestial energy surged forth to suppress the two assailants. Boom! At that instant, just as they were poised to strike, their movements abruptly halted. The expressions of both men shifted to one of disbelief. How is this possible? The Wind Source Saint Lord and the Sky Shadow Saint Lord exerted all their strength in a futile attempt to break free from the binding force. Yet, all their efforts proved to be in vain. Under Xiao Ling's prowess, they felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, rendering them utterly powerless to act. The strength is so meager, yet you dare to stealthily infiltrate my illustrious Great Xia sacred dynasty? As Xiao Ling gazed at the two, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, his right palm struck out. Both the Heavenly Shadow Sovereign and the Wind Abyss Sovereign were sent flying as a result. After enduring such a blow from Xiao Ling, they were grievously wounded. Struggling to stabilize themselves, they regarded Xiao Ling with a cold and profound expression. In that instant, they comprehended the vast chasm that separated them. They had struck a hard wall. "Retreat," commanded the Heavenly Shadow Sovereign, decisively fleeing into the distance. Observing this, the Wind Source Sovereign recognized the futility of resistance and dared not ponder any further. At this moment, thoughts of seizing opportunities or treasures were utterly eclipsed by the paramount concern of survival. The prowess of the Great Xia Sovereign surpassed their wildest imaginations. Although they too existed within the realm of immortals, they were no match for his might. Chapter 294, Heavenly Shadow, I curse you. Watching as the two fled in opposite directions, Xiao Ling acted without hesitation. A surge of celestial energy emanated into the void, coalescing into a prison that spanned 1,000 miles. Before the Heavenly Shadow Sovereign and the Wind Source Sovereign could escape, they found themselves ensnared within it. Break! The Wind Source Sovereign unleashed a powerful punch, determined to shatter the barrier that blocked their escape. However, as the strike landed, it proved utterly ineffective. The conjured prison merely quivered slightly before returning to its original state. Xiao Ling seized the moment, grasping the air with his hand. The prison began to rapidly converge. inexorably drawing the heavenly shadow sovereign and the wind source sovereign closer to his position. Damn it! The wind source sovereign employed various tactics, yet none bore fruit. Desperately glancing towards the heavenly shadow sovereign, he urged, "Heavenly shadow sovereign, we must join forces swiftly. Otherwise, neither of us will escape this fate." Understanding the terrifying might of Xiao Ling, they realized that only by uniting could they hope for a sliver of survival. However, at that moment, the heavenly shadow sovereign paid no heed to his plea. Heavenly shadow escape. Blood spewed forth from his mouth, and a sharp brilliance manifested before him. With a swift motion, this brilliance pierced toward the prison formed by celestial energy. In an instant, the sturdy barrier appeared to corrode under an overwhelming force, and a breach nearly half a yard wide materialized. Heavenly shadow sovereign, the wind source sovereign, was no fool. Upon witnessing the sudden and decisive action of his companion, he instantly grasped the heavenly shadow sovereign's intent. The other party evidently employed some extraordinary means in an attempt to escape. The Lord of Celestial Shadows paid no heed to the cries of the Lord of Wind Source, as he pierced through the breach before him and vanished from the confines of the prison. Witnessing this spectacle, the Lord of Wind Source also sought to flee. Not far away, Xiao Ling observed the unfolding events and began to utilize his celestial power to probe the situation, aiming to recapture the fleeing Lord of Celestial Shadows. However, in such a brief span of time, the trace of his whereabouts had become nearly impossible to discern. He remained unfazed by this. As the leader of sacred power and a being of the celestial realm himself, he recognized that the means wielded by the other party were indeed formidable. If they had managed to escape, so be it. The execution of such a maneuver had already inflicted considerable damage upon them, rendering future surveillance of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty unlikely. Even if there were any attempts at observation, he harbored no fear. After a certain period, the strength of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty would undoubtedly surge, and there would be no need to fear these forces. However, with the escape of the Lord of Celestial Shadows, the Lord of Wind Source found himself in a tragic predicament. Xiao Ling's gaze swept over him, and the expression on the Lord of Wind Source's face was one of utter despair. How could the Lord of Celestial Shadows abandon him in such a manner? The fury that burned within him was palpable. They had joined forces to arrive at this place, and yet the other had possessed the means to escape, leaving him stranded. Alone in this moment, how could he contend with the sovereign of Great Xia? Lord of Great Xia, might we engage in a discussion? The Lord of Wind Source looked toward Xiao Ling, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. At this juncture, he had no recourse. Unless he negotiated, he faced a certain demise. Discussion? Xiao Ling regarded the Lord of Wind Source with an impassive countenance, devoid of any emotional display. "I have nothing to discuss with you." Xiao Ling, unwilling to squander further time, unleashed a surge of celestial power directly aimed at the Lord of Wind Source's brow. No, sensing the imminent threat of death, the Lord of Wind Source was engulfed in terror. Despite his attempts to wield his celestial powers, they proved utterly ineffective. Under the suppression of Xiao Ling's might, his own strength appeared weak and fragile. With a swift motion, Xiao Ling's celestial energy pierced through the Lord of Wind Source's corporeal form, swiftly capturing his celestial soul in hand. This was the soul of the Lord of Wind Source, now firmly under Xiao Ling's formidable control. Xiao Ling gazed at the celestial soul of his opponent, refraining from directly annihilating it. Instead, he initiated a soul search. A formidable celestial power began to permeate the soul of the Wind Source sovereign. After nearly a dozen breaths, that celestial soul was shattered by an overwhelming force. A once mighty ruler of a holy dynasty met such a tragic end. Truly, as a sovereign of the celestial realm, the information gleaned was substantial. Through the soul search of the Wind Source sovereign, Xiao Ling acquired a wealth of valuable intelligence. In addition to the distribution of power among the various factions in the Western Wilderness and the Central Domain, he also learned much about the strength distribution of celestial beings. Just as he had previously envisioned, ascending to the celestial realm entailed a new hierarchy within that realm itself. Human celestial, earth celestial, heaven celestial. However, whether there exist further celestial levels beyond the heaven celestial remains unknown. From the soul search information of the Wind Source sovereign, it is evident that the celestial realm currently comprises only the three tiers: human celestial, earth celestial, and heaven celestial. Moreover, within the celestial realm, there exists a grading system, ranging from the lowest first rank to the highest ninth rank. The Wind Source sovereign he had vanquished was merely a second-rank human celestial, newly initiated into the celestial realm. Based on the celestial hierarchy, Xiao Ling himself was at best a first-rank human celestial, though his actual strength surpassed that of a typical first-rank human celestial significantly. Thus, it appeared that his current prowess was at least at the fourth rank of human celestial, and with all his abilities unleashed, he should find himself unmatched among his peers. Xiao Ling contemplated this within himself. However, the specific nature of his strength would require further analysis. To possess such formidable combat capabilities at the nascent stage of human celestial was, in Xiao Ling's view, quite commendable, dispelling the restraints of the surrounding force. Xiao Ling once again directed his gaze towards the southern expanse of the Taihang Mountains. Bolstered by his own strength and the collaboration of Li Shimin and the former forces of the Daxia and the demon race, the coalition of the various holy powers was making no headway, even beginning to show signs of collapse. Chapter 295. Regrettably, this will ultimately lead to disappointment. It is time to conclude this matter. Xiao Ling saw no necessity to prolong his confrontation with these holy forces. The system mandated a month-long interruption of the holy powers in the border city south of the Taihang Mountains. However, it appeared that they would not need to remain locked in stalemate for a month. It was sufficient to vanquish them in a short time. He pierced through the void, disappearing from his original position. On the battlefield south of the Taihang Mountains, cries echoed throughout the land as both sides engaged in fierce combat, surrounded by countless corpses. Vivid crimson blood flowed continuously, pooling into numerous small, blood-colored depressions. In the desolate West Wilderness, such a fierce battle had not been witnessed for countless ages. The once arrogant forces of the saint-level powers now found themselves devoid of any semblance of hubris. Among the 5 celestial sovereigns, although none had fallen, 3 had sustained significant injuries. The remaining semi-celestial 9th-grade sovereigns had gathered as well, yet in the face of genuine celestial confrontations, their prowess appeared somewhat inadequate. Were it not for their status as leaders of saint-level forces, bolstered by formidable resources and potent strategies, they would have found it nearly impossible to contend against such overwhelming power in this conflict. Among the leaders of the saint-level forces, only the sovereign of the Dragon Abyss and the sovereign of the Radiant Moon sect, Yin Li, had suffered minor wounds. A few prominent sovereigns congregated, their gazes fixed upon Li Shimin and the giant tribe Inta, who stood defiantly against them. "Is this your assurance, sovereign of the Dragon Abyss?" The other celestial sovereigns queried, their expressions grave as they turned their scrutiny toward him. Their presence here was largely driven by the need to eliminate the threat posed by the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty. Yet the primary impetus was the invitation extended by the Dragon Abyss sovereign. Had it not been for his summons, these powers would never have engaged in such a colossal dispute with the Great Xia, despite their trepidation regarding its might. Now, with both sides embroiled in intense conflict and countless casualties on each side, the prospect of reconciliation seemed utterly implausible. How could I have known that the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty possessed such formidable strength? The Dragon Abyss sovereign lamented, sharing the same sense of helplessness as the other leaders. Initially, he had believed that the coalition of saint-level forces could easily vanquish the Great Xia, but the reality was starkly different from his expectations. Presently, the only figure representing the Great Xia was Li Shimin, with the Great Xia sovereign remaining conspicuously absent. Although the Great Xia sovereign had not yet ascended to the celestial realm, he wielded exceptionally unique and powerful techniques that allowed him to elevate his capabilities to that level. The thought of such a formidable presence lurking in the shadows was disconcerting. Now was not the time for disputes. It was imperative for our forces to devise an appropriate strategy promptly. Indeed, the strength of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty was formidable. If we continued to remain in this stalemate, it would serve no purpose. The battle had commenced, and all major saint-level forces had already suffered significant losses. If we were to retreat in defeat now, we would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule throughout the West Wilderness. You have reached a point of irreconcilable conflict with the Great Xia. If we do not resolve this matter promptly, given the potential for growth within Great Xia, it will not be long before their power escalates to a truly terrifying level, placing us in an even more perilous situation. We currently find ourselves in a dilemma. However, do not despair. Although the current battlefield is unfavorable for our forces, there remains a chance for a counterattack. The Sovereign of Wind Source and the Sovereign of Shadow have infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Great Xia, awaiting the opportune moment to eliminate the ruler of Great Xia, thereby dismantling the entire regime from within. At that juncture, Great Xia will be unable to manage both internal and external crises, presenting us with a significant opportunity. At this moment, one of the sovereigns from the Holy Level forces suddenly spoke up, the sovereign of Wind Source and the sovereign of Shadow. Upon hearing this, all the sovereigns present suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, amidst the previous intense battle, many had overlooked this crucial detail. The sovereigns, both of celestial realm strength, could launch a sudden assault on the Great Xia from within, yielding potentially astonishing results. This is excellent. We merely need to maintain our stalemate against the main forces of Great Xia, providing sufficient time for the sovereigns of Wind Source and Shadow to execute their surprise attack. In this instant, the sovereigns of the Holy Level forces felt a slight relief. Simultaneously, while the allied Holy Level forces had yet to take action, on the side of the Great Xia, Li Shiming remained inactive. Their orders were to hold back these Holy Level forces, as long as they could stabilize the situation. There was no need to initiate an attack. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the previously calm void, from which a powerful aura began to emanate, faintly revealing a figure within. This disturbance caught the attention of all factions present, both from the Great Xia and the allied Holy Level forces. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the rift. Your Majesty! The person was none other than Xiao Ling. The prominent figures of Great Xia all bowed in respect. How could it be him? With Xiao Ling's appearance, the strong individuals from the allied Holy Level forces also expressed their curiosity. The sovereigns of Shadow and Wind Source had already infiltrated the Great Xia with the primary objective of assassinating its ruler, Xiao Ling. Yet, now it appeared that the ruler of Great Xia, Xiao Ling, stood before them unharmed, indicating that their plans had indeed failed. After making his entrance, Xiao Ling cast a glance at Li Shiming and the other prominent figures of Great Xia present. Though little was said, one could easily discern the level of satisfaction from his expression. He then cast his gaze toward the opposing coalition of the various saint-level forces. Despite their numbers, they appeared no more formidable in his eyes than a crumbling edifice. With a disdainful smile curving his lips, he proclaimed, "The myriad forces approach with great fervor, intent on toppling our Grand Xia sacred dynasty. Yet alas, this endeavor shall ultimately lead to your disappointment." Chapter 296, A Seal to Suppress All Beings. Observing Xiao Ling's demeanor, the saint-level forces present sensed an unsettling aura, particularly as they remained unaware of the fates of the Wind Source Saint Lord and the Shadow Saint Lord, who had infiltrated the Grand Xia. With the emergence of the Grand Xia Saint Lord, Xiao Ling, the situation had become increasingly enigmatic, especially as they regarded him, standing there. He exuded a subtle yet palpable sense of danger. His strength was formidable, rivaling that of Li Shiming from their previous fierce confrontations. Could it be that the Wind Source and Shadow Saint Lords had already? In that instant, a thought emerged in the minds of the powerful figures among the saint-level forces. Just then, Xiao Ling, not far away, seemed to perceive their thoughts. Calmly, he remarked, "Are you awaiting the two who have infiltrated my Grand Xia sacred dynasty?" Indeed, as Xiao Ling uttered these words, the many powerful figures of the saint-level forces were momentarily taken aback. Given his assertion, the outcome was all too predictable. It was likely that the two saint-level leaders, Shadow and Wind Source, who had stealthily entered the Grand Xia, had already encountered misfortune. Impossible, they thought. He must be employing deceptive rhetoric, deliberately attempting to mislead us. Both the Shadow Saint Lord and the Wind Source Saint Lord possessed celestial realm strength. Even if the Grand Xia's Lord Xiao Ling was indeed powerful, when faced with him, they would still have the means to escape and relay pertinent information. We must not allow ourselves to be deceived by such words. The leaders of the various saint-level forces were filled with skepticism. The capabilities of a celestial realm expert are formidable, while defeating them is feasible. Annihilating them is an entirely different challenge. Moreover, two celestial beings had infiltrated the Grand Xia, ignorant and foolish. Xiao Ling exhibited no concern for the posturing of the opposing saint-level leaders. He had no intention of wasting further time with them. "Since you have arrived in my Grand Xia sacred dynasty, you shall remain here today." He turned to Li Shiming and the formidable giants of the Juda clan. Kongtong Seal. At the beckoning of Xiao Ling, a diminutive version of the Kongtong Seal began to ascend gracefully. Although the entire seal appeared to measure no more than half a zhang in size, under Xiao Ling's impetus, it swiftly expanded in volume. Be cautious. As the Kongtong Seal surged dramatically in size, the assembled leaders of the sacred powers sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Having already experienced the formidable might of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, they understood that the strength of the emerging sacred lord, Xiao Ling, was bound to be even more terrifying, compelling the masters of the sacred powers to refrain from confronting him lightly. In an instant, the leaders of these sacred factions, along with many of their formidable allies, hastily retreated into the distance. However, just as they prepared to flee, Xiao Ling had already taken the initiative. A radiant shadow emerged from the now magnified Kongtong seal, enveloping the sacred lords and their multitude of powerful followers in a fleeting moment. Bang! Under the influence of this radiant shadow, those who had been attempting to withdraw were abruptly repelled as they approached it. Damn it, we are blocked. Both the masters of the sacred powers and their formidable allies found themselves thwarted by this radiant shadow, unable to traverse its path. Suppression. Under Xiao Ling's command, the Kongtong seal descended upon those confined within a specific spatial range among the sacred powers. Act swiftly. Let us unite, or none of us shall escape unscathed. As they beheld the Kongtong seal descending towards them, particularly feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from it, dread filled the hearts of the powerful. The consequences of its fall were all too clear. Rumbling. The powerful understood this truth well. In that brief moment, an array of formidable techniques and lethal strikes erupted from the confined space. Boom, boom, boom. A dazzling display of lights surged forth as countless attacks collided. Yet, despite their potency, these assaults failed to impede the radiant shadow released by the Kongtong seal. Numerous attacks were unleashed against the descending seal. But as one of the legendary divine weapons of Xianxia, its resilience was beyond question. Despite the multitude of strikes, only shallow white marks were left upon the surface of the Kongtong seal, which swiftly restored itself thanks to its formidable self-repairing abilities. Rumbling. The Kongtong seal descended with overwhelming force, suppressing all the airborne masters of the sacred powers to the ground. Below, in the once peaceful outskirts of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, a bottomless pit was carved out by the sheer might of the seal. The Kongtong seal stands majestically upon the earth, its monumental presence casting a shadow over the circumstances of the powerful beings from various sacred-level factions below, rendering their situations nearly inscrutable. Your Majesty is formidable. Your Majesty is formidable. Your Majesty is formidable. On the side of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, both the mighty army and the formidable entities emerging from the Taiying Mountain range are overwhelmed with exhilaration. With a single strike, His Majesty has subdued so many sacred-level powers, instilling a renewed vigor within the military ranks. Meanwhile, the coalition forces of the sacred-level factions have ceased their actions, retreating in disarray with their gazes fixated on the site where the Kongtong seal exerts its dominion. The leaders of these factions and countless powerful beings have been suppressed beneath, their fates uncertain at this moment. Xiao Ling stands proudly in the heavens, observing the suppression site of the Kongtong seal below. In an instant, he appears atop the seal, stepping lightly onto its surface. Under the gaze of his imperial aura, he embodies the essence of a sovereign surveying the vast world beneath him. Thunderous roars reverberate from below, where muffled cries can be faintly heard. Although not all sacred-level beings have been completely subdued, their current plight is evidently dire. Those who once held lofty positions now find their lives entirely in Xiao Ling's grasp. After a brief interlude, Xiao Ling retracts the Kongtong seal. As it dissipates, a bottomless chasm reveals itself before the assembled powers, releasing a thick wave of sanguine odor. Countless beams of light surge forth from the depths of the abyss. Under the seal suppression, many of the weaker beings have had their corporeal forms shattered, leaving only a fragment of their celestial souls. Some unfortunate ones have even had their souls extinguished entirely. Xiao Ling erects a barrier, leaving the forces of the sacred-level factions with no avenue of escape. Soon after, numerous disheveled figures emerge from the chasm, accompanied by anguished cries. The sacred-level sovereigns, in a state of utter disarray, are clad in tattered garments, their bodies nearly drenched in blood. Were it not for their formidable vitality and regenerative abilities, they would likely have succumbed to the same fate of annihilation. Though they have not perished, the surroundings are entirely enveloped by Xiao Ling's special techniques, rendering them powerless. Standing imperiously in the heavens, Xiao Ling regards the forces of the sacred-level factions with an air of omnipotence. In such a precarious situation, a mere thought from him would suffice to obliterate these formidable adversaries effortlessly. This is no jest. It is a matter of genuine strength. Your Majesty, we humbly admit our defeat and wish to withdraw our forces immediately. One of the celestial sovereigns turned his gaze towards Xiao Ling and spoke. Initially, they had intended to annihilate the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty, but it was now evident that such an endeavor was beyond their capabilities. The might of the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty far exceeded their expectations. Despite the combined efforts of 9 major sacred forces, they still found themselves at a disadvantage. The prowess of the Great Xia sovereign, Xiao Ling, was particularly formidable. With but a single hand, he effortlessly subdued the formidable powers of their sacred forces, leaving them utterly incapable of resistance. Thus, we of the Purple Sand Sacred Sect shall retreat, never to engage in conflict with the Great Xia again. We of the Fanhai Tower shall do likewise. The Green Blade Sect has no intention of involving ourselves in the strife of the Great Xia. Henceforth, we wish to forge an alliance, ensuring mutual non-aggression. In a brief span, the sovereigns of these sacred forces expressed their sentiments. After this battle, they dared not provoke any further disputes with the Great Xia. However, initiating hostilities is far easier than retracting them. Xiao Ling stood proudly in the heavens, his gaze fixed upon the assembled sovereigns. Listening to their words, he felt a wave of amusement. You wish to retreat after your failed assault? Is there such ease in this world? Here were 9 major sacred forces that had sought him out, and now they wished to withdraw after defeat. Such thoughts were nothing but delusions. Xiao Ling gazed steadily at the assembled powers and spoke calmly. You shall surrender to me forthwith and submit the entirety of your force's fortunes to my rule. In return, I might spare your ancestral lineage and grant your lives. Surrender. Submit your fortunes. The expressions of the sovereigns of the sacred forces grew incredulous. The Great Xia sovereign before them was clearly intent on annihilating their sacred forces. If they complied with his demands, they would be left with nothing but hollow shells of their former selves. Though they remained, they would be as good as extinct. Impossible. The leader of the Green Blade sect vehemently rejected the notion. Others among the sovereigns of the sacred forces echoed his resolute sentiments. Your Great Xia is indeed powerful. Yet our forces still possess untapped potential. Should matters escalate, a full-scale conflict would erupt, and the consequences for your Great Xia would be far from favorable. This was a threat. They were the most elite and deeply rooted sacred forces of the Western Wasteland, not to be compared to ordinary sacred factions. If such a multitude of sacred forces were to unleash their true power, the Great Xia Sacred Dynasty would gain nothing but ruin. Is that so? Observing the stubbornness of these sovereigns, Xiao Ling saw no reason to waste further time on them. In the blink of an eye, a formidable force surged forth, targeting the trapped beings of the Saint level. The air trembled with an ominous rumble. The powerful figures of the Saint level immediately sensed an overwhelming threat looming before them. No, no, no. I am willing to submit. Please let us negotiate. As Xiao Ling prepared to strike once more, dread filled the hearts of those formidable beings. The ruler of the Great Xia was truly a madman. Should he unleash his fury, they would undoubtedly be annihilated on the spot. Faced with such a terrifying threat, they could do nothing but plead for mercy. Xiao Ling, however, remained indifferent to their desperate cries. He had previously afforded them the chance to withdraw, yet now they were reduced to lamentations. Annihilating these saint-level powers and subsequently dispatching strong forces to conquer them was but a foregone conclusion, merely a slight inconvenience. Just as Xiao Ling's attack was about to descend, an unknown force materialized on the battlefield. With a crushing power, it obliterated the strike that Xiao Ling had unleashed. Realizing that his assault had been thwarted, Xiao Ling gazed into the void. There, ripples began to form, and shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the depths. The newcomer was an elderly man, his hair tinged with gray. As he stepped forward, the void shimmered, and he appeared on the battlefield. Observing the elder, Xiao Ling noted his profound aura, which rivaled his own. The previously subdued, saint-level figures erupted with joy. It is an elder of the Tai Su sect. Excellent. We are saved. With the Tai Su sect intervening, the Great Xia cannot harm us. Recognizing the elder's attire, the saint-level powers identified his identity with certainty. The Tai Su sect? Xiao Ling, too, overheard their discussions and comprehended the identity of the newcomer. Although he had not encountered the Tai Su sect personally, he possessed some knowledge of this force. It was the dominant power of the Western wilderness, the sole divine-level force within that region. The conflict between himself and the saint-level powers had unwittingly drawn the Tai Su sect into the fray, introducing an unstable variable. As the paramount ruler of the Western wilderness, the Taishu sect stood as one of the most formidable divine-level forces in the central domain. Their strength was evidently far superior to that of the saint-level powers, and even at present, it would be unwise for the Great Xia to provoke them. Chapter 298. In my view, this is hardly significant. It was precisely Xiao Ling's attack that he had intercepted. The elder of the Taishu sect cast a tranquil glance over the assembly of these venerable saint-level powers, his gaze exhibiting an unfathomable calm, devoid of any hint of emotional turmoil. As a dominant force in the western wilderness, the Taishu sect possessed formidable strength, rendering the so-called well-established saint-level factions present akin to mere insects in comparison. May the formidable members of the Taishu sect lend their assistance. The leaders of the saint-level factions, upon witnessing the arrival of the Taishu sect, were instantly filled with hope. No matter how powerful the Great Xia sacred dynasty might be, could it truly surpass the supremacy of the Taishu sect in the western wilderness? However, the elder of the Taishu sect offered no response to their desperate calls for aid. He surveyed the scene with indifference before shifting his focus toward the forces of the Great Xia sacred dynasty not far away. His gaze briefly lingered on Li Shimin, and after a moment's pause, he redirected his attention, ultimately resting it upon Xiao Ling. At the same time, as their eyes met, a subtle yet palpable aura of authority began to coalesce between them. It was indeed unexpected that such an emerging force as the Great Xia sacred dynasty had arisen within the western wilderness. The elder's expression shifted slightly, giving way to a faint smile, yet his true intentions and objectives in coming to the battlefield of the Great Xia remained inscrutable. Xiao Ling, perceiving this, did not hesitate, but responded with equal composure. The arrival of the Taishu sect's esteemed members is indeed welcomed by the Great Xia sacred dynasty. Uncertain of the Taishu sect's true motives, Xiao Ling preferred not to provoke them. However, if their intentions were indeed nefarious, the Great Xia would harbor no fear. From his perception, the strength of the Taishu sect elder was formidable, likely surpassing the fourth rank of the human immortal realm. Though he felt unafraid, he understood the necessity of caution. The actions of the saint-level factions had been excessively rash, resulting in a tremendous upheaval of bloodshed. Upon learning of this, the Taishu sect dispatched this elder to quell the chaos. Henceforth, all saint-level factions must withdraw from the Great Xia sacred dynasty and refrain from provoking further discord. All parties are, after all, powers within the western wilderness. Such extensive conflict should not cause the suffering of so many innocent lives. The elder intoned in a voice that resonated with authority. Upon hearing these words, the saint-level powers present felt a surge of excitement. With the intervention of the Taishu sect, their lives would surely be safeguarded. No matter how audacious the Great Xia sacred dynasty might be, would they dare defy the will of the Taishu sect? However, upon reflecting on the elder's words, Xiao Ling furrowed his brow. It seemed as though the Taishu sect elder was attempting to mediate between the two sides to diffuse the impending fierce conflict. In his perspective, the Taishu sect appeared to be intentionally offering its protection, especially when compared to the forces of the various saints. The Great Xia had not taken any initiative. Even their prior expedition to the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty was merely a pretext for rescuing the Tiger Clan. Yet now, with the combined might of the saintly powers converging, their grand mobilization evidently aimed at annihilating the Great Xia. Surprisingly, the Taishu sect, as the dominant power of the western wilderness, imposed no penalties on these saintly forces, merely urging them to withdraw. This was evidently a rescue mission for the saintly powers, with the cessation of hostilities being a secondary concern. As Xiao Ling pondered these matters, an elder from the Taishu sect cast his gaze upon him, stating nonchalantly, "It seems that the saintly forces have received their due punishment. Does the Emperor of Xia believe this matter can be dismissed?" The elder's words were not so much an inquiry as they were a definitive conclusion. At this moment, the powerful figures of the Great Xia looked toward their sovereign, feeling considerable discontent at the elder's remarks. However, as their emperor had yet to speak, they refrained from expressing their grievances. The lords of the saintly forces also directed their attention toward Xiao Ling, some of them reveling in the misfortune of the Great Xia. Regardless of the strength of the Great Xia, before a behemoth like the Taishu sect, whether one was a dragon or a worm, they must comply and lie low. Xiao Ling remained calm for a moment, displaying no signs of anger, instead adopting a demeanor of serene composure. The Taishu elder, witnessing this reaction, did not believe Xiao Ling would dare to speak out. However, Xiao Ling's subsequent behavior was in stark contrast to the elder's expectations. In my view, This is quite unsatisfactory. Xiao Ling remarked coolly. The saintly forces have come to our Great Xia holy dynasty with arms, and now they retreat so easily. This is not what I wish to see. The crowd was taken aback, as his words diverged entirely from their anticipations. The elder's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the ruler of Great Xia, Xiao Ling, would exhibit such audacity, showing no regard for the Taishu sect's dignity. Did the emperor of Xia truly consider the Taishu sect insignificant? The elder questioned Xiao Ling, indicating that the previously gentle demeanor had transformed dramatically in such a brief span. Xiao Ling was indeed arrogant and presumptuous, having offended the Taishu sect. Regardless of the Great Xia holy dynasty's formidable capabilities, they could forget about remaining unscathed in this affair. Now, the atmosphere is tense, yet the repercussions of offending the Taishu sect are likely beyond the comprehension of the Daxia. At this moment, those from the once disheveled ranks of the sacred level forces have entirely forgotten their dire predicament, instead casting scornful glances at Xiao Ling. In the western wilderness, the Taishu sect stands as the unparalleled sovereign of the land. How can the Daxia sacred dynasty, having provoked such an entity, expect to find refuge? I have never claimed to underestimate the Taishu sect. Regarding the flattering remarks made by the elder of the Taishu sect, Xiao Ling chose not to engage further. He simply stated, since these sacred-level forces have come to cause chaos in the Daxia sacred dynasty, they must be prepared to pay a heavy price. Whatever I desire, even if the Taishu sect is present, I shall show them no leniency. Resolute and decisive, that cold voice resonated through the realm. Chapter 299. The elder of the Taishu sect flees. The elder of the Taishu sect narrowed his eyes. As long as you wish. Before him, the other party referred to himself as making it clear that he regarded the Taishu sect with disdain. The elder fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "What a bold Daxia! Truly impressive." However, the Daxia sacred dynasty, while formidable among the sacred-level forces, seems rather oblivious to the heights of our Taishu sect. A ruthless pressure emanated from the elder, descending upon the forces of the Daxia sacred dynasty, particularly targeting Xiao Ling. As the elder unleashed his formidable presence, Xiao Ling responded in kind, releasing an equally powerful aura to counter it. Boom! The two formidable forces clashed, intertwining in a spectacular display. All around, both the Daxia and the sacred-level forces felt an intangible pressure weighing down upon them, rendering them momentarily immobile. The elder of the Taishu sect was slightly taken aback by the strength of his opponent, although they were confronting each other with their auras. He could clearly sense that Xiao Ling's power was not inferior to his own. However, those who defy the Taishu sect shall never be spared. With a commanding gesture, the elder raised his right hand, causing the heavens to shift and the winds to howl. As his palm descended toward Xiao Ling, a terrifying might fractured the very fabric of the void. Observing the elder's attack, Xiao Ling swiftly retaliated with a palm strike of his own. The two palms collided, igniting a fierce struggle. Bang! An explosive force erupted, resulting in an unexpected turn of events. Xiao Ling's assault was astonishingly swift, striking with an invincible force aimed at obliterating the palm of the elder from the Taishu sect, continuing onward to suppress the very position of his opponent. How could this be? Witnessing Xiao Ling's overwhelming prowess, the elder of the Taishu sect was utterly taken aback. The opponent gathered celestial energy, launching a counterpunch to intercept Xiao Ling's palm. Bang! The force of Xiao Ling's blow was extinguished, yet the elder was forced to retreat nearly 100 feet. With just a single strike, he had managed to repel the elder of the Taishu sect. Was the strength of this summer emperor truly so formidable? How dare Xiao Ling lay hands on an elder of the Taishu sect? Did he intend to forsake his own life? In the western wilderness, the Taishu sect was undoubtedly the sovereign power, with no faction daring to defy its command. Xiao Ling's actions seemed to herald a descent into an endless abyss for the Great Summer Dynasty. Should the Taishu sect become enraged, the Great Summer Dynasty would undoubtedly meet its demise, with no one capable of providing salvation. Although the battlefield appeared to favor Xiao Ling, the onlookers were more intrigued by his audacity than his strength. The Taishu sect boasted countless formidable warriors, and the Great Summer Dynasty had no chance of victory against them. Xiao Ling paused, directing his gaze towards the elder of the Taishu sect, and spoke. The Great Summer has no intention of igniting a conflict with the Taishu sect. All we seek is to leave these sacred-level factions in peace. The Taishu sect was indeed domineering, and Xiao Ling did not wish to cultivate excessive enmity with them. However, should the elder remain obstinate after his counsel. Xiao Ling would no longer concern himself with their fate. Within the borders of the Western wilderness, the life and death of all factions ought to be determined by the Taisu sect. The affairs of the Great Summer and these sacred-level factions are of no concern to us. You need only comply with our will. Otherwise, you shall face the wrath of the Taisu sect. The elder's words were resolute, devoid of any semblance of mercy. Although his strength was formidable, it was nowhere near sufficient to rival that of the Taisu sect. Listening to the elder's grandiose declarations, Xiao Ling remained unperturbed. He had no desire to provoke the Taisu sect, yet the elder's demeanor clearly indicated a quest for conflict. In that case, there was no need for civility. If the Taisu sect sought confrontation, then they could come forth. Upon uttering these words, a shadow of an emperor appeared behind Xiao Ling. The endless river within his consciousness began to surge rapidly, unleashing an exceptionally potent aura from Xiao Ling's being. In a brief moment, his aura had significantly intensified compared to its initial state. How could this individual's strength be so formidable? Sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from Xiao Ling, the Taisu sect was left in utter astonishment. They had initially believed his power to be as it was moments ago, yet they were unprepared for the hidden depths of his strength. In the midst of the opponent's astonishment, Xiao Ling acted with unwavering decisiveness. The ethereal figure of the emperor manifested, its immense power surging forth. As the emperor's specter raised its right hand, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the elder of the Taisu sect. Under the weight of this force, the elder sensed an imminent threat of mortal peril. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, the elder instinctively recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly made his escape. However, at this juncture, Xiao Ling was resolute in preventing his departure. The might emanating from the emperor's apparition suppressed the very fabric of the surroundings, rendering the Taisu elder nearly powerless to act. Helplessly, he beheld the impending assault, and a flicker of unease crossed his gaze. An unusual radiance suddenly enveloped him, encasing him completely until he vanished from sight. At that instant, Xiao Ling's attack descended. Albeit a fraction too late, the elder had fled with remarkable speed. Observing his escape, Xiao Ling chose not to dwell on it further. Whether the elder lived or perished posed a dilemma for the Xia Holy Dynasty. Since the elder had already fled, there was no need to pursue the matter excessively. The immediate concern was to deal with the invading forces that threatened Xia. Meanwhile, the expressions of the various saint-level powers were fraught with dismay and trepidation. Fled? The emperor of Xia, Xiao Ling, had disregarded even the Taisu sect, causing its elder to flee in terror. With the elder's departure, where would their factions find refuge? They had believed the arrival of the Taisu elder would ensure their salvation, yet he had come and gone in a flash. Faced with the sovereign of the Xia Holy Dynasty, they had found themselves overwhelmed. Now bereft of the Taisu sect protection, they were ill-equipped to contend with the Xia, and the outcome was all too predictable. At that moment, Xiao Ling's gaze fell upon the assembly of saint-level powers, instilling a profound sense of dread within their ranks. Emperor of Xia, we are willing to submit. We implore you to show us mercy. Chapter 300, Infighting. With the Taisu elders' collapse, the various saint-level powers were evidently stripped of their protective security. Their lives now rested entirely within the whims of Xiao Ling, the sovereign of the Xia. How the Taisu sect would respond to the Xia Holy Dynasty was no longer their concern. Their sole focus was on how to survive in the days ahead. Faced with the pleas for mercy from these leaders of saint-level factions, Xiao Ling stood calmly in the void, offering no acknowledgement. As a sovereign of a holy dynasty, one must consider the potential consequences of their actions. Given the circumstances, Xiao Ling would show no mercy. Opportunities have been bestowed, yet their failure to cherish them cannot be attributed to others. Xiao Ling raised his right hand, and a surge of overwhelming pressure enveloped the arena. As Xiao Ling prepared to act, the powerful figures from various factions wore expressions of terror, eager to flee to safety. However, Xiao Ling would not permit such an escape so easily. With a mere flicker of his might, he summoned celestial energy, swiftly sealing off this expanse of sky in an instant. From the celestial sovereigns of the holy level factions to the ordinary soldiers of those factions, all were immobilized, unable to move or escape. With his singular strength, he had already subdued numerous formidable beings, rendering millions of soldiers powerless to act. Such a display was sufficient to reveal the immense power possessed by Xiao Ling. Your Majesty, let us speak with reason. Our factions still have room for negotiation. If your majesty shows mercy, we are willing to offer compensation that would surely satisfy you. Indeed, while we may not rival your majesty, the various holy-level factions still possess considerable resources. Should your majesty choose to annihilate us, it would only serve to foster enmity, bringing no benefit to the Great Xia. The leaders of the holy-level factions were now genuinely frightened, realizing they had struck a steel plate. Suddenly, amidst the imprisoned factions, a flash of light flickered. One of the sovereigns managed to break free from Xiao Ling's grasp and launched a surprise attack on the nearby Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. This unforeseen event left everyone momentarily stunned. The Xiao Yuan sovereign, already gravely wounded from Xiao Ling's prior strike, was ill-prepared to endure another assault, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Hao Yue sovereign Yu. The assailant was the sovereign of the Hao Yue sect, a figure of the third tier in the human celestial realm, evidently stronger than the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. Before the Xiao Yuan sovereign could finish his words, his physical form disintegrated, leaving only a flickering celestial soul. Had it not been for your deceit, we would not have descended into such dire straits. The Hao Yue sovereign's gaze was chilling. After obliterating the Xiao Yuan sovereign's body, he showed no signs of restraint, preparing to strike once more at the Xiao Yuan sovereign's soul form. Yet, before he could unleash his attack, his figure was suddenly restrained. Xiao Ling was the one who intervened. The Hao Yue sovereign's sudden aggression took him by surprise. Your Majesty, we were all misled by the Xiao Yuan sovereign. If the Summer Emperor were to spare my Hao Yue sacred sect this time, then surely our Hao Yue sacred lord would pledge allegiance to the Great Xia sacred dynasty. As the Hao Yue sacred lord directed his gaze toward Xiao Ling, he earnestly offered his assurance. In the face of death, what actions are beyond reason? Upon hearing the words of the Hao Yue sacred lord, the other sacred lords present regarded the essence of the Xiao Yuan sacred lord with fierce hostility. Had they not been restrained by Xiao Ling's formidable power, they would have undoubtedly rushed to attack him. You lot, the Xiao Yuan sacred lord's essence seethed with indignation. Although the assault on the Great Xia was orchestrated by his Juan sacred dynasty, these forces were clamoring to join in, each eager to obliterate the Great Xia sacred dynasty with fervor. Now, however, the blame had been thrust squarely upon his shoulders, an utterly despicable turn of events. Hearing the Hao Yue sacred lord's words, Xiao Ling remained unmoved, standing outside the cage with an air of curious interest towards these sacred lords. The essence of the Juan sacred lord, trapped within the cage, was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Once Xiao Ling lifted his control, the leaders of these sacred forces would undoubtedly attack without hesitation, seeking to annihilate him in the shortest time possible. Very well. If you seek my demise, then none of you shall find peace. The voice of the Yuan sacred lord resonated coldly. As his slightly despondent essence began to tremble, it ignited like a roaring inferno, growing more fervent with each passing moment. From within that essence, an extraordinarily potent and tempestuous force began to rise. Upon sensing the Xiao Yuan sacred lord's agitation, the other sacred lords were filled with excitement. This is bad. He plans to self-destruct. You madman. The gathered sacred lords could hardly fathom that, at such a critical juncture, the Xiao Yuan sacred lord would resort to such a reckless act of self-detonation. Clearly, he intended to drag them down with him. Yet, restrained by Xiao Ling's power, these formidable sacred beings found themselves with no chance to escape. Are we to turn against one another? Outside the cage, Xiao Ling observed the Xiao Yuan sacred lord's actions with clarity. However, he had no intention of intervening. Instead, he infused the area surrounding the cage with an even greater surge of power. Simultaneously, a colossal bronze cauldron materialized at the border of the Great Xia. The Great Xia 9 cauldrons. Under Xiao Ling's command, the Great Xia 9 cauldrons manifested, further reinforcing the cage that imprisoned the forces of the sacred lords. Perish! Desiring my demise, you shall not escape unscathed. Thunderous roars erupted. The celestial soul of the Lord of the Xiao Yuan shattered with a deafening blast. The overwhelming force radiated outward, instantly engulfing the myriad holy tier forces ensnared within the cage. The self-detonation of a being at the pinnacle of the celestial realm is a cataclysmic event not to be underestimated. Chapter 301. Annihilation of the Holy Forces, Extraordinary Rewards. With no avenue of escape, they could only withstand the catastrophic explosion of the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. Those closer to the epicenter of the blast found themselves utterly defenseless. obliterated in the blink of an eye. Even the sovereigns of the holy tier factions faced severe injuries in that fleeting moment. A number of these sovereigns suffered the collapse of their physical forms, leaving only remnants of their celestial souls, which were in a pitiable state. The devastating energy from the explosion spread across the seals of the cage erected by Xiao Ling boom. Waves of force surged like tumultuous seas, yet they scarcely affected the structure. At that moment, the formidable forces of the Great Xia gathered toward the border city, remaining silent, merely observing the turmoil within the cage. Their sovereign possessed extraordinary strength, requiring no further action from them. His singular power was sufficient to quell all opposition. After a brief interval, following the self-destruction of the Jiao Yuan Lord, nearly half of the holy tier forces trapped within the cage were decimated. The Jiao Yuan Lord, in his ruthless resolve, had even brought down his own followers, leaving them gravely diminished. This alone attests to his merciless nature. Xiao Ling, stationed outside the cage, remained vigilant to the developments within. These holy tier forces had previously been no match for him. Now, having suffered the devastating repercussions of the Jiao Yuan Lord's explosion, their condition was dire. Death. The Kantong seal was summoned once more. Expanding rapidly, it surged into the cage with incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. Under his command, the Kantong seal relentlessly bombarded the holy tier forces below. This seemingly ordinary assault was, in truth, overwhelmingly domineering, inflicting catastrophic losses upon the holy tier forces. The trapped forces sought escape. Yet within the confines of the cage, there was no avenue for flight. They could only watch helplessly as the Kantong seal descended, ultimately suppressing and annihilating them. After the passage of a mere 20 breaths, the millions of holy tier forces bound within the cage were entirely eradicated. Xiao Ling showed no mercy to any of them, from the leaders of the holy factions to the ordinary soldiers and disciples. In the grand endeavor to establish the might of the Great Xia, it was imperative that the formidable powers recognize the grave consequences of provoking the holy dynasty of Great Xia. At the scene, only a multitude of corpses lay amidst a swirling mist of blood, devoid of any remaining life. With a flicker of thought, Xiao Ling summoned the 9 yang burning heaven fire. Under the searing embrace of the profound flames, the remnants of the corpses confined within the cage were gradually reduced to ashes, leaving only wisps of smoke dancing in the air. In this moment, the grand armies of the various saintly factions, once so imposing, found themselves in a dire and tragic predicament. Victory, glory to His Majesty. The soldiers of Great Xia erupted with exuberance. The annihilation of the 9 formidable factions, renowned for their deep-rooted power, was a testament to the indomitable spirit of the holy dynasty, which had withstood the onslaught of these 9 saintly forces. Such a battle would surely be etched in legend. Detected that the host has successfully eradicated the 9 invading saintly factions, exceeding the complete system task. System rewards are being upgraded. Rewards acquired: 10 grade 7 golden pills, 1 random divine technique. A new divine technique was unexpectedly bestowed. Hearing the system's notification, Xiao Ling murmured to himself. Initially, the task assigned by the system was to thwart the 9 invading saintly factions for a month, although he had not merely delayed them, but rather obliterated them entirely. It effectively rendered any future threat non-existent. Grade 7 golden pills. Xiao Ling gazed at the 10 golden pills in the system as space. Grade 7 golden pill. Upon consumption, it aids semi-immortal warriors in refining and coalescing their celestial souls, facilitating a breakthrough to the realm of immortality. In the present, Great Xia boasted a considerable number of semi-immortal warriors, yet only he and the Emperor Tang, Li Shimin, had attained the coveted realm of immortality. If these 10 golden pills were utilized wisely, the holy dynasty of Great Xia could swiftly usher forth 10 powerful immortals. As for the divine technique, Xiao Ling chose to withhold its use for now. Despite having vanquished the 9 invading saintly factions, they still existed. Among them were venerable powers like the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, presided over by formidable ancestral immortals. It was likely that the other saintly factions were not far behind in strength. With the demise of their sovereigns, it was evident that the 9 saintly factions would not rest easily. Particularly, the Taisu sect, the dominant force within the Western Wilderness and the sole divine-level faction, pose a looming threat that Great Xia would have to confront. While the immediate crisis had been averted, a more formidable danger could strike at any moment. Yuan Tiangang. Yu Huatian, Zhuanzhu. Xiao Ling's gaze swept over the powerful figures present, and he began to recite countless names in rapid succession. Without exception, these entities possess unparalleled expertise in intelligence, concealment, and reconnaissance. At the command of Xiao Ling, the various powerful figures stepped forward. Xiao Ling surveyed the assembly and then spoke. You are to make immediate arrangements to infiltrate the ranks of the holy-level forces involved in this incursion. Any movements among these major holy-level factions must be reported back at the earliest opportunity. Acknowledging the order, Yuan Tiangang and the others convened briefly to discuss their divisions before swiftly departing. Given the current strength of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, should the remaining resources of the 9 holy-level factions be fully unleashed, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. In such circumstances, it is imperative to maintain absolute vigilance and firmly grasp the motivations of these factions. Once Yuan Tiangang and his companions had left, Xiao Ling dismissed all the generals present in the Great Xia. Henceforth, the Great Xia Holy Dynasty could seize the existing opportunities to develop its own power as rapidly as possible, particularly targeting the nearby Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty and Qing Dao Holy Sect. Though both of these holy-level factions have formidable ancestors overseeing them, with Xiao Ling's current capabilities, dealing with them should not prove overly challenging. Xiao Ling did not dispatch vast armies. He chose to venture forth alone. His primary focus was on the fortune of these 2 holy-level factions, for as established powers, their accumulated fortunes are exceptional. Chapter 302. The Fall of the Holy Masters. Transformations within the Holy Forces. With sheer force, he aimed to seize the fortunes of these 2 holy-level factions to enhance the fortune of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, thereby benefiting the entire dynasty and rapidly increasing its strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ling tore through the void and departed. Following the conclusion of the border battle of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, the 9 holy-level factions that had launched an assault received news in a short span of time. This coalition of powerful figures sought to obliterate the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, yet ultimately only the leader of the Tianning Holy Sect managed to escape, while the remaining 8 holy-level faction leaders and their followers were annihilated. Regardless of their rank, the leaders of these factions are shielded by the fortune of their power, gathering the might of their collective destinies. If the leader suffers significant harm, the repercussions inevitably reverberate through their faction, resulting in substantial losses and turmoil to their fortunes. As the souls of the 8 holy-level faction leaders perished, their factions experienced tremendous repercussions, causing their respective dynasties' fortunes to suffer severe damage in an instant. Such a monumental disturbance could not remain concealed. The beings of these 8 holy-level factions were acutely aware of the changes within their own powers. Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty. Roar. A long, desolate howl suddenly reverberated through the air. As a sacred power, the inherent fortune of the Qiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty was both immense and flourishing, accompanied by a rich aura of luck and spiritual energy. All native beings within the territory of the Sacred Dynasty could bask in an abundance of spiritual energy. Yet, within such a brief moment, that once thriving spiritual essence began to wane, plunging into an unprecedented state of decay. How could this be? The fortune and spiritual energy of our Qiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty are in continuous decline. The retreat of the Sacred Dynasty's fortune and energy undoubtedly signifies the occurrence of a significant event, one that pertains to the future of our Qiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty. An investigation must be initiated with utmost rigor. We must uncover the underlying issues. The vast Sacred Dynasty swiftly mobilized. The strength of any power primarily hinges upon its fortune and spiritual energy. Should these foundational elements be shaken, the progression of the power is inevitably doomed to falter. Within the Qiao Yuan Sacred Palace, a desolate silence enveloped an area spanning several miles, where countless formidable beings of the Sacred Dynasty stood guard. At the center, an ancient hall, steeped in the weight of time, existed. Within this venerable hall sat an elder with a weathered visage and flowing white hair. This man was the venerable ancestor, Yuan Yong, of the Qiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty. He was the very being who had previously attempted to thwart Xiao Ling's entrance into the Qiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty. The moment this anomaly arose within the Sacred Dynasty, the elder sensed the disturbance instantly. The decline of the Sacred Dynasty's fortune, accompanied by such a drastic decrease in spiritual energy. Could it be that a formidable entity was clandestinely siphoning the fortune and energy of the Qiao Yuan Sacred Dynasty? Or perhaps, the elder's thoughts began to crystallize, and without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand, engaged in deep contemplation. After a brief period of waiting, the elder's complexion turned ashen, his face visibly darkened with despair. The sovereign has perished. How could this be? Why would our Xiao Yuan sacred dynasty face such calamity? After a thorough contemplation, he had gained a clear insight into the current predicament of the Xiao Yuan sacred dynasty. The elder reached out and grasped the void with fervor. Moments later, an ornate tablet materialized in his grasp. This tablet, exquisitely crafted from an extraordinary crystal, bore a pronounced fissure. Gazing intently at the crack upon the crystal tablet, the elder's expression remained impassive. The sovereign's tablet has shattered. The sovereign of Xiao Yuan has fallen. The elder murmured incessantly, consumed by the weight of this revelation. The exquisitely crafted altar, fashioned from crystalline stone, is far from an ordinary object. It is a relic exclusive to the esteemed sovereigns of the Xiao Yuan throughout the ages. At this moment, it is held in the hands of the venerable ancestor, Yuan Yong, while its original possessor, the current sovereign of Xiao Yuan, has succumbed to fate, leaving the shattered relic behind. How formidable is the power of the Great Xia Holy Dynasty, one might ponder. The sovereign of Xiao Yuan has allied with numerous holy powers within the western wilderness to launch an assault on the Great Xia. Now, with the loss of the sovereign's relic, it is evident that calamity has befallen him as well. In this critical juncture, ancestor Yuan Yong extends his perception outward. Surrounding the Great Xia Holy Dynasty are other holy forces, some of which have also engaged in hostilities against it. With his formidable sensory abilities, he discerns that these holy factions, much like his own Xiao Yuan, have also suffered significant repercussions. It appears that the leaders of these holy forces, who ventured forth to attack the Great Xia, have mostly encountered dire misfortune. It is imperative to stabilize the fortunes within the holy dynasty swiftly. Otherwise, the Xiao Yuan will face dire peril. Without delay, ancestor Yuan Yong resolves to act, leveraging his celestial powers to restore order amidst the turmoil. Given the overwhelming strength of the Great Xia, which even the combined might of 9 venerable holy powers from the western wilderness could not annihilate, resulting instead in the obliteration of many sovereign leaders, it is evident that their strength is formidable beyond measure. After ensuring the stability of the holy dynasty, he must urgently engage with other holy powers to prepare for any potential counterattacks from the Great Xia. As an elder of the holy dynasty, ancestor Yuan Yong has devised numerous strategies in a brief span. He knows that complacency is not an option. Otherwise, the Xiao Yuan will suffer even more devastating blows. Just as ancestor Yuan Yong prepares to take action, he suddenly senses a fierce power locking onto him, flooding his mind with an overwhelming sense of unease. Instinctively, he leaps into the sky. With a thunderous roar, as he ascends, the palace beneath him collapses in ruins. Mere yards away, a figure stands smiling, observing him. Upon recognizing the vaguely familiar visage, a profound weight settles in ancestor Yuan Yong's heart. Chapter 303. From this moment forth, the Xiao Yuan Holy Dynasty shall become but a chapter in history. The figure before him is none other than the Lord of the Great Xia, Xiao Ling. They have crossed paths before, and he knows all too well the slim chances of triumph against him. Moreover, sensing the aura radiating from his opponent now, it is clear that it is even more formidable than their last encounter. The opponent's strength has indeed grown, and even now, a faint aura of danger emanates from him. Sensing the surroundings, there exists no other presence apart from this individual. Has he come to my Zheyuan sacred dynasty alone? The audacity of this solitary figure to venture into my Zheyuan sacred dynasty is remarkable. The ancient ancestor, Yuan Yong, cast a glance at Xiao Ling, his eyes betraying a palpable intensity. The audacity to intrude into the heart of my Zheyuan sacred dynasty is truly remarkable. In the face of such circumstances, the ancient ancestor Yuan Yong remains undaunted, displaying a courage that far surpasses that of your various sacred forces. Xiao Ling remarked nonchalantly, "It is not the number of individuals that matters, but their quality. Previously, a multitude of disorganized rabble dared to invade my Great Xia sacred dynasty, only to meet their demise in the end. Today, my presence alone suffices." Upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, the expression of the ancient ancestor Yuan Yong slightly narrowed. The intent behind the visitor's arrival has become exceedingly clear. However, to obliterate my Zheyuan sacred dynasty is not a matter to be taken lightly. The ancient ancestor's gaze darkened, and he swiftly struck toward Xiao Ling with the palm. This strike was executed without a moment's hesitation, intended to catch him off guard. In an instant, the palm reached Xiao Ling, piercing through his form and rendering it in ruins. Yet, before the ancient ancestor could revel in his apparent victory, a frown creased his brow. In mere moments, the figure he had struck began to disintegrate before his eyes, vanishing altogether. A mere illusion. What he had just vanquished was but a phantasm of his opponent. A voice suddenly resonated from behind the ancient ancestor. An unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to evade without a moment's delay. But at that moment, a force coalesced in the void, swiftly suppressing the ancient ancestor within its grasp. The opponent unleashed a formidable energy, revealing a cultivation at the 4th rank of the human immortal realm, perilously close to breaking through to the 5th rank. Such prowess far outstrips that of the various sacred level leaders he had previously faced, even surpassing that of the elder from the Taisu sect who had once intruded upon his Great Xia sacred dynasty. Alas, with regard to such strength, it poses little threat to the current Xiao Ling. Under the techniques he employed, the opponent found himself shackled in the void, devoid of any power to contend against him. Observing the struggling figure of the venerable ancestor, Yuan Yong, before him, Xiao Ling raised his right hand and unleashed a devastating assault. Dragon Serpent's mystic armor. The ancestor, sensing the impending onslaught, hastily attempted to defend himself. Before him, a long serpent materialized, adorned with a thick, protective carapace, coiling around him to form a formidable shield. Bang! Xiao Ling's fist struck the impenetrable shield with tremendous force, causing the carapace to emit a brilliant radiance. Under the impact of such overwhelming power, the ancestor was sent hurtling backward, stabilizing himself only after being propelled nearly 1,000 feet away. A single blow had cast him back that far. As he regained his composure, a somber expression settled upon his face. The shield, conjured from his own celestial energy, was now riddled with cracks, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. With a deep exhale, the ancestor observed the fissures spreading across the surface of the shield. Ultimately, it could withstand no more and shattered completely. Though Xiao Ling's strike had been successfully thwarted, it came at a substantial cost to the venerable ancestor. The prospect of mounting another defense would prove to be a formidable challenge. Protect the ancestor. During this critical juncture, countless powerful figures from the sacred dynasty of the Serpent Abyss hastened to the side of their venerable leader. As a dynasty steeped in a long and illustrious history, the Serpent Abyss undoubtedly possessed a legion of loyal supporters. A dozen or more beings of semi-divine stature converged before the ancestor, including 2 of the 1st rank of human immortals. This display of might seemed impressive. However, in the face of Xiao Ling, it ultimately appeared insignificant. The ancestor regarded the assembled warriors with no trace of joy in his gaze. He lifted his eyes towards Xiao Ling in the distance and sensed the cold, ruthless intent within his penetrating stare. It became apparent that the sacred dynasty of the Abyss would not emerge unscathed today. Emperor Xia, our sacred lord has been slain upon the battlefield. Let this matter rest. The Serpent Abyss shall no longer pursue any grievances. Can we cease hostilities between our factions? The ancestor's heart was heavy with trepidation in the presence of the ruler of the Great Xia. Although he harbored some hope of escape, the peril facing the Serpent Abyss was far graver than merely suffering significant losses. It teetered on the brink of annihilation. Annihilation. As he watched the impending doom of the dynasty unfold before his very eyes, how could the venerable ancestor remain indifferent? How could it hold no significance? Xiao Ling gazed calmly at his counterpart before articulating. The vast territory of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, along with its profound heritage, holds immense significance for our Great Xia Holy Dynasty. Within these seemingly unremarkable words, Xiao Ling's current stance was unmistakably conveyed. Although the elder Yuan Yong felt a sense of reluctance, he could not deny the validity of the other's assertions. Enough, let this be the end. Xiao Ling's eyes swept across the battlefield, surveying the forces of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty, and continued from this moment forth. Your Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty shall become a relic of history. Without further ado, Xiao Ling unleashed the Kongtong seal, which was enveloped in an aura of terrifying power, directing it towards the elder Yuan Yong and his companions for suppression. Elder, retreat. One of the first great celestial beings beside Yuan Yong swiftly took action, leading numerous semi-immortal strongmen of the Jiao Yuan Holy Dynasty to counter the impending onslaught of the Kongtong seal.